9 out of 10 shamans are frauds. The 10th is actually cultivating. It's both lucky and unlucky. I'm a shaman who doesn't cultivate immortality. I only love my fox spirit companion. I'll never cultivate immortality. Chapter 1: Childhood Memories. I was born in a small mountain village in the greater Shingon Mountains. Surviving was pure luck. It was an era where if one person had more children than allowed, the whole village would be sterilized. One child per family. No one could have more than that. If you accidentally got pregnant and wanted to give birth, your house would be demolished and your cattle taken. It was almost a matter of life and death. Women of childbearing age who had given birth to one child had to get an IUD. What? Don't want an IUD? The Women's Federation director would come to your house every day from 9 to 5, rain or shine, unless the men in the house castrated themselves and gave up the idea of sex. Even then, the Women's Federation director would keep a close eye on you, afraid your wife would cheat on you. What if you wanted to have another one? Then hide. As long as you weren't discovered, you just have to pay a fine after the baby was born. In the early 1990s, a farmer's annual income was barely 1,000 yuan. A fine of 8 or 10,000 yuan was an absolutely astronomical sum. If I weren't worried about failing the review, I would definitely write a short essay with at least 95 of the content about motherhood. That's probably why I've been alone since I can remember. I guess someone couldn't afford the fine and abandoned me. I lived in the village's earth god temple. It had no windows, was freezing in winter and scorching in summer, but luckily the people there were Buddhists and made offerings regularly, so I could at least get by. When I was old enough to understand, I went to the village secretary to ask if he could find me a place to live. Even a welfare home would be fine. The secretary told me to go to the village Women's Federation director, and I actually went. The Women's Federation director only asked me one question. Are you a woman? Go find the secretary. If the Chinese national football team had that kind of ability, they would have qualified for the World Cup long ago. Fortunately, the villagers treated me well. They would often bring me food, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, steamed buns, biscuits, sticky rice cakes. I ate quite well. But what do ordinary people eat these days? I matured early. I started collecting scrap metal to sell for money when I was 7 or 8. When I was 11 or 12, several nearby villages were repairing their power lines, and I would go there to steal some metal to sell. It was just small-time stuff, and nobody cared. I lived a pretty carefree life during that period. Why early maturity was due to both environmental factors and my own efforts. In those days in the countryside, sex was a repressed topic. Even though villagers loved to talk about whose wife was having an affair or whose husband was keeping a mistress, for children, sex was a taboo subject. However, there was one exception. Condoms were everywhere. Back then, the village distributed free condoms. I clearly remember they came in yellow packaging and were labeled natural latex. Why were those things flying everywhere? Because of scarcity. Children didn't have many toys, so some adults blew them up like balloons to appease their kids. Some even tied a string to them and used them as kites. Also, the TV stations back then were unethical, constantly airing all sorts of ridiculous commercials. Either were for miracle drugs to restore male virility with overly strong advertising slogans like Old Wong took some kind of super powerful pill and it really gave him strength. Or they advertised tight-fitting, slimming clothes that made you look taller no matter what you wore, showing off those big breasts. Later, VCDs entered ordinary households, and the kids in the village would rent DVDs with their pocket money. Even living in the mountains couldn't stop our yearning for the outside world. We want to know if Tokyo was hot, how deep the colors of the Caribbean Sea were, and even more so, what exactly was the Ippomakai, a legendary road in Taiwan? Based on experience, the busier the farming season, the better the record stores did. So, my precocious development was partly due to my environment and partly due to my own efforts. Growing up in a daze until I was 14 or 15, I started to feel anxious again. My village was small, and many people stopped going to school after elementary school, so early marriage was common. Why was I anxious? Because I was lonely without a wife. My friends who watched instructional videos with me were already taking practical lessons, while I was still stuck in the theoretical stage. Who wouldn't feel anxious in my situation? Of course, it wasn't just about sex. It was also about having a home, the longing of an orphan for a family. I remember farming wasn't very profitable back then, and many men went out to work. In those days, earning 1,000 or 800 yuan a month was considered high pay. A normal laborer only got 20 yuan a day. With all the men gone, only young women and wives were left. But there were some jobs that young wives couldn't do, like unclogging chimneys or repairing roofs, and these tasks inevitably fell to me. Some might ask, why didn't you find a man who hadn't gone out to work? Let me just say this. In the countryside, nothing stays secret forever. Even if there's no wind, rumors will still surface. If you bring the men home to work today, the next day, the whole village is buzzing with gossip, down to the exact details of what they did that night. So, my qualifications made me the perfect choice for a young wife. Some chores, a meal, and no gossip. Perfect. However, there are exceptions. There was a young widow in the village whose husbands died in a timber heap in their 20s. I'm not exaggerating. If anything happened in her household, 7 or 8 men would fight over it. If you were late, there would be no work, and they'd even get into a brawl. I wouldn't get any work at the widow's house, but for other families, I was the obvious choice. There was a young wife in the village named Mayu, around 20 years old. Her husbands had gone out to work. Once, her chimney got clogged, and she asked me to come help. It was summer, and I remember she was wearing a white, light gauze top with short sleeves. People in the village weren't so particular. They didn't wear bras or anything like that. We worked together, and that thing swayed back and forth, making my mouth water. Unclogging the chimney was dirty work, and she even let me take a bath at her house. She also washed my clothes, saying it would dry in half an hour because of the heat. She cooked for me and had me tend the fire. I still remember that scene vividly. I sat by the stove, tending the fire, and she bent over the pan to stir-fry the vegetables. Perhaps thinking I was still a child, she wasn't wearing any coverings. You could practically see everything. Her white skin was so damn glaring. Back then, I didn't wear underwear, just a pair of secondhand long johns someone gave me. I was good with my hands, so I cut the long johns into shorts. I kept my legs tightly closed, afraid of revealing anything. And damn it, one second it was sunny and clear, the next it was pouring rain, and even the village transformer started smoking. Mayu straightened up, glanced out the window, wiped her sweat, and said, "This rain is really heavy, and it's getting dark. Why don't you stay here for the night?" "Heavy, really heavy," I said earnestly. "It is quite heavy, but it's fine to stay here for the night. Your older brother isn't home. There's room." To this day, the scene of that night is still vivid in my mind. It was a rainy day with no wind at all. Mayu lay beside me, rhythmically fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. My breathing and arm movements intensified the heaving of my chest. While she slept, my right hand rose countless times, only to be mercilessly pressed down by my left. On that rainy night, with the power outage, I felt an electric shock, a tingling sensation that ran from my fingertips to the top of my head. After that, whenever it rained or was cloudy, I liked to go to Mayu's house. If there was work to do, I'd do it. If not, I'd find something to do. Mayu was never stingy. Her garden had plenty of beans and eggplants, and I could eat as much as I wanted. Chapter 2. Encountering the master years later, while watching the television drama The Young Marshal. I found myself particularly understanding of the plot where a youthful Zhang Shuoyang harbors affections for his sister-in-law. It could indeed be described as youthful ambition. However, I digress from speaking of Mayu. Perhaps it was from that fateful night onward that I resolved to leave the village. I aspired to earn money, significant amounts of it. I yearned to marry and establish a home. Who would have thought that I, Xu, at such a tender age, would possess ambitions akin to Cao Cao? Although my affections lay with mature women, I could still be regarded as a young man with aspirations. As the saying goes, a tree that shifts survives. A person who moves thrives. I, Xu, sought a new place, believing I might achieve something noteworthy. The stark reality, however, was that I had barely a few coins to my name, insufficient even for the fare to the county town. My thoughts were simple. Collecting scrap could yield some money, just enough to afford the 3 coins needed for a bus ticket. Upon reaching the county town, I believed that scavenging scrap would be akin to picking up money effortlessly. Moreover, I wished to acquire knowledge. I had always believed that education would lead to greater wealth, as evidenced by the high rental prices of subtitled DVDs, which were in great demand. Clearly, people were willing to pay for knowledge. I confess, this was my ambition at the time. With no means of communication from the outside world, I longed to venture forth and collect scrap. To me, scavenging represented the pursuit of gleaming silver coins. Just as I was diligently saving money, a fortune teller arrived in the village, clad in a blue robe and wielding a divination banner. He settled under the ancient cypress tree at the village entrance. Many young women gathered around him, inquiring about when they might come into wealth. The fortune teller introduced himself, claiming to have emerged from a certain mountain cave, having studied under notable masters, his lengthy discourse surpassing even the tale of my own life. In those days, the village saw few outsiders besides petty merchants and tradespeople, so the sudden appearance of the fortune teller sparked much discussion among the villagers. He charged 2 coins for a reading, and some villagers jestingly suggested that I should inquire about my own lineage. Indeed, I had studied my surname and named myself Xu Gou'er, which led to them calling me Xu Duo. Facing the villagers' teasing, I could only retort slightly, for I dared not offend them, as I relied on their offerings for sustenance. To my surprise, upon learning of my background, the fortune teller insisted on reading my palm. I replied, I have no money. He assured me, fear not. I shall read your fortune for free. I thought to myself, this cunning fortune teller seeks to amuse himself at my expense. Perhaps to entertain the crowd with some risque humor. Very well, read my fortune. Let me know when I may marry 2 wives, I responded, suspecting that the onlookers simply wished to see me make a fool of myself. Thus, I decided to entertain them, for I, too, was a man with aspirations. I sat beside the fortune teller and extended my left hand, which he did not accept. Thinking I had offered the wrong hand, I switched to my right, saying, as the saying goes, men use the left and women the right. Which hand do you prefer? The fortune teller inhaled sharply, saying, no rush. Let me first observe your facial features. As our gazes locked, I scrutinized the fortune teller. He appeared to be in his 50s, sporting a top knot of long hair while the sides of his head were adorned with wispy strands. His chin bore a sparse goatee. Upon closer inspection, he seemed rather thin, with a sallow complexion that suggested malnutrition. His features were unremarkable, yet it was clear he was not a farmer. Describing him as possessing the air of a recluse might be a stretch, but his lean, elongated frame did convey a hint of ethereal grace. What struck me most were his hands. Despite his age, they resembled those of a youthful man in his 20s, pale and remarkably long-fingered. The fortune teller examined my palm for 5 or 6 minutes, causing me to grow uneasy, while the crowd began to chime in, proclaiming that I possessed a strong fate and would encounter romantic opportunities the following year, projecting their own fantasies onto my life. I dismissed their comments and turned to the fortune teller, asking, Master, what does my fate hold? He stroked his goatee thoughtfully, replying, wait, let me examine your palm further. After scrutinizing both hands for an extended period, I grew impatient and queried, well, what is it? Am I destined for greatness? The fortune teller shook his head, stating, not at all. Your fate is quite fragile. Young man, which year were you born? 1991, or perhaps 1992. I am uncertain. Many things have been said, I replied. The villagers chimed in, attempting to recall my birth year, and the fortune teller's expression grew serious. Your fate is weak and vulnerable. I immediately retorted, nonsense. My fate is as resilient as the Rui Jingu Bang of the Monkey King, impeccably strong. Laughter erupted from the crowd, yet the fortune teller remained stoic. Once the laughter subsided, he said earnestly, I speak of your lifespan. You are destined to be short-lived. According to the stars, you should have perished before the age of 3. Suddenly, an elder in the crowd exclaimed, indeed. This lad was taken by a wolf when he was merely 2 or 3 years old at the temple's gate. I was taken aback. Is that true? I have never heard such a tale. You were too young to remember. Had it not been for the mountain folk, you would have become wolf dung long ago. Such is your fortune. The fortune teller interrupted the elder, then continued, you are an orphan, often going hungry. Come with me. Why would I follow you? I inquired. Let us traverse the world together. I can protect you. Though I cannot guarantee you the longevity of ordinary folk, I can assure you a few more decades of life. Please, tell me more about my fate, I urged. The fortune teller shook his head, saying, I cannot divulge that. Follow me, and I promise you will never go hungry. Where to? I queried, my neck craned in curiosity. To the county town. It seemed that my thoughts were manifesting. I had been yearning for my maternal family, and now an opportunity presented itself, as if a pillow had been sent my way during a moment of exhaustion. Very well. I agreed wholeheartedly. In those times, rural northeast China saw few opportunities. It was a realm of human traffickers, where families dared not have more than one child. Who would dare purchase a child? My thoughts were simple. I would follow him to the county town, at least saving on travel expenses. Once there, I would have the final say. I longed to escape the village, and no one attempted to dissuade me. They merely remarked that following the fortune teller would be beneficial, allowing me to learn a skill and sustain myself anywhere. I had no fond memories of the village. No house, no land, no family. What could I possibly miss? The only attachment I felt was for the young woman, Mayu. Before departing, I bowed 3 times to the village, expressing my gratitude for its nurturing, secretly vowing to amass wealth and return in glory. The fortune teller mounted his bicycle, and together we left my homeland. You would have perished long ago had you not lived in the temple, he remarked. Once I have wealth, I shall offer a pig's head to the land deity. From now on, you shall refer to me as master. I shall take you as my disciple. At that moment, I thought to myself that as long as he provided for my sustenance, he could be considered my father. Despite his lean frame, the fortune teller possessed remarkable strength, cycling up the mountain trails without a hint of fatigue, even standing to pedal uphill in a somewhat comical manner. By evening, we arrived at a village near the county town, and I swore it was the farthest I had ever traveled, having never before seen a two-story red brick building. Chapter 3. Multiple identities. Before entering the village, the fortune teller removed his robe, revealing shorts and a white tank top beneath, resembling the local men who gathered by the roadside. I questioned, "Master, why have you changed your attire?" "I will be a spirit medium shortly. Do not speak out of turn," he replied. To my astonishment, he pulled off his wig, revealing himself to be bald. I inwardly cursed, realizing I had been duped by this old charlatan. One moment a fortune teller, the next a monk, and now a spirit medium. "Just watch and do as I instruct. Do not speak unnecessarily," he commanded. "What shall I do?" "Please refrain from unnecessary inquiries. If you perform well, you shall be rewarded with a delightful dish of chicken braised with mushrooms. Rest assured, I am fully capable of handling this task." I expressed this with utmost certainty. The prospect of savoring chicken braised with mushrooms is an irresistible temptation for me. The last time I indulged in it was several years ago, and I can hardly recall its flavor. The Taoist priest led me to a household that appeared quite affluent, as evidenced by its expansive courtyard enclosed by red brick walls. In that era, most families lacked such enclosures. Only the industrious would erect makeshift fences using branches around their yards. It seemed this family had been eagerly anticipating the priest's arrival. Upon knocking on the grand iron gate, a multitude of family members emerged, 3 generations, numbering 6 or 7 individuals. "Master Ma, you have arrived. Please, come inside," they urged. At that moment, I learned that the Taoist surname was Ma. The title Master Ma nearly provoked a chuckle from me, as a television drama titled Ma Da Shui was currently airing. The hosts welcomed us into their home, where the floor was adorned with tiles, and the centerpiece was an enormous flat-screen television, unlike the quaint, old-fashioned sets in my village, which resided only in the village chief's home. This family's living conditions were indeed impressive. In the center of the room stood a table laden with a dozen dishes, some covered by plates, yet the tantalizing aroma of stewed meat wafted through the air. "Master Ma, please, let's eat first," they insisted. Master Ma waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Someone named Xiao Liang mentioned you had a matter involving Taoism that I should investigate." "What is it?" The host's jovial expression immediately faltered. He lit a cigarette and sighed deeply. I truly do not know how to explain this situation." Master Ma exhaled a cloud of smoke and encouraged him, "Please, elaborate. Start from the beginning, there's no rush." The host recounted that earlier in the spring, his daughter had gone to the mountains to forage for vegetables and returned mute. Initially, he presumed it was a trivial quarrel with a girl from another family, thus he paid it little mind. However, as days passed, her peculiar behavior escalated. She not only ceased to speak but also refused to wear clothes, lying unclad at home, a girl of 16 or 17. Continuing, the host lamented, "As a father, it is troubling when my daughter reaches such an age and behaves inconveniently. When her mother attempts to dress her, it seems as though the clothes are prickly. At the slightest touch, she winces in pain." Master Ma inquired, "Have you consulted a doctor?" "Yes, we visited the city hospital. The doctors found nothing wrong and suggested a psychologist, but my daughter remains mute, leaving the psychologist at a loss. We have sought out every possible remedy, from burning paper offerings to consulting various deities, yet nothing has proven effective. What are we to do?" Master Ma's expression grew serious as he fixated on the floor, seemingly deep in thought. The host appeared hesitant to speak further, while his wife persistently nudged him, as if urging him to reveal more. Master Ma suddenly snapped back to attention, asking, "Are there any other symptoms?" Well, dear, please speak," the host's wife urged. The host, clearly exasperated, gestured dismissively, "Master Ma. As the saying goes, one should not conceal ailments from a physician. Our daughter is indeed afflicted by a malevolent spirit." "Why do you say that?" "Well, I shall tell you everything, but please do not speak of it outside. Otherwise, my daughter will be unable to live normally." "Very well, I assure you. I will remain discreet." With a heavy sigh, the host continued in a hushed tone, "My daughter often lies about, completely unclad, and frequently assumes a suggestive posture. We are well aware of what that implies." As he spoke, the man's gaze inadvertently flickered towards me. I feigned ignorance, though I had already grasped his implication. After all, I had been exposed to the more dubious aspects of life. At this point, I felt compelled to express my frustration. It was my first experience of being duped. A group of friends and I had pooled our money to rent a DVD, only to find its contents disappointingly insipid, so tame that even an old monk would deem it unworthy of indulgence. After a series of inquiries, Master Ma did not invoke any spirits, instead posing a sudden question. Has anyone in your family ever suffered from mental illness? I began to ponder whether this old priest might possess some medical knowledge. Not at all. We are merely farmers, with generations untouched by such maladies. It is indeed peculiar. What is your daughter's temperament like? She was once quite lively, articulate, and cheerful. Who could have predicted she would fall into such a state? The host replied, punctuating his words with deep drags on his cigarette. Master Ma nodded, understood. Let me consult the divine. He then closed his eyes, his brows furrowing and relaxing in concentration. I had encountered similar situations in my village, but never so severe. It is often said that the more ancient and secretive a place, the more bizarre its occurrences. In our village, there have been instances of sudden madness, affecting both young women and middle-aged men alike. Individuals once normal, now exhibiting erratic behavior. Some behaving inappropriately in public or engaging in lengthy conversations with trees. Among them, some were genuinely unhinged, yet the majority were merely enchanted by mischievous spirits. To claim it was superstition would be simplistic. A ritual performed by a shaman could yield miraculous results, curing ailments that eluded medical science. At this moment, I began to doubt Master Ma's capabilities. After all, the girl was young, and it would be unfortunate for her to miss out on life. If he lacked genuine skill, it would be better for the distressed family to seek a true expert. I had witnessed numerous shamans perpetrating fraud. In our village, there was one man who insisted he was possessed by a spirit, leading him to perch atop trees while his trousers became threadbare and his undergarments shone with wear. Suddenly, Master Ma's eyes widened in terror, as though he had glimpsed something horrifying. The host asked anxiously, Master Ma, what is it? Is there hope? No worries, no worries. Light 3 sticks of incense, and I shall take a look. A chill ran down my spine, for the priest's voice had transformed, adopting a high-pitched, androgynous tone reminiscent of a eunuch from a drama. The host's wife, sensing urgency, quickly fetched an incense burner and lit the yellow incense. A bizarre scene unfolded as the 3 sticks flared to life with a crackling sound, burning vigorously. Every face in the room turned pale, while only Master Ma appeared to revel in the fragrant smoke. I felt a twinge of doubt, having lived in a temple for years. I had never witnessed incense burn in such a manner. Moreover, this incense had been prepared by the host, leaving no room for trickery on Master Ma's part. It seemed this Taoist indeed possessed some skill. Suddenly, the leftmost stick of incense erupted in a burst of flames before emitting a plume of white smoke and extinguishing. Fear washed over the household, and I too felt a shiver run down my spine, as electric currents coursed down my back, while Master Ma remained composed. Seated firmly like a mountain. Xiao Jintong, you go and take a look. Surveying the room, I realized I was the only adolescent present. Stammering, I replied, and me? Yes, you. I don't want to. She isn't dressed. Though I had my vices, I would not exploit a vulnerable situation. Humph. You are but a child, still unformed. What could you possibly see? I cannot go myself. I refuse, I retorted defiantly. The host's wife pleaded, young master, please take a look. Healing requires no formalities. Still hesitating. She continued, young master, I beg you. I gritted my teeth. I wouldn't know what to look for. What good would my presence do? Master Ma interjected sternly, hurry up. With no other recourse, I steeled myself and followed the host's wife to the daughter's room. My emotions were a tumultuous mix of trepidation, conflict, and an inexplicable thrill. Chapter 4. Bewildered upon entering the girl's chamber, an exotic fragrance enveloped me, distinctly unique and far removed from any ordinary perfume, intoxicating in nature. Gazing at the girl, my expression transformed into one of astonishment. She lay sprawled in a starfish position upon the bed, entirely unclad. Her gaze vacant and expression enigmatic, evocative of the longing depicted in cinematic portrayals. After a mere glance, I retreated to Master Ma's side. What do you see? Not much, really. Just the peculiar scent in the room. What scent? The room had a fragrant aroma, but it vanished once I stepped outside. Master Ma nodded slightly and inquired further, what else? I tentatively replied, the fragrance resembles that of herbs. Master Ma shuddered, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized me. Then slowly remarked, not bad, not bad. You possess some insight. After saying this, Master Ma's body quivered violently, as if he had been electrocuted, but within seconds, he returned to his normal state. He twisted his neck, and his voice regained its composure. It's all right, there is hope. The couple sighed in relief, displaying a sense of liberation, and the woman hurriedly asked, what instructions do you have, esteemed one? We shall comply. Master Ma casually responded, this matter is somewhat complicated, yet not impossible. Your daughter, upon ascending the mountain, has inadvertently stepped upon a corpse, and that spirit wishes to take her to the underworld as a bride. What? What shall we do? The woman's voice was filled with urgency. The man, realizing the gravity of the situation, produced 500 yuan from beneath the bedding and handed it to Master Ma. I was taken aback. 500 yuan is a fortune, equivalent to half a month's wages for laborers, and a family's annual income from farming hardly exceeds 4,000. To me, 500 yuan was an astronomical sum. To my astonishment, Master Ma waved it away, and when the man attempted to place the money under Master Ma's legs, he firmly rejected it. The woman rushed forward, determined to give the money to me, insisting that I accept it. Master Ma admonished, "Do not engage in such futile gestures. I require no payment. Let us first attend to the matter at hand." I was utterly astonished, momentarily uncertain how to perceive Master Ma. If he were a charlatan, he would surely accept the money. Yet if he were genuine, he oscillated between the roles of a monk and a Taoist, making him difficult to comprehend. The woman insisted on offering money, yet I could not accept. Master Ma gestured towards the table. "Let us eat first. We can discuss matters while dining." "Yes, indeed. Let us eat first. Dear, please heat the dishes. I shall have a drink with Master Ma." During the meal, I barely lifted my head, my chopsticks dancing in my hands. I distinctly remember every dish from that meal. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, green beans with pork belly, pork and cabbage with vermicelli, spicy tofu with peppers, and radish with meatballs. In my understanding at that time, even the Jade Emperor would dine on such fare, especially those meatballs, which could dissolve in one's mouth. After a cup of wine, Master Ma began to recount the entire story in detail. It turns out that the corpse upon which the girl had stepped was not an ordinary one, but that of a late Qing dynasty corpse-bearer. If it were a common corpse, a Taoist could frighten away the attached malevolent spirit with some offerings. However, the late Qing corpse-bearer was different. It was a vengeful spirit, typically referred to in the trade as a faceless ghost. The term faceless carries two meanings. It denotes a malevolent spirit, and it also implies a refusal to spare anyone, as it will not relent until it has caused death. Ordinary practitioners find it exceedingly difficult to exorcise such spirits. The late Qing corpse-bearer was a laborer whose head was often kept at his waist, usually entering the mountains around March or April and remaining until the first snowfall in late October. The Greater Xing'an Range experiences early snowfall, typically by October. This means that the corpse-bearers would be living in the mountains for nearly half a year. In those times, transportation was inconvenient, and there were few inhabitants in the mountains. It was primarily a dense forest. The moment a corpse-bearer stepped into the deep mountains, they also entered the gates of the underworld. Not to mention the external threats like bandits and ferocious tigers. Even merely getting lost could be fatal. In the vast sea of trees, where everything appeared the same and no paths existed, straying in the wrong direction could lead one to freeze or starve to death in the wilderness. Moreover, the living conditions of these bearers typically involved small groups of 10 or so individuals, reliant on one another for safety. Upon entering the mountains, the leader would select a location to dig a cellar, covering it with dead branches and leaves, referred to as the Old Master's Mansion. This mansion served as a sanctuary for the bearers, akin to a village's mountain god temple. The bearers would kneel before the mansion, uttering prayers, and those who were meticulous would even bring offerings like pig heads to seek blessings for a fruitful harvest of ginseng. The mansion also provided shelter, resembling a hut that shielded them from the elements while concealing their whereabouts from bandits and tigers, both of which were lethal threats. Consider the kind of person who could endure living in a cellar in the deep mountains for several months. They were no ordinary individuals, but rather those who danced with death and consorted with spirits. To put it bluntly, these individuals were formidable, even in life and upon death. They transformed into spirits that were impervious to reason. Compounded by their untimely demise far from home, their resentment only intensified, making encounters with the faceless ghosts nearly fatal. At this point, Master Ma's words caused the couple's faces to pale, and they hastily exclaimed, "What shall we do? Our daughter is still young. You must save her, esteemed one." The woman even knelt in supplication. Master Ma helped her up and said, "Since this matter has come to my attention, I shall certainly intervene. Your daughter has only been afflicted for half a year. She will not encounter immediate danger. I shall handle the rest. If I do not return within 10 days, you may seek assistance elsewhere." "What? How can we wait 10 days? Master Ma took a deep sip of wine and replied, "I must venture out to gather medicinal herbs. There is a 90% chance I will return. If I have not returned by this time in 10 days, it means I have perished out there, and you should seek assistance elsewhere." "No. Is it truly that difficult? Can we not burn some paper money or use a substitute? Are the herbs unobtainable?" The woman's tone was filled with disbelief. "It is not that simple. Trust me. and wait for 10 days. Now leave. After departing, I inquired of Master Ma what herbs he needed. He mumbled a long string of names, but I could not discern a single word. Having consumed alcohol, Master Ma's riding was rather unsteady. The mountain path was treacherous, winding in an S shape. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, the old Taoist exhibited remarkable vigor, standing up to pedal vigorously in unlit areas, causing me to brace myself for a bumpy ride throughout. Master Ma resided in a secluded valley, where the entire village contained no more than a few dozen households. His home was quaintly traditional, comprising 3 thatched rooms, a central kitchen flanked by 2 bedrooms, with one room on the west repurposed as a storage space. How dilapidated could the house be? To put it bluntly, even a ramshackle house post-disaster would surpass it in condition. It is no exaggeration to say that the dwelling was worse than any disaster-stricken shelter. The lighting within relied entirely on moonlight, and a dilapidated rectangular cabinet constituted all the furniture, its age likely surpassing even that of my great-grandfather. If I were to stir the pot with Master Ma, it would be tantamount to having nothing to eat or drink, to the point of nearly bleeding from deprivation. I could not follow him, otherwise. How would I earn money to marry? Master Ma did not grant me any time to react, pulling me directly into the mountains. Not only was I unable to sneak away, but I didn't even manage to have breakfast. What exactly is ghost ginseng? I could not restrain my curiosity and asked. Master Ma rambled on with a lengthy explanation, and I grasped the gist of it. In the ancient forests of the greater Xing'an range, treasures abound, among which ginseng stands out as the most precious. People know ginseng as a medicinal herb and cherish it. Even the animals in the old woods, possessing a certain spirituality, recognize ginseng as a valuable item, with many animals specifically digging it up to consume. The emergence of ghost ginseng is closely linked to these animals. It is well known that ginseng flowers and bears red berries, which, when mature, become its seeds. Legend has it that a large rat in the old woods consumed the ginseng seeds, which were then ingested by an owl. However, the owl cannot digest the seeds, and by a fortunate twist of fate, it defecates in a graveyard. Crucially, this droppings must land on a grave mound, and the deceased must have been buried whole. Only under such conditions can ginseng sprout and be deemed ghost ginseng. It is said that the longer the deceased has been in the ground, the more potent the ghost ginseng's effects, as it absorbs the blood, flesh, and energy of the grave's owner. However, it is important to note that while ginseng is life-saving, ghost ginseng is lethal. As the saying goes, the king of hell calls for a person to die at midnight, while ginseng waits until dawn, whereas ghost ginseng is a deadly poison that, if consumed by an ordinary person, will surely cause them to foam at the mouth within the span of an incense stick. Yet, if ingested by someone with a grim reputation, it may yield unexpected effects. Once I had a rough understanding of what ghost ginseng entailed, I felt deflated and replied, Master, the growth conditions for ghost ginseng are exceedingly harsh. The likelihood of finding it is slimmer than winning the lottery. Master Ma scoffed, nonsense. Finding ginseng is a matter of probability, while the lottery is a study of statistics. Can they possibly be compared? Regardless of what kind of study it is, where shall we look? We must hurry and search for the path. I was somewhat bewildered. He had brought me out here, yet what path were we to search for? Shouldn't he know the way? Master, what path are we searching for? The path to enlightenment, he replied, leaving me both exasperated and amused. He continued, you must believe in probability. Look at the discs where a Japanese couple had a black child. It's all probability, understand? Upon hearing this, I felt an overwhelming urge to bury Master Ma in the mountains. He was utterly ridiculous. Hurry, let us finish visiting the graveyards of 10 miles and 8 villages today. If we do not find anything, we shall venture into the old woods tomorrow. We must find ghost ginseng. I was reluctant to visit the graveyard. That place felt too sinister. With me here, what is there to fear? He asserted. I protested. It's precisely because you are here. One moment you act like a monk, the next a Taoist, claiming to be a spirit medium. What exactly are you? I am a priest, a messenger of God, guiding you toward the light. Master Ma's irreverent demeanor made me grit my teeth in frustration. He was utterly unreliable. I sought an opportunity to slip away discreetly. After wandering for half a day, we had visited 4 or 5 graveyards without finding the ghost ginseng the Taoist desired. We did, however, encounter numerous owls. In our region, owls are referred to as morning birds, regarded as ominous omens. I sensed that following Master Ma was also an ill omen. During our midday rest, Master Ma offered me a cigarette. I was astonished. Master, I'm still a child. Why are you giving me a cigarette? Smoke it. You'll eventually need to. He insisted. I had once curiously picked up used cigarettes as a child, and now receiving a whole one stirred an inexplicable excitement within me. Once we finish smoking, we'll head straight into the mountains. There's no hope in the village graveyards. Into the mountains? Master, we have nothing with us, no food, no drink. It's easy to enter the mountains, but difficult to return. With me, you need not worry. Following you guarantees a swift demise. Master Ma shot me a glare. The old woods are filled with treasures. Do you think we will go hungry? We shall venture deeper into the mountains to seek the burial grounds of the lumberjacks from the Qing dynasty. Ghost ginseng must surely be found there. I shivered. I had heard tales of that place being haunted since childhood. Villagers spoke of encounters with ghosts by those who ventured there. And after being sealed off for hundreds of years during the Qing dynasty, many strange occurrences happened to those who entered. I want to go, I stated firmly. You little rascal, who do you think you're defying? Yesterday, you feasted heartily, and today you deny your debts? Master Ma's words struck a nerve. As I recalled indulging yesterday while the daughter of the family was ill. If I were to ignore it, could I still call myself a person? Yet, for heaven's sake, I must prioritize my safety. I held a dream of becoming a chivalrous hero. Yet my small stature made me fear that a single trip into the old woods might lead to ruin. Though I was impoverished, I harbored aspirations to become a great hero like Hui Yuanjia, defending justice and roaming the world with a sword. In plain terms, I simply wished to be a noble man. Kid, I ask you, what do you desire? I want a partner. Master Ma glared at me in exasperation, prompting me to quickly amend my response. I wish to be a great hero like Hui Yuanjia. Upon hearing this, Master Ma burst into laughter, reprimanding, You little rascal. Why must you aspire to be Hui Yuanjia? He was from Tianjin, and you know what his accent sounds like, right? Just imagine, Hui Yuanjia, out there defending justice, opening his mouth and saying, What's the matter? Do you think there's any chivalry left in that? His mockery of my idol filled me with resentment towards this old Taoist, leading me to retort, There's another person. Who? The ancestor of Taoists, Zhang Sanfeng. With that, I hastily ran off, fearing a slap from the Taoist. Master Ma fumed, muttering curses under his breath. I vowed this was the only time I would disrespect my master. Never to repeat such insolence again, for the old man was remarkably quick on his feet. After a friendly exchange, Master Ma led me further into the mountains. It was said that he was an enlightened individual, aware of my underlying issues. He promised that if I behaved well, he would take me as a little apprentice and even arrange for her to be my child bride. My desire to leave Master Ma stemmed from a wish to earn money, with the ultimate goal of marrying. Master Ma's proposition was straightforward: food, drink, and a wife. What more could one want? However, if I were to be honest, my true aim was not simply to acquire a little apprentice, but to learn genuine skills from Master Ma. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Chapter 6. The devious Taoist. Having followed Master Ma for most of the day without food or drink, I felt parched and quenched my thirst with water from a puddle. Hunger gnawed at me, yet I endured. My legs trembled from fatigue, and the sight of the Taoist appeared as though he had 2 heads and 4 legs. Fortunately, there were small wooden cabins left by hunters in the old woods, providing shelter from the wind and rain at night. There's an unwritten rule in the mountains. Anyone may stay in these cabins, but one must leave behind firewood and provisions for future travelers. I had just lit a candle in the cabin when Master Ma opened his satchel that he had carried all the way, revealing a roasted chicken. The glistening orange chicken made my eyes sparkle. As I leaned in closer, Master Ma handed it to me. I was taken aback for a few seconds, saying, Master, you should eat first, or we can share it. This isn't tea for you to eat. What do you mean? It's not for eating. We haven't had anything to eat all day. I'm giving you this roasted chicken, but you cannot eat it tonight. You must do as I say. No. Why not eat? Leave the chicken here. By the time the next group arrives, it will surely be spoiled. I was utterly bewildered. Master Ma pointed to a plate on the wooden table, saying, Wipe the plate, while Master Ma once again produced paper money and incense, instructing me to find a more level area outside, where I was to place the roast chicken, light the incense first, and then burn the paper money. Bowing 3 times once the flames extinguished, I exclaimed in alarm, Master, won't this summon restless spirits from the depths of the mountains? Isn't this courting death? Master Ma wrapped his long fingers against the wooden table, his piercing gaze unsettling, intensified by the flickering candlelight, leaving me momentarily dazed. A terrifying thought struck me. Having doubted Master Ma's profession, I now questioned his humanity. Do as I say, he commanded, nearly shouting. Trembling, I carried the roast chicken out of the wooden hut, greeted by an oppressive darkness. The calls of mountain crows and wild beasts echoed around me, and the chilling mountain breeze made my legs tremble uncontrollably. Finding a level spot seemed futile. I decided to burn the offering right at the doorstep. For who could fathom what mischief Master Ma was plotting? Having lived in the village for many years, I understood the customs of burning incense and paper money during the Qingming and Zhongyuan festivals. If one could not visit the graves, it was customary to burn paper at the village entrance to honor ancestors. Before burning, a circle had to be drawn to prevent the paper from being stolen, and a few sheets were to be cast outside the circle as a gesture to appease wandering souls. Yet this persistent priest had not instructed me to draw a circle, and though I was uncertain of its efficacy, the paper money was unmistakably intended for the restless spirits. I cursed inwardly, preparing everything, yet my hands betrayed me. The box of matches refused to strike. I contemplated cursing the priest again. Surely, a mere incantation shouldn't cost him more than a few coins. Why not buy a simple lighter instead of indulging in some sentimental ritual that required the choking smoke of kindling? After several attempts, the incense finally caught fire. But an eerie scene unfolded. The 3 sticks burned at vastly different rates, 2 quick and 1 slow, with the slow one extending a full inch beyond the others. A sense of dread gripped me. Something foul was afoot. I hastily ignited the paper money, wishing to complete the task and retreat indoors as swiftly as possible. Just as the flames flickered to life, a whirlwind erupted around me, multiple currents spiraling, whipping the paper money into a chaotic frenzy, embers and white smoke swirling everywhere. At one point, 2 owls swooped down, perching on the roof of the hut, their large, luminous eyes rotating in unison, fixated on me. My heart raced. This was too uncanny. I no longer cared if the paper money burned completely. I quickly bowed and attempted to return indoors. In one fluid motion, however, I collided with the door, only to find it locked. The wretched old priest had barred me out, leaving me to pound and rattle the door in vain. With silence echoing from within, my heart raced to an unbearable pace, threatening to leap from my throat. A wave of helplessness washed over me. The howling winds behind me, the mournful hoots of the owls above, and the distant cries of wild beasts made me question whether the priest was man or specter. I cried out to the heavens, but received no answer, nor did the earth respond. I felt an unsettling presence behind me, as if something was watching me from the shadows, sending chills down my spine. Terrified, I dared not turn around, pressing myself against the wooden door, praying for Master Ma to show mercy and allow me entry. Regardless of whether he was human or ghost, I had come to know him over the past few days. Familiarity, I thought, could be advantageous. Compared to the wandering spirits outside, I preferred the company of the priest. Then a disquieting thought crossed my mind. Was the old priest planning to use me as a sacrifice? I recalled tales from my childhood, where village shepherds spoke of priests who lured children to remote altars in the woods, harvesting their life essence. My heart sank. I wasn't ready to die. I had yet to marry and live my life fully. Why must I face such a fate? Ancestors, spirits of the departed, cease your smoke and ignite a fire instead. Save your descendants, I silently implored. In truth, at that moment, I beseeched every deity I could think of, from my ancestors to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, to the myriad gods of heaven, even Mazu from the sea and Jesus from the west. I even called upon Santa Claus multiple times. Yet, my prayers seemed futile. The more anxious I became, the more my mind spiraled into dark imaginings, envisioning scenes from the corpse of the mountain village and the blood-soaked altar from young Justice Bao. Even conjuring images of Sadako from Japanese horror. I had to shake these thoughts. Fear could kill. I needed to think of something uplifting. I forced myself to recall moments from comedic films, snippets flooding my mind. The monk with the lantern, dancing with ducks, when peaches ripen, and the lotus flower sutra. Yes, indeed. The power of attraction could be a double-edged sword. If wielded well, it could vanquish all manner of malevolent spirits. I tried to think of heroic figures. Ida Ijima, Maria Ozawa, Asa Akira. To my dismay, these usually reliable icons of strength offered no comfort, leaving me devoid of interest. Desperation surged within me. Yet I recalled that dispersing blood throughout my body could embolden me. Suddenly, I felt emboldened, recalling the times Stephen Chow's characters found strength in absurdity. I had no idea what ancient heroes might have relied upon for strength in their trials. I shrugged off the aches and fatigue, feeling as if I could ascend 6 flights of stairs in one breath. After running a short distance, a flickering light caught my eye ahead, resembling a bonfire. I approached cautiously, only to discover 5 men huddled around the flames, fast asleep beneath tattered sheepskins. Their rugged attire suggested they were hunters or perhaps bearers of some cargo. Certainly not ordinary folk. They remained oblivious to my presence as I stood beside them, contemplating whether to greet them or let them rest undisturbed. Ultimately, I decided to sit quietly by their side, hoping to wait out the night, believing that once dawn broke, all would be well. In truth, I too harbor a fear that they may be malevolent beings. This is evident. Those who can endure a night in the mountains are either reckless adventurers or unscrupulous poachers. Nevertheless, regardless of their nature, wrongdoers are still human, and as long as they possess humanity, they offer me a semblance of safety. Just as I began to catch my breath and contemplated dozing off for a moment, I sensed something was amiss. Sitting beside the campfire, I felt no warmth. Instead, a chilling draft pierced through me. Even in the depths of winter, one should experience some heat when seated by a fire, especially during autumn. Something was definitely wrong. The fire was peculiar. No one was adding fuel, yet the flames remained static, or perhaps the flickering was unnaturally repetitive. This reminded me of the fire pits at the temple during the New Year, where a light and fan lay beneath a red cloth. And when the switch was turned on, the cloth's movements mirrored the flames before me. A cold sweat trickled down my neck as I glanced at those nearby. They appeared to be asleep, yet they exuded an air of unconsciousness, breathing, but unresponsive. Normally, when camping in the mountains, one would keep a lookout. What were these individuals up to? Cautiously, I lifted the tattered sheepskin covering one of them, and a shiver ran down my spine. The frayed edges of a coarse hemp coat revealed greasy, twisted black cotton beneath. My heavens, this was the attire of the Qing dynasty. Could they possibly be spirits from that era? Yet that seemed implausible. As a mere mortal, how could I see ghosts? To confirm, I swallowed hard, mustered my courage, and prepared to awaken a familiar-looking elder. At worst, I'd receive a kick. If he could kick me, that would still be a good sign. What do you want? A burly man grumbled. I was almost moved to kneel before him. He was undeniably human, a living person. I ask you, what is your purpose? Oh, nothing much. I lost my way and sought companionship for the night. The man, visibly irritated, gestured dismissively. Hurry now, find a place to sleep. I've just eaten and don't wish to be disturbed. A wave of relief washed over me. This was indeed human company. However, to be safe, I decided to distance myself from the fire. Channeling the skills of the Monkey King, I drew a protective circle around myself with my own urine. Legend has it that cinnabar, peach wood, dog blood, and boy's urine are potent wards against evil, regardless of their efficacy. It was better to have some protection than none at all. I yearned for sleep, yet my stomach growled in hunger, but with no food available, I had to endure. Fortunately, the surroundings were eerily quiet, and I soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, I awoke to a searing pain across my body, and beneath me was an unyielding hardness, as if I were resting on a wooden plank. The people around me had vanished, and the fire pit was gone. Confused, I slapped my own face to ensure I wasn't dreaming. Had this group departed? Examining my arms, I noticed numerous scratches. Evidently, branches had clawed at me during my frantic escape. As I felt beneath me, my hand snagged on something. To my horror, I discovered it was a human femur. Damn it, I cursed, hastily rising and wiping my hands on my clothing. Awake, are we? I turned to find Master Ma behind me, an unexpected presence. I shot him a glare. What exactly do you want? He chuckled. You ungrateful wretch, what do you think? I've brought you food. With that, he produced a roasted chicken and continued. You've traveled quite a distance, haven't you? After a moment's hesitation, I accepted the chicken and devoured it voraciously, not wishing to engage him in conversation until I had satisfied my hunger. The flavor was unlike what I had anticipated. Lacking aroma, it felt akin to chewing wax. But at least it was edible. Once finished, I resolved to continue my journey into the mountains. I'm not going. I want to go home. Home. In these vast mountains, how do you intend to exit? How can I not? I met several people last night. Oh, how can you be sure they were human and not spirits? Master Ma's words sent a chill down my spine. Deep down, I too sensed that those I encountered were not entirely human. Yet, it was daytime now, and even the most formidable spirits dare not manifest in the light of day. With the daylight hours at my disposal, I was certain I could find my way out. Chapter 8. The enigmatic Taoist. I had firmly resolved to part ways with Master Ma. I did not consider myself a traitor devoid of loyalty. Having known him for merely 2 days, my emotional investment was minimal. It was akin to visiting a pet shop, becoming fond of one puppy, only to find another even more endearing upon returning with money. How does one choose? Moreover, the puppies in the pet shop do not bite, while Master Ma, on the other hand, was known to consume flesh. As the saying goes, it is better to live a wretched life than to face death, in the face of mortality. All else is but dust. I'll be descending shortly. Do you wish to come along? I informed the Taoist. Wait a moment, we need to have a chat. Chat about what? Master Ma casually picked up a skeletal bone, sat down as if it were a cushion, entirely unperturbed. Reminiscent of workers on a construction site using helmets as seats. That is a human bone. Respect the dead. You, last night, opened your spiritual eye. Did you know that? What nonsense. Is it that simple? One must study for years to attain such a skill. With me, you opened your heavenly eye in one night and repelled evil spirits in two. Would you care to try? I replied curtly, you seem quite amiable, but I have no interest in learning or trying. I was blunt in my response, at that age of 13 or 14, with little life experience. I only considered immediate concerns. How can I put it? Even a dilapidated temple feels like home, better than a life of wandering. Master Ma chuckled, if you return now, won't the villagers mock you for learning nothing? You bowed thrice before leaving the village. I bet the pit is still there. If I, Xu, cared about my dignity, I wouldn't have lived to this day. I've rummaged through trash for food. What dignity is there to uphold? And what of the future? Will you continue to scavenge? What of your children? His words struck a nerve, revealing a vulnerability I hadn't considered. I was so consumed with thoughts of marrying that I had overlooked the future for any offspring. Yet, in my competitive youth, I was reluctant to concede. And so I retorted defiantly, that's none of your business. Decay cannot be sculpted. Agarwood, however, is valuable even in its decay. Agarwood serves as a medicinal material. It retains its fragrance in life and death, useful in both states. And what of you? What purpose do you serve? Moreover, agarwood is precious because its lineage is of agarwood. What of yours? Can your parents secure you a job? Can they provide for your needs or connect you to the officials for sustenance? Master Ma's words left me blushing with embarrassment. If I returned, I would be left to scavenge for survival. Master, I was wrong. I, Xu, prided myself on being perceptive. Perhaps I was simply shameless. I knelt before the Taoist. Though I had never received formal education, I understood the basics of right and wrong. Master Ma spoke truths, without the moralizing tone of some elders. He was teaching me how to survive. Master Ma was taken aback for a moment, then resumed his lascivious demeanor. Well, there's hope for you yet. Stick with me, and while I cannot promise wealth, you'll at least have enough to eat and live without worry. When you grow up, you'll be able to feed yourself and perhaps even raise a couple of sons to enjoy life. 2 would be exceeding the limit. The state mandates 1 child per family. No one is permitted to have more. Master Ma scolded, you clever lad, but your cleverness is merely a petty sort, at best. You're just clever in trivial matters. Let me ask you, do you know why I left you outside yesterday? Because you're a scoundrel, what else? Master Ma chuckled wickedly, his grin reminiscent of a conniving character who had just gained an upper hand. Do you know of the 5 lanterns and the horsemen? I shook my head vigorously. What of the horsemen? Do you understand them? I continued to shake my head. And what of the Taoist? This question I could answer. I replied, aren't you a priest? What a dreadful situation. Without further ado, let us delve into the essence of Taoism and its practices. In our village, there is a man who claims to be a Taoist priest in the city, capable of wielding thunder and earth fire, capable of healing and inflicting poison, truly formidable. Master Ma, with a perplexed expression and a hint of fear in his eyes, retorted, what nonsense. There cannot be such powerful Taoist priests. I pondered for a moment and replied, I truly don't know the specifics, but I've heard of a place called Mundane Earth City. It is said to be quite impressive. Mundane Earth City? Is that in the south? I've never heard of it, he replied, shrugging to indicate his ignorance. The old Taoist then shifted the conversation, asking, what do you know about Taoist priests and Taoism? I responded, I have seen them on television. They are quite remarkable, capable of summoning rain, creating waves, and even refining alchemical potions. Master Ma inhaled deeply, his gaze directed at me as though he wished to slay me, his molars grinding audibly. I protested, Master. You switch between Taoist priests, monks, shamans, and even priests. In just 2 days of knowing you, I have encountered 4 different professions, and I am rather bewildered. You are utterly uninformed, lacking any knowledge, so naturally, you will not comprehend these matters. I sighed in response, while Master Ma rambled on about various topics, such as Taoist soldiers and the 5 scarred soldiers, narrating it as if he were telling a tale. Had I the means, I would have certainly rewarded him with some tea money. I felt a sense of reconciliation with the Taoist, regardless of whether he is a man or a spirit. At least he does not wish me harm. Although Master Ma is a bit abrasive, he has efficiently enlightened me about the Yin-Yang eyes and the soldiers of the Tao. Regardless of whether the lonely souls I paid homage to yesterday wish to assist me, at the very least, I have made a start in expressing my desire for their support. Master Ma, possessing superior stamina, traversed day and night without rest. He often mocked me, claiming that I, a man capable of urinating against the wind, could not compare to him, a frail old man who merely got his shoes damp in the breeze. Faced with his agile steps, I found myself at a loss for words, as I suspected this old fellow possessed some form of lightness in his movements. In truth, from the very first day we entered the mountains, there was no longer a discernible path, We merely sought areas where the grass was lower and the trees sparse, navigating around them one by one. The Taoist objective was clear: to locate abandoned logging sites from the late Qing dynasty. Allow me to clarify what a logging site is. During the decline of the Qing dynasty, as the royal family weakened and uprisings erupted, many gentlemen from the northeastern regions ventured into the mountains to seek their fortunes, striving to provide for their families. Those who entered the mountains typically engaged in a few types of livelihoods: gold panning, logging, rafting, or ginseng digging. Logging and rafting could be seen as a collective endeavor, albeit with different roles. A group of loggers would ascend the mountains in search of dense forests and construct temporary shelters that could accommodate around 100 people, complete with kitchens and taverns. Larger logging sites might even have a few women, though not in the traditional sense of a brothel, but rather akin to those found in gold panning camps, where only a handful of women would operate taverns and engage in minimal flesh trade. This shelter, or small village, is what we refer to as a logging site. Chapter 9. Forest Hunters. Logging occurs year-round, typically when spring arrives and the rivers thaw. The inhabitants of the logging site would transport the timber they had felled throughout the year to the riverbank, bundling it into rafts to float downstream to places like Harbin and Mundane. The shelter erected by the riverside is known as a water site. The northeast is cold, and the greater Xing'an range is even colder, not to mention the heavy snow that traps the mountains. The scarcity of resources and lack of medical care means that even a minor cold could claim a man's life. Thus, those who survive in the logging sites are truly men among men, the bravest of the brave. There is a saying: once you enter a logging site, you may not die, but you will certainly shed a layer of skin. Working in the logging sites is perilous. Nevertheless, during the late Qing period, it was considered a means to earn quick money. Farmers toil in the fields for an entire year, often unable to afford a single hearty meal, which leads many gentlemen to choose to ascend the mountains. Many enter the mountains swearing that if they can earn money and return alive, they would not return as ghosts. However, the temptations of the outside world are far too alluring. Beginning in September, they start logging, and by March or April, when the river ice thaws, they begin to raft. Upon arriving in Harbin, it is already June or July, and the rafts must pass through numerous villages and towns, filled with taverns and restaurants, and even gambling houses. If one possesses strong willpower and avoids the casinos, they cannot escape the allure of the women along the riverbanks, who beckon as soon as they see a raft. Come, dear sir, the stove is warm, the wine is heated, and the meals are prepared. Come, take a bath, and let the girls ease your weary bones. After months of confinement in the mountains, how many men can resist such temptations? Do not assume that it is merely about indulging in carnal pleasures. There is money to be made in such trades, but the real focus lies in providing comfort for the men. Once they are satisfied, they may offer opium, and once one takes a puff, forget about the coins in their pockets. Some may even resort to selling their sons, daughters, or wives to fund their indulgence. It can be said that the banks of the river are rife with danger, where people exploit one another, a den of iniquity that devours men without leaving a trace. Upon reaching Harbin, loggers find themselves not only without money but also in debt to their bosses. With no other choice, they must return to the mountains, a cycle that will repeat for years to come. Why do I mention years? Because no matter how robust one may be, the harsh conditions of the mountains take their toll, with snow reaching waist height and winds that penetrate every layer. It is not long before a man's body succumbs to pain, aches in the arms and legs, and some may find themselves unable to rise from their beds. If they cannot work, they are of no use in the logging sites, and thus their ultimate fate is to either perish within the mountains or on the descent down, succumbing to frostbite, starvation, or illness. The unfortunate may even fall prey to bears or bandits. Consequently, the nearby mass graves are layered with corpses, serving as an undeniable haven for those seeking ghostly ginseng. However, logging sites are also places of great malevolence, for too many have died there, each harboring unfulfilled grudges. Especially those who passed away far from home, without anyone to honor them, become pure vengeful spirits. Although Master Ma possesses some skills, even the strongest tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, let alone a frail old man and a mere youth. 2 days later, we stumbled upon a logging site by chance. This site featured 2 rows of houses, each with about 10 rooms, enclosed by wooden stakes, with a lookout tower approximately 10 meters high, presumably erected a century ago. The wooden stakes had rotted so thoroughly that a mere touch rendered them to dust. Master Ma surveyed the area and instructed me to search for graves. I dared not venture alone, merely following closely behind the Taoist. In truth, finding graves was nearly impossible after a century. Any burial site would have been reduced to flat ground. To add to the discomfort, while wooden stakes may deter tigers, leopards, and wolves, mass graves lack such barriers, often leaving bodies exposed for wild beasts to feast upon. I could not ascertain whether there had ever been gravestones. Currently, no traces remained. Perhaps the gravestones had once been mere wooden boards, long since decayed. Thus, Master Ma and I could only circle the logging site in search of any remnants. "Who are you?" A hoarse voice called from nearby. I gasped, clutching Master Ma in fright. Master Ma was startled as well. Following the voice, we saw two ominous double-barreled shotguns. Behind them stood a stern-looking elder, his white hair resembling frost-bitten grass in winter, each strand dancing in the wind. His face, partially obscured, could not hide the deep scar that extended from his eye to his chin. He wore a sleeveless sheepskin coat, accompanied by animal skin trousers and deer-hide boots. Master Ma, taking the initiative, asked, "Who are you?" The elder stepped forward, still holding his guns, and barked, "Get lost." Master Ma scoffed, "And who might you be? A forest ranger? Spare us the nonsense and leave immediately, or my bullets won't discriminate." I was gripped by an overwhelming sense of fear. At that time, the shotgun was not merely loaded with a single bullet, it was filled with iron shot. While it might not be lethal, it would surely leave behind a multitude of small perforations on the target. Suddenly, Master Ma clasped his hands together and said, "Pardon my intrusion. I am here for a lengthy self-introduction. I have ascended the mountain in search of ghost ginseng to save a life. May the heavens and the earth bear witness. If I utter a single falsehood, let the heavens strike me down." The old man, looking skeptical, glanced at me, and Master Ma continued, "Brother, tell me, what kind of mischief would necessitate bringing a child along to the mountains?" The old man, realizing the absurdity, set down his shotgun and immediately replaced his stern demeanor with a smile. "Look at this situation. I thought you were treasure hunters. Come, come. Enter the house and have some drinks." I sighed in relief, utterly astonished that the house the old man referred to was the dilapidated mountain lodge that had been abandoned for over a century. To me, this lodge resembled a haunted house, with its overgrown weeds and the gnarled roots of ancient trees sprouting plump mushrooms and ear fungi. Among the numerous dilapidated structures, only one seemed to possess a hint of life, as it was adorned with bright orange corn cobs and vivid red dried chilies. Strangely, two white lanterns hung from the roof, crafted from thin paper, riddled with holes, and beneath the faded ink, the word sacrifice could be discerned. Such lanterns are typically used for the deceased's wake or to guide souls to the afterlife. This sight sent a shiver down my spine. I exchanged a glance with Master Ma, signaling that this place felt unclean. He seemed to grasp my unspoken concerns, yet he responded with a jovial demeanor, following the old hunter into the wooden house. The interior of the lodge, though modest, was well equipped. A clay bed with a quilt made of stitched sheepskin, and beside it, an antiquated stove boiling water. On the inside of the wooden door hung a tiger's head, desiccated yet retaining an air of dominance, with its eyes reduced to dark voids, while its fangs and whiskers still possessed a fearsome presence, capable of instilling dread. On one side of the wooden house, a wolf pelt was draped across the wall, the only other decoration in the sparse room. The old hunter produced a jar and two black porcelain bowls, saying, "Gentlemen, have a sip to ease your nerves." Master Ma, with a grin, accepted the offering without hesitation, tipping back a bowl of liquor in one swift motion. The old hunter refilled his drink, remarking, "Look at this. I thought you were treasure seekers." Master Ma chuckled heartily, clasped his hands, and declared, "This is excellent wine. We are indeed here to find a couple of ghost ginseng roots, and once we find them, we shall head back down." "What do they call you?" "Just call me Old Wong," the hunter replied. "I've lived my whole life in these mountains. No one calls me by my name." "Ah, young man, are you drinking?" he asked, glancing at me. I felt somewhat awkward, as I had never before tasted white liquor. Noticing my hesitation, Master Ma's expression turned stern. "You little rascal. Drink up. The elder has poured you a drink." Reluctantly, I brought the bowl to my lips. The aroma alone was intoxicating, likely around 60 or 70 proof. Initially intending to take a mere sip, I found myself compelled to drink deeply under Master Ma's watchful gaze. Perhaps I was born to be a drinker, for the liquor was not as unpleasant as I had anticipated. Rather, it slid down smoothly, an indescribable sensation that invigorated me. The old hunter roasted sweet potatoes for us over the fire, and with no side dishes available, we drank our liquor accompanied by mountain dates, warming ourselves as the alcohol took effect, loosening our tongues. Master Ma recounted his lineage, mentioning his mentors and detailing my background. The old hunter, now in his 80s, shared that he had spent his entire life in the mountains, never descending to the world below, content with the bounties of the forest. As he put it, The mountains are picturesque and bounteous. Why would one venture into the murky world below? As the alcohol began to take hold, I felt slightly intoxicated, my vision blurring. And I perceived Master Ma as having 2 heads and 4 eyes. Master Ma inquired, "Old elder, having guarded these old woods for so long, do you know where one might find ghost ginseng?" The old hunter replied, "Ghost ginseng is a rare find, you see. What are the odds that at the moment of death, a bird would drop its droppings upon a person?" I interjected, "But isn't it possible for it to grow on a grave mound?" The old hunter waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not quite the same. When a person is on the verge of death or has just passed, their blood still flows, allowing the ginseng to take root in human flesh. Such ghost ginseng possesses formidable potency. If it falls into the mouth of a person, that is the finest ghost ginseng in existence, much like this liquor. There are both mild and strong varieties." This piqued Master Ma's interest, and he said, "Indeed, since we have ventured into the mountains, let us seek the finest. We must not let the potency be insufficient and tarnish my reputation as an elder. Old elder, lead us to where we might find ghost ginseng." The old hunter took a sip of his liquor and replied, "In all my years in these woods, I have never seen fine ghost ginseng. Perhaps you should try your luck at Killing Ghost Ridge." The mention of Killing Ghost Ridge sent a chill down my spine. In my understanding, that place could rival the depths of hell. Though I had never been there myself, I had heard tales from village elders. It was said to be a treasure trove, with a riverbed filled with gold nuggets sparkling in the sun. The banks were lined with ancient ginseng, each one standing tall with roots over a meter long. The surrounding woods were said to be teeming with spirits and natural energies, with legends claiming even mythical creatures like Qilin and phoenixes frequented the area. However, while Killing Ghost Ridge was rich in treasures, entering was easy, but escaping was another story entirely. The survival rate was abysmally low. With hundreds of people having ventured in over the past century, only one emerging, covered in ancient ginseng but driven to madness, forever grinning foolishly at anyone who approached. Some claimed he had left his soul behind in Killing Ghost Ridge. No one knew the true nature of the place, but it was widely accepted that once one entered, there was no return. Many tales circulated, often embellished with each retelling. During the Republic era, a band of bandits from the Kanto region ventured into Killing Ghost Ridge, leaving only a young boy outside to guard their horses. As soon as the bandits entered, they encountered something sinister. They formed a circle, pacing around an ancient cypress tree for days on end. The first to fall was trampled into a bloody pulp by the others, and eventually, those who survived the trampling succumbed to exhaustion. Curiously, a yellow weasel, larger than a dog, watched them, nodding its head as if counting their laps. The place was undeniably eerie, which is precisely why it was named Killing Ghost Ridge, because even spirits that entered could not escape. I couldn't tell if Master Ma was intoxicated or simply boasting when he chuckled and said, "Going to Killing Ghost Ridge sounds fine. If we can't find ghost ginseng, we can at least wander around." I cursed inwardly, thinking he must be delusional. Did he believe that place was a playground? One does not simply wander in Killing Ghost Ridge. It demands a life in return, with its ghostly walls, treacherous mountains, and bewitching weasels lurking within. The old hunter laughed heartily. "What audacity! Let us eat, drink, and rest well tonight, and tomorrow I shall accompany you into the mountains. At the very least, I can lend a hand." My mind was racing with thoughts of Master Ma's ancestors, as he had claimed to ascend the mountain in search of ghost ginseng without mentioning that he would trade lives for it. Wait a moment, hadn't Master Ma told the distressed person he would wait 10 days? If we did not return within that time, it would mean our demise outside. Damn it. That cunning old Taoist knew full well that Killing Ghost Ridge was his final trump card. I cursed under my breath. He had lived long enough, while I was still young, yet to experience the joys of life. I found myself unwilling to engage in a reckless venture with Master Ma. Thus, I whispered, "You two go tomorrow. My presence would only be a hindrance. I shall remain here to safeguard the home, and I assure you, I shall do so well. What is there to watch over this dilapidated wooden raft? Whoever desires to stay may do so. What of it? Who could possibly move my bed after just one night?" retorted the old hunter. A surge of frustration welled within me, and Master Ma chuckled. "It matters not who stays behind, but young master, you must go. Can this task be accomplished in your absence?" My teeth ground together in irritation. Perhaps it was the protracted absence from the living that rendered the old hunter exuberantly animated. Though his words were few, his enthusiasm for drink was boundless. Regardless of what the old Taoist or I uttered, the old hunter would insist, "Drink." Master Ma welcomed the challenge, raising his cup without hesitation. As the night progressed, the potent liquor flowed into my mouth like water, devoid of any discernible flavor. My senses dulled. I oscillated between lucidity and a hazy stupor, sometimes startled awake to realize I was still partaking in the revelry. As the merriment reached its peak, the old hunter broke into song. The melody eluded my comprehension, yet it resonated beautifully. In a playful spirit, I clacked my chopsticks to the rhythm. And in a fleeting moment, I discerned a flicker of fear cross Master Ma's visage, a fleeting expression that left me questioning my own perception. No, it was indeed fear. I had never witnessed such an expression on Master Ma before, and it jolted my senses awake. What troubled him? Perhaps it was merely a psychological trick. But the more I observed Master Ma, the more I sensed something amiss. When the old hunter concluded his song, I seized the opportunity to suggest, "Let us step outside for a moment, Master." Master Ma erupted in laughter. "You little rascal, a mere pup cannot contain a jug of liquor. Come, I shall escort you." As we stepped outside the wooden cabin, Master Ma seized the collar of my neck, seemingly propelled by an unseen force, hastening our journey several hundred meters. I dared not inquire further, striving to keep pace with him. Master Ma, however, chose treacherous paths, deliberately leading me over protruding stones, and I stumbled along, struggling to maintain my footing. Eventually, we reached the shade of an ancient cypress tree, where Master Ma abruptly pressed me down to squat. I nearly toppled over. And before I could regain my balance, his elongated fingers delved into my throat. I could not ascertain if his technique was learned from the East, but I found myself retching uncontrollably, gasping for air as my throat burned. "Master, what are you doing?" I protested, bewildered. "Focus, be prepared to flee." "Why? Do you know what the old hunter was singing?" "What was it?" "The ghost play of the Northeast." A chill coursed through me. The hot liquor I had consumed finally roused me to clarity. Though I had never witnessed it firsthand, I possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the ghost play of the Northeast. Master Ma reassured me. "Pretend you are unaware, just keep it in mind. We must return shortly." "Return? Are you mad? Why would we go back?" I realized the perilous traps surrounding us, and without his guidance, escape would be impossible. It dawned on me why Master Ma had insisted on traversing the uneven stones. I had a faint comprehension of the hunter's traps, numerous and lethally effective. For instance, a pit over 2 meters deep, filled with sharp stakes, covered with pine needles and grass, would be fatal to any unfortunate creature that fell in, let alone a human. There were countless snares. Stepping into one could result in losing a toe or, at the very least, a fractured ankle. He sang the ghost play. Returning would be akin to courting death. By all that is sacred, let us proceed with caution. Keep your wits about you. The alcohol's effects had completely dissipated, leaving me cold with trepidation. Growing up in the greater Xin'an range, I held some knowledge of the ghost play of the Northeast. Unlike traditional ghost plays, which originated during the Shang dynasty as rituals to exorcise spirits and avert plagues, the ghost play of the Northeast was a genuine spectacle performed for the deceased. It was said that performances occurred during the full moon, specifically at midnight, with a platform rising 3 zhang high, surrounded by tables laden with offerings. The performers wore boar skull masks and draped themselves in tattered cloth, wielding drums crafted from human skin and stepping on soul-capturing bells. The performers were not ordinary individuals. They were often shamans or possessed by spirits, and their scripts were written in a language incomprehensible to mortals. The objective of traditional ghost plays was to appease the gods and exorcise malevolent spirits, whereas the ghost play of the Northeast aimed to placate the spirits of the deceased. The locals believed that all things possessed a spirit, and the forest was rife with vengeful souls. Thus, both divine and demonic entities required reverence from mortals. During the Republic of China, many communities would invite ghost play troupes to honor the mountain spirits and earth deities. As for those performing the Northeast ghost play, it was believed that ghosts were inherently fearful of the living, as humans radiated yang energy. Consequently, the performers endeavored to diminish their own yang energy. To this end, the troops adhered to strict rules, recruiting individuals of weak constitution, donning black robes year-round, and avoiding sunlight. They lived in forsaken houses or graveyards, devoid of any vitality. Furthermore, these performers rarely spoke, and any arrangements for a performance had to be made through the troop's manager, who dictated the schedule and offerings. In essence, these performers remained isolated from the outside world. The performances commenced at the stroke of midnight, reaching their zenith during the darkest hours, when the malevolent energies peaked, concluding before the break of dawn. Contemplating these revelations sent shivers down my spine. The very notion of an identity that straddled the line between human and ghost was profoundly unsettling. Master Ma's gaze was piercing as he fixed his stare on the mountainous terrain, gritting his teeth as he murmured, "Do you know what the ghost play performers consume? What do they eat?" "The flesh of deceased children." A wave of nausea washed over me, and I inquired, where could there be so many dead children? Master Ma cited the Qing dynasty's imperial family as an example. Since the reign of Emperor Xuanji, there had been 9 emperors with 146 offspring, of which 74 did not survive past the age of 15, yielding a survival rate of less than 50%. This was within the confines of royalty, a bastion of esteemed physicians and remedies. Common folk fared even worse. In agricultural societies, life was dictated by the sun, with little leisure for entertainment beyond procreation. Without contraceptives, childbirth was inevitable. In impoverished farming families, early marriages were the norm, girls wed at 14 or 15, toiling by day and giving birth by night. The frailty of their bodies resulted in even weaker offspring, leading to a dismal survival rate. Having articulated this, Master Ma lowered his voice. It is nearly time. Let us return to meet the ghost play performers. Will they consume me? I queried, apprehensive. It is uncertain. Ghost performers are notoriously sinister. Stay alert and consider whether they intend to ensnare us. I harbored the unsettling suspicion that Master Ma had discerned the truth the moment he encountered the hunter. At that moment, the hunter raised his gun, compelling us to leave, his true intention being our demise rather than sparing us. Oh, thieving Taoist! You who has seen through it all, why do you indulge in such excessive drinking? Upon returning to the room, the old hunter lay asleep at the table. As I surveyed the room, an unsettling thought crept into my mind. Could the tiger's head mounted on the wooden door be the mask the old hunter wore during his ghostly performances? The more I pondered, the more fear consumed me, and the more anxious I became, particularly since escape was not an option. The old hunter remained deeply asleep. Even as I adjusted his blanket, he showed no sign of awareness. This suggested that he was confident in our entrapment, perhaps convinced we could not escape. Alternatively, what if the old hunter bore no ill intentions? Yet, that could not be the case. When we first encountered him, he urged us to leave. A solitary hunter in the depths of the mountains must possess traps for self-preservation, not only to guard against malice, but also to fend off wild beasts. Would he not fear us falling into his traps if he allowed us to depart? He desired our own footsteps to lead us to our doom. Additionally, I could not fathom why the old hunter guided us toward the killing Ghost Ridge. Was it possible he genuinely wished to assist us? Furthermore, given his profound slumber, was he not concerned we might harm him? At this moment, my mind was flooded with questions. Master Ma, distracted, took another few sips of alcohol before collapsing onto the Kong in a deep sleep. I, too, felt weary, yet I dared not succumb to slumber, especially after the old Taoist's words regarding the performers of the Guangdong ghost play consuming children. I was the one occupying that childish position, merely a breath away from demise. The fire blazed warmly, the room felt inviting, and the effects of the alcohol weighed heavily upon my eyelids. Damn it all, to sleep. To sleep into a profound oblivion. If anything were to occur, at the very least, I had Master Ma for company. It was not merely about protection. In the event of calamity, I would have a companion on the road to the underworld. Upon awakening, I found myself enveloped in darkness. The decrepit windows allowed only faint rays of fractured moonlight to seep through, while the snores of the Taoist and the old hunter harmonized in a cacophony, providing no respite. Outside, the winds howled like a weeping woman, intermingled with the laughter of children, occasionally punctuated by the calls of wild beasts, each sound reverberating in my ears, stirring something deep within. Having indulged a bit too much during the day, I was uncertain whether the door had been locked. I resolved to rise and investigate. Also to relieve myself. Navigating through the darkness to the door, I found it bolted. Fearing to venture outside, I instead urinated against the door crack and, in a daze, perceived what seemed like a pair of glowing red eyes outside. The creature moved with astounding agility, darting away in less than a second. Startled, I recoiled, hastening back to the Kong, though my mind and body did not synchronize. I ended up soiling my trousers. As I ascended to the Kong, I abruptly halted, for I noticed a peculiar change in the wolf pelt on the wall. The fur swayed as if stirred by an unseen breeze, each hair standing erect like tendrils. My heart raced. Had I not just emptied my bladder, I would surely have soiled myself once more. Wolves are known for their keen instincts, and their pelts are believed to foretell danger. It is said that those venturing into the old forests must carry a wolf pelt, serving both as a blanket and a warning of impending peril. When danger lurks nearby, whether from tigers, leopards, or malevolent spirits, the wolf fur will rise in alarm. And an experienced individual can discern the nature of the threat merely by observing the movement of the fur. Though I lacked such experience, I could sense an unclean presence nearby through the wolf pelt's reaction. I hurriedly shook Master Ma, but the Taoist was in a deep slumber, unresponsive to my vigorous attempts to rouse him. Master, there is something foul outside, I hissed through clenched teeth. Sleep, sleep, Nothing can enter or exit here, he muttered, startling me, for those words belonged to the old hunter. I could not ascertain whether he spoke in his sleep or was answering my concerns. Yet the emphasis on nothing being able to escape sent chills down my spine. Upon glancing back at Master Ma, I found his eyes wide open, giving me a slight nod, as if to signal me to refrain from any rash actions. I could not help but internally chuckle. What could a mere child like me possibly do? Chapter 12. Offering to the King of Hell, I found myself continuously cursing Master Ma's ancestors. Master Ma, oh Master Ma, were you not so formidable? Why do you feign death at this moment? Pray, enlighten me on the proceedings. I regarded Master Ma, who seemed to be intently listening to something. I, too, strained my ears, and aside from the old hunter's snores, I discerned a faint creaking sound, akin to branches bending under pressure. Could there be a great beast in the trees? I cautiously shifted my position, preparing to peer outside the window. The moment I did, a chill coursed down my spine. The courtyard was swarming with yellow weasels, their green eyes shimmering like emeralds. Enchanted, they bobbed their heads back and forth. Normal weasels are merely over a foot long, yet these were the size of small dogs. Further ahead, the two large trees outside the fence were laden with corpses, at least 20, some already desiccated, their bellies distended like parchment. Some of the shriveled heads still bore unkempt hair over half a meter long, swaying in the wind. My head grew hot, and I collapsed onto the calm. When I regained consciousness, daylight had broken. I jolted upright, frantically searching for Master Ma, relieved to find him seated at the edge of the Kong, smoking. He was the only one present in the room. Where's the old hunter? I inquired. He has gone. I haven't seen him since early morning, he replied. I immediately glanced out the window. The two trees and others appeared unchanged. The eerie sights of the previous night had vanished. Had it all been a dream? No. The throbbing pain at the back of my head confirmed that it was not. I recounted yesterday's events in a hushed tone. Master Ma grinned, I know. The moment you collapsed, I, too, lost consciousness. It seems we both fainted simultaneously. What happened? We encountered someone with formidable skills. We must proceed cautiously. He does not wish for us to leave, and we cannot escape. For some reason, I feel unsettled this morning. I shall venture outside for a look. Do not go. Around this wooden house, we may move, but outside, there are red lines and bells, all rigged with traps. I clenched my teeth, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Looking up, I noticed a small basket hanging from the ceiling, woven from willow branches, covered by a sheet of yellow paper. I pointed towards the basket, and the Taoist nodded, glancing outside for the hunter's presence. I then rose to uncover the yellow paper. What is it? The Taoist asked. Identification cards, I stammered. What? The stack was as thick as 10 decks of playing cards, comprising both first and second generation IDs. The Taoist inhaled sharply, and I understood the implication. We had unwittingly stumbled into a den of thieves. I gritted my teeth and said, Master, do you have no plan? None. I cannot discern what protects this place. Its secrets elude me. Perhaps we should summon a deity? Master Ma shook his head. That would not be wise. This place is exceedingly malevolent, and even divination yields no clarity. What then? Let us wait for the old hunter to return and glean what we can from him. The pile of identification cards hanging there clearly indicated a grim fate of murder and silencing. Our situation seemed dire. Do not frighten yourself. Let us proceed cautiously. We cannot flee now, so we must remain calm. I clenched my teeth. Proceeding cautiously implies we should prepare for the worst, waiting for the old hunter to return and deliver our doom. In the days of yore, many brigands roamed the old forest, often luring people with various enticing offers, claiming they sought ginseng, recruiting for forestry patrols, or even proposing ventures into the mountains for gambling. Countless excuses lured individuals to their demise, leading straight to robbery and murder. In the depths of the old forest, disposing of a body would confound even the most diligent police investigators, leaving them to wander aimlessly. Awakened from my slumber, I took a turn around the entrance, discovering a shrine behind the house. Can you guess to whom it was dedicated? My heart brimmed with indignation at such a moment. Why the pretense? I retorted, the mountain god, perhaps? Yet the offerings were for King Yin, the ruler of the underworld. A chill gripped me, my mind momentarily clouded. In traditional culture, King Yin remains a taboo subject, one that most would avoid even glancing at, let alone worship. What could possess one to venerate the King of Hell? Master, could it be that you are mistaken? The figure adorned with a black face, crimson lips, and a purple gold crown, seated upon a chair of deep red, unmistakably bore the likeness of King Yin. I swallowed hard. By the Taoist description, it was indeed a statue of the King of Hell. But such a rationale eluded me. Why would anyone offer homage to him without cause? I stared blankly at Master Ma, shaking my head and muttering, I have no thoughts on it. However, last night I beheld dozens of corpses hanging from a tree across the way. Could that be connected? Is this a haunting, invoking the spirit of King Yin? Impossible. Those are merely the punishments meted out to disobedient souls or bandits, spirits from the late Qing dynasty and the Republic era. I have seen them, none are modern. Indeed, the yellow weasels here are extraordinarily large and peculiar, Master Ma remarked, a look of confusion etched across his face. Master, if this proves too much, should we not alert the authorities? Let them handle it, I suggested, regretting my words immediately, for I had never seen Master Ma wield a mobile phone. I have many soldiers at my disposal, yet this place exudes an eerie aura. I cannot sense anything. I found myself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Master Ma sprang to his feet, scanning the room. He extracted a sewing needle from a piece of wood, rubbed it with wolf hair, and tossed it onto the Kong. An uncanny scene unfolded as the needle stood upright, causing my face to pale. Master, what is happening? Is the magnetic field disturbed? Are there spirits present? Hard to say. Hard to say indeed. In the next moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside. I tiptoed to peer out, spotting an old hunter striding toward the wooden cabin. A roe deer slung over his shoulder, an unmistakable aura of menace surrounding him. Kid, act as if nothing has transpired. Understood. Master Ma opened the door, greeting him. Old brother, where have you been? You didn't even give us a heads up. Ah, a guest has arrived. I had nothing to offer. So I thought I'd bring home a roe deer for a feast. Why not call me along? It would be good to have a companion. My old bones still have their uses. It's no trouble at all. With a thud, the old hunter cast the roe deer beside the stove and drew his waist knife, preparing to gut it. I glanced at the deer, feeling nauseated. Its head was a bloodied mess, possibly shot in the eye. The old hunter was indeed an excellent shot, yet something felt amiss. This wasn't the work of a double-barrel shotgun. Having seen hunters in the village, I knew that a double barrel would leave a larger wound. While this deer had only a single bullet hole, more akin to having its skull blown off entirely. I looked at the Taoist. His expression revealed that Master Ma had likely discerned the underlying truth. His jaw lifted slightly, and I understood. Master, why not skin it outside? We'd avoid a bloodbath indoors. The old hunter smiled at me. Why not outside? You just answered your own question. I was bewildered. The old hunter explained. The beasts in the mountains have keen noses. If they catch a whiff of blood, neither wolves nor bears are to be trifled with. Well, we do have guns, I said, picking up the old hunter-s rifle, its barrel icy cold, devoid of the scent of gunpowder. Kid, don't mess around. The fire-s lit. Feigning panic, I dropped the double-barrel shotgun as if it were a hot potato. Chapter 13. Testing each other. I had already arrived at a conclusion. This roe deer was not slain by the old hunter, at least not with this gun. Moreover, double-barreled shotguns require separate loading of powder and shot, typically stored in different containers. Powder in a gourd, shot in a cloth bag. Yet, the old hunter had neither a gourd nor a bag on him. Where were his supplies? With deft hands, the old hunter skillfully wielded a wooden-handled dagger. With a swift motion, he severed the deer's leg, and with a flick, the crimson and white entrails tumbled to the ground. His technique was so professional that even the village butcher, renowned for his pig slaughters, could not rival his skill. Familiarity with his methods tightened my chest. I could not fathom the old hunter's intentions. Master Ma, puffing on his cigarette, remarked, Old brother, there are patients waiting for me down the mountain. Time is of the essence. We must set off to find the ghost ginseng. It won't hurt to wait a moment. Let me roast some meat to bring along. Old brother, I mean no offense, but the ghost-killing ridge is a place of certain death. For your health, it may be wise to avoid such peril. We will search the vicinity, and if we find nothing, we shall have no choice but to accept it. The old hunter stood tall. Do not underestimate my age. Carrying a 50 or 60-pound roe deer is a mere trifle for me. I have lived here my entire life. The ghost ginseng you speak of exists only at Ghost Killing Ridge. Have you been to Ghost Killing Ridge? After a brief pause, the old hunter replied, Been there? You've never seen a pig run if you've never tasted pork. That place is a treasure trove, abundant with all manner of things. The exchange between Master Ma and the old hunter felt like a dance of Tai Chi, each probing the other while revealing little. To me, neither was ordinary. While the old hunter prepared to roast some meat, I speculated that he had no intention of hastily engaging us. If that were the case, he wouldn't bother with provisions. Yet, why was the old hunter so insistent on taking us to Ghost Killing Ridge? The current situation dictated that we would not venture there willingly. Rather, he appeared determined to lead us. What was his true motive? I scrutinized the old hunter, unable to decipher his intentions. Master Ma seemed equally perplexed. While traversing the old forest was feasible, evading the hunter's traps was indeed a challenge. The cunning foxes claimed many lives each year in such snares. As they say, it's better to be safe than sorry. To illustrate, consider a 50-meter stretch of road where there's a 1% chance of being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Though the odds are slim, most would hesitate to cross. After a morning of smoke and fire, at midday, the old hunter strapped on his rifle and provisions, leading us into the mountains. Every step we took mirrored the hunter's path. Shortly after leaving the hunting grounds, we encountered an eerie sight. Before us stood a gnarled, old locust tree, so large that it would take 3 or 4 people to encircle its trunk. Within a radius of several meters, not a blade of grass grew. The ground polished to a mirror-like sheen. Hanging from its branches were the lifeless bodies of yellow weasels, foxes, pheasants, and even chicken-headed snakes. Master Ma, upon witnessing the bizarre locust tree, gaped in astonishment, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. Old brother, what is the story with this tree? The old hunter's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression darkening as he murmured, the old forest harbors many sinister tales. Keep your head down and walk swiftly. With that, he took several steps forward. Noticing Master Ma and I frozen in place, he turned back, his voice cold. If you wish to survive, follow me. Without waiting for our response, he continued onward, indifferent to our reactions. Master, what should we do? Let us proceed cautiously, I muttered to myself, cursing inwardly. For we had taken so many steps already without uncovering any clarity. The old hunter walked silently ahead, and the Taoist priest also remained mute, which made me feel somewhat anxious. My mind was in turmoil, vividly recalling the scene by the locust tree. It was hard to dismiss. As the old adage goes, the locust tree harbors spirits, drawing in the souls of the dead. Could it be that the ancient locust tree was possessed by a malevolent spirit? I shook my head, refusing to indulge in such thoughts, and broke the silence, asking, Sir, how much longer until we reach Ghost Killing Ridge? The old hunter grumbled, 3 days. 3 more days? Where shall we rest? I inquired. The earth provides. There is always somewhere to stay. I then turned to Master Ma, saying, with 3 days to go and 3 days back, plus the time spent entering and exiting the mountains, it seems we won't return for 10 days. We'll take it step by step, he replied. Once again, it was the same phrase. I looked up, scanning for any signs of hanged ghosts, contemplating the misfortune that might befall Master Ma. The term hanged ghost here does not refer to a supernatural entity, but rather to the gnarled branches of dead trees, colloquially known as Old Hanging Lord. Though they are merely dead branches, they carry an unsettling aura. Years ago, it was said that every few years, someone from a nearby village would meet their demise under the weight of an old hanging lord. Master Ma kept repeating step by step. Was he hinting at something? Was he suggesting that I should observe his every move? Or was he simply lost in his own thoughts, indifferent to conversation? Chapter 14. Reading between the lines. Having relied on the charity of others since childhood, I learned to be astute and perceptive, skills essential for survival. Regardless of Master Ma's intentions, I knew that following in his footsteps would keep me safe. As we trudged through the oppressive atmosphere, night fell. The old hunter found a rocky outcrop and constructed a makeshift shelter using dry twigs and leaves. Master Ma and I gathered some branches, creating a firebreak before igniting a campfire. The 3 of us sat around the fire, silently chewing on dried roe deer meat. The atmosphere was peculiar. Neither Master Ma nor the old hunter engaged in conflict, not even a verbal spat. Yet, they seemed to harbor deep-seated grievances, refusing to speak to one another. Just yesterday, they had shared drinks and laughter, and now they were like strangers. To inject some levity, I attempted to initiate various topics, inquiring about the existence of large monkeys in the mountains or any strange occurrences in the old forest. However, both the old hunter and Master Ma responded with curt answers. Ending the conversation swiftly, I realized I needed to probe the old hunter in a manner that Master Ma could not. Thus, I asked, Sir, how long have you been venturing into the old forest? Without lifting his gaze from the fire, the old hunter replied, indifferent, as long as I can remember. I've forgotten when it began. Then how did you come to sing ghost plays? The old hunter's body stiffened momentarily as he slowly turned to fix his electric gaze upon me, sending a shiver down my spine. Nevertheless, I feigned composure, exuding confidence. Sir, wasn't it ghost play you sang last night? Master Ma interjected sharply. You little rascal, spouting nonsense. What do you know, you little child? It must be ghost play. I've heard the village elders speak of it, I insisted. Rascal, stop your prattling. The old hunter shot me a glance, then looked at Master Ma before abruptly lifting his gourd of wine and grinning. All right, you too, stop the banter. Ask what you wish. I glanced at Master Ma, who wore a blank expression, akin to a young wife caught in infidelity, looking utterly helpless. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Old brother, I have no questions. The child is just rambling. I'll deal with him later." The old hunter, with a sardonic smile, replied, "If you have questions, ask. At our age, what taboo remains? You must have emerged from a ghost play troupe, right?" The old hunter, his eyelids drooping as he gazed into the fire, affirmed, "Indeed. I was born into a ghost play troupe." Master Ma, taken aback, exclaimed, "I've heard that those who perform ghost plays have boys as boys and women as stone women, and that the singers do not engage in the usual affairs between men and women. How could there be children?" The old hunter fell silent for a few seconds before slowly responding, "What you've heard is true. I grew up in a ghost play troupe, but I am not a product of ghost play." After a moment of reflection, the old hunter continued, "I believe I was born in the 1930s. I do not know the exact year, nor do I know who my parents were. At that time, the ghost play troupe passed by a mass grave, and I was found crying amidst the dead children." His words exuded a sense of quiet endurance, the firelight casting shadows upon his white beard, rendering him a figure of melancholy. Master Ma handed the old hunter a cigarette, saying, "Enough, brother, those years are long past. Let them be." Only then did I notice a hint of moisture at the corners of the old hunter's eyes. As an orphan, I could empathize with his feelings, abandoned at birth. Perhaps a lifelong burden. Master Ma continued, "Some children are born without crying, remaining silent. Back then, people were puzzled, thinking the child had perished. Now it's termed apparent death in medical terms." I concurred. Fortunately, someone found him. The old hunter chuckled softly, his expression enigmatic. Suddenly, a thought struck me like lightning. The rumor that ghost performers consumed the flesh of the deceased. Could it be that these people sought out the mass grave to find talent and stumbled upon the child? The weighty topic rendered our atmosphere increasingly awkward, and the old hunter's tales yielded little in the way of useful clues. Noticing the lack of fruitful inquiry, Master Ma leaned back against a tree, seemingly ready to rest. The old hunter closed his eyes, yet his aged hands remained firmly gripping his gun. The next day, we traversed the old forest once more. By the evening of the third day, we arrived at a remarkable location. Why was it remarkable? Because, in my recollection, our surroundings had always been mountains upon mountains, ridges upon ridges, yet before us lay a vast plain, as flat as paper. Not to say it was boundless, but at least for 10 miles in every direction. It was level, save for a small hill shrouded in mist in the center. Between the mountains and the plain stood a wooden cabin, starkly out of place. Its roof bore a tattered banner, suggesting it had been there for some time. The fabric worn to tatters, yet one could still discern the character for wine. The cabin was quite large, roughly 100 square feet, and peculiarly, smoke billowed from its chimney. The old hunter shielded his eyes from the setting sun. Gazing at the cabin, we arrived. "We'll stay here tonight and enter Ghost Killing Ridge tomorrow." As we approached the cabin, a sense of unease washed over me. My heart racing, and goosebumps prickled my skin. The closer we drew, the more intense the sensation grew, and I could hear the sounds of revelry within, suggesting there were quite a few people inside. In such a remote forest, who could possibly be there? Chapter 15. Bandit jargon. The old hunter stepped forward to knock on the door, and the noise inside abruptly ceased. "Mushroom, what vine? Who est there? What is your name?" "Patchwork vine. Surname Foam." "What is what?" "It's too dark. I can't see you. What do you want?" "Country folk. Lower your arms. Put down your guns. Close the fire. Don't shoot." Upon finishing his response, silence fell inside. After waiting for about half a minute, the old hunter pounded on the door. "I don't have time to waste with you. Tell your boss that Feng Air has arrived." As soon as his words fell, the wooden door swung open, revealing a man in a dogskin hat, smiling ingratiatingly. Second master, it's been a while. Just come in and announce yourself. You've scared the brothers." With that, the man in the dogskin hat turned to call out, "Boys, second master is here. Bring out the good wine and heat it up." The old hunter remained expressionless, shoving past the man in the dogskin hat and entering the cabin, with us following closely behind. As we passed the man in the dogskin hat, he inhaled deeply, as if savoring the scent wafting from our bodies. Inside the room, 7 or 8 extraordinary individuals gathered: dwarfs, mutes, a legless man, a blind person with rolling eyes, a stout man with a bushy beard resembling the character Xu Gou'er, and a braided man wearing a round hat. Beside the counter stood a buck-toothed woman, seemingly not very bright. Among them, only the buck-toothed woman appeared somewhat youthful, likely in her 30s, while most others ranged from 30 to 40, with the oldest not exceeding 50. "Ah, the second master has arrived," someone exclaimed. "Please, take a seat and rest your feet. What brings you to this place?" The occupants of the room greeted the old hunter with warmth, while we seemed invisible to them. The old hunter surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "You've grown again. Sit Deepow. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and the legless man joked, "Indeed. I've grown a foot each year. In another 2 years, I'll be able to shoot hoops from my seat." The people in the room continued to greet the old hunter enthusiastically, while Master Ma and I wore frozen smiles, feeling increasingly ignored. When they glanced our way, their expressions shifted from flattery toward the hunter to that of hostility and disdain. An unsettling chill ran down my spine as I recalled the old hunter speaking in the dialect of bandits before entering, a vernacular associated with his bearded days. Both the people inside and the old hunter seemed well versed in this lingo, suggesting they were far from ordinary. We might have stumbled into a den of outlaws. Looking around, I felt akin to Su Xian stepping into a realm of spirits and demons. After some pleasantries, the man in the dogskin hat suddenly changed his demeanor, saying, "Second master, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. What's the matter? Has something happened? Is there a haunting? We've been waiting for you to sort it out." The old hunter suddenly turned his gaze toward Master Ma and me, stating, "These two are here to gather herbs in the mountains. They belong to our circle." At this, the crowd adopted a more relaxed demeanor towards us, and the man in the dogskin hat declared, "All guests are welcome. Let us serve drinks and food." The buck-toothed woman stiffly moved aside a curtain to enter another room. Seizing the opportunity, I surveyed this so-called tavern. To the left was a counter lined with jars of liquor and strings of garlic and chili peppers. On the right, a large kong stretched about 7 to 8 meters wide, cluttered with blankets. In the center stood 2 wooden tables adorned with jars of liquor, drinking bowls, and shelled peanuts. Directly ahead were 4 rooms partitioned by wooden dividers, each door draped with a thick curtain resembling a quilt. The old hunter pointed to Master Ma. "Earlier, you mentioned a haunting. Allow me to introduce Master Ma. He is a diviner who has come to find medicinal ingredients. And it seems he has arrived just in time for your predicament." Master Ma cupped his hands in greeting, while I straightened, awaiting the old hunter to introduce me. But he faltered. Setting aside notions of good and evil, I couldn't help but admire the old hunter's commanding presence. He was revered wherever he went. He continued, "Master Ma has skills. If he enjoys his drink, he can help you with any ailments or disasters." Upon hearing this, the crowd visibly relaxed, and the old hunter paused, asking what is going on. "Is it serious?" The man in the dogskin hat swallowed hard and stammered, Second master, this time it's serious. The big vat is haunted." A group of men gathered around the table, recounting the haunting at the big vat. As they drank, the aroma of chicken stewed with mushrooms wafted through the air, making my mouth water. Chapter 16. The Tavern in the Deep Mountains. The Big Vat is our local term, also referred to as a cotton bag, known elsewhere as a swamp. Originally, the Big Vat was a waterhole, a stagnant pool, albeit quite expansive, spanning about 10 miles in circumference. The Qing dynasty had prohibited entry into the greater Xin'an range for centuries, and when people returned, the area had dramatically changed. The waterhole had vanished, or rather, it had been filled with fallen leaves and branches, decomposing into a gelatinous substance that resembled glue made from sticky dough. It was not only unpalatable, but also slightly adhesive. Once a foot stepped into the big vat, even 8 men could not pull you out with ropes. Essentially, if you stepped into the big vat, you were effectively crossing the threshold to the underworld. Strangely, the big vat could grow large trees, while everything else would be pulled in. It is said that someone who stepped into the vat tied themselves to a tree with ropes, only to be sucked in regardless. At the center of the big vat, shrouded in white mist, lay the infamous Killing Ghost Ridge. Since the late Qing period, countless treasure seekers have attempted to traverse the big vat to reach Killing Ghost Ridge, employing various bizarre methods, such as walking on stilts, the earliest approach. Due to the varying depths of the big vat, this method resulted in the most fatalities. Another technique involved swinging from trees with ropes, relying on luck, as some trees were unstable. When the rope was pulled, they would collapse, leading to either death by falling or being sucked into the vat. Boating was the most common method, with many claiming that a path had been formed. If one followed that path, they had an 80 chance of reaching Killing Ghost Ridge. Yet, despite the many who entered, few emerged. Legends circulated that the mountain god only spared the likes of Lao Nian Ba, who had ventured in and out multiple times, bringing back several hundred taels of gold. Lao Nian Ba, a mute during the Republic period, was clever despite his silence. He had learned some arcane methods and skinned himself, applying catfish skin in layers. This process took years, as one could not remove too large an area at once. And the labor-intensive task of applying catfish skin took Lao Nian Ba 3 years just for his legs. The complete transformation took over a decade, and it is said that he remained completely hairless year-round, with the catfish skin thriving and developing ghostly patterns. With the catfish skin, Lao Nianba navigated the big vat with ease, retrieving many treasures before reportedly amassing enough wealth to relocate to Southeast Asia, where he acquired land and married multiple wives. Many misguided souls attempted to replicate Lao Nianba's method, but it was a peculiar endeavor. Either they succumbed to infection and death, or the catfish skin failed to adhere, sometimes even developing mold and turning green. Even knowing the path was perilous, some still believed they had the right idea. Thinking themselves chosen, and attempted various methods to reach Killing Ghost Ridge, with predictable results. It wasn't until before the establishment of the nation that the fervor for entering Killing Ghost Ridge began to wane. Since the founding of the nation, a wave of adventurers came about 7 or 8 years ago. They had no sense of time. I deduced it was around 1997. This group claimed to be a scientific research team, and at that time, the man in the dogskin hat warned them against entering, but they ignored him. Unable to carry too much gear into the deep mountains, they hastily crafted a wooden raft and set off into the big vat. 10 or so individuals ventured in, and 6 or 7 days later, only the buck-toothed woman returned. Before entering, she had not been buck-toothed but was a rather pretty girl. Upon her return, not only were her teeth protruded, but she also appeared dazed and incoherent, responding to no questions. She had not spoken a single word, her large eyes perpetually darting around. Since no one came looking for them, the buck-toothed woman remained in the tavern for 7 or 8 years. As for the tavern, it was initially established during the late Qing dynasty by those entering the mountains, many of whom harbored dreams of sudden wealth upon reaching the big vat. Someone decided to build this tavern. It was not merely a tavern. Patrons were aware of the dangers of entering the big vat, and thus spent all their money before going in, indulging themselves before facing potential death. This was the prevailing mindset. If one managed to return, the money in hand would seem insignificant, a mere fraction of what they had spent. If they did not return, the money would be of no use, so it was essential to deplete their pockets before venturing in. During the Republic of China era, taverns flourished, hosting over 60 young women, with a myriad of entertainment options available. The method of selecting concubines, akin to the emperor's selection process, was emulated by these establishments. In addition to smoking opium and gambling, every conceivable form of amusement was present. However, the most peculiar practice involved burning paper money on behalf of the tavern owners. Patrons would leave a small offering of yellow paper money along with their names, birth dates, and places of origin, ensuring that if they did not return, the tavern owner would burn paper for them during the Qingming and Zhongyuan festivals. Those with shrewd minds capitalized on the treasures sought by others in the treacherous Ghost Mountain, while some were drawn to the loose change carried by these desperate souls. Although the sums were modest, the sheer number of participants led to considerable earnings for many. This method resembled a lottery, where some coveted the grand prize of 5 million, while others were merely interested in the 2 yuan in my pocket. It was reminiscent of the American gold rush, where those selling water or jeans profited immensely, while the gold seekers themselves often found little reward. Chapter 17. Nocturnal hoofbeats. After the establishment of the nation, the tavern saw a decline in visitors, with regular patrons oblivious to the political upheaval occurring outside. With no one to frequent it, the tavern fell into disrepair. It was not until the 1970s that a group, known for their dogskin hats, found refuge there after being oppressed by society. Serendipitously introduced to the tavern, they began a life dictated by the rhythms of nature, sowing in spring and resting in winter. They became self-sufficient through the cultivation of corn and vegetables, with mushrooms and wood ears adding a touch of luxury. The land was abundant with game, as each outing yielded enough to sustain them for 2 weeks. As for the dogskin hat group, they could be described as folk performers, belonging to the Lu school of the 8 minor schools of the Jianghu, or disparagingly as a band of disabled individuals relying on street performances to survive. In the northeastern region, the only sound that resonated was the clamor of the air rin zhuan, a traditional performance art. The content of their performances often bordered on the risque, filled with vulgarities and innuendos, which, despite their crude nature, captivated the common folk. In times of hardship, these performers became a nuisance, ranked 5th among societal pests, following flies, mosquitoes, rats, and sparrows. During a particular movement, the flying sparrows were nearly exterminated, and those seen today are imported from abroad. This group, having lived in the tavern for decades, had grown accustomed to the eerie occurrences, which had haunted the area since the late Qing dynasty. Yet, for a span of over a decade, the disturbances had subsided, only to resurface recently. About a month ago, during a sultry summer evening, the group was relaxing outside the tavern, engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, the 8 dogs kept by the tavern erupted in a cacophony, barking violently toward the direction of the great jar. The crowd instantly became alert, fearing the presence of a wild beast, and hastily retrieved their hunting rifles. Strangely, upon scanning the surroundings, they found nothing amiss, yet the dogs continued their frenzied barking, some even drawing blood from their mouths. Not only were they barking, but the dogs also retreated while barking, occasionally advancing, as if confronting an invisible foe. These were not ordinary mutts, but rather black wolfhounds, a breed descended from northeastern hunting dogs, a hybrid of dogs and wolves. Black wolfhounds are known for their confidence and strength, making them the preferred hunting companions in the deep woods, possessing intelligence akin to that of wolves. A single hunting dog could rival a wolf in combat, and hunters typically took at least 3 into the forest. While they could fend off a lone wolf, they would rely on their rifles when faced with a pack. However, encounters with wolf packs were rare, as wolves were cunning creatures that avoided areas inhabited by hunters and their wolfhounds. On that fateful day, the pack of black wolfhounds barked incessantly, as if they were biting at the air. The tavern dwellers, having lived there for decades, sensed the supernatural disturbance upon finding no sign of a beast, retreating into the tavern to gather protective items, peachwood nails to seal the doors, red cinnabar mixed with water to draw protective lines, and even the urine of unblemished boys to ward off evil. They employed every conceivable means of protection. The dogs barked through the night without pause, while the tavern's inhabitants remained on edge, vigilantly waiting until dawn before daring to rest. Interestingly, the Dogskin Hat group noted that hauntings typically occurred at night, having never heard of such disturbances in broad daylight. This led them to wonder if a great beast had indeed descended from the mountains. Remarkably, after that one unsettling night, the tavern's residents took turns keeping watch for several days without further incidents, and the dogs ceased their barking. The forest had a history of hauntings, particularly in the vicinity of the Great Jar, and the tavern's patrons had grown somewhat accustomed to the eerie occurrences, as long as they did not result in fatalities. After days of anxiety, when peace returned, the tavern's inhabitants relaxed their vigilance and resumed their normal lives. However, just a few days later, one morning, the dogskin hat wearer stepped outside to relieve himself. Upon exiting, he noticed something was amiss. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of the usual morning bird calls. Typically, no matter who stepped outside, the 7 or 8 dogs would rush to greet them. Yet that day not a single dog appeared, nor was there any barking. Instinctively alert, he called for the others to search for the dogs. After circling the premises, they discovered the lifeless bodies of the dogs piled in a small mound behind the tavern. Strangely, the corpses were desiccated, their skins resembling parchment, crumbling upon contact. Once hefty beasts, they now weighed a mere fraction of their original size, their bones brittle and fragile. The tavern residents were struck with dread, having never witnessed such a phenomenon. It appeared as if their blood had been drained by some unseen force. Moreover, those who had long resided in the tavern were accustomed to the sounds of life, yet no one had heard a single bark or whimper from the dogs. While the mountains were home to many predators, none had the capability to swiftly slay 7 or 8 black wolfhounds. Even a tiger would elicit some cries from the dogs. Even more perplexing was the fact that the bodies remained in a heap, untouched. This eliminated the possibility of a predatory animal, leaving them to ponder what otherworldly force could be at play. The series of bizarre events compelled the tavern dwellers to consider the presence of malevolent spirits, prompting them to resume their nocturnal vigils. On one fateful night, it was the turn of the dogskin hat wearer and another to keep watch. At the stroke of midnight, the sound of hoofbeats suddenly echoed at the tavern's entrance, not approaching gradually, but as if they had materialized out of thin air. The sound, distinct and resonant, reverberated around the tavern, accompanied by the heavy breathing of a horse and the faint clinking of armor, as if an ancient general were circling the establishment on horseback. The hoofbeats continued to encircle the tavern, and though the 2 men wished to investigate, the fear rendered them immobile, paralyzing their resolve. As night fell, the tavern's patrons were all awake, yet none dared to stir. The sound of hooves echoed until dawn, circling the tavern in an enigmatic manner. Chapter 18. The Swamp Coffin. When morning broke, the tavern's occupants hesitated to venture outside, remaining indoors until noon, when the sun was at its zenith. Only then did a few gentlemen cautiously emerge, armed with hunting rifles. Upon stepping outside, they discovered a trench over a meter wide and half a foot deep encircling the tavern, its bottom gleaming as if meticulously compacted. Aside from this trench, everything else appeared normal. Even the chickens in the backyard remained unharmed. The old man in the dogskin had asserted that, despite being near the fermentation vat, the tavern's ground was solid. It would take several thousand pounds of weight to create such a deep trench, and a horse weighs only around 1,000 to 1,800 pounds. What force could have carved out such a pit? to prevent whatever had caused this from returning. The tavern patrons banded together to fill in the trench, inserting peach wood as a precautionary charm against evil spirits. If nothing else, it would bolster their courage. The string of bizarre occurrences, coupled with the death of their dog, rendered the tavern's inhabitants too fearful to sleep at night. Instead, they began to slumber during the day, keeping their eyes wide open as they listened intently to the sounds outside at night. Within a couple of days, an even stranger event transpired. The old forest erupted with crackling noises, and the ground trembled slightly, the sounds seemingly directed toward the tavern. The patrons swallowed hard, fearing that the king of hell had come to claim them, and each person hastily armed themselves, prepared for a desperate fight. However, what charged down the mountain was a herd of roe deer, along with hares and other creatures. Just as the tavern dwellers were bewildered, bears and tigers followed suit, not in pursuit of prey, but in a frenzy of flight. While it was understandable for the roe deer to flee, what was alarming was the sight of the striped tiger, known as the king of the mountains, behaving in such a way. Normally, tigers would confront any human they encountered. Alongside the tiger was the bear, a formidable creature in its own right, known for its lethal prowess. There was a prior incident where a patron had encountered a bear, resulting in a gruesome loss of half his face to its licking. The tavern dwellers were left in shock. What could possibly drive such formidable beasts down the mountain? Strangely, the tiger did not attack the deer upon reaching them, but rather paced among them, baring its teeth and growling while keeping a watchful eye on the mountain above. The fleeing animals disregarded the laws of nature. The tiger did not hunt the deer, the lynx did not pursue the hare, and even the large rat clung to the yellow weasel. Herbivores and carnivores alike gathered together, numbering at least 180. The weasel stood petrified, all the animals fixated on the mountain. The tavern's patrons were equally terrified, regardless of age or gender, their legs trembling as their teeth chattered in fear. Within moments, the wild creatures erupted into chaos, seemingly spooked by something terrifying, and rushed toward the fermentation vat. The outcome was predictable. The first animals to plunge in caused a stampede, with those behind trampling over them in a desperate rush, as if they could leap 10 meters in a single bound. In less than a quarter of an hour, 100 or so beasts were swallowed whole by the vat, leaving not a trace behind. The tavern's inhabitants were left dumbfounded, having lived in the forest their entire lives. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. What could compel a tiger to leap into the vat to its demise? Before they could process the event, a shockwave swept through, toppling several patrons. When they regained consciousness, it was already dark. The dogskin hat was roused by others in the tavern, and upon opening his eyes, he found his body racked with pain, his head the only part unscathed. The others were in a similar state. Nevertheless, they were grateful to have survived. A group of them crawled back to the tavern, unable to stand, and spent 2 to 3 days recovering on their beds. Yet the strangeness did not end there. Just 2 days prior to our arrival at the tavern, the fermentation vat began to bubble violently, producing large water bubbles, some even accompanied by blue flames. More bizarrely, dozens of black coffins floated to the surface, among which was one particularly remarkable coffin. The dogskin hat described it as seemingly made of bronze, covered in rust of varying shades, adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, and featuring a tiger's head at the top, crafted in bronze with a nose and eyes, even sporting water droplets on its whiskers. Shortly after the coffin emerged, the fermentation vat swelled, creating waves that pushed the coffins toward the tavern, eventually landing them on the shore before the tavern. After so many shocks, the patrons had grown numb to fear. After all, death was death, and they might as well confront it. Thus, they armed themselves and approached the coffins. Upon closer inspection, the coffins appeared newly made, their surfaces glossy and black. Counting them revealed 8 coffins, matching the number of people inside the tavern. Faced with the specter of death, fear dissipated, and the patrons endeavored to pry open the coffins to discover their contents. However, the coffins seemed seamless. No matter how they attempted to force them open, they remained locked tight. Even with pickaxes, all they achieved was a shower of sparks, leaving no mark on the coffins. This was exceedingly bizarre. They were certain the coffins were made of wood, yet neither blade nor axe left a trace, and saws could not cut through them. Normally, wood submerged in water for years would be as fragile as tofu, yet these coffins were as hard as iron, showing no signs of decay. The dogskin hat thumped his chest in assurance, claiming to have never encountered such wood, and the other gentlemen echoed his sentiments. Unable to open or move the coffins, and with several living souls still in the tavern, the key issue was the ill omen they represented, who wished to see a coffin upon stepping outside at dawn. Thus, they gathered a pile of dry wood and placed it atop the coffins, preparing to set them ablaze. As the coffins burned, they emitted blue flames, and the smoke was a deep crimson. Sounds of popping and crackling emerged from within the coffins, accompanied by faint, eerie laughter. As the fire raged, a loud bang erupted, and one coffin exploded. This was followed by the others, as if they had been ignited like firecrackers, erupting in a cacophony. The exploded coffins spewed forth a black, viscous substance, reminiscent of ink, which not only lacked a foul odor but also exuded an oddly delightful fragrance, intoxicating all who inhaled it. Despite the pleasant scent, the unknown instilled a sense of dread. The patrons immediately rushed to wash themselves down with water, fearing any lingering traces of the aroma. The coffin boards were remarkably resilient to fire, enduring for 2 days and nights before finally turning to ash. Just as the tavern's occupants sighed in relief, we arrived. Chapter 19. The short, stocky man at this point, the dogskin hat downed a bowl of liquor and grinned, addressing Mr. Foam. Sir, tell me, is this not terrifying? The old hunter's expression remained impassive, his gaze sharp as steel. The wrinkles on his face appeared even more pronounced under the flickering light of the oil lamp. He coldly replied, what else transpired? The dogskin hat, taken aback, exclaimed, what else could there be? Isn't this enough of the uncanny, sir? You must assist us. After some time, he noticed the absence of their innkeeper. Where is he? The dogskin hat swallowed hard, muttering, alas. The old innkeeper passed away just as winter set in last year. How did he die? He simply grew old, over 60, wasn't it his time? Realizing he had misspoken, the dogskin hat slapped himself across the face, saying, Sir, forgive my loose tongue. I meant no offense, please do not take it amiss. I harbor no ill thoughts. 60 is a ripe age indeed. I would not mind departing early myself. No, sir. I spoke carelessly. Allow me to bow in apology. With that, the dogskin hat slapped himself once more. The old hunter remarked, enough of this nonsense. There are no such taboos. Get up. The patrons of the tavern hastily tried to ease the tension. The old hunter spoke solemnly. Master Ma, could you possibly make sense of this situation? Master Ma clenched his jaw, his face pale, exuding an air of great unease. Have you not seen what it really is from the beginning? He inquired. No. We have no idea what it is. It's simply bizarre, replied the man known as Sitting Cannon, raising his voice. Did that bronze coffin float up? Dogskin hat interjected. I was just about to mention that. It's strange that a vat of soy sauce can create waves powerful enough to push a wooden coffin. Yet the bronze coffin remains perfectly still on the water surface? You'd think even a rat would drown in the soy sauce vat. So how could the bronze coffin float? I'll go check it out, Dogskin hat declared, immediately dashing to the door and bracing it with his back. It's pitch dark. Why would we venture out? We wouldn't see anything. Let us wait until morning. Nonsense, I'm not afraid. Let us go take a look, I insisted. No way. There are too many people in here. If you're not scared, we are. What if something comes in? Dogskin hat replied firmly. Just then, a series of loud bangs echoed from behind him at the door. Rather than knocking, it sounded more like someone was trying to break it down. Dust raining down from the doorframe with each thud. Everyone in the room felt a tightening in their chests. Dogskin hat was so frightened that he urinated himself, and I could see yellow liquid trickling down his pant leg, soaking the wooden floor. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and after a moment of shock, he ran to the old hunter, clutching his sleeve tightly. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy, powerful knocking continued, slow yet relentless. The old hunter swallowed hard, raising his gun, aiming it at the wooden door. Master Ma instinctively shielded me behind him, his eyes fixed on the door, his teeth grinding audibly, though he uttered no words. Under such circumstances, it was fitting for either the tavern patrons to inquire first or for the old hunter to speak. It certainly wasn't our place to do so. The knocking persisted, growing in intensity. Who goes there? The old hunter called out. The knocking suddenly ceased, and after what felt like an eternity, there was still no response from outside. The old hunter repeated his question. Outside, silence reigned, as if nothing had ever transpired. Dogskin hat, trembling with fear, exclaimed, Master, Master. It's a ghost. It must be a ghost knocking. No one has come to this tavern in years. It has to be a ghost. With that, he dashed to the bed and covered his head with a blanket, his exposed backside trembling comically. The old hunter said gravely, Master Ma, what do you propose we do? Taking a deep breath, Master Ma replied, we must ascertain whether it is a human or a ghost first. Brother, prepare yourself. I will open the door. I don't know where I found the courage, but I grabbed the Taoist's arm and said, Master, let me go. I'm nimble. Nonsense. I should go. If anything happens, you'll have time to react. With that, I walked directly to the door. I wasn't foolish. The door opened inward. So I positioned myself behind it, ready to shield myself, whatever it might be. At the very least, the door could provide some protection. I swiftly opened the door, and the surrounding air fell into a hush. After what felt like several seconds, there was no movement outside, and silence enveloped the room. Cautiously, I peeked out. It was pitch black, and there was no one at the doorstep. Where is everyone? What is going on? I murmured as I prepared to close the door. Hey, why is it taking so long to open? Are you still in business? A short, stout man suddenly burst in from the other side, startling me so much that my heart nearly stopped for a moment. The stout man entered with a grin, and upon noticing the old hunter's gun, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, No, 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 good sir. I just came in to buy a bowl of wine to warm myself. If you're not doing business, I'll leave. As he spoke, the stout man began to turn away slowly. Stop right there. Who are you? The old hunter demanded. I'm just a ginseng digger, the stout man replied with an ingratiating look. Realizing that it was a person and not a ghost, Dogskin Hat scolded. You fool. You could VE said something while knocking. You scared us half to death. I thought we had a ghost on our hands. The stout man resumed his jovial demeanor, saying, Hey, I just thought I'd lighten the mood. My apologies, gentlemen. The old hunter slowly lowered his gun, while Master Ma's expression remained grim. His gaze fixed on me, and I understood his unspoken warning as I quickly moved closer to him. No, really, which troop are you from? What brings you here? Sitting Cannon asked. I'm not from any troop. I'm just a ginseng digger. I saw the lights here and came to take a look. What does a ginseng digger want in these parts? The stout man explained. The ginseng outside has all been picked clean, so I thought I might try my luck in the old forest. I just wanted to have a bit of fun with you, and now you're all upset. I scrutinized the stout man closely. His attire was no different from that of the villagers, faded camouflage pants, paired with a somewhat greasy cotton jacket, revealing patches of cotton stuffing, and his appearance was amusing, with bits of leaves and branches clinging to his hair, as if he had just emerged from the depths of the forest. After the fright, everyone was somewhat discontent, but the stout man was quite the chatterbox, regaling the tavern patrons with tales of the outside world. Whether they were willing or not, they responded with murmurs of agreement. I nudged Master Ma's leg with the back of my hand. He glanced down at me and shook his head without saying a word. The tavern patrons remained watchful of the newcomer, offering drinks while remaining silent, merely listening to the stout man's ramblings. Chapter 20. An eerie atmosphere. The stout man asked why there was a tavern here when no one spoke, and in an attempt to ease the awkwardness, he chuckled and continued to chatter about the outside world. The old hunter sat on a chair nearby, puffing on his pipe. The stout man's arrival interrupted our conversation, and we couldn't discuss the ghostly happenings within earshot. Just as the stout man was getting animated, there came another series of knocks, and a young female voice called from outside. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Open the door. Dogskin Hat grinned. Who asked that? Just someone who got lost while hiking in the mountains, came the reply. It's damn strange. No one has come here in years. And now everyone's showing up at once. Upon opening the door, a woman in her 30s stood there, cradling a sleeping child in her arms, with two chubby toddlers, perhaps 3 or 4 years old, looking quite adorable. What are you doing bringing children into the mountains? Dogskin Hat asked, displeased. I brought them to play in the mountains. We got lost and saw the light, the woman explained, her eyes unconsciously flicking towards the stout man as she spoke. A chill ran down my spine. Her story bore striking resemblance to his, as if they had been taught by the same master. The stout man stepped aside to allow her passage, and she nodded her thanks before entering and placing the child on the bed. Dogskin Hat asked, Wait, where are you all from? Which village? I'm from out of town, the woman replied. I came here to play, but got separated from my partner and ended up here by accident. You can't just wander in here. I need to ask you how you entered the mountains. The woman hesitated, but to my surprise, Master Ma spoke up. Come in and take shelter. Don't frighten her. Dogskin Hat was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. This is bizarre. It's like opening the door to the supernatural. Why are so many people arriving today? The woman cast a grateful glance at Master Ma, who continued to ignore her, remaining seated, smoking his pipe, resembling an immovable deity alongside the old hunter. Sitting Cannon seemed to be smitten, showering the woman with attention, pouring her water, offering dates, and finally asking if she was hungry. The woman repeatedly waved her hands in refusal, stating that she would remain there for just one night, and by dawn, she would set out to search for her man. The local ruffian, disheartened by the woman's indifference, redirected his attention to the child, attempting to win her favor by showcasing his fondness for youngsters. Despite the tavern being filled with patrons, a peculiar silence enveloped the space. The short, stout man poured his own drink, while the woman with children quietly observed them. The other patrons sat idly, either lost in thought or scratching their heads. The old hunter and the horseman, akin to two towering smokestacks, continued to puff on their pipes, and when the horseman finished his cigarette, he switched to a smoking pipe. The atmosphere in the tavern was indescribable. It was neither oppressive nor the relaxed ambience one might expect at night, especially with such unexpected guests. In truth, both the horseman and I were intruders as well. Any outsider introduced a ripple to the tavern's tranquil surface. My mind was clouded with confusion. I had yet to discern whether the old hunter was friend or foe, and now I found myself in this enigmatic mountain tavern, listening to one bizarre tale after another. Even more perplexing were the sudden arrivals of the two individuals. The stout man claimed to be a ginseng digger. Yet a moment's thought revealed this was hardly a plausible excuse. While foraging for mushrooms alone could be conceivable, it would be limited to the nearby hills. This was a deep mountain forest. How could a ginseng digger venture here alone? If he were to twist an ankle, who would assist him down the mountain? And what if he encountered a wild beast? Thus, the likelihood of the stout man being a ginseng digger was exceedingly slim. Furthermore, what of the woman with children? Taking two toddlers into the mountains for leisure? Both children were merely 3 or 4 years old. Could such young ones truly be brought here for amusement? This was absurd. Moreover, the woman had stated she intended to leave by morning. Under normal circumstances, the first instinct after losing a companion would be to seek them out or join a crowd. Why did this woman wish to depart alone into the depths of the forest? Both individuals seemed suspicious. Honestly, had it not been for the Taoist accompanying me, I would never have chosen this place to hide from my troubles. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck me, and I approached the woman, asking softly, "Excuse me, are both of these children yours?" She glanced at me with a smile and replied, "Yes." I inquired further, "How old are they?" "Almost 4, she said. "Are they twins?" "They are both boys." A chill ran down my spine as my suspicions solidified. The children bore strikingly different appearances. One might say they were worlds apart. Logically, twins should resemble each other. Could it be that this woman was not human? As I pondered this, I gazed at the stout man and felt an increasing sense of unease. He perpetually wore a grin that appeared somewhat forced. Instinctively, I suspected that both he and the woman clutching the children were evading something. But why was I, a mere child, contemplating such matters while the old hunter and the horseman remained oblivious? If the tavern's patrons were indeed isolated from the world and possessed simple minds, I could accept that notion. Yet, the old hunter and the horseman were no fools. Had they not detected any anomalies? Why did they choose to remain silent? Even if they felt indifferent, one would expect them to inquire about something. Instead, they behaved as if they were outsiders, unwilling to involve themselves. My mind was overwhelmed with questions, suffocating me, prompting me to approach the horseman and whisper, "Master, I need to relieve myself." "There's a chamber pot inside," replied the man in the dogskin hat. I was taken aback, as I believed my voice had been low enough. How had he heard me from 4 or 5 meters away? The horseman said, "Just go inside." I feigned embarrassment, responding, "I can't. There's a woman present." "Hey, you young rascal, you haven't even sprouted yet. What are you embarrassed about?" The horseman chuckled. "Fine, I'll accompany you outside to relieve myself." The man in the dogskin hat immediately objected. No, don't open the door. We might let something else in. We've opened it several times already. And nothing has come in," I retorted angrily. The old hunter tapped his pipe against his shoe a few times, his voice aged. "Let us go. I need to relieve myself too." Once outside, neither the old hunter nor I found the opportunity to relieve ourselves, as his presence prevented me from discussing certain matters with the horseman. Chapter 21. A change of heart. The horseman glanced around. It was pitch dark, and nothing could be discerned, yet a sense of unease settled over me. I whispered, "Master, it's so quiet. Even the birds have ceased their songs." "A storm is brewing," the old hunter remarked cryptically. I feigned ignorance, asking, "What do you mean? Is it going to rain?" The old hunter ignored my question and turned to the horseman, inquiring, "Can we get through this trial?" "It's uncertain." The old hunter sighed and continued, "Every blade of grass and every tree in the old forest possesses a spirit. Centuries of cultivation cannot simply be undone. Fate." I did not grasp their conversation, yet I could sense the horseman's tension. Given his character, fewer words typically indicated a more complicated situation. The man and woman who had just entered, what were they? I deliberately employed the term things. The horseman, astonished, asked, "You noticed?" I shook my head, replying, "I didn't see them, but they are certainly not human." "How do you know?" Analysis. I recounted my thoughts. Before the horseman could respond, the old hunter lowered his voice, saying, "The man is a ginseng doll, and the woman is a tiger spirit, children of the mountains. Are we facing a thunder calamity?" I inquired. The horseman replied, "What thunder calamity?" "Something terrifying has emerged from within the mountains, scaring the spirits into seeking refuge among humans." Curious, I asked, "What kind of thing?" You must consult Elder Feng Er, the horseman suggested. He directed the question back to the old hunter, who inhaled deeply, stating, I truly do not know what could frighten a tiger into seeking refuge. What about the numerous identification cards in your room? What is their significance? The horseman pressed incisively. The old hunter pondered for a moment, while the horseman's gaze remained fixed on him, determined to extract an answer. When you arrived that day, I thought you were searching for that group of people. What people? Just as the old hunter was about to respond, a crack echoed nearby, as if someone had stepped on a broken branch. What people? The old hunter demanded, raising his gun. Silence enveloped the darkness, yet it remained eerily still, and amidst the haze, a shadow seemed to emerge. The old hunter's eyes brightened as he raised his shotgun and fired into the air, coinciding with startled screams of "Oh my God!" from within the tavern. What people? Speak now, or I'll shoot. After several seconds of silence, a soft, delicate female voice emerged from the darkness, soothing as the sound of wind chimes. Sir, I got lost while gathering herbs in the mountains. May I stay with you for one night? The horseman pressed his hand against the old hunter's gun, murmuring, Brother, let her come in. The old hunter gradually lowered his weapon and bellowed, Come in. Before us stood a maiden who resembled a celestial being. Her long, sleek, black hair flowed elegantly, a sight typically reserved for shampoo commercials. Upon closer inspection, her small, fair face was immaculate, and her large, clear eyes were deep and expressive, as though they could see into my past lives. The charming smile that accompanied her pearly tiger teeth was utterly enchanting. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19, though she was somewhat shorter than I, standing at approximately 1.5 meters. However, her proportions were pleasing, creating a sense of comfort, if I were to be crude. She was just right in all the necessary places. At that moment, a rather twisted thought crossed my mind. Despite knowing she was not human, I found myself captivated by her. Regardless of whether she was a ghost or a spirit, I was drawn to her, even imagining myself fathering a little monkey with her. With Su Xian and Ning Kai-chun preceding me, I felt certain that my own destiny would follow suit. After all, wasn't it merely a matter of marrying a monster? It was not as if I were boasting. I could easily take on 10 of them, each one quaking before me. Marriage between humans and fairies is not an unforgivable sin. In ancient times, the sage Yu wed the maiden of Tu Mountain during his endeavors to control the floods. Historical records reveal that this maiden was none other than the nine-tailed fox spirit. Moreover, there were the likes of King Zhou and Daji, and even Fuxi, who bore the form of a human head upon a serpent's body. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were not exempt from such unions. So what of a mere mortal like me, Xu Gou'er? No, I am determined to marry this girl. No one shall stand in my way. Xu Gou'er, what are you thinking? Hurry inside. Master Ma's voice jolted me back to reality. I glanced at the girl and unconsciously swallowed hard. My name is Xu Gou'er. What is yours? The girl shyly smiled in response. Once she entered the room, the man in the dogskin had expressed his reluctance, muttering to himself, Another one? Lost her way? No one answered. Not even the old hunter or Master Ma provided any explanation. Noticing the man's words fell flat, I chimed in. Indeed, another lost soul. It seems the sun has risen in the west, drawing all the lost souls to this soy sauce vat. Just moments ago, I was inwardly cursing those who fawn over others. Yet now I found myself behaving like a lovesick puppy, serving tea to the girl and inquiring if she was cold. If the fire wasn't warm enough, I would venture into the mountains to chop firewood, unafraid of any spirits or demons. Young men in their prime often seek to show off, especially in the presence of a beautiful girl. Perhaps I was too eager to impress, resembling a lecherous old man. Engaging the girl in conversation, she continued to smile shyly, yet I could sense a hint of anxiety in her eyes. The old hunter had the toothy woman bring forth food. Regardless of whether they were human or spirit, visitors deserved sustenance. Admittedly, it was not a lavish meal, merely boiled corn and water, but there was plenty to satiate hunger. After eating and drinking to my fill, Master Ma tapped the table with his unusually long fingers and said, Since you are here, do introduce yourselves. The stout, short man, claiming to be a ginseng digger, grinned. Why announce my name? I have no home to speak of. Just passing the night. I'll be gone by tomorrow. I can even sing a duet if you'd like. With a sudden clap, Master Ma slammed his palm on the table, slowly revealing a few gleaming copper coins. The stout man immediately lost his jovial expression, his eyes darting about as if pondering something. Master Ma's voice turned cold, digging ginseng. How do you find the quality of these coins? Good, good, he replied, barely finishing his sentence before he darted towards the door. In a flash, the old hunter kicked a chair and positioned himself at the entrance. The stout man pleaded, Good sir, what is this? I only need to step out for a moment. The old hunter fixed him with an unwavering stare, while Master Ma sighed. If I were to throw these coins at you, your centuries of cultivation would be undone. Chapter 22. The overlord of the mountains and forests, the woman holding a child, and the earlier girl stood up cautiously, with 2 children in tow. The woman could not make any sudden movements. Master Ma pointed to the ceiling and swore, I vow by heaven that I will not harm your life. I merely wish to understand what has transpired in the old forest. The room fell into a tense silence, no one daring to speak, even their breaths subdued. Strangely, the old hunter and Master Ma seemed to be in accord, reminiscent of an ancient court hearing. The old hunter stated, since ancient times, ginseng has been a spiritual entity. Ginseng diggers must bring red thread and copper coins into the mountains, tie the root with red thread, suspend copper coins, and carefully extract the ginseng from the earth using deer bones. Do you know why? The man in the dogskin hat interjected, I know, second master. The red thread binds the ginseng, and the coins protect the treasure. Once a ginseng with spirit encounters metal, it immediately dissolves into a puddle. Master Ma added, the extracted roots must be wrapped in tree bark, with moss placed in between, for prolonged exposure to light can cause them to dissolve. The stout man plopped down on the ground. Ignoring him, Master Ma continued, tiger spirits and fox spirits, you need not fear the hunting rifles. Nature provides for all, and the people of the mountains know how to take in accordance with the way. You need not be afraid. I could not discern whether Master Ma was offering comfort or issuing a threat. Regardless, I felt no fear, especially upon learning that the girl was a fox spirit, which only deepened my affection for her. The patrons of the tavern were merely honest folk, not foolish. Who could fail to grasp the gravity of the old hunter and Master Ma's discussion? They all retreated to the corners, not daring even to glance our way. The stout man, visibly shaken, stepped back, but it was the woman holding the child who spoke first. A monster has emerged from the mountains, and we can only retreat down here. That thing is far too powerful. Master Ma rose and bowed. O tiger spirit, I pay my respects. The woman with the child appeared astonished, though her expression remained composed. You are a spirit medium? The girl inquired. Master Ma turned to her and bowed. I am but a humble servant, graced by the spirits of the mountains with some measure of skill. The girl nodded. Is there a fox spirit? Indeed, Master Ma replied, his tone resolute. With which fox spirit are you connected? My family temple is dedicated to Xu Gou'er. The girl's face briefly registered surprise before she composed herself. That is my great-grandmother. I am Xu Gou'er. Master Ma bowed again, puzzled. Has the esteemed spirit relocated? Why can I not sense her presence upon entering the mountains? Xu Gou'er sighed. It has been 7 or 8 years. I do not know what has transpired. The mountains are filled with a buzzing noise that gives us splitting headaches, forcing us to flee further away. The woman with the child nodded in agreement. Yes, that sound is incessant, day and night, rendering it impossible for the animals to survive. Master Ma pondered. Such a bizarre occurrence. What does this sound resemble? Xu Gou'er replied. It is a constant, nagging sound, as the mountain overlord described, never ceasing, causing our blood vessels to pulse. We had no choice but to venture deeper into the mountains. I initially thought of mobile phone signals, but upon reflection, it seemed implausible. The chickens, ducks, dogs, and pigs near the signal tower were unharmed, let alone the wildlife deep in the mountains. Master Ma continued. You spirits have come down from the mountains to speak of a monster. What sort of monster? The stout man interjected. Knowing we are spirits, why not grant us passage? The old hunter shouted. Sit down, you scoundrel. Bring out the ghostly blade. All right, second master. The scoundrel dragged out an ancient ghostly blade. Its handle stained red as if tainted with blood, and though the edge was somewhat dulled, its former sharpness was still evident. The scoundrel remarked. This blade is meant for executioners. It has severed at least 100 heads. The old hunter barked angrily. He is a spirit medium, serving and respecting you, while I am not. Speak carelessly again, and I shall use this blade to brew your essence. The stout man nervously gulped, his face regaining a semblance of a pleasing demeanor. I surmised that the old hunter's tactic was to intimidate him, wielding the ghostly blade to instill fear in both him and the other two. This was indeed prudent. Even if animals had attained spiritual awareness, they remained beasts, their thought processes differing from humans. The more one indulges them, the more troublesome they become, and even spirits tend to prey on the kind-hearted. Who has ever heard of an executioner summoning malevolent entities? Not even the spirits of those decapitated by an executioner dare return for revenge, for the aura of death clings too heavily to the executioner. While ordinary people might spend a night in a graveyard, causing restless spirits to seek some form of benefit from them, an executioner sleeping in a graveyard would send all the ghosts scurrying away. For lingering too long would be an affront to the executioner. After the old hunter's commotion, we completely seized the initiative. Xu Gou'er spoke softly. The monsters in the mountains. I do not know where they came from. One is an old eagle, and the other resembles a giant monkey. Master Ma, puzzled, inquired. A creature resembling a giant monkey? What does it look like? What does it look like? Have you ever seen a giant monkey riding a horse? It has a human body and a monkey's head, with fangs that are quite long. Not just me, even the tiger spirits would have to flee upon encountering it. Master Ma continued to ask, do you know where it came from? I do not know. It appeared suddenly. The monkey rode a glossy black steed and relentlessly pursued us animals. Many of my companions have perished at its hands. A woman holding a child interjected, yes. And that old eagle is even more formidable. Its wingspan is at least 4 to 5 meters. Our tigers have dominated the mountains for thousands of years. Yet now we are being chased everywhere by that old eagle. I felt a twinge of doubt. I had never seen a giant monkey, but I had encountered the old eagle. The largest I had seen was about the height of a 4 or 5-year-old child, and I had never heard of one with a wingspan of 4 to 5 meters. As for the giant monkey, it had always existed in legends, unseen by those who had relied on the mountains for generations. If they were lying, it would be improbable. The old hunter's outburst must have taken great courage to fabricate such tales. Yet, if they were truthful, I had never heard of a giant monkey that could ride a horse. That was indeed peculiar. Thus, I asked a question that had lingered in my mind. Tiger spirit lady, have we met before? I feel as though we have crossed paths. The woman shook her head, saying, I have not seen you. I wanted to press further, but Master Ma interjected. Have these strange sounds and beasts only appeared in recent years? Yes. Both replied in unison. Suddenly, I recalled Master Ma mentioning a sense of unease and a buzzing in his head when he was at the mountainside. It seemed to manifest similarly in the fox and tiger spirits. Could it be that Taoists were also transformed spirits of the mountains? Chapter 23. Memories of Old Xu Gou'er elaborated. In recent years, countless people have ventured into the mountains, and ever since their arrival, the landscape has changed dramatically. Master Ma pondered for a moment before shifting the conversation. Eerie, do you have something to share? A flicker of fear crossed the old hunter's resolute face as he produced a packet of cigarettes. Haven't you always wanted to ask me about my identification? I will tell you now, whether it leads to my demise or you reporting it, that is for you to decide. Master Ma, momentarily perplexed, replied coldly, then I shall listen intently. 5 or 6 years ago, around 98 or 99, the old hunter was younger and still resided deep in the mountains. One day, he wandered to the mountainside, hoping to find something useful, only to discover that the long-abandoned area had people moving about. The group was relatively young, dressed like city dwellers, and they seemed not to be there for leisure, but appeared to be living in the mountains long-term. Having lived in the deep woods for so long, the old hunter yearned for conversation and knowledge of the outside world. He intended to greet them, but upon approaching, the group mysteriously vanished. The hunter's instincts alerted him to the unusual nature of the situation, prompting him to lie in wait nearby to discern whether these individuals were human or specters. 2 days later, another 7 or 8 people entered the area. The old hunter witnessed them enter a wooden cabin, but did not see anyone emerge again. Alarmed, he resolved to continue his watch, determined to uncover the mystery. After another 2 days, one person exited the cabin, dragging a cart to the door. Subsequently, he carried out 7 or 8 corpses, all naked and identical, each disemboweled. With only intestines remaining, all other organs were missing, including those of a child whose eyes had been gouged out, with dark blood pooling in the cart. The old hunter realized the grim reality. Someone was clandestinely engaged in organ trafficking. Enraged, he seized his hunting rifle and machete under the cover of darkness, eliminating the doctors and guards at the site, while freeing several abducted individuals, many of whom bore familiar faces from his past. He also discovered an underground operating room filled with various medical apparatus, particularly a generator the size of a room. Following this, the old hunter took residence at the mountain site, and from that year onward, several groups would come searching for people, including many familiar faces. The old hunter showed no mercy. Anyone associated with those vile activities was met with his wrath. Over 5 or 6 years, he claimed the lives of 46 individuals. This was why he was so hostile towards us when we first met. Ancient eunuchs, lacking completeness, cannot reincarnate, and neither could those whose hearts and livers had been taken. Thus, the old hunter erected a statue of King Yen in the mountainside, praying for the acceptance of these wronged souls. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Master Ma asked, "Brother, do people still venture into the mountains searching for these souls?" The old hunter coughed violently, nearly gasping for breath. I offered him a bowl of water, but he gestured for alcohol instead. The strong liquor eased his cough, and he gasped, This year, another group arrived, and I dealt with them. How do you determine the identity of those who come? They enter the mountain site seeking the underground chambers. What do you think they are? Master Ma slammed his fist on the table, and I felt a chill of fear. Perhaps it was the terror of the unknown. I whispered, Master, can this truly be real? Master Ma took a deep breath. Each year, millions go missing. Aside from those seeking refuge or settling debts. Even if most have chosen to sever contact with their families, given such a vast number of disappearances, where do the rest go? I bit my lip, at a loss for words. Master Ma continued. What of the deformed beggars on the roadside, their arms and wings curled on their backs? Are they born that way? A series of rhetorical questions thundered in my mind. Suddenly, the seated figure erupted into madness, swinging a large knife at the man in the dogskin hat. The man cried out and fell to the ground, rolling to evade the blows. The seated figure was relentless, their strikes cleaving through branches as thick as a bowl. The crowd attempted to intervene, but the seated figure spun wildly with the knife, making it perilous to approach. The old hunter opened the door and fired a shot into the air. Bloodied, the seated figure wailed. I remember now. It was your father who severed my legs. And the blind man. His eyes were blinded by your father with a ladle of hot oil. I felt a shiver of dread. How did the seated figure recall these memories? Master Ma remarked on the existence of brainwashing techniques that could render a person a lifelong puppet. As the seated figure wept and shouted while attacking the man in the dogskin hat, the truth dawned upon everyone, and no one dared to intervene. The fox spirit and the tiger spirit turned away, seemingly disinterested in the human conflicts. The back of the man in the dogskin hat was reduced to a bloody pulp. And Master Ma turned to me, coldly asking, Xu, which is more terrifying, the supernatural or the human heart? Stammering, I replied, Master, let us find the ghostly ginseng and quickly descend the mountain. I do not wish to remain here any longer. Not so fast. We must first gather the mountain spirits. I am curious to see what entity possesses such power. With a life taken, the atmosphere in the tavern grew increasingly oppressive. I grasped Master Ma's arm. Master, there are still people waiting below. Let us descend. Master Ma looked at me kindly and said, Our mission is to expel evil spirits. When faced with strange occurrences, how can we turn a blind eye? To be honest, I felt a pang of fear. This was a lawless place where killing a man was no different from slaying a chicken. There existed a mysterious power capable of turning black wolfhounds into dried corpses, unknown creatures that could drive animals down the mountain, and supernatural events that could compel fox spirits and tiger kings to descend for refuge. Each of these phenomena was a matter of life and death. The ground-sitting canon suddenly chuckled eerily after finishing off a man, a look of satisfaction plastered across his face. The blind man remained indifferent, as though he had grown weary of worldly affairs. The old hunter puffed on his pipe, lapsing into silence once more. The ground-sitting canon trembled as he spoke. Do not be afraid, little brother. He is a wicked man. His father ran a troupe that specialized in abducting children, maiming them to make them perform. He got what he deserved. But what about you? Should you not meet the same fate? My heart sank. These words did not come from another, but from the buck-toothed woman, who had been humming since her entrance without uttering a single word. The ground-sitting canon bared his teeth and said, You best think carefully. The buck-toothed woman suddenly dropped to her knees, exclaiming, Oh, deities, please help me. Years ago, I was a university student, and I came here for an adventure in the forest with my classmates. The ground-sitting canon raised his blade, intending to strike her. But the old hunter, quick as lightning, fired a shot that struck the ground in front of him, scattering iron sand across a large section of the floor. What are you doing, elder? The old hunter coldly replied, Let her finish. The ground-sitting canon's eyes darted around, unexpectedly. Master Ma seized the opportunity and kicked the canon's ghostly blade away. The canon cursed under his breath, but fell silent. The buck-toothed woman wept. We were a group of 7 who stumbled upon this place during our exploration. They welcomed us warmly, but then those brutes harbored malicious intent toward me and another girl, taking advantage of the drunken boys to assault us. Chapter 24. Seeking justice. The old hunter sighed deeply and aimed his gun at the ground-sitting canon. The canon, seeking favor, pleaded, Elder, please do not listen to their nonsense. They walked into this trap themselves. You lie. Not only did you assault my classmate, but you also strangled her. It was you. The buck-toothed woman nearly went mad. The old hunter handed the pistol to Master Ma, who accepted it without hesitation, asking, I want to know the truth of this matter. The dwarf, who had remained silent, suddenly cried out, laughing maniacally, then wailing, intermittently uttering the word retribution. Master Ma shouted again, asking the others if what the buck-toothed woman claimed was true. The dwarf immediately ceased his cries, coldly replying, Of course it is true. The ground-sitting cannon not only strangled that woman, but also buried 5 other young people alongside the dogskin hat. Shut your mouth. The ground-sitting cannon roared. Master Ma then turned to the inconspicuous Xu Gou'er and the braided man. Xu Gou'er swallowed hard and said, yes. It was the ground-sitting cannon and the dogskin hat who killed them. The sound of Xu Gou'er's voice sent shivers down my spine. His dark complexion, adorned with a thick beard and muscular build, exuded the aura of a hero from Liangshan, yet his voice was soft and delicate, almost feminine. To my surprise, the braided man embraced Xu Gou'er, who sobbed against his chest. In that fleeting moment, I understood their relationship. The ground-sitting cannon attempted to defend himself. Elder, listen to me. I was intoxicated, and at that time, I was young, having not seen a woman in years. How could I not be tempted? It was those 5 who ruined my prospects. It was the dogskin hat who killed them. Elder Yu bang. The ground-sitting cannon's defense was abruptly cut short as smoke billowed from his eyes, wide with shock, blood gushing from the wound in his forehead. The old hunter expertly loaded another round into the gun, resembling a professional assassin. The fox spirit and tiger spirit turned their backs to me, attending to their child, showing no interest in worldly matters. At this moment, aside from the 3 spirits, the tavern was occupied only by Xu Gou'er, the braided man, the blind man, the buck-toothed woman, the dwarf, the old hunter, Master Ma, and myself. The old hunter spoke in a grave tone. After all my visits here, why have you never mentioned this to me? The buck-toothed woman screamed. How could I tell you? If I had not feigned madness, I would have long been strangled. The ground-sitting cannon has tormented me relentlessly. As she spoke, she recklessly tore open her shirt, revealing numerous bite marks on her chest, some still fresh and scabbed. Master Ma turned away, and after a few seconds of hesitation, I followed suit, while the old hunter pressed on, aside from the ground-sitting cannon and the dogskin hat. Who else has tormented you? No one else. Just those 2, taking turns to torture me. Oh my God! The buck-toothed woman cried, her anguish palpable as she crawled toward the ground-sitting cannon's corpse, trembling fingers prying out his eyes. The braided man remarked, she was not always buck-toothed. It was during her torment by the ground-sitting cannon and the dogskin hat that she bit on a wooden stake. The old hunter scolded, with such a thing happening, how could you all remain indifferent? Are you even human? Elder, I'm not human, but what could I do? When a dozen people entered, only we few remained. Even the old tavern keeper was killed by the dogskin hat. We, the incomplete ones, stood no chance against him. As he spoke, the braided man slapped his own face in despair. What ultimately happened to the old tavern keeper? The braided man replied in terror. The old tavern keeper disapproved of their wickedness and attempted to escort the woman out before the heavy snow sealed the mountains. He secretly took her into the mountains. But by the time the ground-sitting cannon and the dogskin had discovered her absence, half a day had passed. They then went into the mountains to search. And 2 days later, they returned with the woman, but the old tavern keeper was nowhere to be found. The old hunter inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth, his face etched with fury. The blind man interjected, it is all about karma. The old master should never have coveted the wealth of Ghost-Killing Ridge. Not only did he die, but he also trapped us here. The old hunter retorted, wasn't the old master simply old? Upon hearing this, the blind man raised his voice. No, it was he who led us into Ghost-Killing Ridge, collecting a heap of doghead gold, each piece larger than a fist and shaped like a ghostly face. Just 2 days after returning, the old master could no longer speak, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his jaws clenched, unable to swallow even a drop of water. He was starved to death. The braided man added, when the old master died, we intended to share the doghead gold and escape, but it had vanished. When we buried the old master, his emaciated corpse weighed over 200 pounds. Finding it strange, we cut open his belly, discovering fist-sized doghead gold within. It was incomprehensible how he managed to swallow them. Master Ma shook his head in disbelief. The old hunter, his voice hoarse, said, speak up. Say everything you wish to say. I, Feng Er, will stand for you. The braided man continued, after we retrieved the doghead gold and buried the old master. Just as we were planning to divide it, those gold nuggets transformed into black water, identical to the black water that had floated out of the coffin days prior. The odor also the same. Xu Gou'er added, without the doghead gold, we all wanted to survive. When we first arrived, we were haunted daily. What good is money when life is at stake? Yet every time we tried to leave the confines of the big sauce jar, we fainted, only to awaken back in the tavern. We tried many times, but it was always the same. It is a ghost, a curse, the vengeance of the old master's spirit. We betrayed him, and now he seeks retribution. The dwarf raved. The old hunter furrowed his brow, at a loss for words. Master Ma took a deep breath and inquired, The tales just recounted, of the dog transformed into a desiccated corpse, the coffin that floated, and the beast descending from the mountains. Are they true? Indeed, they are, Xu Gou'er suddenly interjected. Master Ma pressed on. What is the celestial being's perspective on this matter? The secrets of the heavens must remain undisclosed. I can only share what is visible, she replied. I beseech the fox spirit for enlightenment. Xu Gou'er then narrated her knowledge of the great sauce jar. Chapter 25. The little ghost of Thailand. In ancient times, humans, gods, and spirits coexisted in this realm, while demons roamed freely, leading to relentless warfare among tribes and widespread suffering. After Fuxi unified the various clans, he reached an accord with the gods and spirits, partitioning the world into the realms of the celestial, the mortal, and the underworld, thus ushering in a new vitality for the Huaxia. This agreement included several portals between the three realms, known in Taoism as the return to the void. The Great Sauce Jar is one such portal, a convergence of humans and spirits, while Killing Ghost Island serves as the entrance to the celestial realm, and the Great Sauce Jar is the gateway to hell. It is said that not even sentient creatures can traverse the Great Sauce Jar without arduous cultivation to lighten their souls. For ordinary humans, passage is utterly impossible without resorting to nefarious means. In recent years, numerous new species have appeared in the mountains, their origins and destinations unknown, disrupting the delicate balance of the forest. Elk have begun to consume flesh, and wolf packs have turned against one another, throwing the ecosystem into chaos. Just days ago, the celestial beings of Killing Ghost Ridge collaborated in a ritual to drive these transformed creatures into the Great Sauce Jar, condemning them to the cycle of reincarnation in hell. Naturally, the underworld resisted, releasing dozens of coffins to wreak havoc upon the world, and those vengeful spirits have clawed their way out of the Great Sauce Jar, poised to commit unspeakable atrocities. At this juncture, the Tiger King interrupted the fox spirit's tale, asserting, all things in the world are bound by the cycle of cause and effect. The seeds sown by humanity are reaped by animals. It is all a matter of consequence. I found the Tiger King's words perplexing. It seemed her intent was not to clarify, but to disrupt Xu Gou'er's narrative. As predicted, the fox spirit fell silent. Master Ma inquired, what is the matter with the monsters in the mountains? They appeared suddenly without explanation, replied the Tiger King. Then why have you celestial beings descended from the mountains today? The great horse monkey roams the forest. If it does not descend, it surely faces doom. Master Ma sighed deeply and chose not to respond further. As night fell, the yang energy waned, and with two corpses still lying in the tavern, Master Ma instructed us to carry the bodies outside before midnight for cremation. In the pitch darkness, no one dared venture out, so we stood at the entrance, two of us tossing the bodies outside. In a daze, I caught sight of the Tiger King staring blankly at the tiger head above the doorway. Despite her cultivation, the sight of her companion's head elicited a fierce glint in her eyes. I nudged Master Ma, signaling him to glance at the tiger head, and without hesitation, he removed it and discarded it outside. The night grew deep, and the old hunter urged us to rest while he kept watch. I could not fathom Master Ma's motives for joining the old hunter in his vigil. Lying on the bed, my mind was awash with thoughts. My master was right. Sometimes, it is not the spirits that frighten us, but the darkness within the human heart. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded me, and I rose to seek out my master. He was quietly conversing with the old hunter, and upon noticing my approach, Master Ma asked, have you heard of the horse-riding monkey? I shook my head, replying, I've seen it in circuses on television, but those monkeys are trained by humans, not the great horse monkeys. The old hunter interjected, I once saw a great horse monkey. That creature was larger than a bear, with sinewy muscles and an exceedingly grotesque face. Just a glance could frighten one to tears. Master Ma added, I have not seen a great horse monkey either, but I heard tales in my youth of their immense strength. In battle, they could rip the heads off bears. While they speculated about the nature of the horse-riding monkey, I pondered an alternative possibility of mutation. Thus, I asked, are the organ devices still operational? Yes, they hum incessantly, came the reply. I've not seen them, but someone from our village visited a hospital and returned with only bones, no flesh at all. Master Ma slapped his thigh, exclaiming, could it be radiation? My understanding of radiation was limited to films, and the old hunter seemed perplexed. Master Ma explained it to him, and the old hunter appeared to grasp it partially. After much deliberation, we concluded that the machinery used for organ transplants, damaged by the old hunter, had released radiation that caused mutations in the animals. I deemed this the most plausible explanation. However, Xu Gou'er doused my enthusiasm with cold water, unbeknownst to me. She had also risen and sat quietly listening to our analysis. She remarked, centuries ago, a headless, vengeful spirit entered the mountains. In life, he was a general, beheaded on the battlefield, and his head brought back as a trophy. Devoid of a head, the headless spirit now roams the forest on a black horse. I questioned, a headless spirit? What does that have to do with the horse-riding monkey? I understand some of what you say about radiation, but I find it unlikely. I spend most of my days cultivating at home, and since the appearance of the horse-riding monkey, the headless spirit has vanished. Master Ma immediately inquired, does the horse-riding monkey appear during the day? Indeed, it does, she replied. That is why we say it is not a ghost. But I cannot shake the feeling that it is connected to the headless spirit. At this, Master Ma's body trembled, his face betraying fear. I understand now, he declared. What is it? We asked in unison. Master Ma elucidated, that is not a horse-riding monkey. It is a human head, specifically, the head of a child. In recent years, some individuals have summoned little ghosts from Southeast Asia to enhance their fortunes. Some utilize the ashes of children to create ancient spirit dolls, while others directly bring back the corpses of children for offerings. Such entities are uncontrollable, and by employing sinister means, the initial intent of altering one's fortune can lead to becoming a puppet of the little ghost. It is possible that the head of this entity has been affixed to the body of the headless general. Seeing my bewilderment, Master Ma proceeded to explain the ancient spirit doll, known also as the Golden Child or Buddha Child, despite its charming name. This entity harbors an element of malevolence and is a quintessential artifact of sorcery. Originating in Thailand, it was initially intended to honor deceased orphans, a benevolent act. However, as time passed, some began to exploit the ancient spirit doll for selfish purposes, transforming the Golden Child into the little ghost we recognize today. Those who engage in wickedness, devoid of protection from righteous deities, resort to nurturing little ghosts to fulfill their unspeakable desires. It is said that many in the entertainment industry harbor little ghosts, not because they lack divine protection, but because righteousness demands effort and time. Little ghosts, on the other hand, can grant swift rewards through malevolent means, making it common for agents of many stars to cultivate little ghosts for quick gains. To summarize the creation of the ancient spirit doll, the most critical components include the ashes of an infant, earth from a grave, coffin nails, and the oil of the deceased. In layman's terms, the oil of the deceased is mixed with grave soil to form the outline of a figurine, into which the ashes of the infant are inserted at specific points. Coffin nails are then used to seal the spirit within the figurine crafted from grave soil, which is subsequently soaked in corpse oil for a time. And finally, a sorcerer performs a ritual, completing the transformation of the ancient spirit doll. Throughout this entire process, it is imperative that not a single ray of sunlight pierce through. Chapter 26. The celestial being's wisdom. The veneration of the ancient spirit doll, once brought home, requires specific protocols. It necessitates a separate dwelling, daily offerings of food, fruit, and toys, sometimes even cigarettes and alcohol. Those who offer sacrifices to the little spirits must engage in conversation with them daily, akin to soothing a child, in order to bring them joy, although Master Ma himself is uncertain as to what exactly brings about this happiness. Offerings have been made, and sacrifices rendered, but ultimately, the little spirit is tasked with carrying out specific duties. At this juncture, the devotee must issue clear directives to the spirit, such as blessings for safety, wealth attraction, assistance in fortune, protection from malevolent forces, and even vengeance or assistance in various matters. Furthermore, the devotee must promise rewards upon the successful completion of these requests, often in the form of jewelry or garments. It is said that inviting a spirit is easy, but sending it away is arduous. Given that these infantile spirits are inherently resentful, the daily offerings only exacerbate their grievances. Once one has begun to nurture a little spirit, it becomes exceedingly difficult to dismiss them. Indeed, as the spirit grows in strength, it may come to dominate its benefactor, compelling them to fulfill its desires, a phenomenon commonly referred to as backlash. Master Ma lamented, after receiving guidance from a higher being, that the great monkey of the old forest is not, in fact, the headless general, but rather that someone has affixed the head of a little spirit to the skeleton of the headless general. Do you understand? A chill ran down my spine, for the things Master Ma spoke of were deeply unsettling. He continued, suggesting that perhaps someone had once nurtured an ancient spirit child, but later wished to abandon it. Guided by a sage, they brought it to the old forest, thus framing the headless malevolent spirit for the misdeeds. In this way, the little spirit could take on corporeal form and leave peacefully, or at least spare the one who nurtured it. Do you have a plan? The old hunter asked in a grave tone. Master Ma's eyes gleamed with determination. Yes, we must locate the skeleton of the headless general, fashion a paper head, and send it to the underworld for reincarnation. The little spirit shall naturally disperse. I whimpered, Master, let us find the ghostly ginseng and descend the mountain promptly. I do not wish to linger in the old forest any longer. Master Ma shot me a stern glance and replied calmly, There are many rules in our line of work that I have already explained to you. It is too late for regrets. We must press onward. Do you understand? I grasped the reasoning, yet had never encountered such a haunted place. It felt excessively sinister, and I was filled with trepidation. In the village, where people abound and the yang energy is strong, supernatural occurrences are rare. The old forest, being sparsely populated, lacks this vital energy, thus failing to suppress the demons and spirits, leading to a plethora of hauntings. Should you ever enter the city, you would discover that each urban area has but a few locations plagued by spirits. As long as you master your craft, you need not fear even if you were to descend into the underworld. My frustration grew. Master Ma's words were baffling. How could one be unafraid of the underworld? I, Xu, merely wished to earn a modest living, to find work for a few years, which seemed perfectly reasonable. At that moment, Xu Gou'er suddenly spoke. Child, have you formed a bond with the celestial realm? Not yet. He has yet to enter the fold, Master Ma replied on my behalf. Xu Gou'er continued. Then let us forge a connection. I perceive you possess some innate wisdom. Whether you can succeed depends on your own fortune. Master Ma playfully kicked my leg, urging, Hurry and bow to the celestial being. With that, he knelt in reverence to Xu Gou'er, who graciously accepted the homage, stating, The causes sown in past lives yield their fruits in the present. You and I are destined to be connected. The extent of this bond will depend on our cultivation. I comprehended none of Xu Gou'er's intentions, but I was acutely aware of her beauty and grace. Regardless of the nature of our connection, I, Xu, was eager to entwine my fate with hers. Xu Gou'er continued, The headless malevolent spirit is nearby. If you can survive the night, I shall grant you enlightenment tomorrow. Master Ma interjected, Fear not, celestial being. No matter how formidable the spirit, it remains a spirit. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. With the hunter and myself here, no malevolent entity shall intrude. The hunter instinctively tightened his grip around his firearm, the joints of his fingers cracking ominously. Xu, come with me inside, Xu Gou'er commanded. I cast a bewildered glance at her. What could she possibly want? Ignoring my confusion, she strode into a room, while Master Ma hissed, Hurry and enter with the celestial being. With a hesitant yes, I followed. As I parted the heavy curtain, I found the room shrouded in darkness, with Xu Gou'er seated like a bride upon the bed. Come in, she beckoned. I hesitated, rooted to the spot. Come in. There are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. I shuffled forward to stand before her. Do you wish to bed me? Xu Gou'er queried abruptly, causing my face to flush. No, I stammered. I can perceive your every thought. I know precisely what occupies your mind. I swallowed hard, striving to clear my head, especially of any impure thoughts regarding her. Why do you, so young, fixate solely on procreation? It is not merely about that. It is the journey towards it that intrigues you. Fox spirit, I do not harbor such thoughts. I protested weakly. Xu Gou'er retorted, In a moment, I shall disrobe. Today, I will impart some fundamental knowledge that you will find useful. My heart raced. This was unnecessary instruction, for despite my youth, I was no stranger to the ways of passion. Thud. Xu Gou'er kicked me sharply at the knee, causing me to stumble backward against the wall. You are beyond redemption. I genuinely wish to form a connection with you, yet your mind is consumed with base desires. My face burned, and I was at a loss for words to rectify the situation. Xu Gou'er continued her reprimand. Can you not entertain different thoughts? Whether it was her words or my own mind, I found myself preoccupied with thoughts of intimacy with her. In the darkness, I sensed her gaze piercing through me, and I felt a wave of unease wash over me. Xu, at your age, you ought to be focused on appropriate matters. You are still a child. Such thoughts are premature. I thought to myself, what is so early about it? There's a fellow in my village, a few months my senior, with a child of his own already. Many in their 30s are already grandparents. They are them, and you are you. You have your own aspirations. Oh no. Xu Gou'er could read my thoughts. I struggled to maintain a sense of calm. What are your aspirations? I thought, to be with Xu Gou'er. For some reason, whenever she mentioned aspirations, that thought surfaced in my mind. I heard Xu Gou'er let out a heavy sigh, likely having discerned my true thoughts. I immediately forced myself to consider loftier ambitions, like vanquishing evil and rescuing the oppressed, but still, my foremost desire remained to be with Xu Gou'er. Xu Gou'er sighed. Our fates are indeed entwined. Very well, you have your thoughts, and I have mine. Let us focus on our primary tasks. Fox spirit, It was you who proposed disrobing and teaching me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be plagued by such sordid thoughts. Hu Xiaozue chuckled lightly. You are quite the smooth talker. I know your true intentions. With that, Hu Xiaozue began to unfasten her garments, declaring, time is short, and there are certain things only I can teach you. Are you familiar with the 13 Ghost Gate Needles? I shook my head, cloaked in darkness, guessing she could not see. Chapter 27. On-site instruction. Hu Xiaozue continued. The 13 Ghost Gate Needles were devised by the divine physician BNK, utilizing silver needles to pierce 13 acupoints to treat conditions such as madness and seizures. They can also stabilize a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits, restoring their original essence. Should you continue to harbor thoughts of desiring to be with me, I shall have no choice but to sever your head. I swallowed hard as Hu Xiaozue continued. Ghost Seal, Ghost Palace, Ghost Cave, Ghost Fort, Ghost Path, Ghost Market, Ghost Hall, Ghost Pillow, Ghost Heart, Ghost Leg, Ghost Letter, Ghost Camp, Ghost Hide. These 13 acupuncture points are known as the 13 Ghost Points. Your master will teach you the others. I shall only instruct you on the Ghost Hide point. Where is it? At the human head. My heart tightened. Although I was unaware of the human head's location, the presence of the word human allowed me to hazard a guess. You are correct. It is indeed that place. The silver needle must be thrust straight up from below, piercing until blood is drawn 3/10 of an inch into the point. I remarked, in this darkness, I cannot see. Perhaps I should bring in an oil lamp. You little rascal, do you wish to see clearly? How can I know where it is without seeing? You are supposed to teach me. I can feel around. I spoke without a hint of shame, for it was all in the name of learning, primarily driven by earnestness and a thirst for knowledge. To my surprise, Hu Xiaozue began to dress. I hurriedly questioned, how can you dress when I still do not know where it is? You have a keen understanding. You grasped it right away. It is precisely that spot. I need not instruct you further. I felt an urge to slap myself, a gesture so forceful that even my father would struggle to recognize me. Such a promising endeavor had turned into this, and I felt utterly wretched. Hu Xiaozue's tone turned playful as she remarked, a sharp mind is a wonderful thing. It requires little teaching. In that moment, I could only lament my own intellect. In a few days, you will descend the mountain. That girl must seal her soul with the 13 ghost needles before consuming the ghost ginseng. Your master will send you to perform the needlework. Remember, not a single mistake must be made. Oh, I replied tersely. This hasty lesson concluded, and aside from Hu Xiaozue's gold-trimmed red undergarment, I saw naught else. Alas, I lamented deeply. Hu Xiaozue added, I merely wish to inform you of the ghost hide point. You need not regret. Even if I had allowed you to see, you would have lacked the silver needle and could only ascertain your own position. I mused, though I lacked the silver needle, I possessed the golden cudgel. Before I could finish my thought, Hu Xiaozue's palm came down upon me, stating, there are many fox spirits in the old forest and even more devoted believers. I have never encountered one like you, who dreams of betting a fox spirit. I feel embarrassed to speak of it. She then whispered, what you desire is not impossible. But you must wait until you have attained a certain level of skill. My heart leaped with joy, and I vowed to rise with the dawn to practice my swordplay and read by lamplight at night, not wasting a single moment, all in hopes of achieving my aspirations swiftly. Upon leaving the room, I promptly inquired about the 13 ghost needles from Master Ma. He was taken aback for a few seconds, then spoke at length, pouring forth knowledge as if from a bamboo tube, and upon finishing, he did not forget to praise Hu Xiaozue, stating, this child is learning with such enthusiasm for the first time. The fox spirit's teachings are indeed effective, igniting her interest. I thought to myself, is it truly interest? It is desire. Mastering this could lead to the fox spirit bestowing enlightenment upon me. Surely I, Su, shall walk the path of my ancestors Su Xian, bringing glory to my family. Hu Xiaozue giggled beside us, leaving Master Ma somewhat bewildered. The clock struck 3 or 4 in the morning, the hour when yang energy is at its weakest and yin energy at its peak. The time when ferocious dogs bare their teeth. The tavern was left with only the old hunter, Master Ma, and myself, all of us wide awake. Outside, the sound of hooves gradually echoed, crisp and jarring, each step seeming to land upon my heart. Yet, I felt no fear. Instead, a thrill coursed through me. What is destined to come will come. The sooner, the better. Master Ma's plan was to endure the night, to locate the headless ghost's remains by daybreak, and perform a rite to send it into reincarnation. Our task tonight was to prevent the malevolent spirit from entering the tavern and causing harm. Through the wooden walls, I witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. A tall, black horse stood outside the tavern, its coat gleaming darkly, particularly its eyes, which shone with a chilling light, neither green nor red, but a brightness that sent shivers down the spine. The horse exhaled white vapor, reminiscent of a person's breath in the winter air, undoubtedly frigid. Upon closer inspection of the figure atop the horse, it was clad in glimmering iron armor, with a breastplate that seemed to conceal a swirling gray mist, vaguely discernible. In its hand was a long spear, the shaft adorned with a crescent-shaped hook, emanating an aura of lethal intent, the kind that had likely severed countless heads. Strangely, its head was disproportionately large, easily a foot square, resembling a piece of ceramic, white with red specks, bearing an exceptionally sinister expression. The headless ghost rode the horse, ambling back and forth about 7 or 8 meters from the tavern's entrance. Regardless of how the black horse turned or moved, its head remained fixed, unwavering. Locked onto the tavern's door, I swallowed again, feeling a chill creep into my bones. My earlier bravado dissipated like mist. While my desires might have included Xu Gou'er, I first needed to ensure my own survival before pursuing further ambitions. As long as I preserved my life, there were still Zhang Xiaozui and Wang Xiaozui to consider. Master Ma and the hunter's gazes were sharp, particularly the hunter's, whose eyes glowed with determination and lethal intent. The old hunter suggested, "Master Ma, shall I open the door and fire a shot?" "No need. Such actions are futile. A bullet would be ineffective. As long as we remain here, it will not dare enter. No matter how formidable the ghost, it fears humans. Its wandering at the door is merely a tactic to instill dread in us, to make us lose our souls, allowing it to slip in unchallenged." The old hunter scoffed. "At my age, what do I have to fear? If it dares to approach, I shall confront it, and we shall see if my old bones are still sturdy." "Indeed, go ahead and open the door, and relieve yourself outside," Master Ma retorted. I stared at him in disbelief. Was he truly suggesting I offer myself as a sacrifice? Master Ma persisted, and I felt a wave of apprehension. I knew that child's urine wards off evil. Thus, I suggested, "Master, may I urinate into a container first, then sprinkle it outside?" "No, just go." I had no intention of doing so. Master Ma shot me a glare, saying, "Do not fear, do not hesitate." "I cannot. Master, you are an old bachelor. If urine wards off evil, then you should carry out the task." Master Ma, panting, seized the back of my neck, hoisting me towards the door as if I were a small chick. "When you open the door, you must exude confidence. Do not falter. If your spirit is weak, the malevolent will invade." I mentally cursed Master Ma's ancestors, realizing I had no choice but to press forward. Upon opening the door, the black horse halted, and the porcelain head grinned with an even more sinister allure. I shakily produced the golden cudgel, only to find it utterly ineffective now. Having trained my soldiers for 1,000 days, I found them useless when the time came. Anxiety swelled within me, and despite my nervousness, I could not relieve myself. The hunter approached the door, thrusting his rifle outward as if to challenge the ghost. I braced myself, yet the urge to urinate betrayed me. Previously, I could relieve myself 2 to 3 meters away, but now it dripped like a leaking faucet, splattering my shoes. I felt something dripping onto my head, and as I slowly looked up, I gasped. The stream had not yet ceased, and I hastily pulled up my trousers, slamming the door shut with a bang. Master Ma looked at me with disappointment, exclaiming, "What are you afraid of?" I could barely complete my sentence, stammering, "And Master, that old eagle is on the roof." "What?" It must be the size of a person, and when I looked up just now, it was twisting its neck to observe me. Beneath the old eagle lay the corpse of the cannon, its entrails spilled out. The old hunter's teeth ground together. Master Ma's fingers moved rapidly, as if calculating something. "Master, what kind of creature is the old eagle?" Master Ma replied skeptically, "It should not be a monster. It has merely mutated from radiation." The old hunter was unfamiliar with this term, so Master Ma simplified it. It pertains to the machines used by organ transplant teams, which emit invisible forces, causing nearby animals to mutate. Upon hearing that it was not a demon, the old hunter's courage surged, and he proceeded to load his shotgun with iron shot. He then nodded at Master Ma, who was equally resolute, drawing his pistol as he followed the old hunter to the door. The moment the door swung open, like a flash of lightning, both the shotgun and the pistol fired simultaneously. The old eagle, poised to take flight, flapped its wings, causing a gust of wind that rushed through the wooden door, nearly knocking me off my feet. The old hunter, quick and alert, swiftly reloaded and fired again at the soaring eagle. It barely flew a few meters before crashing to the ground before the black horse, its wings still flapping as it struggled to right itself. Boom! The old hunter fired while advancing towards the fallen eagle, and Master Ma, undeterred, grabbed his ghostly blade and followed suit. I, however, faltered, remaining inside as I watched them sever the eagle's talons. Meanwhile, the headless ghost stood silently, observing without a sound. its porcelain expression shifting from a ghastly grin to one of ferocity. Master Ma and the old hunter returned, each holding one of the eagle's talons, which were larger than my head, weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, with the talon tips longer than my fingers. If such a thing were to grasp a person's head, it would surely crush it. Master Ma looked at me and said, "Minnie, did you see? Even the most formidable beings fear the power of the sun. When the old hunter and I went out, did that fierce ghost dare to act?" I swallowed hard. I certainly did not dare to move. The headless ghost remained reluctant to leave, but my fear diminished. After all, Master Ma had exited without incident, so what could the headless ghost do? We endured until dawn, when the ghost's form gradually faded and slowly vanished. The old hunter touched his rough face and remarked, "This creature is no ordinary being." It was not overly afraid and dared to confront us. After living in the mountains for so many years, this is the first time I've encountered such a thing. Master Ma replied, "It is a confrontation, but also a desperate gamble. It seeks ginseng, fox fur, and tiger bones, thus it must remain here." "What does it want those for?" I inquired. "These are items of significant power. The burial site of the headless general is a place for nurturing corpses. If those 3 items are taken there and buried alongside the remains, the headless general's power will be greatly amplified, making it one of the most formidable spirits." The old hunter inhaled sharply and asked, "What shall we do next?" Master Ma turned to me and said, "You go check if the fox spirit and tiger spirit have awakened." I nodded and entered their room, only to find it empty, as if everything from the previous night had been a dream. The room of the short, stout ginseng spirit was also vacant. In a panic, I exclaimed, "Master, master, the spirits have gone." Master Ma gasped in surprise and asked, "Is there any yellow incense?" Just as he finished speaking, there was a series of knocks at the door. I felt a jolt of alarm, and the old hunter also appeared wary. No one had left since morning, so it must be an outsider. Master Ma brandished his ghostly blade as he approached the door, my heart pounding in my throat. With a creak, the door opened to reveal a diminutive, grotesque figure standing outside, with a face marred by pits and bumps, as if it had been beaten into submission. Its clothing was a patchwork of colors, resembling paper, and its head appeared rigid, swaying back and forth as it gazed at us, a veritable little demon. "Who are you?" I demanded. No sooner had I spoken than a thick yellow smoke enveloped the little figure, rendering it impossible to see. The smoke was suffocating, with an odor that made one nauseous. Moments later, as the haze dissipated, the little figure had vanished, replaced by 2 yellow weasels, each over a foot long, who showed no fear, standing at the doorway and gesturing towards the mountains. Master Ma clasped his hands together and bowed to the entrance, thanking the spirits for their guidance. With the weasels leading the way, the search for the headless general's remains became much easier. Master Ma, the old hunter, and I prepared our belongings and set off. The braided man from the tavern wanted to join us, claiming he could be of assistance, even if it was just to carry a burden. However, the old hunter declined, stating that someone had died in the tavern the previous night, and they should stay behind to bury the body and tidy up the establishment. The old hunter and Master Ma reached a semblance of understanding, or perhaps mutual respect, after their earlier conflict. Although the old hunter dealt with life and death, he was undeniably a man of honor. In places where the law could not reach, there must be someone to uphold justice. In the shadows where sunlight fails to penetrate, the presence of light remains essential. The yellow weasel, seemingly intelligent, took the lead, occasionally glancing back to ensure we were following. To Master Ma's delight, the weasel guided us to a mass grave where, amidst what had become little more than flat ground, he found the ginseng he sought. A chill ran through me. Or perhaps disappointment. With the discovery of the ginseng, Master Ma would likely not return to the tavern, and without his return, my chances of seeing Xu Gou'er again dwindled. I secretly hoped she would come tonight. The ginseng grew in a peculiar spot, nestled among the weeds beneath a locust tree, which appeared malnourished, with a trunk that varied in thickness and bulged in places, resembling a string of candied fruit from a distance. Master Ma retrieved copper coins, red thread, and a deer bone needle, burned joss paper, and, after preparing everything, knelt down to excavate the ginseng, while the old hunter stood guard with his gun. This was the custom in the mountains. Animals have their instincts. Whether lynxes or wolf packs, they often attack those with their backs turned. Thus, while one person excavated ginseng, another must keep watch. This ginseng was of the 6th grade leaf, considered a top-tier specimen. To clarify, the grade refers to the number of leaf stems a ginseng plant develops as it ages. More stems indicate more leaves. In simpler terms, if a single stalk has 3 leaves, it is classified as 3rd grade. If it has 6 leaves, it is 6th grade. Both cultivated and wild ginseng max out at 6th grade leaves. regardless of how long they grow. Once a ginseng plant reaches 6th grade, it remains that way indefinitely. Moreover, wild ginseng cannot claim to be a millennium old. The lifespan of ginseng tops out at about 200 years. Ginseng around 100 years old is the most desirable. Beyond that, it becomes hard and woody, losing its medicinal value. If ginseng reaches 200 years, it either transforms into a spirit or decays into water. There are no specimens older than 200 years. Chapter 29. Unexpected turn of events. Master Ma carefully teased the soil around the ginseng with the deer bone, fearful of breaking any of its roots. This is how ginseng is. If its roots are severed, its medicinal value diminishes significantly. It is said that the essence of the ginseng escapes through the broken roots, losing its vitality and, consequently, much of its medicinal importance. As the excavation deepened, the scene below became clearer. The main root of this ginseng sprouted from the eye socket of a skull, which still bore over half a meter of black hair, indicative of a young person who had perished far from home during the Qing dynasty. The entire process of excavating the ginseng took a long time, and Master Ma spoke not a word, not even taking a smoke break, as he meticulously tended to the ginseng roots. I observed that the ghost ginseng bore little difference from normal ginseng, save for some red patterns on its surface that resembled ghostly symbols. Its body was roughly the size of a human's middle finger. Yet, those roots were remarkably long, at least half a meter, and abundant, with some intertwining with the hair of the skeleton, compelling Master Ma to proceed cautiously. The pair of yellow weasels exhibited remarkable understanding, patiently waiting nearby, occasionally playfully tussling, and at times standing still, sniffing the scents that wafted through the air. As the sun began its descent, the entire ghost ginseng was finally unearthed. It was indeed a sight to behold, an abundance of roots, perhaps 100 or more, with the longest root nearly grazing the tops of Master Ma's feet. After carefully wrapping the ghost ginseng in tree bark and moss, Master Ma was thoroughly drenched with sweat. The old hunter ignited a fire, while Master Ma, clad only in his undergarments, dried his clothes. The old hunter proposed, "Shall we spend the night here?" I responded in alarm, "But this is a haunted graveyard." He reassured me, "What is there to fear? The human heart is far more terrifying than ghosts. With the three of us here, what ghost would dare approach?" Master Ma jested, "If a female ghost dares to come, I could hold her and take a nap." Reluctantly, I conceded to their determination to stay the night in the haunted graveyard, knowing my objections would fall on deaf ears. As we gathered around the bonfire, the atmosphere lightened, and the old hunter began to share his stories. He recounted how his survival was merely a stroke of luck. The ghost troop had rescued him, initially mistaking him for a corpse, believing he was already dead. Yet, when they submerged him in a water barrel, he coughed and sputtered, proving he was still alive. The ghost troop had encountered many deceased children, and typically, they would not bother with those who showed signs of life, either leaving them be or taking them back to await death, never contemplating the idea of nurturing them back to health. It was sheer fate that saved the old hunter. After finishing a performance, the troop was gifted a sheep by the host to slaughter for meat. As the old hunter wept nearby, the ewe bent down and nursed him, an act that seemed to signify a profound connection between life and death. The troop leader, sensing that the old hunter's life was meant to continue, decided to keep him. Despite being spared, the old hunter found himself in silence. No one spoke to him, nor did anyone teach him the ghostly songs he had merely observed during their performances, able to hum a few melodies. As time progressed, the demand for ghost performances dwindled, and the troop found themselves unable to survive in the outside world, ultimately retreating to the depths of the old forest. Eventually, the performers passed away, and out of gratitude for the old hunter's salvation, he buried them beneath a locust tree. This tree, it was said, nurtured ghosts, and the burial site became a gathering spot for animals, encircling the tree as if listening to an unseen performance. The old hunter could not explain why, but from the moment he buried the first body, animals began to circle the tree. As more bodies were interred, the number of animals increased, creating a larger circle. The ground around it trampled to barrenness. Some animals perished by the old locust tree, and each time the hunter visited, he would hang the deceased creatures from its branches. Unable to articulate the reason behind this ritual, yet it was a compulsion he could not resist. Guided by the yellow weasels, we trekked deeper into the old forest for a day and a half, arriving at a peculiar clearing. Amidst the dense woods, a circular patch of land measuring about 100 square meters appeared, strewn with decaying tree stumps, each thick as a man's torso, some adorned with mushrooms and wood ears. In the center stood a small wooden cabin, approximately 2 meters high, devoid of windows, its planks varying in hue, resembling a patchwork of various woods. Surrounding the cabin were 3 concentric circles of slanted logs, each protruding about a meter above ground. The lower ends leaning toward the cabin while the upper ends tilted outward. The logs had been meticulously trimmed, devoid of any extraneous branches, their heights and diameters consistent. Even the angles of their incline were remarkably similar. The old hunter was taken aback by the sight, asking Master Ma, "What is this?" Suddenly, Master Ma coughed up blood, his body bending under an unseen weight pressing upon his shoulders. Master, what is wrong?" He gritted his teeth and urged, "Quickly, urinate on my head." "What?" I exclaimed, bewildered. "No time for nonsense, just do it." Stricken by urgency, I complied, but to my dismay, Master Ma's stooped form seemed to buckle further under the pressure. The old hunter swiftly drew a dagger and sliced into his palm, blood spilling forth, revealing the bone beneath the flesh. He let the blood drip from his fingers, flinging it toward Master Ma, who was nearly prostrate on the ground. "Brother, take the child and get him down the mountain," the old hunter urged. Still, he continued to flick his blood, and in my desperation, I mimicked him, cutting my own palm. The pain surged through me as I flicked blood toward Master Ma. Yet despite my efforts, the sounds of cracking bones persisted, showing no signs of relief. "Is there no other way? Save my master," I pleaded. "We can't move him. Just keep trying. Our fate is in the hands of the heavens," he replied. At that moment, I recalled the yellow weasels that had led us into the mountains. Surely they possessed some wisdom. Turning back, I was met with a chilling sight. Both weasels lay at my feet, their bodies shriveled, as if drained of all moisture, with only their large eyes flickering weakly. Chapter 30. The possession of the immortal. My heavens, what malevolent force could render even the mystical yellow weasels silent and lifeless? "Master, do not let us leave. Tell us how we can save you." "It's no use, no hope left. You must flee." Despite my fear, I refused to abandon him. Strangely, the blood we cast upon the withered stumps seemed to breathe life into them, the mushrooms growing at a visible rate, blossoming into vibrant blue flowers. These were not mere flowers but appeared to be living entities, twirling and stretching, as if in search of something. Suddenly, my heart raced, whether from blood loss or fear. I could not tell, but it felt as if it might leap from my throat. An unusual thought struck me. I picked up the discarded dagger and made a swift incision behind Master Ma's ear. Rather than blood, I extracted 2 soft, translucent strands, akin to dragon whiskers, from beneath the skin. The moment I pulled them free, Master Ma's body relaxed. The old hunter, quick to act, seized Master Ma and began to drag him back toward the old forest. I joined in, lifting my gaze just in time to see a spotted feline, roughly the size of a dog, perched on a branch, its expression a blend of amusement and malice. There was no time for hesitation. Survival was paramount. With all our strength, we pulled Master Ma deeper into the forest, but fatigue overwhelmed me, and I collapsed. My last memories were of gasping for air and surrendering to the unknown, hoping against hope that some great beast would not come to devour us. When I awoke, the sky was a murky blue, indistinguishable between day and night, and I could not tell the hour. I hastily rose to check on the 2 old men. They remained unconscious, yet their breaths were steady. I struggled to gather some dry twigs and leaves to start a fire. The loss of blood rendered my mind a blank, devoid of any thoughts, each movement sending me into a dizzying whirl. At that moment, the best course of action was to remain still, allowing my body to gradually recuperate. I endeavored to stay awake, yet an overwhelming fatigue engulfed me. Without food or water, I was both hungry and drowsy, caught in a sensation that the more I slept, the more I yearned for slumber. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until I was roused by Master Ma. The old hunter beside him puffed on his pipe. At first, I slapped myself to regain composure, but soon my heart swelled with joy. Both of their conditions had improved, their pallor notwithstanding, their spirits restored to a significant extent. "Master, are you well?" I inquired. "Sir, how do you fare?" The old hunter nodded slightly, and Master Ma reassured me, "I am fine now." A weight lifted from my heart as Master Ma continued, "You have extracted my wisdom root." "Master, I am sorry," I stammered. Master Ma interrupted, "There is no blame. My wisdom root is lost, severing my celestial ties. You must strive harder and attain mastery sooner. Do you understand?" "Master, I do not feel guilty. While my wisdom root is gone, my life has been preserved. I will not only absolve you, but express gratitude." A wisdom root can be regained with diligence. However, I was at a loss for words. I had grown accustomed to Master Ma's jovial demeanor, and his sudden seriousness instilled fear in me. The old hunter coughed a couple of times and remarked, "Young one, your master may have lost his celestial ties, but he still possesses experience. You must apply yourself." The traditions of the old forest must not fade. Sir, rest assured, I will certainly put in the effort. Having said that, I asked, Master, are you feeling better? Do not worry, I am fine. What is the true nature of that forest? It is quite sinister. Master Ma took a deep breath and began to recount. Upon first seeing that flat expanse, his immediate thought was of the sun tombs of Lop Nur, as the burial forms were similar, upright coffins buried partially in the earth, arranged in concentric circles. The sole difference was the low, windowless wooden house at the center. Just as Master Ma pondered the wooden structure, an invisible force suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, an overwhelming strength that rendered him immobile. He attempted to resist, but the more he struggled, the stronger the force became, as if it sought to compress him into a sphere. My efforts alongside the old hunter to ward off evil were utterly futile. It was both fortunate and unfortunate that I had extracted Master Ma's wisdom root. He explained that the seemingly patchwork wooden house was, in fact, a coffin meant for the primary occupant. The colorful planks were crafted from 100 different caskets, each piece extracted from one of 100 buried coffins, assembled into a new one. This type of coffin is a standard preservation coffin, said to keep a corpse from decaying for a century, and potentially revive it after a millennium. Moreover, the thick wooden stumps surrounding it were not merely logs, they too served as coffins. Before encountering the logs, Master Ma had believed that the craft of hollowing wood for coffins had been lost to time. The technique, said to originate from the Book of Lu Ban, involved selecting a locust tree of considerable girth, carving an incision 3 feet and 3 inches from the root, and hollowing it out in the shape of a human. Once completed, the carpenter would gradually widen the small opening until a body could be inserted. There are various accounts regarding the insertion of the body, and due to the passage of time, coupled with the fact that no one had reportedly employed such dark arts in centuries, Master Ma could not ascertain which version was true, or if any were. The first account suggested that a living child was placed inside the wood, nurtured by the carpenter until the child reached 10 years of age. The carpenter would periodically incise the tree to stimulate its growth, and when the opening closed, it would signify the child's demise. The second account posited that a corpse was used, necessitating an enlargement of the opening and subsequent incisions to prompt healing. The third account also involved a corpse, but required the bones to be removed, leaving only a skin to be inserted into the tree. Regardless of the narrative, the healed opening would form a black-striped, ghostly face. Hence this dark art is also referred to as the ghost-faced locust coffin. My spine chilled at this revelation. The commonality among all 3 methods was that the locust tree must remain alive. After the hollow healed completely over 3 years, the carpenter would fell the tree to retrieve the segment used for burial. It is said that this locust tree harbors true spirits within its wood. However, carpenters typically crafted the buried segments into offerings for malevolent deities, rarely using them for direct burial. Chapter 31. Return home. Master Ma analyzed that the ghost-faced locust coffins were buried around the central wooden coffin, implying that the souls within the ghost-faced locust coffins were likely the spectral guardians of the primary occupant, ensuring their peace. The center was a preservation coffin crafted from 100 different woods, encircled by ghost-faced locust coffins. It was difficult to fathom the identity of the central occupant who could employ such sinister sorcery. The old hunter inquired, Master Ma, do you possess a means to dispel this? Master Ma shook his head in resignation. When I had my wisdom root, that malevolent force could crush me as if I were a mere chick. Now that I lack my wisdom root, how long until your wisdom root can be restored? 3 to 5 years, perhaps. I cannot say for certain. Honestly, I no longer hold hope for myself at my age, but I wish for much to be accomplished. The old hunter gave me a firm pat and said, Did you hear what your master said? I nodded earnestly. Master Ma continued, the ghost-faced locust coffins, the 100 wooden coffins, the ancient Southeast Asian spirits, all are formidable in their own right. Together, they would send even the gods of the mountains fleeing. What can we mere mortals do? Master, what is the significance of this tomb? Rather than a tomb, it would be more accurate to call it an altar. An altar? Yes, someone has set their sights on the spirit of the greater Xing'an range, wishing to inter their ancestors here to transform into dragons. The old hunter nodded thoughtfully, but I was increasingly befuddled and asked, Master, what does it mean to transform into a dragon? To bury the ancestors here, using dark arts to catalyze the process, ensuring that their descendants will surely rise to high office. Seeing my confusion, Master Ma elaborated, the greater Xing'an range is a dragon vein, perhaps the only one in the country. Historically, there have been 2 significant severings of dragon veins. The first occurred after Qin Shi Huang ascended to the throne, commanding sorcerers to traverse the land and sever any dragon veins they encountered. At that time, he had just unified the 6 states. Yet the hearts of the people had not turned to Qin. Among the sorcerers who severed dragon veins was a man from Zhao, who ventured alone into the Qinling Mountains and personally severed the dragon vein of the Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Initially, the Qin people were merely servants to the Zhou royal family, flourishing due to their connection to the Kunlun Fairy Mountain. This Kunlun Fairy Mountain does not refer to the modern Kunlun Mountains, but rather the Kunlun Fairy Mountain within the Qinling, known as the source of myriad mountains. With the dragon vein severed, the Qin dynasty fell within 14 years. The second severing of the dragon vein occurred during the early Ming dynasty, when the Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang commanded Liu Bowen to disperse his disciples to sever the dragon veins. Liu Bowen cut numerous dragon veins, but left the greater Xing'an range intact. Centuries later, the Manchus, birthed from the greater Xing'an range, seized control of the central plains and restricted access to the greater Xing'an range for hundreds of years, ensuring the dragon vein remained undisturbed. Hearing this, I felt confused and asked, I heard on television that the Qin dynasty fell due to oppression. Nonsense. The Qin army had just defeated the 6 states and was at its most formidable. Qin Shi Huang gathered the might of the world at Xianyang. The regular armies of the 6 states could not contend with the Qin forces. How could a bunch of commoners withstand the Qin army? It was the severing of the dragon vein that led to the loss of national fortune. The Wanli emperor of the Ming dynasty did not attend court for over 30 years, yet the Ming dynasty did not perish. At that time, the Japanese general Toyotomi Hideyoshi led 140,000 troops to invade the Korean peninsula, only to be repelled by the Ming forces to the tiniest of territories. I obstinately declared, during the Ming dynasty, the little Japanese were no taller than a dog, and I could easily defeat 10 of them. To be honest, I still did not believe in the concept of a dragon vein at that moment, so I pressed on. A Manchu emerged from the greater Xing'an range. Yet the dragon vein does not seem particularly impressive. Where did the kingdoms of Bohai, Jin, and Liao originate? I shook my head, genuinely unaware. I knew of Bohai, but had never heard of the Bohai kingdom. Master Ma, irked, scolded, what am I even arguing with a little brat like you for? Come, let us descend the mountain. Return in 3 years, and if your skills are still lacking, I shall personally bury you here. The old hunter, filled with dread, exclaimed, wait. Master Ma, we must wait 3 years? By then, this matter will have escalated. What then? Master Ma sighed. For the moment, there is no urgency. It will take time for the corpse-raising grounds to awaken. The deities and spirits of Ghost-Killing Ridge can hold out for a few more years, but if not, I shall find the ghost ginseng and handle matters within our capabilities first. The old hunter, begrudging yet resigned, said, 3 years. You must return then. I, too, will grit my teeth and survive for 3 more years. Master Ma, equally discontent, perhaps out of disappointment and helplessness, reflected on a lifetime of cultivation, only to find himself like a lamb to the slaughter upon entering the mountains, his life at the mercy of others. Due to excessive blood loss, we lacked the strength to venture to Ghost-Killing Ridge. Our only option was to descend the mountain and recuperate. Upon returning to the mountain base, guided by the old hunter, Master Ma encountered machines emitting radiation. Unsure how to dispose of them, he opted for the simplest farmer's solution, to bury them. At parting, Master Ma promised the old hunter that in 3 years, he would ascend the mountain once more and would ensure I became the finest medium. He also assured that once I matured, he would return to the mountains to succeed the old hunter in guarding the forest. The old hunter said nothing further, not accompanying us, as he sat smoking his pipe, enveloped in clouds of smoke, which seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words. The descent was remarkably smooth, and Master Ma discreetly informed me that those capable of laying such a trap in the old forest could not be mere merchants, but rather high-ranking officials, and not of lowly status. Upon descending, I must keep this matter to myself, never to forget it. Whether or not I could unravel this mystery depended on my forthcoming fortune. Upon reaching home, twilight had just set in. Master Ma handed me 10 yuan for food and advised me to rest early, as he had matters to attend to and could not take me with him at night. Had it not been for Master Ma rummaging through the cabinet and finding a box of government-issued natural latex condoms, I might have believed him. I, Xu, had always been quick-witted. Although I could not read, I had played with balloons with my peers and understood their purpose. Friends who had attended school even read the instructions to me. At Master Ma's age, he surely had no need for such items. Older women would have already gone through menopause. Therefore, it was evident that he sought someone much younger, yet typically, hair salons provided such items. Hence, it could only mean one thing, a young widow. Master Ma rode off on his bicycle without looking back, leaving me feeling empty. With nothing to do, I boiled some water to bathe, as my body ached. Halfway through my bath, footsteps suddenly echoed in the yard. As I pricked up my ears to listen, the sound vanished. The footsteps were remarkably light, certainly not Master Ma's. I stepped out of the wooden basin, tiptoed to the door, and peered outside, where only silence and the bright moonlight greeted me. Had I misheard? Chapter 32. The Origins of Xu Gou'er. Just as I turned around, a figure suddenly appeared behind me, startling me to the point of nearly stopping my heart. Upon closer inspection, I laughed. It was Xu Gou'er. What brings you here? Xu Gou'er's enchanting eyes scanned me from head to toe, and I suddenly realized I was without clothes. In a flurry, I covered my modesty with my hands. You little rascal, you haven't even grown 2 hairs, and yet you're already full of mischief, she teased. Why are you here? Where's your master? Off to dally with a young widow, I replied. Xu Gou'er's eyes glazed over for a moment before she chuckled. Indeed, he remains quite the old fox. I continued, what brings you here? Did your master teach you the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate? He mentioned it on the way down, and I grasped the general idea. If you have questions, do ask me. You must not misfire on your first attempt, or you'll ruin my reputation. I pondered for a moment, and then Xu Gou'er interjected. Don't ask about the human acupoint. You've seen enough movies to know more than I do. I swallowed my retort. Xu Gou'er waved her hand, urging me to get dressed. In the dim light, we sat on the Kong, engaging in a casual conversation. Before her, I dared not speak falsely, for she could read my heart. Though she appeared to be merely 16 or 17. She was in fact nearly 500 years old, having been born in the 37th year of the Jiajing era, in 1558. Xu Gou'er's ability was directly related to Emperor Jiajing, who was a Taoist by profession and an emperor by occupation, passionately devoted to alchemy. The materials for alchemy varied widely. For instance, the urine of prepubescent boys, collected at the right moment, would be directly placed in the alchemical furnace. Additionally, the menstrual blood of virgins was sought after, and many young girls suffered at his hands to procure it, due to his disdain for inferior materials. Over 200 girls met their demise at his command. As for Xu Gou'er, her mother was a small but capable white fox, born amidst the white clouds and black soil. One fateful winter day, she was captured by a hunter who recognized her glossy fur and striking form as an exceptional spirit creature. The hunter brought her home and presented her to the local magistrate. Eventually, the white fox found her way to the imperial palace, where Emperor Jiajing initially intended to use her as an ingredient for his elixirs. However, by then, the white fox was already pregnant, having long been engaged in alchemical pursuits. Jiajing understood some metaphysical principles. Normal foxes mate in March and give birth in May, yet the white fox was pregnant in winter, indicating a deeper significance. As a result, Jiajing kept her in the palace, providing her with lavish meals and sharing his elixirs with her. It was not until the following summer that the white fox gave birth to a little white fox, Xu Gou'er. Strangely, shortly after her birth, Jiajing gouged out the white fox's eyes to use in his alchemy. In her final moments, the white fox shattered her cage, allowing Xu Gou'er to escape northward, an escape that spanned 7 years. By the time she crossed the Shanhai Pass, she had transformed from a small white fox into a little girl of 3 or 4 years, possessing human thoughts and form, but lacking human strength. One could say that even a sneeze would knock her down. Yet she was determined to return to the old forest. A 3 or 4-year-old girl, relying on begging, made her way back to the old forest, a journey fraught with hardship. Having lived in the old forest for many years, Xu Gou'er later encountered the fox spirit grandmother, who took her in and raised her. It was then that she discovered her father was the mountain god. She had initially wished to live a quiet life in the forest, but alas, malevolent spirits disturbed the peace, and the animals found it hard to be at ease. I yearned to inquire about my own origins, to ask who my biological father was, but I resisted. I did not wish to know, nor did I want to harbor unexpected familial sentiments toward a stranger. Xu Gou'er discerned my innermost thoughts, yet she refrained from providing a response. Instead, she shifted the conversation, stating, though I am young and lack significant skills, my lineage and cultivation allow me to converse with deities and spirits alike. I am willing to risk my life to assist you. I hope you do not let me down. I sighed. You wish to draw me close so that I might master certain abilities, enabling me to confront the enigmatic ghost-faced coffin array upon the mountain, do you not? What other reason could there be? Xu Gou'er replied with an air of inevitability. A wave of melancholy washed over me. Perhaps the youthful heart tends to envision matters in a more favorable light. Xu Gou'er continued. We have come to understand one another. How far our fate extends depends on your own fortune. Please, do not place me in a difficult position. Very well, I murmured. Enough now, retire early. Your master shall return at dawn to take you to assist that young lady with her ghost ginseng, and perform the 13 ghost needles. Be earnest in your efforts. Are you leaving? I queried. What other choice is there? I bit my lip in silence, understanding that Xu Gou'er was aware of my sentiments, yet she offered no reaction. It was the first time I felt an attachment to her. Suddenly, my scream shattered the tranquility of the small village. The detestable Master Ma had returned unbeknownst to me and struck me with a broom. What time is it? Still in bed? I attempted to check the time, only to realize that Master Ma's impoverished household lacked even a clock. Get up quickly. I am to teach you your letters. Didn't we plan to prepare ghost ginseng for that young lady today? The ginseng must be prepared by night. Now rise and learn your letters. Overwhelmed, I thought it tolerable to endure some trivial tasks, but the prospect of studying was unbearable. Seeing my lack of response, Master Ma threatened to strike me again. I did not evade him, instead lamenting, Master, just end my misery. I have lost too much blood and cannot rise from this bed. Go ahead and strike me. I will not dodge. My plea had no effect. Master Ma hoisted me up, declaring, You little rascal, even in death, you must learn at least 2 characters. My heart burned with indignation. Was Master Ma caught in a scandal last night? Or was it the widow's time of the month? Why was he so irritable this early? Perhaps he had not comprehended the widow's wisdom? I rose, feeling discontent. Truth be told, during my time on the mountain, every bone in my body ached. Master Ma had procured a heap of tattered books, their musty scent overwhelming. These ancient texts, some over 100 years old, were classified into categories of classics, history, philosophy, and literature. Learning 100 characters a day could lead to mastering the 3,000 commonly used ones in a month, followed by delving into history, medical texts, and philosophical works. Yet, the complexity of these classifications eluded me. I had only grasped the fundamentals of Chinese subtitles, Japanese and Korean films, and the allure of uniforms and youthful romance. Unbeknownst to me, Master Ma's hand was surprisingly swift. He struck me repeatedly. I ran, but he pursued with the speed of a rabbit, making escape impossible. Ultimately, defeated, I found myself seated before a sewing machine, where Master Ma had unearthed this relic. I could not fathom. The pedal was missing, rendering it little more than a makeshift desk. Chapter 33. A chain of misfortune. I felt that Master Ma's tongue had become somewhat twisted, yet I complied. Whatever character he pronounced, I echoed. However, mispronunciation would earn me punishment. His accent was more jumbled than my own background. In just one night, Master Ma transformed into a stern taskmaster, imposing a rigorous schedule upon me, rising at 4, climbing the mountain by 6, napping at noon, continuing studies at 2, and promptly retiring by 8. Naturally, my ability to retire was contingent upon my academic performance. I mused that ancient scholars never toiled as hard as I. After enduring the day and a days, Master Ma donned fresh clothes and prepared to take me to treat the young lady. I was uncertain whether he had informed the family in advance, but they awaited us at the door. After exchanging pleasantries, Master Ma cut to the chase. Have you prepared the items I requested? Yes. Hurry, bring them. The lady of the house replied, presenting a red plastic bag filled with white pouches resembling medicinal herbs. Master Ma examined the contents with a discerning nose, identifying components such as realgar, pearls, and other assorted herbs. Yes, all acquired, the finest quality, he affirmed. Now, follow me to brew the medicine. The hosts had set up a makeshift earthen stove in the courtyard, upon which a cauldron rested. Master Ma was meticulous in kindling the fire, using exclusively peach wood, claiming it wards off evil and that its flames possess the most potent yang energy. I questioned, isn't all fire the same? What distinguishes yin from yang? Ghost fire. He replied without hesitation. I felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to articulate my thoughts. Perhaps it was from this dialogue that I began to accept Master Ma's teachings. The world was not as I had perceived it, and the simplicity of a warm hearth with family was no longer my ultimate aspiration. Master Ma heated the cauldron until it glowed red, then doused it with cold water. In that instant, a cloud of white steam erupted, and he swiftly covered the lid. Instructing, grind 1 tael of realgar and pearls into powder, wrap 1 tael of stone mud, and roast it for half a day. Combine 1 tael each of peony root, croton seed, aconite, and rhizoma, and add 1 centipede. These 8 ingredients, when boiled together, create the 8 venoms red pill, also known as the ghost-slaying charm. I nodded, mentally repeating the recipe he had shared. He elaborated, each of these ingredients possesses slight toxicity. However, when combined, their poisons counteract each other, capable of dispelling ghostly energy and purging ghostly poison. By incorporating a root of ghost ginseng into the ghost-slaying charm, one can directly eradicate malevolent spirits. Master, is the 13 ghost needles still necessary? Absolutely. They are essential for stabilizing the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Otherwise, consuming ghost ginseng would scatter the soul. The first brew occurs under a shrouded moon, the second under a shrouded moon with needles, and the third allows for consumption. Must I truly administer the needles? Master Ma regarded me seriously, stating, "You must maintain the right mindset. I too appreciate the allure of women, akin to a gentleman's just pursuit of wealth. Yet, one must exercise moderation. When providing guidance, a gentle touch is permissible, but in matters of great importance, one must uphold integrity." His words resonated with me, though I grasped them only partially as I gazed at the starry sky. "Master, on a clear day, can clouds still appear?" Indeed. No sooner had he spoken than dark clouds unexpectedly gathered near the full moon. As if materializing from thin air, these clouds resembled a mass of dark energy rather than mere vapor. Master Ma took 2 swift puffs from his pipe, tossing the herbs into the cauldron. He then wielded a tattered fan, vigorously fanning the stove. The peachwood embers blazed fiercely, glowing like blood. The cauldron seemed alive, its lid rattling not from steam, but as if a frantic creature were trapped within, sometimes thrashing violently, other times pausing as though to catch its breath. "Master, I am feeling rather anxious. You are unafraid of the myriad oddities in the old forest. Why fear now?" I could not articulate my feelings, but an unsettling chill enveloped me. The spirit knows we intend to slay it and may fight back. When the second shrouded moon arises, you must swiftly enter the house and use the 13 ghost needles to seal the young lady's spirit. Do you understand? I nodded, affirming my comprehension. After what felt like an eternity, a new cloud drifted across the expansive clear sky. Master Ma's gaze remained fixed on the moon, and as his hand fell, I dashed into the house. The scriptures are all commendable, yet I, Xu, find myself unable to comprehend them. The profound wisdom imparted by Master Ma resonates within me, firmly lodged in my heart. However, upon encountering a maiden in the nude, all principles seem to flee my mind. My thoughts become a void, particularly at the sight of her lascivious expression, as if she were beckoning me to forsake my silver needles and embrace her instead. I close my eyes, striving to maintain my composure. To deter my wandering thoughts, I silently recite the prescription Master Ma had just shared: 1 tail of centipede, 2 tails of crab, and 3 cardinal disciplines. "What is the matter?" Master Ma's voice boomed from the courtyard. In a state of fluster, I found myself at a loss for words. He bellowed again. "How many needles have you administered?" "None yet," I stammered. "Get out here." I fled from the maiden's room as if escaping from my life, only to find Master Ma waiting at the door. With a swift kick, he sent me sprawling and seized the silver needles, rushing into the room. "Master, what can I do?" I pleaded, my voice tinged with desperation. He offered no reply, hesitating for a fleeting moment before I dashed to the earthen stove, fervently fanning the flames. Regret consumed me. "Xu, oh Xu, you are indeed a wretched fool. With your impurities, how can you aspire to greatness? The heavens have provided sustenance, yet you refuse to partake. What more do you desire?" I berated myself incessantly. Before long, Master Ma emerged, first bowing to the moon, then speaking rapidly. "I summon the spirit of Wu Chang, surnamed Gong, aged 18. Grant me your divine might and support." I was utterly taken aback, and Master Ma, ignoring my astonishment, had just completed his incantation when a tempest arose, swirling plastic bags in chaotic flight. One black bag, as if animated, shot through the doorway and headed straight for the maiden's chamber. Chapter 34. A midnight encounter with a widow simultaneously. The once immaculate sky transformed into a tapestry of dark clouds, lightning crackling above without a sound of thunder. "Master, what should I do?" I implored. Yet he merely cast a disappointed glance my way. "You may leave." "Leave? Where to?" "Return to your shrine. My humble abode cannot accommodate a true deity like you." My face flushed with shame. With that, he disregarded my presence, gazing intently at the moon before carrying a seething pot of medicine into the room. For a brief moment, I caught the scent of burnt flesh. I stood there, dazed and helpless. Half an hour later, Master Ma emerged, declining the gratitude offered by the host, who wished to reward him for his apparent success. "For the next 7 days, expect to expel dark fluids in large quantities. Do not be alarmed. After this period, the maiden shall be a virtuous woman." Before the host could respond, Master Ma swiftly ascended his bicycle and vanished. The host regarded me, and overwhelmed with shame. I grit my teeth and pursued Master Ma. He, aware of my pursuit, deliberately slowed his pace. As I neared, he pedaled faster, maintaining a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Unsure of my destination, I followed him, determined to learn from him. A stark contrast to my inclination to flee him a fortnight prior. Upon reaching home, Master Ma extinguished the lights and collapsed into slumber while I curled up in a corner, filled with regret. Unbeknownst to me, I drifted into sleep, and the next morning, I was roused by the sound of a broom. I immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Master, I was wrong. I will heed your guidance from now on. Please do not cast me away." Master Ma chuckled, gritting his teeth. "Get up, we're heading up the mountain." "Up the mountain? For what purpose?" "At 4 o'clock. As agreed yesterday." My heart warmed. It seemed he did not wish to dismiss me. As we ascended the mountain, Master Ma jestingly inquired, "Was that woman well endowed?" I was taken aback for a few seconds. Was she? Yes. No. One large, one small. No. One small, the other even smaller. Master Ma scolded. "You seem to have observed quite thoroughly." I felt embarrassed and had no retort. He pressed on, "And below?" I did not dare to look. "At least you possess some conscience." I reflected last night. I cannot mold you into my desired form. I must teach you according to your abilities, right? Seeing Master Ma in good spirits, I tentatively inquired, "They say great teachers produce exceptional students. Is that true?" "Of course. A teacher's character shapes their disciples. Can a lecherous master cultivate a disciple of virtue?" He shot me a glare. "Hey, are you insinuating that I am a lecher? You even know idioms. Now tell me, what does to remain unperturbed in a seductive environment mean? Where did you go the other night?" Master Ma's eyes darted around. "I was gathering medicinal herbs." "What herbs?" "Widow's bedside ash," he replied with utmost seriousness. I admired Master Ma for his cleverness. He referred to it as widow's bedside ash instead of simply stating he sought a widow. I chose not to dispute and changed the subject. "Master, you wield Wu Chang's military tactics. Why employ the 13 ghost needles?" "Silly child, do you use a butcher's knife to kill ants?" "Wu Chang's military tactics are effective, but not meant for constant use." I could explain, but you wouldn't understand until you learn it yourself. Upon returning home, Master Ma endeavored to prove his innocence, sharing insights from the compendium of Materia Medica. He explained that one particular herb is widow's bedside ash. When a widow lives alone, a fine layer of ash accumulates on her bedside. I inquired why ash collects, and Master Ma spoke in veiled terms. But I grasped the implication. Normal couples engage in intimacy frequently, stirring the bedding and dispersing the ash. However, a widow, living alone, does not disturb her bedding, allowing the ash to persist until the next cleaning. In some regions, this folk remedy is still employed if one suffers a minor injury. Sprinkling a bit of ash can expedite healing. This remedy is derived from widow's bedside ash. Ancient medical texts document its efficacy against wounds, abscesses, and inflammation. Master Ma diligently read to me, and I nodded attentively, though I could not read, so I accepted his words as truth. All this discourse was merely to validate his pursuit of widow's ash rather than any ulterior motive. "Do you doubt my words?" Master Ma snapped, closing the book with a thud. I nodded, shaking my head vigorously, but then reconsidered and hastily declared, "I believe you, Master. Whatever you say, I believe." He chuckled. "Let me explain scientifically. Widow's bedside ash is actually mold ash, which contains penicillium. Penicillin suppresses and kills bacteria. Without bacteria, wounds do not become infected. No infection means no inflammation, and without inflammation, wounds heal." I was uncertain of the truth of his words, yet they seemed plausible. Master Ma continued, "Our ancestors recognized the properties of widow's bedside ash long before the West discovered penicillin in the late 1920s. And it wasn't until the 1940s that it was developed into a medicine. Have you seen war films? Penicillin, frequently featured, is indeed penicillin." At last I understood. And I questioned, "Isn't penicillin available at pharmacies? Why not just buy it instead of seeking widow's ash?" Master Ma was taken aback, left speechless for nearly half a minute before delivering a sharp slap to my face, scolding, "You talk too much. Hurry and learn." On a serene morning 7 days later, the village resonated with the raucous sound of a swana. Master Ma successfully cured the daughter of a local family, who, grateful for his skill, invited numerous friends and relatives to celebrate by bringing him a large, plump pig, a gesture that epitomizes the highest form of rural gratitude. Despite his initial reluctance, Master Ma accepted the generous gift. Without boasting, upon seeing the glossy pig, a certain individual already envisioned a delightful feast: ribs stewed with garlic sauce, pork belly and blood sausage prepared in a hearty dish, tender pork knuckles to be savored, and stir-fried tenderloin. The host mentioned that they had prepared some modest wine and invited Master Ma and me to a midday meal, promising that a vehicle would come to fetch us. As the crowd dispersed, Master Ma wore a proud expression and playfully flicked my forehead, saying, "Did you see that? With skill comes respect from others. You must learn diligently." I chuckled, suggesting that next time, he should advise others not to blow the swana. as I had thought we were attending a banquet. In our rural culture, the Suona is only played at weddings or funerals. Master Ma shot me a glare and retorted, "You impertinent fool, a dog cannot spit out ivory. Stay at home. I shall attend the feast alone." However, he still took me along to the host's home, where the family, quite humble in their claims of modest provisions, had actually prepared 5 tables laden with an abundance of hearty dishes. Friends and relatives, including those who had assisted with the pig, filled the gathering. As the villagers praised Master Ma, I felt a twinge of envy, especially when the girl we had treated personally came to toast us, filling me with a sense of accomplishment. The young lady was indeed charming, not quite a refined lady, but certainly a delicate beauty, serene and pleasing to the eye. As she glanced at me, her cheeks flushed, and I found myself blushing even more, deliberately avoiding her gaze while she shyly offered me a toast, creating an atmosphere as if we were already wed. While Master Ma was busy boasting with the villagers, a woman suddenly appeared at the entrance, taking in the lively scene. Upon locking eyes with Master Ma, she hurried over and collapsed before him, weeping uncontrollably, unable to utter a coherent word. I was taken aback. Having witnessed various performances in the countryside, I initially thought this was a staged act, as it was common to hire mourners for such events. However, upon observing the bewildered expression on the host's face, it became clear that this woman was not part of any performance. The atmosphere shifted as everyone stopped their revelry, fixated on Master Ma, some murmuring amongst themselves. Master Ma, embodying a compassionate figure, helped the woman to her feet and seated her aside, holding her hand in comfort, likely wishing he could embrace her if the gathering were smaller. As she sobbed, I feared for her well-being, and after a prolonged moment, she managed to stammer, "My daughter. My daughter is no longer with us." Master Ma, startled, exclaimed, "Lead the way, let me see her." He then addressed the gathering, "My sincere apologies. But life is paramount, I must depart now. Please, enjoy your meal." In haste, I stuffed my mouth with a generous serving of stir-fried tofu. The woman, still overwhelmed, struggled to walk, making it hard to imagine how she had arrived on a bicycle. The host, showing kindness, arranged for a vehicle to take us. I had once thought that those who rode motorcycles with booming speakers were the epitome of cool. However, sitting in that 4-wheeled vehicle made me realize what true heights of life felt like. Do not mock me. In my youth, my dream was to own a 4-wheeled agricultural vehicle, far surpassing any motorcycle. The woman resided in Nalingzi village, not far from the county town. During the ride, she recounted how her daughter had fallen ill suddenly, unable to rise from bed one day. After numerous hospital visits and tests yielding no results, she had languished at home for half a year, only to recently start vomiting blood and refusing food, leading her back to the hospital, where doctors again found nothing wrong, suggesting she merely awaited her end. I swore that if I were ever asked to venture into the mountains for ghost ginseng again, I would surely set fire to Master Ma's firewood pile, wishing for a harsh winter upon that wretched fool. Upon arriving at the woman's home, we found a crowd had already gathered, with preparations made for the funeral. The sight sent the woman into a greater frenzy, causing her to stumble and knock over the makeshift coffin. At that moment, a burly man approached, striking her across the face and scolding, "Stop this nonsense. Let the child depart in peace. I beg you." The woman, feeling more wronged, collapsed to the ground, wailing in a manner that would soften even the hardest heart. Master Ma approached and asked, "Where's the child? I must see her." The man, enraged, shouted, "Get lost, stop causing trouble." This stunned Master Ma momentarily, but after a few seconds, he persisted, "Where is she? Let me take a look." The man, overwhelmed by grief, began to weep. In the tragic cycle of life, an elder sending off a younger soul, Master Ma took a deep breath and strode into the house. An old man blocked Master Ma's path, angrily demanding, "Which village do you belong to? I have been hired to handle this family's affairs." Master Ma scoffed and pushed the old man aside, perhaps a bit too forcefully due to his inebriation, causing the elder to stumble. Inside, a girl in her 20s lay on the bed, breathing laboriously, already dressed in burial garments. I was struck by the pallor of her skin, resembling that of a corpse. The gathered individuals awaited her final breath. Glancing at her, Master Ma shouted, "Quick, fetch a rooster." Not wanting to waste time, I dashed outside, ignoring whose rooster it was, and chased one down with a broom. To my surprise, the rooster attempted to peck at me, but I swiftly knocked it to the ground. Master Ma seized the rooster, swiftly decapitating it and sprinkling its blood over the girl. The host's burly man cursed and attempted to strike Master Ma, but the woman clung fiercely to his leg, preventing any action from being taken. "Look at this," he grumbled. "There's no money left. Do as you please." Master Ma, turning in fury, declared, "I do not seek money. His commanding presence quelled the man's anger, leaving him with a complex mix of emotions: anger, fear, sorrow, and doubt. Unexpectedly, the girl's breathing steadied. An elder in the room remarked, "She is having a moment of clarity. Hurry, say what you need to say." The host and his wife collapsed beside the girl, pleading for her not to leave. "Mother, I feel lighter," she murmured. The host gasped and turned to Master Ma. The old man, previously pushed aside, exclaimed, "A moment of clarity. Say what you must. Do not leave anything unsaid. Enough of this nonsense." Master Ma suddenly shouted. The host's wife, realizing the gravity of the situation, knelt before Master Ma. Weeping, "Master Ma, please save my child. I beg you. I will bow before you. My home and land are yours." Master Ma, his expression grim, replied, "Enough of this chaos. Everyone leave. The child will not die." The head of the household, skeptical yet intrigued, observed as the onlookers discreetly vacated the room. Though many lingered in the courtyard, some shielding their eyes from the sun to peer through the window. The last to depart was the elderly man, who, before leaving, let out a deep sigh. Chapter 36. Observation, Inquiry, and Diagnosis. This elderly gentleman was the village's knowledgeable figure, well versed in the customs surrounding funerals. Whenever a family faced such an event, they would seek his expertise to oversee the proceedings. His livelihood depended on this role, and it was likely that our disruption had displeased him. The sturdy man retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the bed, offering one to Master Ma, whom he personally lit. Master Ma's gaze wandered incessantly towards the young woman, his eyes bloodshot and unsettling. The sturdy man remarked, "Brother, the girl has been ill for over a year, and her family has spent nearly 60,000 yuan. They've faced considerable hardship, and all the money seems to have slipped through their fingers. The child's condition hasn't improved, so please excuse my bluntness." Master Ma remained silent, his attention fixated on the young woman. Continuing, the sturdy man said, "Initially, I believed in the treatment, but after spending so much without results, I consulted old lady Meng in the village, who also failed to help. Now, she is demanding more money. What a farce." Master Ma hissed, "Where has the child's spirit gone? It seems she has only one soul and two souls left. Something isn't right." The head of the household's wife, in distress, shook Master Ma's arm and pleaded, "Master Ma, please examine her thoroughly. Whatever the cost, I will gather every last coin. I do not seek payment. Simply tell me how the child came to be in this state," he replied. The woman glanced at the sturdy man, who appeared bewildered. There were no signs. It happened suddenly. Suddenly, without warning? She just couldn't rise from bed? No signs at all. Is she married? No, not married. What is her occupation? She works as a kindergarten teacher in the county. Master Ma inhaled deeply, muttering to himself, "This is indeed peculiar. The spirit is not nearby. Is there any hope for her?" The sturdy man inquired again, offering Master Ma another cigarette. Master Ma accepted the cigarette, saying, "I can assure you she will not die. But the absence of her spirit presents a challenge. Reflect carefully on any symptoms or unusual occurrences prior to her condition." There were no symptoms, the couple echoed in unison. "It is indeed a case of a spiritual ailment, yet it is rather complicated. We have money. We can sell our house," the woman insisted eagerly. Master Ma replied calmly, "This is not merely a matter of finances. Even if you were to offer me a mountain of gold, identifying the root cause is essential." The parents' faces were filled with dread. Master Ma instructed, "Go procure 2 pieces of yellow paper, a packet of yellow incense, and 2 gin of strong liquor. At least 60 proof." The sturdy man immediately agreed. "All right, I will go now. Stay put. Find someone else to run the errand," Master Ma directed. "Understood." He then turned to me, saying, "Young man, bring me a bottle of boy's urine." Certainly. I was holding back a full bladder. So I scoured the courtyard for a suitable bottle. Unfortunately, the opening was too small. I must admit, ever since I began following Master Ma, my standard of living has noticeably improved. Even my urine is a vibrant yellow. Master Ma glanced at the filled bottle, smirking, "You've quite a collection here. Holding it in for too long, I see. Indeed, it is remarkably yellow." Without hesitation, he poured the urine into his palm, then circled the young woman with it. "You should eat vegetarian for a few days. Your urine is too pungent. In spring, it might attract unwanted attention." After completing his ritual, Master Ma washed his hands. At that moment, the young woman had fallen into a peaceful slumber, her breathing steady. The actions of Master Ma left the couple, as well as myself, in a state of astonishment. The sturdy man inquired, "Master, do you have any further instructions?" "None at the moment. Once the yellow paper arrives, shall we burn incense to summon the spirits?" "No, there's no need to summon spirits. This is not the work of wandering souls. I sense your child has been cursed. Have you offended anyone?" No, we are simple farmers. We haven't wronged anyone. Think carefully. There is definitely no one. Master Ma cast a knowing glance at me, prompting me to step outside. I inquired among the villagers about the couple's reputation. They spoke highly of them, noting that they were honest, hardworking individuals with no disputes over land or property. Upon returning, I nodded to Master Ma. He muttered, "This is troublesome. Let me think it through." I suggested, "Should we not procure a ghostly ginseng? That is not the issue at hand." The couple looked increasingly anxious. Master Ma reassured them, "Do not worry. I guarantee she will not die. Wait until tonight, and I will investigate further." The young woman's breathing remained steady, her complexion slightly rejuvenated. Master Ma instructed, "She will not perish. Remove the burial clothes. Living people do not wear such things." The head of the household's wife did not hesitate, beginning to undress the young woman in front of us. We, of course, turned our backs, sitting along the edge of the bed. The sturdy man asked, "Master, if she has been cursed, how do we remedy it? It is a difficult situation. Her spirit is not nearby. What can we do?" "Wait until nightfall. I will burn some paper to inquire about the wandering souls." "Understood." Master Ma then stepped outside, addressing the gathering crowd. "Everyone, the girl is fine. Please disperse. Too many people will only disturb her." Gradually, the villagers left in small groups. Soon after, a neighbor brought food. The sturdy man, feeling embarrassed, said, "Look at me. I've been so busy I forgot about meals. Come, let us eat." The woman attempted to offer money to the neighbor, who feigned annoyance. "No need for that. Every family has their troubles. Just focus on your matters. I'll provide meals for you as well." Despite the neighbor's words, the food they brought was far from ordinary. A platter of pig's head, a dish of sausages, a bowl of pork belly with sauerkraut, and a plate of stir-fried leeks. It is rare for rural folk to prepare such a feast. This served as further testament to the couple's character. That night, Master Ma took me to the village entrance. He sat cross-legged, laying out yellow paper and placing 2 porcelain bowls. Following his instructions, I filled the bowls with liquor, then ignited the one opposite Master Ma. He lifted his bowl above his head, saying, "A toast to the elder." With a hearty gulp, he downed the bowl of strong liquor, then gestured for me to refill it. The flame in the opposite bowl flared dramatically before calming again. Master Ma spoke as if in conversation, "Brother, thank you for your efforts. Have a drink to warm yourself." He then lit a piece of yellow paper, setting it aside to burn, adding more as it dwindled. Master Ma once remarked that I possessed the ability to see spirits, yet I perceived nothing. Before him lay yellow paper, in front of which was a burning wine bowl, and before that, a grand tree, but I was blind to it all. Master Ma inquired, "Old brother, do you comprehend what I am asking? What is going on?" This shouldn't be possible." I have asked. "The girl is still unmarried, is that true?" From my perspective, Master Ma appeared to be conversing with himself, and who knows with whom he was speaking. Indeed, the spirits are aware. I had heard of invoking deities, but it was my first encounter with someone summoning spirits for consultation. Master Ma was impressive. I could observe the wine in the bowl flickering in flames, its pace erratic, as if an unseen force were partaking in the drink. Master Ma questioned for over an hour, and the 2 gin of white liquor dwindled to almost nothing. At last, he gathered the yellow paper into a heap, knelt before it, and ignited the entire stack while murmuring, "I'll burn slowly. You shall manifest gradually, no rush. Fill the ox cart completely." The mention of an ox cart sent a chill down my spine. In our region, the deceased must have a paper-crafted ox burned with them. I asked Master Ma about the visitors. Were they the legendary Qing Feng, the king of tombstones, or perhaps something akin to smoke souls? At that time, I was unaware of the distinctions among the 3. Master Ma burped and slurred, "I don't know. Just walk steadily. If you fall, I won't carry you." I scoffed, "I don't need your scrawny back, truly don't know. And yet you kneel? A man's knees are worth gold. Indeed, gold is money. And with money, matters are easily resolved." I gave Master Ma a thumbs up and said, "Impressive, Master. If I bow to you, how much will you give me?" "1 dime each," he replied. "Very well, prepare 200 for me tomorrow at the Kong." Upon returning to the main house, the girl sat on the Kong, devouring pig's head meat with grease smeared all over her mouth, as if she hadn't tasted meat in ages. Seeing us return, she attempted to rise, but the woman of the house immediately restrained her, saying, "No, the master has instructed that you cannot leave the circle." Master Ma chuckled, "Eating and drinking well will hasten recovery. No worries, continue your meal." The man of the house was elated and asked, "Master, I truly didn't expect you to have succeeded. Please accept this." As he spoke, he handed over a red handkerchief, tightly rolled, likely containing several thousand. Master Ma waved his hand, saying, "If I said no payment is needed, then no payment shall be taken." The girl has shown improvement. But the matter is not yet resolved. Whatever you command, we shall follow. This matter is complicated. Let us discuss it tomorrow. The man of the house gestured for Master Ma to rest in another room, but Master Ma chuckled. No, no. My heart sank. I thought, surely. This old man isn't seeking fresh grass. The man of the house, puzzled, asked, what else do you need? Just lay a ragged mat at your door for me to sleep on. Sleep on the calm. It's already warmed. Master Ma picked up a nearby fire hook, fiercely declaring, no way, I'll guard this spot tonight, and I'll see who dares approach. The family had no choice but to lay several mats for him. Master Ma, intoxicated and dizzy, had just been brandishing the fire hook with bravado, yet the next moment, he lay on the ground snoring. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. After covering Master Ma with a blanket, the woman of the house asked me, young master, how far along is her treatment? About 3/4, her life is preserved. She'll surely be fine. To be honest, I was uncertain, merely speaking off the cuff. The woman smiled, a genuine smile, and she proceeded to ask me several more questions, to which I offered as much comfort as I could. After a long conversation, the strong man invited me to sleep on the Kong. Feeling awkward about sharing a bed with the couple, I opted instead to lie down beside Master Ma. He was no fool. The fire hook is a symbol of extreme yang, placed at the door to prevent anything else from entering, regardless of his presence. The next day, Master Ma woke early, and the family was exceedingly generous. I inquired about who had feasted on stewed pig trotters that morning. I understood they regarded Master Ma as their savior, striving to provide us with the finest offerings. At the dining table, Master Ma drank a little more wine, claiming he had overindulged the previous night and needed to clear his system. I was uncertain of the validity of this method. Yet rural folk often say the same. After drinking too much, one must drink a bit more to recover. The man hesitated, but Master Ma, clear-minded, spoke. This matter can be resolved, though it will not be easy. Do not rush. He continued, how much did you pay your village as shaman? 88,000. What? Master Ma's mouth fell agape in astonishment, and I could practically see his intestines. Indeed, 88,000. I've already paid 80,000 and still owe 8,000. They come asking for it frequently. What nonsense. Let us go retrieve it. I had heard that shamans do not enter others' ancestral halls. I was curious about Master Ma's intentions as he followed the man of the house straight to the residence of the village Mengpa. I expected Master Ma would engage in a battle of incantations, but instead, he approached Mengpa to enlighten her about the law, discussing fraud and the associated penalties, as well as how a son cannot become an official if there is a curse on the family. In rural areas, to declare that a family has never produced an official in generations is considered the most vicious curse. Master Ma, with his sharp tongue, spoke indirectly about Mengpa, who, feeling guilty, agreed to refund the money. By noon that day, Mengpa returned with 78,000. The man of the house was even more delighted and casually offered 2 stacks of money to Master Ma. Master Ma waved his hand, saying, you cannot keep all 78,000. Set aside 3,000 for use. 3,000? No, take 20,000. Absolutely not, just 3,000. This 3,000 must be spent, not saved. I was bewildered. What was Master Ma up to? He continued, first, go deposit the money. Keep 3,000 for now. It's a busy period with many hands around. Don't lose it. Once the money is deposited, I'll explain the remaining matters to you as a couple. This. The man of the house hesitated. Master Ma insisted, listen to me, hurry along. When you return, I will thoroughly explain how to treat this ailment. All right. The woman of the house went to deposit the money, while the man, somewhat tongue-tied, kept offering cigarettes to Master Ma. Chapter 38. The midnight banquet. Master Ma excused himself to the restroom and called me outside. He instructed, young lad, when you go in, ask that girl 2 things. First, does she have a partner? Second, has she ever slept with a man? I was taken aback. How can I ask such things? If you don't ask, I certainly cannot. Have some respect for your elders. I huffed. She is a kindergarten teacher, and she'll think I'm a child. How can I ask? Especially with her parents present, the girl might not even tell the truth. For instance, if a girl has a regular menstruation and her parents take her to see a gynecologist, the doctor would undoubtedly ask about her sexual activity, and what would the girl say? The uniform response would be none. However, this poses a risk. If she claims no sexual activity, the doctor may not perform early pregnancy tests, merely prescribing medication, potentially resulting in a dire situation. After all, in real life, there are no immaculate conceptions like that of the Virgin Mary. In rural areas, women who become pregnant while their husbands are away are often suspected of infidelity. Master Ma kicked me, then called the strong man out and instructed him to take a stroll around the house. Reluctantly, I stumbled into the girl's room. She smiled at me and asked, "What is your name?" Her voice was filled with charm. I scratched my head and replied, "Xu Gou'er." "What a lovely name, Xu Gou'er. It sounds wonderful. What grade are you in?" I felt a flush of embarrassment as I stammered, I am an orphan and have never received an education." "Alas, what a wretched fate." The young woman looked at me with pity, her smile transforming into a maternal grin. She said, "Not having gone to school is of no consequence. You are growing into a fine young man and will be able to support yourself without issue." My father also never attended school and could barely read. Yet through hard work and determination, life turned out quite well for him. I nodded in agreement. She spoke at length, offering words of comfort, and in that moment, I found it impossible to voice the more pressing and distressing inquiries that weighed on my mind. Before long, Master Ma returned, and I shook my head at him. He kicked me lightly and dragged the burly man out once more. The young woman appeared somewhat bewildered and asked, "What happened? Did he treat you poorly? Why would he kick you for no reason?" He instructed me to ask you a question, which I did not. Her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "What did he want to know? Have you ever slept with a man?" I lowered my head, catching a glimpse of her face turning as red as a tomato, reminiscent of a cat savoring warm water in a cartoon. Why are you asking that? It was not my inquiry, it was my master's. To treat you, one must first ask the necessary questions. Have you kissed? Do you have a partner now? No, during school, it was merely holding hands and kissing. I refrained from answering further and turned to inform Master Ma. His expression darkened. When the woman returned, Master Ma spoke coldly. "The situation has become quite complicated. I consulted with the spirits, and they revealed that the young woman is already married. If we cannot ascertain the reason, she may be unable to marry for life." "What? Then what shall we do?" The woman panicked. Master Ma replied slowly, "I suggested keeping 3,000 yuan, which means you should symbolically host a wedding feast. Hold it tonight, mimicking the appearance of her marriage. Doing so once will ensure her safety for 3 years." The man asked, "Master Ma, what does this mean?" To be frank, I am also perplexed. My method can preserve the child's life, but marrying her will be difficult. Master Ma continued, "The young woman has been bound in marriage to someone in the underworld, making them a legitimate couple even in death. I cannot comprehend how a living person could be stripped of their soul for a ghostly marriage." Tears streamed down the woman's face. The man scolded, "Well, that's not so bad. She just won't marry, and I can raise her forever by farming corn." After saying this, he turned to Master Ma with a forced smile, saying, "Master Ma, this is quite acceptable. As long as she lives, it matters not if she never marries. Even if she were bedridden, I would care for her all my life. Alas, this is the only solution I have to prolong the child's life. Otherwise, you may seek out a more skilled practitioner. No need to search further. Whatever you say, we shall do." Master Ma swallowed hard and instructed, "Tonight, set up 6 tables for a banquet in the courtyard. 5 should be regular feasts, and 1 must consist entirely of raw meat, pig's blood, and pig liver, with chicken and duck being essential, along with a pig's head." "Understood. Serve the food after dark, and then you need not worry about it. Just clean up in the morning, discarding the dishes and burning the tables and chairs." "No problem." The man readily agreed and went out to gather assistance from friends and family. The beauty of rural life in northeast China is that when one family is in need, the entire village comes to help. In those times, a banquet costing 100 yuan was considered quite extravagant. Soon, the villagers were transporting unwanted tables and chairs to the host family's home, quickly assembling 6 sets of seating. As the sun began to set, the villagers busily prepared the meal outside, while the young woman bathed and dressed, resembling a concubine awaiting her lord. Master Ma wore a frown, and I offered comfort, saying, "Master, there are greater powers beyond our understanding. How can a living person be bound to a ghostly marriage? I cannot fathom it. If you cannot comprehend it, then do not dwell on it. As long as it preserves life, it is worth it. A banquet every 3 years, costing less than 3,000 yuan, less than 1,000 a year, is a worthy investment." Master Ma sighed deeply and said earnestly, "There is much to learn. You must study diligently and read more." Indeed, I nodded earnestly. As dusk fell, the dishes were laid out. The villagers unanimously locked their doors, while the young woman lay bare beneath the covers, the wedding character affixed to the door, stinging Master Ma's heart. Alone in the courtyard, he raised his cup to the air, engaging in a solitary toast, drinking through the night. I attempted to assist, but my help was minimal. I could only manage to pour half a cup for him, my hands trembling. The chill in the air was sharper than a winter's snow, and the host family's large yellow dog curled up in its kennel, shivering and baring its teeth. Master Ma, inebriated, hunched over, drinking as if keeping company with wandering spirits. Observing him in such a state was the first time I felt a pang of sympathy for my master. The night was eerily quiet. Every household had extinguished their lights. Birds were silent, and no beast stirred, leaving only the whispers of the chilling wind. By morning, Master Ma could scarcely rise to his feet. I wished to take him to the hospital, but he weakly insisted he only needed to sleep. The host family wanted him to rest at home, but he waved them off, instructing me to take him back, forbidding anyone else from following. In his drunken state, Master Ma vomited as soon as he got into the cart. Whether it was a cart or a horse-drawn carriage, any movement twisted his face in discomfort. My heart ached for him, and eventually, I attempted to use a handcart to transport him, which eased his discomfort somewhat. I had once thought of Taoists as akin to the turtle hermit from Dragon Ball, a silly old man. Yet, when the moment of truth arrived, Master Ma was willing to sacrifice everything. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, the courtyard was filled with a malevolent wind that made it difficult to keep one's eyes open, yet Master Ma continued to joke with the air, drinking deeply. Oh, Master Ma, what a man. After 5 arduous hours, I finally managed to get Master Ma home. I intended to carry him into the house, but he whimpered, begging me not to touch him. He lay in the cart in the courtyard, covered with a tattered quilt, as if an unfilial child left his father to perish alone. The family of the afflicted was quite considerate. Although they were not allowed to follow closely, they remained nearby, perhaps worried for Master Ma's well-being, or perhaps concerned that I might struggle to move him. Master Ma lay in the courtyard while the host family's men sat beside him, their expressions complex, yet predominantly filled with concern. Before long, someone arrived. By the sound of the conversation, it was the second brother of the afflicted family, bringing a cart loaded with goods, new quilts and furniture, resembling a bride's dowry. Master Ma remained in a deep slumber, and I was uncertain whether to accept these items. The host family's man insisted that the total value of the items was less than 1,000 yuan, and we could not refuse them, for Master Ma had helped recover their losses. Unable to protest further, I allowed the man to temporarily leave the items until Master Ma awakened to make a decision. After the man departed, I found myself in a quandary, watching as Master Ma snored loudly, producing a sound akin to a 2-stringed instrument, complete with a melody. We waited until past 3 in the afternoon when Master Ma finally stirred, groaning, "Xu Gou'er, go to the little shop and get me 2 bottles of beer on credit." "Master, you still wish to drink?" "Just 2 bottles of beer, to clear my head." "Don't you have any money?" "Hurry. No money should stymie a hero," I lamented. I had only recently arrived in this village and had yet to earn their trust, making it difficult to ask for credit. However, I had no choice but to try. The village store was not truly a small shop. It was a distillery run by an old bachelor known as Grandpa's son in the village. His name sounded imposing, but in reality, he was merely a shepherd who, after losing his mobility, had set up a small distillery. Do not ask whether the liquor is palatable. For the common folk, a taste of pure grain liquor is better than anything else. With empty pockets, I found myself hesitating as I approached Old Man Son's home, where he was busy preparing a meal over the fire. "Ah, you've come," he greeted me. Feeling somewhat sheepish, I replied, "Old Man's son, I'd like to borrow a couple of bottles of beer." "Just wait, I'll fetch them for you." Although I lacked funds, I felt it inappropriate to borrow without intention of repayment. As I took the beer and turned to leave, he called after me, "Hold on, let's chat for a moment." "Why the rush? Just put it on the tab," he added. "A tab? For the Master Ma?" "No need. It's just a small amount," I responded. I had heard that Master Ma had taken in a child. "Where were you from?" I was anxious to return to my master. Old Man's son followed me home, engaging in conversation with ease, embodying the quintessential image of a solitary elderly man from the countryside. Over 60, stooped, clad in a wool coat, and wearing a gray cap. He sported a slight stubble of white on his chin. His inquiries about my origins swiftly shifted to my background, and before long, it felt as though I might as well have stripped down to reveal everything. I, too, grew curious and began asking Old Man's son about Master Ma's past. When Master Ma was mentioned, Old Man's son's thumb shot up in approval. "Don't underestimate him just because he's from the south. He's warm-hearted like us. Whenever someone is in need, Master Ma goes without hesitation." "Is he really from the south?" I asked. "Indeed. It's been many decades since he arrived in our village alongside an elder, both wandering doctors who tended to the sick without charge. They stayed for nearly half a month, healing many, but after a week in the mountains, Master Ma returned alone, covered in blood, barely clinging to life." At this point, Old Man's son prepared to smoke his pipe, but I realized that Master Ma was waiting for me to bring back the beer. So I quickly recounted the situation and got ready to leave. Upon hearing that Master Ma had overindulged, Old Man's son immediately stood, shuffled some firewood aside, and insisted, "Wait for me, I'll go with you." He then retrieved 2 cans of canned peaches, insisting on joining me. The cans were coated in a layer of dust, which old man's son casually wiped away with a cloth. Speaking of canned goods, a memory troubled me from my youth. When I was around 15 or 16, I accompanied Master Ma on a visit to a family in less fortunate circumstances. They offered us 2 cans of peaches, but upon checking the expiration date, I discovered they were 6 months past due. Angered, I returned the cans, even opening one to tell them that Master Ma and I did not enjoy canned food, and urged them to feed their children. The sight of the children's satisfied expressions as they enjoyed the fruit remains vivid in my mind. Upon arriving at Master Ma's residence, old man's son surveyed the scene and remarked, "This is quite the mess. It will be dark soon, and you'll be sleeping on a hard surface. Have you warmed your bed?" "Not yet," I replied. "Let us get to mine. It's warm there." Thus, I escorted Master Ma back to old man's son's home, where son assisted in laying him on the warm bed. Master Ma stirred slightly, mumbling, "What have you brought me here for?" Without a word, old man's son served him a bowl of corn porridge and opened a bottle of beer. Master Ma consumed the beer and porridge, then smoked half a cigarette before drifting back to sleep. Old man's son scolded, "What a nuisance. I wonder how many more years you think you'll survive like this." "Old man, you never finished your story about when Master Ma returned covered in blood. What happened next?" Old man's son smacked his lips and continued, "Though our village is sparse now, back in the 60s, it was bustling with life. During the down to the countryside movement, we were the largest youth center in the area, with 70 or 80 educated youths." Chapter 39. The origins of the Taoist. Old man's son spoke slowly, an elderly man's habitual pace, recounting the tale of the young Master Ma, who descended the mountain, bloodied and discovered by the villagers. They dared not act hastily and summoned a barefoot doctor, Miss Dong, who had come from Beijing as part of the movement to serve in the countryside. Given the limited medical resources, the villagers could only stop the bleeding and apply herbal remedies. Miraculously, Master Ma survived, but was unable to rise from the bed. He could not remain in the village clinic indefinitely, so Miss Dong took him to the home of a villager for better care. Master Ma, however, fell ill for more than 6 months. The young peasant class, in their attempts at re-education, failed to comprehend the bond between Master Ma and Miss Dong. Over time, as emotions flared, it became inevitable that they would grow close. Many youths returned home during this period, through illness, education, or other means, but somehow, Master Ma captivated Miss Dong, who spent over 3 years away from her family. Concerned for their daughter, her parents traveled to the village, disapproving of their relationship and ultimately taking her back to Beijing. Parental disapproval can be understandable. Consider the Shanghai women who remained with their love interests in the remote Northwest. How many thrived? The fates of those who returned to Shanghai with their male counterparts were drastically altered. Anguished by his lost love, Master Ma pursued her to Beijing, only to return after 6 months of wandering. From then on, Master Ma worked tirelessly, becoming a fixture in the village without revealing his origins. As youths continued to come and go, the down to the countryside movement faded, and eventually, the village fell into decay, with fewer inhabitants, and the clinic became abandoned. Whenever villagers fell ill, they sought out Master Ma, who genuinely possessed remarkable skills. He could discern both the genuine and the illusory. Master Ma never charged for his services. A cigarette or a drink sufficed, and he never married. Reflecting on this, I felt a sense of the cyclical nature of time. The old man once guided Master Ma, and now Master Ma was guiding me, both a young and an old man, yet separated by decades. After listening to old man's son's narrative, I found myself at a loss for how to assess Master Ma's life. He never married, perhaps out of loyalty. Yet he also engaged with widows. How could one define his fidelity? If he had wished to profit from his skills, he could have easily achieved wealth, yet he remained solitary. Master Ma awoke in the middle of the night and, after greeting old man's son, indicated that he wished to return home. Old man's son said nothing, and Master Ma, not one to shy away from taking, left with half a bucket of white liquor, telling old man's son to keep a tally. Old man's son merely replied, "Take it and drink. What is the point of keeping track?" Upon arriving home, my first task was to warm the bed. I gathered a bundle of corn husks to heat water, while Master Ma sat at the head of the bed, engrossed in a book. I couldn't discern its contents, but its musty odor reminded me of damp dogs on a rainy day. Master Ma, with his finger wet with saliva, turned the pages, and I feared he might poison himself. Observing him, I felt a pang of sympathy, not for his late-night study, but for his impoverished circumstances. His home lacked even a 100-watt light bulb, yet he persisted in reading by candlelight, a true testament to his resolve. Master Ma muttered to himself, "Why is this?" I interjected, "Let us sleep. We should conserve some electricity." Ignoring me, he continued reading, day and night, seemingly searching for something elusive. This state persisted for nearly a week until one evening, As I climbed into bed, Master Ma glanced at me with a mischievous grin and asked, "Have you seen Hu Xiaozue recently?" "No," I replied. Master Ma's voice wavered as he said, "Young man, tear off a couple of sheets of yellow paper and burn them outside." "What for?" I was bewildered. Burning paper at night? Summoning spirits? Shouldn't we be offering incense instead? "Damn it, it's the same," he retorted. "Just do as I say." "How is it the same?" "Burning yellow paper attracts ghosts, while incense is for inviting deities." Master Ma chuckled. "Exactly. Your fate is weak. Burn some paper, and the spirits will surely come. When they do, Hu Xiaozue can protect you." I was genuinely irritated. Master Ma's methods were far too unconventional. I countered, "Haven't you read Journey to the West? Even gods might not be home when seeking rain from demons. What if Hu Xiaozue isn't around? Who will protect me?" "Damn it." Master Ma picked up a broomstick nearby. I quickly dodged, reluctantly going to the cabinet to tear off a few sheets of yellow paper. Speaking of broomsticks, I had to scold him a few times. This broom was made from sorghum stalks, and it could last quite a while. Master Ma had a habit of breaking a stick to pick his teeth, and I had no idea how large his cavities were. The broom looked like it had been chewed by a dog. I took the yellow paper to the yard and lit it. It was truly eerie. There was no wind when I lit it, but once the fire started, the wind picked up. A few sheets of yellow paper fluttered away, and if they set fire to someone else's firewood pile, Master Ma would surely be in trouble. "Are you looking for me?" I jumped in fright, turning to see Hu Xiaozue stepping out gracefully from the shadows. Embarrassed, I chuckled. "Master Ma, that old rascal. Wanted to ask what was going on with that girl. Can you burn incense next time?" The old rogue insisted on burning paper. Hu Xiaozue smiled and replied, "Do you know why?" "Why?" "Because he truly is a Taoist and is too proud to let it go. He is from Maoshan, you know, Qingqing Mountain in Sichuan." I responded with an "oh," not knowing where that was. It must be some obscure path. I continued to inquire, "What about that girl?" "She has been cursed. Afflicted by a hex." "What does that mean?" "Go back and tell your master. He will understand." With that, Hu Xiaozue gradually stepped back. I genuinely wished she could stay for the night. I couldn't bear to part with such a beautiful girl. Upon returning to the room, Master Ma hurriedly asked, "Did she come?" "Yes." "What did she say?" "She asked, 'Master, is Dong Gunyang beautiful?'" Master Ma shot me a glare and exclaimed, "Who told you that?" "I heard that you got Dong Gunyang pregnant." "Nonsense. She isn't pregnant. She went back to the city." "So you two slept together? Are you heartbroken?" If it weren't for Master Ma wanting to hit me, I could have bantered a bit more. Upon hearing the term hex, Master Ma slammed the table in frustration and cursed. What a disgrace. Chapter 40. The Art of Deception. The next day, before dawn, Master Ma dragged me onto the bicycle, heading straight for the victim's home. After a week, the girl had recovered significantly and was starting to look for work. The man of the house was delighted to see us. The highest courtesy in the Jianghu is to feast on pig trotters for breakfast. After eating our fill, Master Ma said, "I have an idea of what might be going on. I need to ask the girl a few questions, so you two step outside." "Sure," the couple agreed, then left. Only the three of us remained at the table. Master Ma seemed hesitant to speak, struggling for a long while before finally saying, "Su Duo, come outside with me." I sensed trouble. At the door, Master Ma asked, "Were the pig trotters tasty?" "Yes. If they were, then you should get the job done." "What job?" Master Ma whispered a lengthy, embarrassing message in my ear. Naturally, I was reluctant, but he sweetened the deal. "If you handle this well, I'll buy you a pig trotter." I gritted my teeth, and a roast chicken. Master Ma also ground his teeth, squeezing out a reluctant fine. I agreed, but I had no idea how to approach the matter. The old rogue wanted me to ask about her bra and underwear. Bra, haha. I hadn't heard that term in ages. Nowadays, people called them nailers. In those rural times, they didn't refer to them as lingerie. They had covers for televisions and sewing machines, and similarly, undergarments were called bras. Returning to the table, the girl looked at me with a maternal gaze. I awkwardly smiled, unsure how to begin. Didn't she say she had something to tell me? My mind raced. Last time I asked her whether she had slept with anyone. And now I was supposed to ask about a bra? How to broach such a topic? "If you have any questions, just ask." My face flushed as I quietly inquired, "What size bra do you wear?" Have you ever lost any underwear?" The girl's face reddened as we both resembled crabs in a steamer. Our faces growing increasingly crimson. Our eyes intentionally dodged each other. That's what my master asked me to inquire about. It's for your treatment." "What size?" "No. Have you ever lost your bra and panties around your period?" "Let me think." The girl fell silent for about 5 minutes before slowly replying, "I can't remember. I'll ask my mom." I followed her outside, seeking a secluded spot to take a deep breath. I reckoned that if the weather were any cooler, I might start puffing steam from my head. Shortly after, Master Ma joined me, kicking my behind, and asked, "What did she say?" "She went to ask her mom. This is a mess." That old lad, after wandering around the village, I saw 4 or 5 elderly women basking in the sun beneath a house. Suddenly, a certain someone hatched a plan and hurriedly ran over, anxiously exclaiming, "It's over. Master Ma is going to kill someone." Such a grave matter immediately set the old women ablaze with curiosity, and they began to chatter incessantly. I explained that someone had stolen items from Old Chen's family, and now they could not find the thief. Master Ma intended to perform a ritual to ensure that the culprit would bleed from all 7 orifices. I urged anyone who knew the thief to speak up quickly, for once the sun set, that person would be doomed. After saying this, I jogged back to Old Chen's house. Upon entering the courtyard, I found Master Ma had already set up a table in the center, complete with incense burners and yellow paper, creating an ominous atmosphere. "Has the news spread yet?" I asked. "You should know how fast the village women gossip. Otherwise, how would I know about your affair with the widow?" Master Ma shot me a glare before feigning mystery, closing his eyes and muttering incantations at the table. I was unsure of what he was reciting, but the melody vaguely reminded me of a traditional tune. Strangely, it seemed that the number of passers-by had increased, and they were deliberately glancing into the courtyard. In less than an hour, a man barged in, shoving a plump woman, while he cursed and she cried. Upon entering the house, the man knelt down without a word and began to kowtow. The host, bewildered, asked, "Brother Liang, what's going on?" Liang, in a fit of rage, slapped the woman several times, each blow echoing loudly, causing her to wail in distress. Onlookers naturally intervened. Amidst the commotion, I learned from the gossiping women that the plump woman had a brother whose son had passed away 2 years prior. The son, having no wife, was supposed to have a ghost marriage, but the family was struggling financially. Interestingly, the brother was a carpenter who had somehow acquired some dark sorcery. He carved a life-sized effigy from a locust tree, but lacked personal clothing for it. The grieving aunt, feeling sympathy for her nephew, resorted to stealing from Old Chen's family. Brother Liang seemed oblivious to the situation, but his brutal treatment of his wife was shocking and painful to witness. Once the host understood the story, he said nothing further and called for 2 4-wheeled carts to head towards the plump woman's village. In the rural northeast of the 2000s, it was illegal to transport people in such carts, but if the traffic police stopped them, they would likely receive a couple of slaps without a chance to defend themselves. Guided by the plump woman, we located her nephew's grave. The men, energized, quickly unearthed the coffin with their tools. Upon opening it, we found an urn and a wooden puppet dressed in a floral nightgown. Enraged, the host scattered the ashes, and the plump woman wailed. But no one showed her any pity. Master Ma instructed the host's wife to undress the puppet, and to our disgust, it wore a bra and a pair of panties, complete with a used sanitary napkin inside. It was evident that the plump woman had stolen from their bathroom. Master Ma took a towel and waved it over the puppet while mumbling incoherently. He then handed the towel to the host's wife, advising her to use it as a pillow for 3 nights before burning it in the stove. After the spirit had been called, Master Ma instructed the host's husband to find peach wood to burn the effigy and its clothing. A group of men scoured the mountains for peach wood, and in the flames, everything was reduced to ashes. Brother Liang was even harsher, sending his wife back to her family. As the people busied themselves, Master Ma quietly remarked, "Remember, the Book of Lu Ban is cursed. Look what happened to the carpenter who studied it. His son is gone, and the trap we set has been ruined. In less than a year, he'll lose more than just an arm or a leg. Those who delve into such things often end up lonely and destitute." I nodded in understanding, acknowledging my master's wisdom. After the cremation, the host invited everyone to a restaurant in the village, marking my first experience dining out. 2 carts filled with people sat at 3 tables, and without boasting, each table cost 200 yuan for a feast of hearty dishes, truly delectable. Back then, additives were scarce. Unlike today where even a spicy hot pot leaves one smelling of oil the next day. At long last, this matter was resolved. Master Ma, not one to shy away from drink, became inebriated yet still managed to sing and ride his bicycle home, leaving me to wonder how he could navigate the path. I finally understood that it was fortunate Master Ma was unmarried. Otherwise, I could only imagine the domestic scene. On a winter afternoon at 3 o'clock, Master Ma opened the cupboard and retrieved some leftover tofu and a 5-liter plastic liquor bottle. He poured himself a cup, took a sip, grimacing slightly. After half a cup, he began urging for food, his tongue slipping as he said, "Hey, where's the food? Hurry up." At that moment, the old woman scolded him, "Damn it. Just because you had some liquor, you're dragging this out. This stuff cooks quickly, just eat your tofu. Tell me, after so many years of marriage, have I wronged you in any way?" For a while after that, Master Ma and I lived in peace. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the wood in the stove crackled, creating a picturesque scene of harmony in a snowy village. Master Ma remained true to his routine, having 2 meals and 3 drinks a day, morning, noon, and night. As the first snow fell in the greater Shingon Mountains, I had also learned to read and write. I mastered 3,000 commonly used characters in just over a month. This progress was aided by both my own intelligence and Master Ma's formidable teaching methods. To put it simply, have you ever seen anyone whose shoe soles could grip the outer tire of a wagon, leaving a perfect wave pattern? Master Ma had a knack for delivering painful lessons, targeting the back of the neck with precision. During this time, we ventured out on a few minor matters. Some were feigned illnesses, others genuine. Master Ma could easily resolve them without my assistance. He also took me along for some paying jobs, such as attending to the deceased, for which we charged. Master Ma would receive 100, while I earned 60. Both amounts post-tax. Admittedly, I enjoyed this work. Not only could I make 60 yuan, but I also feasted for 3 days without needing to cook at home, delighting in an abundance of meat. As the saying goes, as seasons change, so does the season of death. When an elderly person passed away at night, often by the time they were discovered, their body had stiffened. Master Ma would chant a few incantations, and the rigid corpse would soften, allowing for a change of clothes, with 100 to 180 yuan earned easily. On a sunny morning following a snowfall, Master Ma leaned against the bed, picking his teeth, while I sat at the sewing machine reading. Suddenly, I heard hurried footsteps crunching through the snow in the courtyard. In winter, a layer of plastic was nailed over the windows at Master Ma's house, obscuring our view, and he showed no interest in looking outside, continuing to pick his teeth. I set down my book, preparing to stand up and check, but Master Ma, with drooping eyelids, said, "Keep reading. Ignore the outside world." Just then, an anxious voice called out, "Is Master Ma home?" The door swung open, letting in a gust of cold air. The newcomer, clad in a military coat and cotton hat, was unfamiliar to me. Without a word, they dropped to their knees and bowed their head. Clearly, they had lost an elder in their family. Master Ma rose from the bed, slipped on his cotton shoes, and assisted the person up, asking, "Which village are you from?" "Master Ma, it is not merely a matter of guarding the spirit. It appears to be a haunting." The visitor's voice was tinged with urgency. Master Ma replied, "Do not fret. Come, sit down, and have some warm water. Speak slowly." I rose to pour the water. Given Master Ma's circumstances, all we could manage was hot water. There were no tea leaves to be found. Not only was there no tea, but even the toilet paper in Master Ma's home was the rudimentary red straw paper, akin to coarse sandpaper in its texture. Despite his frugality, he would still tighten his belt to procure a bottle of friendship snow cream for the young widow, the kind that costs merely 2 yuan and whose fragrance lingers for miles when applied. Contemplating this made me want to chastise the old man, but I decided to focus on the matter at hand. Chapter 42. Eerie events at the funeral home. The visitor identified himself as Xu Gou'er, residing in Gaojiaotan, a good 30 miles away from our village. Yesterday afternoon, the elder Lu passed away. After calling an ambulance, they arrived only to find him lifeless. Xu Gou'er, in his 30s, typically collected mountain goods and engaged in small trades. With a bit of money in hand, he was determined to give his father a grand send-off. Although still young, he sought to distance himself from the old ways, wishing to embrace the modern era. To clarify, in our funeral industry, there exists a hierarchy of sorts. Ordinary families might simply hang 2 loudspeakers on the roof to play somber music. Those with better means might hire gong and suona players, while the more affluent may engage performers to sing traditional lamentations. There are even extravagant funerals that feature live bands, with DJs spinning lively tunes, transforming the somber occasion into a merriment-filled event. Xu Gou'er, however, chose a different path and hired a band that was both versatile and lively. They began with DJ music to attract the villagers, and soon enough, the women were dancing, drawing in nearly the entire village. Following this, the band performed a traditional 2-person show. In years past, such performances in rural northeast China were quite risque, so much so that children had to be sent away. The show was filled with energy, and amid the laughter, Xu Gou'er's sister knelt before the coffin, adding paper offerings to the burning pot, simultaneously smiling as she did so. As night fell, it was time for the filial son to keep vigil. Xu Gou'er sat by the coffin, smoking, reflecting on his father's life, tears streaming down his face. He lamented that just as he began to earn some money, his father had passed, leaving this world far too early at just over 50. The more he thought about it, the more sorrowful he felt, leading him to weep. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. There were sounds emanating from within the coffin, faint and intermittent, resembling a song. Panic set in, and he quickly summoned his family. They all pressed their ears against the coffin, confirming that there was indeed a noise coming from within. Lu Dakuei's first instinct was that his father had not truly died, and he promptly called for the coffin lid to be lifted. Upon doing so, the elder Lu sat up with a sudden jolt, the cloth covering his face falling away to reveal a ghastly visage, with blood streaming from his eyes and frothy blood at the corners of his mouth. Even the closest of kin would flee from a haunting, and so it was that everyone scattered in terror, the coffin lid crashing to the ground, along with the offering table, the portrait, and even the pot of offerings shattering into pieces. In their frantic escape, Lu Dakuei and the others fled outside, their faces pale with fear, unable to devise a plan. Looking back into the house, they saw the elder Lu sitting upright in the coffin, blood dripping onto the ceremonial garments adorning his chest. Some suggested calling the police, but the authorities of the living could do nothing about matters of the dead. Eventually, Lu Dakuei sought the help of a shaman from a neighboring village, but upon hearing the story, the shaman refused to assist. Thus, they were left to wait for dawn. With the first light of day, villagers gathered to help. Upon hearing the previous night's events, they began discussing Master Ma, prompting Lu Dakuei to seek him out immediately. After listening to Lu Dakuei's account, Master Ma slowly inquired, "What time did your father pass away?" "At 2:30 in the afternoon," Lu Dakuei replied. "Very well, let me calculate," Master Ma said, closing his eyes and gesturing with his long fingers. "The date should not bring about any transformations of the corpse. Let us go to your home and take a look." "Very well," Lu Dakuei responded, placing a white envelope on the bed. Master Ma noticed it, but said nothing. I found it peculiar that Master Ma seemed to prefer earning money from the deceased rather than the living. Lu Dakuei drove us in his car. It was my first experience riding in a sedan, a Kia K5, which I still vividly recall to this day. The feeling of sitting in a small car was far superior to that of a four-wheeler with a panoramic sunroof. It was sheltered from the wind and rain. And driving through the village, we garnered attention from all around. It was no wonder Lu Dakuei wanted to give his father a grand farewell. Riding in that small car made me feel quite impressive, as if I were worthy of a place beside the Jade Emperor himself. Upon arriving at Lu Dakuei's home, the courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Even the neighboring doors were tightly shut. A group of older men gathered at a distance, basking in the sunlight. But as soon as they spotted Lu Dakuei's car, they quickly dispersed. Master Ma alighted from the vehicle, exchanging pleasantries with a few acquaintances before expressing his intent to see the body. Lu Dakuei hesitated, saying, "Master Ma, perhaps you should go in first." "Very well," Master Ma replied, taking a few steps forward. Noticing I had not moved, he cleared his throat, prompting me to scurry after him. Truth be told, who would not feel fear at the prospect of encountering a haunting? Even Lu Dakuei, the son, was reluctant to enter. So one could only imagine how I felt as a mere youth. The courtyard was desolate, with a makeshift shelter on the left made of colorful tarps. And on the right, the kitchen where the banquet would be held. The two stoves, which should have been steaming with heat, were instead covered with snow and ice. The wake was set up in the kitchen, which we referred to as the outer room. It consisted of 3 rooms, with living quarters on either side and the kitchen in the middle. Inside, the scene was chaotic. The sight of the deceased was unsettling enough. But this particular scene sent shivers down my spine. The coffin lid had crushed the offering table, deforming the pig's head placed upon it. The already tenderized meat of the pig's head had been pressed down, exposing dried white bones covered in a layer of white grease. The pig's jaw hung at a grotesque angle, its mouth agape as if it were about to consume someone. Looking at the old man inside the coffin, with disheveled hair and wide-open eyes that seemed ready to burst, I noticed that they had already frozen and turned white. His face was horrifyingly contorted, his mouth gaping as if to devour a living being, with blood and tears pooling at his chin, forming icicles longer than 2 inches. As I glanced between the old man in the coffin and the pig's head beneath the coffin lid, an unsettling resemblance struck me, not in appearance, but in expression. Taking a step closer, I was met with a rancid odor emanating from within the coffin. It was winter, and pork would not spoil even after a month. How could a body that had only been dead for a night exude such a stench? Upon closer inspection, the old man wore a black ceremonial robe with a matching pair of trousers, but his posture was peculiar, with his legs splayed wide and his feet pressed against the coffin lid. There were no bindings on his legs. According to our customs, the deceased must have their legs tied before being placed in the coffin, 2 bindings in total, one at the knee and the other at the ankle, to prevent the body from rising and chasing the living. Chapter 43. The day of mourning. Master Ma circled the coffin twice before softly saying, "Let us step outside." Lu Dakuei awaited anxiously at the entrance, and upon seeing Master Ma emerge, he immediately reached for a cigarette. "What is going on, Master Ma?" He inquired. Let us find a warmer place, Master Ma suggested. After a moment's thought, Lu Dakue replied, Come, let us get in the car and go. I was more than willing to accompany them in the car. After driving a short distance, Lu Dakue turned into another courtyard. A woman clad in mourning attire emerged, followed closely by a man. Upon seeing Master Ma and me alight from the vehicle, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically as he began to curse loudly. Damn it, your father is dead. And all you do is cause trouble. This seemingly disparaging remark about one's wife is, in fact, a commentary on the relationship between myself and Master Ma. As our identities may provoke discomfort in others, it is not surprising, considering an analogy. In a village, if someone works at a crematorium, their presence is often unwelcome in any household. Lu Dakue felt somewhat awkward as he opened the trunk of his car, retrieving 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of alcohol, which he handed to the man, saying, Brother-in-law, Master Ma has come a long way. Please let him have some water at your place. Which Master Ma? The man's tone was urgent, as if he were ready for a confrontation. The Master Ma from Shanshimio village. I suspected that his brother-in-law had surely heard of Master Ma's reputation. His demeanor changed instantly, transforming into a welcoming smile. Come in. Come in, let us go inside. Entering the house, Master Ma wasted no time and inquired, Do you know the old man's birth date? Lu Dakue looked perplexed. His sister provided the year, month, and day, but she was unsure of the exact time of birth. Lu Dakue's brother-in-law brought out some tea leaves and prepared tea in a manner characteristic of our region. Without a teapot, he simply used a thermos, tossing in a handful of tea leaves and pouring water into a bowl. After a brief calculation, Master Ma murmured, Something is amiss. The birth date and death date align. So what illness did he suffer from? We don't know. He was out for a stroll when he suddenly cramped up. I called 120, and before long, he was gone. Only 52 years old. That shouldn't be. I thought so too. The old man was in good health, tending to 2 hills of corn by himself. Sister Dakue asked, Master Ma, how could this be a case of resurrection? Master Ma replied slowly, It is not resurrection. The body cramped up and was not bound properly. What about the blood? Perhaps a cerebral hemorrhage, or he hit his head when he fell. In this cold, once a person dies, they freeze. In the coffin, surrounded by the heat of burning paper, the temperature rises, causing the blood to liquefy. It's nothing. It's not resurrection. Really not resurrection? Lu Dakue queried. Then what should we do? Well, you need to stoke the fire in your house. I see you have 2 stoves. Boil 2 pots of water. Let the room warm up, and the old man will sit up. Currently, he is frozen. Upon hearing this, Sister Dakue let out a cry, calling out to her father, creating a poignant scene that resonated with everyone present. Lu Dakue took a deep drag from his cigarette and said, All right, I will go back and make arrangements. I will go with you, Sister Dakue insisted. Master Ma interjected, You need to find someone to guard the tomb. I have more questions for both of you. The siblings appeared bewildered. Lu Dakue, quick to respond, pulled out his flip phone, a model that even the village head would not possess. After relaying a few instructions to find someone to stoke the fire, he settled down to wait for Master Ma to begin his inquiries. When did your grandfather pass? Master Ma asked. It can't be over a year, right? After a moment of thought, Sister Dakue suddenly exclaimed, Yes. My grandfather's anniversary is on the 8th of next month. He wasn't cremated, was he? Lu Dakue replied hoarsely. No, we had some connections. He was buried. Master Ma sighed heavily, his expression troubled. Let us go. Take me to your family grave. Sister Dakue inquired. Does this matter relate to my grandfather? When your grandfather was buried, did you have someone check the burial site? Yes, I paid 200 for it. Something is off. I suspect your father's death is connected to your grandfather. Otherwise, he should not have perished. There is an issue with your grandfather's grave. When did he pass? Last year. On the 8th of the 10th lunar month. Oh dear, Master Ma exclaimed, slapping his thigh. That is the day of great mourning. Tell me, did you have someone knowledgeable check? Yes, I paid them 100. Something is wrong. Did they tell you when to bury him? Did you follow their instructions? We buried him normally. After a pause, Lu Dakue hesitated. That person seemed like a fraud. They came to us, demanding 100 to help arrange the funeral. At the time, I had money, so I let them eat and drink. But it seems they got addicted to the feast and insisted on keeping the body for 7 days. Who in our village keeps a body for 7 days? Even if I had the money, I wouldn't allow such deceit. Master Ma's expression darkened, and he exclaimed angrily, Lu Dakue, you truly do not heed warnings. Your grandfather passed on the 8th of the 10th lunar month. That is a day of heavy mourning, a day of dire consequences. If someone dies or is buried on a day like this, it brings calamity. Lu Dakue stood frozen, processing the information. After half a minute, He abruptly stood and left the house. Within a minute, he returned with a stack of red bills, kneeling down and pleading, "Master Ma, please provide guidance." "And I shall comply." Master Ma tossed the stack of 100 yuan bills aside, scolding, "This is not about money. Come, take me to the grave." Lu Dakue nodded vigorously in agreement. The grave was located on the hillside. As we ascended, Master Ma explained that there are several days each month deemed days of heavy mourning. If someone dies on such a day and is not properly attended to, it can bring misfortune to 6 generations of relatives, and 3 generations of close kin might face untimely deaths within a year. If someone dies or is buried on a day like this, it is one of the most ominous types of heavy mourning. Calamity is guaranteed within the year for close relatives. Hearing Master Ma's words, Lu Dakue and his sister, along with the brother-in-law, were drenched in cold sweat. Their father had indeed passed within a year. This was a matter that could not be ignored. Upon reaching the hillside, Master Ma brushed away the snow from the grave mound and sighed deeply, instructing, "Is this your ancestral grave?" "Yes, that is my second uncle. He passed last summer." "Go and clear the grave of your second uncle as well." With a swift motion, Lu Dakue cleared the grave mound in less time than it takes to smoke a cigarette. Master Ma inquired, "Did you notice anything unusual?" Lu Dakue observed, "They all appear to be grave mounds. Aside from size, there doesn't seem to be anything different." After examining closely, he looked bewildered and said, "No, there is nothing different." Master Ma scoffed, "Look at your second uncle's grave. Buried for half a year, the grass is thick on top. Now look at your grandfather's grave. Nearly a year has passed, and it is barren." My heart sank. Everyone's expression turned grim, faces pale. Master Ma continued, "If a grave is not properly buried on a day of heavy mourning, not even a blade of grass will grow on it. It's a wonder if the family survives this." Sister Dakue, her brother, and the brother-in-law all knelt, pleading with Master Ma for a solution. Master Ma asked a single question, "Will you listen this time?" "Yes, we will," they replied earnestly. Master Ma picked up a twig, circled around, and drew a circle in the ground, declaring, "Your father shall be buried here. He must be cremated and interred." With that, Lu Dakue suddenly became compliant. Let us go down the mountain and prepare the necessary items. Chapter 44. The Widow's Flower Ant. After descending, Master Ma made a special visit to Lu Dakue's home and found the old man already lying down. Master Ma instructed, "Bind his legs, cover the coffin, and tidy up a bit. The old man needs a proper send-off." Lu Dakue agreed repeatedly. Master Ma continued, "Prepare 2 large roosters. Find 8 branches from sun-facing peach trees, long and an inch thick, sharpen one end, and carve a hammer from peach wood, roasting it by the furnace for half a day. Prepare 21 meters of sturdy thin line in advance. When the day comes for your father's burial, come to fetch me. As for the funeral arrangements, you should handle them as you see fit. I will take my leave now." Lu Dakue urged Master Ma to stay for a meal, but Master Ma declined. Even when Lu Dakue offered to personally escort him, Master Ma insisted that the house was too chaotic and that it was unwise to go without a responsible person. Master Ma, a benefactor to Lu Dakue, handed the keys to a young man, instructing him to drive us back. Lu Dakue also offered a stack of money, likely around 10,000, but Master Ma refused, stating that what he had thrown in the house earlier was sufficient. Master Ma truly exuded authority and respect. Even those driving luxury cars were scolded like children in his presence. To me, Master Ma was nothing short of an idol. As he was about to leave, Master Ma leaned in close to my ear. I initially believed he was about to impart some wisdom upon me, so I settled down to listen attentively. To my surprise, he whispered in my ear, "Young man, do you see the scattered tobacco in that dish? Gather a couple of handfuls for the master." My heart brimmed with indignation, recalling his earlier display of arrogance. When he noticed my lack of response, Master Ma delivered another sharp reprimand. Gritting my teeth, I complied and stuffed 2 pockets full of tobacco. Upon returning home, Master Ma transformed into a character akin to Lin Daiyu, reclining languidly on the bed, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Son, I'm hungry. Prepare some cornmeal porridge," he said. "While others feast on lavish dishes, don't trouble yourself with them." I thought to myself, so it's perfectly fine for you to inconvenience me? I felt the white envelope left by Lu Dakue on the bed, containing at least 2,000 yuan. It was the first time someone had such a sum. In the early 2000s, that was indeed a considerable amount. Master Ma generously extracted 100 yuan from the envelope, advising me to spend it wisely, assuring me he would provide more if needed. "Ah, master, I shall prepare your meal right away." 100 yuan was significant. Typically, the family of the deceased would offer 60, all of which Master Ma would collect, giving me only a fraction of that. To me, 100 yuan felt like immense wealth. While I was tending the fire, Lu Dakwai arrived, delivering 4 substantial dishes, declaring that I need not cook anymore, as he would bring food in the future. Master Ma, ever assertive, remarked, Dakwai, I appreciate your kindness, but first, ensure your family matters are settled before bringing offerings. I won't be involved in your affairs. Handle the funeral properly. Lu Dakwai, slightly embarrassed, nodded and replied, Understood, Master Ma. The following morning, around 8, Lu Dakwai returned, stating, My father has finished his preparations for burial. Please accompany me to offer guidance. Master Ma and I were already prepared, and we set off without delay. We headed directly to Lu Dakwai's ancestral grave, where a substantial procession awaited us. Following Master Ma's instructions, some individuals carried a rooster, others held a white rope, and some brought a bucket of water. Naturally, these tasks were handled by others, while Lu Dakwai managed the ceremonial flag, and his sister carried a small box. Upon reaching the mountain, Master Ma continually gazed at the sun, waiting for it to shine brightly. When the time was right, he utilized a peachwood nail and hammer to create a bagua diagram beside Lu Dakwai's grandfather's grave. Place the rope in the bucket, slaughter the chicken, and let its blood flow into the bucket to soak the rope, Master Ma instructed. The crowd complied. The rooster flapped its wings and crowed hoarsely, a brutal sight that stirred my appetite. Master Ma then produced an unknown pink powder from his pocket and added it to the bucket of chicken blood, stirring it with a twig before retrieving the rope. This rope resembled that used for sealing rice bags, thin and delicate. Master Ma tied a knot, securing one end to the peach wood, and began weaving the bagua diagram. The onlookers watched in silence, not daring to breathe. Before long, he completed the diagram, his dexterity reminiscent of childhood games of string. It was perfectly crafted, featuring yin and yang and 2 large circles. All right, proceed with the burial as per usual, he declared. Master Ma was not in haste to leave. He observed the burial closely, offering guidance whenever he noticed discrepancies. After descending the mountain, we arrived at the courtyard just as firecrackers were set off to commence the feast. Lu Dakwai insisted on giving Master Ma money, but he declined, stating that the payment was sufficient and that a meal would suffice. However, he insisted on taking the 2 roosters, as they had died at the grave and were thought to carry negative energy, which would be detrimental for ordinary people to consume. I, however, was not easily swayed by such superstition. A bit of mushroom stew would render any dish delightful. It was evident that Master Ma had indulged in a bit too much drink, as he had consumed 3 cups of liquor, bolstered by the praises of the villagers. I was confident he hadn't overindulged, as he had asked me for more tobacco before departing. Master Ma was amiable, but tended to ramble when intoxicated, and I, quite frankly, had little patience for it. Thus, I took it upon myself to arrange for Lu Dakwai to send Master Ma home, while I directed the driver to take him to the widow's house instead. I was uncertain how Master Ma would express his gratitude once he sobered up. The widow's home was quite intriguing, and I shall recount that tale to you all tomorrow. Speaking of widows, my memories surged forth like a relentless river. On that day, when I brought Master Ma to the widow's residence, she was taken aback, exclaiming, What has happened to your master? He drank too much. I feared I couldn't manage him alone. Upon stepping out of the car, Master Ma realized the unfamiliar surroundings and was equally perplexed, slurring, What are we doing here? Let us go back to our village. I offered a cigarette to the driver, uttering a few polite words to send him on his way. Master Ma became disgruntled, muttering, Why is the car still here? The widow helped steady him, and at that moment, I took a closer look at this intriguing widow. Master Ma was in his 50s, while the widow appeared to be under 40, possessing a delicate beauty with lustrous black hair. She had long eyebrows, large eyes that squinted when she smiled, fair skin, and a charming demeanor, albeit with the traces of time etched on her face. She was not particularly tall, likely just over 1.5 meters. Yet among her peers, her beauty was undeniable. As I was lost in admiration, Master Ma delivered another reprimand. Call someone. Call Anhua. At that time, I was too shy to respond, muttering a soft, Hello, Anhua. Come in quickly, she urged. Master Ma pointed to the 2 dead roosters on the ground, proclaiming, These 2 roosters are valuable. They've undergone a ritual and will provide great nourishment. We'll stew them for the children. I thought to myself how Master Ma could speak so differently to different people. Just moments ago, he had warned that these chickens would be ill-suited for ordinary consumption. I chuckled and replied, Master, I'm not hungry. Who said it was for you? Aunt Hua interjected. Come on, let us go inside. Don't linger in the courtyard. Chapter 45. Sister Chiou Aunt Hua's house consisted of 3 rooms, a classic rural structure with a kitchen in the middle and living quarters on either side. Though not affluent, her home was impeccably clean, with parts of the bedspread taped down and some yellowing at the head of the bed. There was no television. Instead, a small radio sat at the foot of the bed. The bed covering, which we referred to as linoleum, had not been replaced in 5 or 6 years. Looking around, I noted 2 cabinets with their doors ajar, adorned with red paper cutouts, and atop them lay various household items and an old mirror. In front of the mirror were 2 bottles of face cream, one large labeled Friendship Snow Cream, and a smaller one named 10,000 Colors, along with a hand cream. How nostalgic it was to hear that term, reminiscent of a bygone era. The room was sparsely furnished, but remarkably tidy. Master Ma made himself comfortable on the bed, while Aunt Hua appeared somewhat awkward. At that moment, a young girl entered, lifting the door curtain. She glanced at me and then at Master Ma, smiling. Uncle Ma is here. This girl, a quintessential neighborly sister, was around 15 or 16 years old, clad in a school uniform with her hair in a high ponytail. Her complexion was fair, with large, expressive eyes that narrowed when she smiled. Her appearance was not akin to the overly manufactured looks of contemporary internet celebrities. Rather, she embodied the charming simplicity of a girl next door. Master Ma acknowledged her and pulled out a stack of money from his pocket, saying, "Here, take this. It's from your uncle. Study hard." Aunt Hua interjected. "Why are you giving her money again? She hasn't even spent the last amount you gave her. This is for her, not for you." The girl declined the money, stating that she hadn't finished using the previous sum. "Take it. When you graduate and earn money, you can buy Uncle Ma a drink," Master Ma insisted. Aunt Hua protested, but Master Ma glared at her and insisted, forcefully handing the girl what appeared to be a total of 1,900 yuan in red bills along with 100 yuan in change. The young lady handed the money to Aunt Hua, who placed it beside Master Ma. Master Ma let out a hiss and remarked, "If you want to take it, take it. Once the child starts working, what does this amount signify?" I understood clearly that no apprentice could compare to a woman. All that daily toil of cooking and tending the fire was nothing compared to a woman's worth in Master Ma's eyes. He glanced at me and said, "Xu Gou'er, call me sister." I refused. "Damn it, disobedient," he hissed again, prompting me to quickly respond, "Greetings, sister. Come to my room." At that moment, I regretted bringing the old man here, but seeing the money brought out, I figured even if I hadn't brought him, he would have come by himself. Aunt Hua is undoubtedly a kind soul. As soon as the old man lay down, she prepared a basin of water to wash Master Ma's feet with a towel. Xu Gou'er felt envious. How wonderful it would be to find a wife like her. I am a sensible person, with Master Ma asleep and Aunt Hua tending to him. It was inappropriate for me to linger. Yet, the titles Aunt Hua and Master Ma felt ill-suited for their relationship. Following the young lady to her room, a delightful fragrance filled the air. Her room was tidy and simple, furnished with a wardrobe, a sewing machine serving as a desk, and a bed, nothing more. The sewing machine was cluttered with books and papers, suggesting she was studying. With just the 2 of us inside, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. "What is your name?" "Xu Gou'er. My mother's name is Chunhua, and I am called Qiuyue." "Sister Qiuyue." Qiuyue pulled out a small notebook and asked, "Do you know how much Master Ma's contribution was?" "It should be 2,000. She wrote it down and said, "I will keep track of every penny. When I earn money, I must repay Master Ma." I thought to myself, what need is there for repayment? Your Master Ma is quickly becoming your father. "What grade are you in?" I felt my face flush. What grade? Which school?" I have never been to school." Qiuyue looked at me in disbelief, her expression a mix of incredulity and sympathy. "How old are you?" 13. "I am older than you. I am 16. I calculated in my mind. A girl 3 years older can embrace fortune. At worst, we could each call it as we please. You could call him father, while I call him master and father-in-law. They would have their lives, and we would have ours. Living across the hall wouldn't be so bad. Did you not have winter break?" "I did." "Then why are you still wearing your school uniform?" I regretted asking as Qiuyue blushed and shyly replied, "My clothes are washed and not yet dry. So I'm wearing my uniform for a couple of days." I contemplated and pulled out all my savings, a total of 127 yuan accumulated over a month, and softly said, "This is for you from Master Ma. Keep it to buy clothes." "I don't want it." "You must take it. If you refuse, Master Ma will scold me. Please help me." Reflecting on this moment now, it truly resembles the lyrics of a song. Love is a drink. Even the king of hell would get intoxicated. Qiuyue refused to accept, so I placed the money on the sewing machine and changed the subject. "Are you attending high school?" "Normal school." "That's quite good. You'll have a job." To clarify, back in the early 2000s, some academically gifted children in rural northeast China did not attend high school, but instead graduated from middle school to attend vocational normal schools, which guaranteed job placements as teachers. Oh wait, isn't Xu Duo's narrative supposed to be supernatural? Why does it sound like a period piece? I must hold back on that. Xu Gou'er gazed at the 100 yuan and quietly said, "You should keep this. I have heard about you, and you are not well off." "No. It's not acceptable. Master said it must go towards your clothes. If you come next time without new clothes, he will scold me for not doing my job." Xu Gou'er smiled, her smile sweet enough to melt my heart. As night fell, Master Ma showed no sign of waking. I felt for him, not wanting him to travel home late at night, so I went to rouse him. Aunt Hua was cooking and said, "Don't wake him, let him sleep. It's dark, he shouldn't go back." I pondered for a moment. This wouldn't he do? Master Ma had napped for half the day. He wouldn't sleep well tonight. If he couldn't sleep, what might he do? Surely, it would lead to awkward situations. I deliberately provoked. "There's still business to attend to at home." "What business?" "You can sleep here for the night. You and Master can share this room. And I will sleep in the young lady's room." This statement solidified my desire to return home. After all, it was the same as sleeping with an old bachelor. I might as well go home. I paused and said, "Aunt Hua, it won't do. I promised others to return." Aunt Hua wiped her hands on her apron and replied, "Very well, then let us eat and you can leave." I called Master Ma up, and he was bewildered for a moment before understanding. Aunt Hua's cooking was delightful. The stewed chicken with mushrooms was truly fragrant. However, since I frequently engaged in mundane tasks with Master Ma, I only had soup with rice, even giving the chicken leg Aunt Hua offered to me to Sister Xu Gou'er. Reflecting on this brings sadness. Back then, Xu Gou'er was also a kind-hearted child, and now, how I've changed. My tastes have shifted. I once adored the neighbor's older sister, and now I find myself captivated by technicians in short skirts, high heels, and carrying briefcases. Chapter 46. The talismans wrapped in money. The moon shone brightly upon the snow-covered ground. Master Ma led me home under the stars, panting slightly. "Why did you call me? It would have been better to sleep here. The young lady is at home. What is there to fear in sharing a room?" I thought to myself, you old bachelor sleeping alone for the night, and Aunt Hua would cover you with a blanket. It would be easy for Sister Xu Gou'er to bear a little brother. Next time I drink too much, don't send me here. "Oh, we are not what you think." "What do you mean?" Master Ma turned back and gave me a light smack on the head. I rubbed my head and replied, "I'm just worried about you." "Worried about what?" "You, a 50-year-old bachelor, can still have a love life? You're merely playing at a spiritual romance. Aunt Hua is still young. 30 is like a wolf, and 40 is like a tiger. In your drunken state, wouldn't it be your undoing? If not for Master Ma chasing me." I could have elaborated further. I've been listening to black radio for a reason. I know a thing or two. Upon returning home, the house felt cold and dreary. He is the master. I must gather firewood to heat the Kong. Just as I had half of it done, grandfather's son hurriedly arrived. When I opened the door, I realized it was snowing again. "Sir, you're still awake? Where's your master?" "He is inside." Grandfather's son hurried in, lifting the curtain and calling out, "Old Ma." Hua called. "She said the girl has a fever and wants you to take a look." Master Ma abruptly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and threw on his tattered coat, heading outside. After a few steps, he turned back and said to me, "Come on, what are you thinking?" "I'm not going." "You can't not go. It's inconvenient for me to go. Hurry up, let us go." Outside, the snow fell like large grains of salt, stinging my face. Master Ma's health is truly remarkable. He didn't stumble once, taking strides with confidence. If he were to be with Aunt Hua, he would make a splendid stepfather. Meanwhile, I felt a pang of doubt. Just an hour ago, we were dining together. How could she suddenly have a fever? Is it Xu Gou'er with a fever? Or is it Aunt Hua feeling frisky? If that were the case, following would be quite awkward. Upon arrival, I sensed something was amiss. Xu Gou'er was flushed all over. I touched her forehead, which felt hot to the touch. "Have you taken any medicine for the fever?" "Yes, but it had no effect." "Should we take her to the hospital?" "When did it start?" "After you both left." She put down her bowl, returned to her room with a blank stare, then began to cry. When I asked her, she didn't respond, and then her face turned red, so I checked and found she had a fever. Feigned illness. No need to visit the hospital. I shall tidy things up. First, use some white liquor to wipe the child's body, chest, back, forehead, armpits, and the tops of the thighs. I will consult in the other room. Master Ma led me to Aunt Hua's chamber, and I immediately inquired, "It isn't the chicken meant for someone else, is it?" "No, it has nothing to do with that." With that, Master Ma sat cross-legged, and before he could extend his hand, he abruptly stood up, peering through the curtain to ask, "Hua, do you have yellow paper at home?" "Yes, it's on the kitchen shelf." Master Ma pinched a bundle of yellow paper under his arm and left without even donning his coat. I rushed outside with his coat, only to find that he had already begun to burn the paper. The snow fell silently, and white smoke ascended. The Taoist was constantly sniffing, his expressions shifting dramatically, reminiscent of the hound from the magic lotus lantern. As he inhaled, Master Ma suddenly turned to glare at me, his voice fierce. Did you give Xiaoyu money? I did. Slap. He struck me across the face, truly a slap in the face. I immediately burst into tears, shouting, why did you hit me? Master Ma slapped himself, his tone calming. Why did you give her money? I cried. She was still wearing her school uniform during the holiday. She surely has no decent clothes. I said you allowed me to secretly give her some to buy new clothes. Master Ma sighed. You gave her 127. Where did that money come from? 100 you gave, 27 is mine. Where did the 27 come from? I felt even more wronged, shouting, I found it. Isn't that the money wrapped in talisman paper? Oh. Master Ma pointed at me, his face filled with helplessness. I retorted angrily. I've spent that kind of money since I was little, and nothing happened. Master Ma sighed in resignation, his smile returning. Xu, you are my dear son. I don't have a son like you. I had learned that line from a TV show. Master Ma wasn't angry. Instead, he lectured me. Child, your life is delicate, neither fully alive nor dead. Burdened with heavy energy. You can use that kind of money, which ordinary people cannot. Taking such money, even if it fulfills the conditions on the talisman. Spending it is fine, but beware of giving it to others, lest you transfer the talisman's implications to them. I nodded in understanding. In the future, if you encounter such money, you may still collect it. After you're done, let us buy some liquor to drink. All right. Knowing the root of the problem, Master Ma no longer rushed. He entered the room and asked Aunt Hua to bring out the money, stating he would step out for a moment and would return shortly. Master Ma truly had a peculiar way of thinking. Despite the small shop in the village, he insisted on returning to our village's store. As he said, a widow's doorstep is fraught with trouble. If I visit the store at midnight, gossip will spread throughout the village by morning. Sometimes, I struggled to comprehend Master Ma's reasoning. As a Taoist, he possessed sentimentality and cared about his reputation. Whenever confronted with a dilemma, he preferred to consult the spirits rather than the fox spirit, yet he guided me toward the path of the fortune teller. Life was similar. He and Aunt Hua had feelings for each other, yet they never came together. Offering services to others was a lucrative business, yet he refrained from charging, only earning a meager sum from funerals. It was complicated. Upon arriving at Old Man Sun's house, Master Ma was indeed bold, knocking on the window to illuminate the room. Old Man Sun, clad in long johns and wrapped in a wool coat, opened the door. Master Ma inquired, do you accept money found wrapped in talisman paper? Damn it. I'm almost in the ground. What money wouldn't I accept? Where did you find it? Take me along to find some. Just give me 27 yuan worth of burning paper. You take care of the rest. Old Man Sun was quite practical, providing 15 bundles of yellow paper, each weighing over 2 pounds, totaling more than 30 pounds, which could fetch 20 yuan if sold as waste paper. Master Ma and I promptly returned to Aunt Hua's house. Master Ma lit 3 sticks of incense, then turned the tips downward, circling them around Qiu Yu's head 3 times, murmuring, come with me, come with me. I will take you to retrieve the money. Without looking back, Master Ma held the incense, while I carried the yellow paper, and we walked to the village entrance. Kicking aside a patch of snow, we laid out the yellow paper and began to burn it. Xu had truly violated the celestial laws, burning paper twice in one night. Master Ma spoke as if conversing with someone, gazing into the distant darkness with hollow eyes, murmuring, take your time, it's all yours. Hurry the ox cart, no need to rush, I'll burn slowly, you load slowly. To be honest, it was quite eerie. Ahead lay the mountains, and behind, Aunt Hua's house illuminated in the village, the surrounding silence making my hair stand on end. Chapter 47. Arranging a marriage. After burning the paper, I checked on Qiu Yu. Her fever had subsided, and she remained in a deep slumber. Such occurrences are indeed miraculous. I felt quite regretful. My careless act almost harmed Qiu Yu. Aunt Hua's worries dissipated, her face returning to a relaxed expression. Master Ma pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the sewing machine. Aunt Hua asked, what are you doing? It is said that I must provide money for the child to buy some clothing. Why are you giving money again right after you just did? Oh, don't ask. I'll return home now. Why go back at this hour? Stay the night and return tomorrow. No, it's too much. We are going back. I halted, reluctant to move. Master Ma glanced at me and said, let us go. What are you thinking? I gritted my teeth, suggesting, why don't you both live together? Aunt Hua's face flushed slightly. Master Ma shot me a fierce glare, scolding, nonsense. Just wait until I get you home. How many more years do you think you have left? Let me tell you, if you end up with a crooked mouth and drooling, I want to take care of you. Master Ma was somewhat angry. Aunt Hua, feeling a bit embarrassed, softly said, why don't you stay the night? You never accepted my invitation before, and the child has already said you should stay. I sensed that Master Ma was struggling with his feelings. Ever since hearing Old Man Sun speak of his emotions, I found him rather pitiful. Master, why don't you both live together? Aunt Hua seemed more proactive, saying, I'll go prepare a quilt for you. Master Ma did not hesitate, ignoring me, and pulled open the door to exit. I chased after him, displeased. Master, you're worse than those who form cliques. You finish your work, then wipe your mouth and head home. Master Ma remained silent, and I sensed his discomfort. I continued to press. Master, what do you want? What do you mean? You and Aunt Hua. Living together should be done properly. With that, Master Ma stopped and walked back to Aunt Hua's house. He said, Hua, I also have those intentions, but not now. I need to give you a proper title. To marry you officially. Tears welled in Aunt Hua's eyes. Once we've seen our daughter through her graduation, we'll live together. I must admit, Master Ma, though often unserious, spoke quite well when it mattered, showing true resolve. In the following days, Master Ma and Aunt Hua's situation became a burden on my mind. I felt that their failure to cohabitate drained my energy for everything else. I sought out Xiu Gou'er twice, inquiring about the matter, and her attitude was quite clear. She stated that she had grown up without a father and that Aunt Hua had raised her with great difficulty. Master Ma often supported them. And in Xiu Gou'er's heart, she had long regarded him as a father. I shared Xiu Gou'er's sentiments with Master Ma, but he always responded with adult matters, advising me to remain silent. Eventually, feeling frustrated, I confided in old man's son about the situation. He was taken aback, responding, Kid, tell me the truth. Does your master have any intentions? Certainly. He has already mentioned marrying her properly. All right, you need not worry about this matter. That morning, I spoke with old man's son. And by noon, the village loudspeaker blared to life, a rare occurrence throughout the year. Rural broadcasts follow a protocol. The first step is always the village chief speaking into the microphone. Next, I must repeat an announcement. Master Ma's house is to undergo repairs. It is of no concern. Gentlemen are encouraged to lend a hand. Master Ma was bewildered and remarked, What nonsense are you spouting now, you little rascal? What could I do? Before long, about 20 gentlemen gathered in the courtyard. Sun Sai, even more audacious, brought a pig from home, having already arranged for the butcher. Master Ma was reluctant, insisting he did not wish to repair his house. However, Sun Sai disregarded him entirely, directing everyone on what to do. Master Ma's home was unusually lively. The butcher slaughtered the pig, the women prepared pickled vegetables, and under Sun Sai's command, the men divided into several groups. Some cleared the courtyard while others ventured into the mountains to chop wood. The village chief also arrived. And only then did I realize that he was the son of Sun Sai. This young man, not yet 30, was the only college graduate in the village, and his glasses indicated his education. The village chief stopped Master Ma from working, saying, Master Ma, for many years you have helped countless people, and I've been wanting to express my gratitude. You always refuse. You are more educated than I, and you know the story of Zilu buying captives. You are now doing the same by refusing payment for your services, which has made many villagers reluctant to seek your assistance. There was nothing to it. Repairing a house was no great matter. Indeed, what was the fuss about? Master Ma, confronted by the village chief, found himself at a loss for words. Master Ma had accumulated considerable goodwill over the years across numerous villages. The next day, even more people came, perhaps around 100. Amidst the snow, a group of gentlemen shouted mountain calls while felling trees, singing a few lines of a duet about the setting sun and the beautiful maiden returning to her embroidery room. Truly a picturesque scene. The owner of a brick factory delivered several loads of bricks, and carpenters and craftsmen from nearby villages arrived. They worked during the day and drank at night, creating quite a lively atmosphere. In just 3 days, Master Ma's home transformed dramatically. The entire house was refurbished, and 2 brick structures were added to the courtyard. The mud stove and Kong were rebuilt, and the furniture was all renewed. Every evening during dinner, the village chief announced that henceforth, Master Ma would have standardized pricing for his services, 50 for minor matters and 100 for major ones. Those with means could pay in cash, while those without could offer 2 eggs. The village chief also disclosed a piece of information unknown even to me. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, Master Ma was to marry. I suspected this arrangement was made between the village chief and Sun Sai, without informing Master Ma or Aunt Hua. As for the cost of building the house, it was practically free. A meal was sufficient compensation for the labor. There was no shortage of pickled vegetables. The pork was provided by Sun Sai, and all the furniture was crafted anew by the carpenters. When asked about the cost of the wood, it was abundant on the mountains, available for a meal, with dozens of gentlemen assisting. 20 years ago, the warmth of human connections in northeastern rural areas was fervent and intense. Now, however, it is a different story. Here in the snow country, a host of unscrupulous merchants abound. Indifferent to the plight of others, the reputation of the Northeast has been tarnished. Master Ma, now with purpose, dedicated himself entirely to earning money. By day, he offered his services, and by night, he kept vigil. With the village chief's pricing in place, people from 10 to 8 villages sought Master Ma's assistance. He was truly busy, motivated by the prospect of marriage. Yet, as for me, Xu, I was not so fortunate. Being young, I relished in lavish meals, and my urine had taken on a yellowish hue, almost as if it were sticking to my shoes. Throughout the winter, Master Ma earned over 10,000 yuan. In his words, he allocated 10,000 as a bride price for Aunt Hua, with the remainder going towards the wedding feast. Indeed, Master Ma never once considered his devoted disciple, Xu. It truly exemplifies the old saying, where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. Chapter 48. A change of flowers. The calendar marked the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, and Master Ma's household became bustling. The wedding banquet was set up, and daily, pigs were slaughtered for the feast while Sun Sai offered his homemade liquor for all to enjoy. During those days, it seemed as if the pigs had fallen under some divine decree, with 2 being slaughtered each day. To put it bluntly, the process of slaughtering pigs, from shaving to gutting, was labor-intensive. In those rural days, butchers were often paid with food rather than money. At most, after a meal, they might take a piece of meat home. With daily slaughtering, the butcher even declined to take any meat, saying he couldn't finish it all. In the winter, with few entertainment options in the countryside, everyone came to help at Master Ma's home, enjoying meals, drinking, and boasting, just a lively gathering. With so many people, the house could hardly accommodate them. Thus, the gentlemen, young and old, built a large shelter in the courtyard, as wood was in abundance. The warmth from cooking made it pleasant enough to wear only autumn clothing in the courtyard. Aunt Hua was kind. She purchased new clothes for Master Ma, and also for me, several complete outfits, all brand new. As the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month approached, Master Ma, rather unattractive, attempted to emulate city folk by arranging a wedding car. While it was acceptable, he ought to have organized a few decent vehicles. However, the ones he procured belched black smoke up hills, as though they were fueled by corn cobs instead of gasoline. Aunt Hua, looking splendid, had styled her hair and donned a vibrant floral jacket paired with black trousers, adorned with a wreath of morning glories, her face flushed with beauty. Master Ma was not to be outdone, dressed in a suit and tie, yet his appearance still resembled a large monkey in clothes. During the ceremony, when Xu Gou'er called out father, Master Ma was moved to tears, immediately presenting a large red envelope. I too had to address him as Master Mother, and I shed a few tears as well, for the red envelope Aunt Hua had given me was later reclaimed by Master Ma. Over the course of his life, Master Ma had accumulated considerable goodwill, drawing a large crowd. To illustrate, 12 round tables served guests, and it took 4 rounds before everyone was fed. At least 500 people attended, and the gifts alone totaled over 60,000 yuan. To put that into perspective, in that year, cultivating 10 acres of corn yielded a mere 5,000 yuan. The villagers were astute, knowing Master Ma had been single all his life. They regarded this as his first marriage. By 3 in the afternoon, after the villagers tidied up the courtyard, they departed early. Master Ma had indeed found true love. As he and Aunt Hua shared a silent gaze, simply looking at one another, I felt they were waiting for nightfall. On the eve of the wedding, the family could not sleep apart. Master and mistress occupied the east room, while Xu Gou'er and I took the west. Master Ma, aware of my dubious intentions, deliberately placed a Kong table between us. That was no mere table. It was akin to the boundary between 2 warring states. I, Xu, desired to be a pawn crossing the river, charging ahead, conquering all in my path, and flattening the board. Master Ma was further occupied. That rascal turned on the tape recorder and began playing Shajiabang, followed by My Daxiao by Shan Tianfang. For the younger ones, they may not know that a tape would need to be flipped once it reached the end, but Master Ma was impressive. He played My Daxiao throughout the night on repeat. With Shan Tianfang's tone, ladies and gentlemen, consider this. Master Ma, newlywed, has not been with a woman for many years. Indeed, he is vigorous and exuberant. 2 blossoms bloom, each representing a branch, and let us speak of Aunt Hua, who is at an age of fiery passion. A mere spark could ignite a blazing inferno. And that night, Master Ma could be said to have overcome myriad challenges. The 2 were truly a match made in heaven, an earthly pair. Sister Xu Gou'er was very considerate, turning off the lights early. I, unable to sleep, found the sounds of Master Ma's My Daxia quite captivating, as the tape played on repeat. I wished to turn on the light, but Sister Xu Gou'er, from beneath the covers, reached out to pull the lamp cord, attempting several times, but I eventually gave up. We both remained silent. I suspected Sister Xu Gou'er was also awake, yet at that moment, nothing was better than feigning sleep. I truly wanted to ask Sister Xu Gou'er if her mother had undergone sterilization. Our family was not affluent, and should a little priest emerge, we would barely scrape by on thin porridge. The following morning, I arose early, intending to prepare breakfast, only to discover that Aunt Hua, no, my teacher's wife, was already bustling about in the kitchen. Upon noticing my presence, she discreetly pulled a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to me, bringing me immense joy. Unexpectedly, Master Ma, as if possessing an otherworldly insight, bellowed from behind the thick door curtain, "Don't give him money. This rascal has ulterior motives and will certainly squander it on debauchery in the county town." My teacher's wife chuckled softly, yet insisted on pressing the envelope into my hands, explaining that it was an early New Year gift for my pocket money. She added, "With me around, you needn't worry about cooking. Go lie down in the house. You won't have to cook anymore." I felt an overwhelming urge to weep, truly wishing to cry. I had never known the comfort of a home. A year ago, I was still at the Earth Temple, surviving the winter on nothing but hard steamed buns, which, charred and toughened by the fire, required prolonged gnawing to swallow. Lest I choke. Why cry? With my teacher's wife here, no one can bully you. Master Ma emerged in tattered cotton shoes, having traded his suit for a worn cotton jacket. He glanced at me and said, "Your teacher's wife discussed with me last night. We received over 60,000 in gifts yesterday. I've saved 6,000 for you to marry. I can still work for a few more years. And by the time you wed, accumulating another 100,000 won't be a problem. When the time comes, you will receive 100,000, and your sister will too." I sniffled, striving to hold back my tears, and replied earnestly, "Master, I will sleep in the side room." "What for? It's freezing in winter. Your sister is only home during breaks. You should stay together." "That is inconvenient." "What is inconvenient about it? If you feel shy, I can make a curtain for you." Master Ma insisted, "You should sleep in the side room. The girl is growing up, and it's inappropriate for her to share a bed with a young man. We will sleep in the side room." Despite her reluctance, my teacher's wife eventually yielded, and we moved to the side room, with her coming every day to stoke the fire for us. Master Ma was indeed considerate, sharing the bed with me every night. Yet at times, I would wake up in the middle of the night to find him missing, only to be roused by his snoring in the morning. Master Ma was truly an experienced practitioner, adept at playful mischief with me. Chapter 49. Returning home in glory. As the 25th day of the 12th lunar month passed, the festive atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Colorful lights, firecrackers, lively folk dances, and the joyous laughter of hard-working farmers filled the air as they celebrated the culmination of a year's toil. My teacher's wife, a remarkably kind woman, perhaps fearing I might feel neglected, showered me with affection, purchasing numerous firecrackers and even a small lantern for me. I must mention that I had previously lit firecrackers, always waiting for someone else to set off a string of big ones before scavenging for unlit ones to ignite from the Earth Temple's incense offerings. The lantern was a first for me, a colorful plastic creation powered by 2 batteries and a small bulb. Back when I lived in the Earth Temple, I envied those with lanterns, but no one bought one for me, and I lacked the means. I resorted to crafting my own, using a clean tofu jar, a candle, some string, and a stick, my very own lantern. Living with Master Ma had once felt indifferent. I merely no longer went hungry. However, since my teacher's wife arrived, the little courtyard truly embodied the warmth of home. Master Ma's room carried a musty odor, but within 2 days, my teacher's wife had washed all his clothes, even disassembling the quilt to have the cotton refluffed. There is an old saying that one can gauge a stepmother's goodness by the thickness of the quilt. My quilt was at least 9.5 pounds, delightfully warm, making sleep a comforting weight. With my teacher's wife around, everything in the house was meticulously organized. Yet, Master Ma was exceedingly busy, especially with the approach of the new year, as more supernatural disturbances occurred. The primary reason was that ancestral spirits from the underworld sought offerings from their living descendants. Those who neglected to burn paper offerings before the festival would find their ancestors visiting them with disturbances. Some were afflicted with fevers, others with convulsions, some spoke nonsensically, and others were possessed by spirits. These were trivial matters for Master Ma, who would simply speak to them, burn clothes if requested, provide food offerings, and burn paper money, resolving the issues effortlessly for 50 yuan. Master Ma maintained strict principles. If a wealthy individual wished to offer 100 yuan, he would refuse, insisting on 50, taking not a cent more. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Master Ma woke me early, stating he would take me back to my original village, Sandow Ridge, to pay respects at the Earth Temple and offer a pig's head. He said the Earth God had blessed me for so many years, and it was time to return and show gratitude. I could not refuse this, donning the cotton jacket made of Pengjiao cotton that my teacher's wife had recently bought. and a new cotton hat. I felt a sense of returning home in glory. I should add that the Pingjiao cotton was not a cheap purchase during my growth spurts. I required a new jacket every year, and even expensive down jackets would be futile, as I would undoubtedly outgrow them by the next year. The snow had begun to fall every few days, accumulating to knee-deep levels, making it impossible to ride a cart through. Master Ma borrowed a donkey, harnessing it to a cart to take me back to the village. The mountains were adorned with high trees, blanketed in pristine snow, creating a serene and peaceful scene. Since marrying my teacher's wife, Master Ma had ceased singing 18 touches and had begun singing Wang Erji misses her husband, a tune filled with autumn's chill and longing. The tinkling sound of the red bell on the donkey's neck echoed through the tranquil valley as the old man and I sat leisurely in the cart. Master Ma occasionally singing a few lines of two-person turn, creating a poetic ambience. Suddenly, he ceased singing and turned to me with a serious expression, saying, "My boy, I need to discuss something with you. I want a younger brother." Without hesitation, I responded, "Get lost, you rascal. Next year, I plan to send you to school. I'll discuss it with the village chief. You'll start in the 4th grade and continue your studies." I want to go. I can't understand that stuff. It's all muddled and confusing. Isn't education important? Times have changed. Fewer people practice the ways of the shamans. You're starting anew. So it's better to attend school and later enroll in a technical school to learn a trade. I replied hesitantly, "I just want to be a shaman. I want to marry Xu Gou'er." Master Ma laughed. "I truly haven't misjudged you, my little spirit. Here's the deal. You should go to school, and I will teach you what I can. But if you don't go, you won't understand anything. You're simply not cut out for it." Master Ma continued with his tales, resuming the two-person turn, and as I praised him, he reverted to singing 18 touches. Listening to this daily, how could I possibly grasp any schooling? Upon arriving at Sandow Ditch, the familiar sense enveloped me. Old friends made faces at me, and familiar adults greeted me, calling, "Welcome back." During this time before the new year, many sought the earth goddess assistance, and the small temple was filled with numerous offerings. It made me wonder why. During my time, there had never been such abundance. Did I somehow offend the earth god? The temple had also changed occupants. Oh. I recalled there were once 2 guardians of the village. One was me, and the other was Ermahuz. I was endowed with keen intelligence, having held the position of the village guardian from childhood. Ermahuz, on the other hand, was somewhat simple-minded. What was his story? He was in his 30s, and I knew well how he was born. I suspect he wasn't originally simple-minded. Back in the 1980s, childbirth occurred at home, with village midwives assisting. Medical conditions were limited, and there were no rescue measures. Ermahuz's mother endured prolonged labor, ultimately giving birth, but tragically passing away. Consequently, due to lack of oxygen, Ermahuz suffered cognitive impairments, yet he remained cheerful and carefree in his 30s. In our rural community, we treated the simple-minded with utmost kindness. Anyone who dared to bully them would face the wrath of the local sorcerers. Ermahuz once had a family. Although his father was a notorious drunkard, he still raised his son with care. In passing, it must be mentioned that Ermahuz's father is quite the inebriate, purchasing 8 bottles of beer for merely 10 yuan, leaving the remaining 2 to buy slender biscuits, the sort one would enjoy with their drink. Earlier, it was noted that the weather fluctuated between warm and cold, marking the season when the deceased abound. Today's first winter snowfall claimed Ermahuz's father, leaving him without a brother at home. The village had arranged for Ermahuz to stay in the land temple, where the villagers, both young and old, could attend to him more conveniently. Ermahuz has but 2 appearances throughout the year. In summer, that's a different tale, but in winter, he dons a large cotton hat, likely askew, with a perpetual snot hanging from his nose, neither too long nor too short, long enough to slurp back, and short enough to remain. His hands cross at the cuffs of his sleeves, his back hunched, and his yellowed teeth forever propped up by his lips. Should someone offer him a handful of seeds, he would undoubtedly munch on the husks. His oversized cotton shoes reveal his heels, for he does not truly wear shoes, but rather treads upon them. Upon seeing me, he beams with joy, calling me Brother Xu, though he is a good 20 years my senior. This is partly my fault, as we often played together, and I had asked him to call me brother. I handed Ermahuz the 200 yuan I had on me. Though he is a simpleton, he understands the value of money. Master Ma, witnessing this, said nothing and handed me an additional 100 yuan, instructing me to take Ermahuz to the village shop to buy some food and snacks. I, too, was indulgent, with a 100 yuan bill in hand. I did not bother to pocket it, but rather clutched it, seeking to impress. Chapter 50. The Sisters of Mayu at the village entrance. A group of children had gathered around a firecracker show. Whenever the firecrackers were set off, the children would swarm, taking on various roles. Some would shake the large black pot. Others would turn the blower, while a few were tasked with delivering the final kick to hear the crackling sound. The elder in charge of the firecrackers held a certain stature. He wore a vest and had once been a storyteller. But as the industry waned and people turned to black broadcasts, he resorted to the firecracker trade. My 100 yuan bill drew envious glances from my companions. They boasted that they never used such large denominations even for grave offerings. My vanity surged momentarily, but it was fleeting, as I soon spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, the enchanting Meiyu, who occupied my thoughts and dreams. Upon seeing me, Meiyu greeted me warmly, inquiring when I had returned. Perhaps feeling guilty, I became sheepish at her presence, scratching my head and replying, "I just got back, paid my respects to the land god, and ran into eerie. I'm taking him to buy some food. Are you still with that Taoist?" She asked. "Yes," I replied. "Come on, let us sit at home for a bit. Your brother Daong is back and wants you to join us for dinner." I panicked, fearing she might have mentioned my indiscretion to her husband. "I can't go. I need to take eerie to buy things. I must be off. Come back soon. I really need to talk to you," she called after me. Upon reaching the shop, it was a haze of smoke, reminiscent of a celestial palace. My unexpected arrival made me the center of attention, with everyone bombarding me with questions. Eager to show off, I had the shopkeeper weigh out 10 yuan worth of sunflower seeds and purchase 2 boxes of 5 yuan Long March cigarettes to share, leaving the remaining 80 yuan with the shopkeeper, instructing her to regularly send some food to eerie. One must not underestimate the 5 yuan Long March cigarettes. Back in those days, they were considered decent, while the average farmer smoked 2 yuan packs of Huangguashu or Dakiaman. Those with a bit more money opted for the 3 yuan Red Plum or Shirlin. Even the village had settled for the hard Red River, with the sunflower seeds in hand. Eerie chose to remain behind, engrossed in the spectacle, while I made my way back alone. Reaching the firecracker site, I felt fortunate that Meiyu was absent, for I cherished her presence, but only when her husband was away. Some friends beckoned me to join in the fun, urging me to kick the popcorn pot for the sound. I pretended to be aloof, stating, "We have powers now. If I kick it, who knows if the Supreme Lord Laozi might emerge from the white smoke." At that moment, Master Ma approached, accompanied by Meiyu. My heart sank, fearing the worst. Master Ma instructed me to pay my respects to the land god. "Is there anything I should say?" I asked. "No need. I've said all that is required. After 3 years of learning, you should perform your duties in the mountains. If you fail to learn, the land god will take you away. Just bow your head, and it will suffice. All right, we share a good relationship. If the land god takes me, he might as well take you along. And we shall remain teacher and student in the afterlife." Master Ma chuckled and scolded that Meiyu had some matters at home that required his attention, instructing me to finish my bow and head directly to her house. I quickly replied, "Wait for me. I'll be there in a moment." I dared not visit Meiyu alone. With Master Ma present, I hoped he could restrain Daong's wrath should he learn of my past misdeeds. With 3 bows, I solidified my connection with the land god. Having resided with him for over a decade, it felt as though I belonged. Upon arriving at Meiyu's home, I found Daong washing clothes, a commendable sight. Initially anxious, I felt somewhat at ease when Daong greeted us warmly, drying his hands to offer us cigarettes. Come in, take a seat." From his tone, he seemed unaware of my prior indiscretions with his wife, which allowed me to relax a bit. Daong praised me for helping around the house while he was away, and I thought to myself, is doing chores so commendable? If you fall ill or face misfortune, we would rally to support your family. Master Ma added his praise, stating, "This lad is all right. Aside from his sharp tongue, he has no other flaws." Daong then asked his wife to prepare a few dishes, inviting us to stay for a meal. Master Ma inquired, "Didn't you say there was something urgent?" "What is it?" "Oh, it's about my sister-in-law. Let us have some tea first. I can't explain it well, but we need to go see her." Meiyu was swift in her movements, igniting the gas stove, and within no time, she had prepared 4 dishes: fresh mushrooms, chives, garlic shoots, and scrambled eggs with scallions. Master Ma declined alcohol, stating he had no desire for it, while Daong suggested a couple of sips to warm up. Master Ma settled for 2 liang. In the afternoon, we set off on a donkey cart towards Meiyu's sister Miling's village. Miling's village was neither too far nor too near, about 17 or 18 li, making the old donkey huff and puff as it exhaled white steam. It was a modest village, with 4 rows of houses, each row containing a dozen or so homes. Yet all were well kept. Miling's home stood out. It was said that on the 28th day of the lunar month, decorations would adorn the windows. And while others might not bother with such embellishments, they would at least hang 2 large red lanterns for festivity. However, Miling's abode was starkly devoid of any celebratory elements. Aside from its impressive size and grandeur, it bore no semblance of the festive spirit. The donkey cart entered the courtyard, where Myling awaited us. She possessed a pleasing figure. Her ample hips indicative of a childbearing physique, and any man fortunate enough to marry her would never need to worry about purchasing formula. Yet, her face appeared worn and haggard as she mustered a faint smile and beckoned. "You've come. Please, come inside." May you chimed in, "Sister, I found a skilled master to help you." Myling's family was quite affluent. With tiled floors and freshly painted walls, the kitchen was tiled. And the bedroom boasted not only an LCD television, but also a refrigerator and a sofa. The entire house gave off an impression of having been newly built for a wedding. This family was evidently well off. Indeed, in families lacking financial resources, who could possibly marry such an exceptional woman? She is undoubtedly a high-quality gem from the mountains. Upon entering the house, May you cut straight to the point, stating, "Master Ma possesses great skills. Let us discuss your family matters and see what can be done." Upon hearing this, Myling was overcome with tears, and through her sobs, she recounted the events that had transpired. Chapter 51. The Great Beast descends. Last year during the New Year, Myling was introduced to Sun Peng, and their relationship blossomed. They became engaged during the May Day holiday. Sun Peng's parents worked on construction sites, his father taking on masonry jobs, and Sun Peng followed suit, enabling the family to earn between 40 to 50,000 a year. By November, they were married, after spending about 20 days at home. Sun Peng was called back to work on the site by his father. As newlyweds, Sun Peng desired to be with his wife, frequently returning home, and the couple enjoyed a joyous life together. However, as December arrived and the weather turned cold, Sun Peng ceased his trips to the construction site, having earned enough money for the winter. Shortly thereafter, his in-laws returned home. Sun Peng and his father shared a passion for hunting in the mountains, chasing rabbits and capturing wild chickens. Sun Peng even acquired a hunting rifle, claiming he intended to catch a couple of foxes to make a coat for his wife. In the eyes of the villagers, foxes were believed to possess a certain spirit akin to a deity, and therefore were not to be harmed. Myling wished to dissuade them. Yet her father-in-law and husband were both avid hunters, leaving her unable to voice her concerns. Throughout winter, the two spent their days hunting in the mountains. Yet they returned empty-handed. Not even a rabbit made it back home. Myling found this perplexing and suggested they refrain from hunting if they were unsuccessful, especially given the cold weather. Sun Peng, however, dismissed her concerns, likening their situation to fishermen who often return without a catch, yet continue to enjoy the sport. Myling considered joining him in the mountains, but Sun Peng insisted it was too dangerous and would not take her along. Generally, he treated her well, and she thought little of it, content to enjoy the winter after a year of hard work. As the Lunar New Year approached, tragedy struck. One afternoon, after having eaten, Sun Peng hurried back from the mountain, his face pale, declaring that his father had been attacked by a great beast, covered in blood. His military coat now a dark mess. Sun Peng was in shock and could not articulate the details. The two women immediately contacted the authorities and sought help from the villagers. Several police officers accompanied a group of villagers up the mountain to retrieve Sun Peng's father, only to find he had perished. With no other option, they had to arrange for the funeral, which took place shortly thereafter. Just 2 days later, Sun Peng's mother began exhibiting erratic behavior, wandering outside at night without explanation. Sun Peng, likely overwhelmed by grief, lay on the bed, refusing to eat, leaving Myling to attend to him. He barely left the bed except for bathroom needs, which he managed using a can. With her father-in-law just deceased, Myling felt a heavy heart as she dealt with the situation, yet she remained silent. Sun Peng's mother, however, was restless and continued to wander outside, and Sun Peng showed no concern, forcing Myling to follow her mother-in-law. On the 7th day after the death of Sun Peng's father, a night known in their culture as the return of the soul, when the deceased are believed to return home to check on their loved ones, Myling was inundated with responsibilities. She prepared meals during the day and burned paper offerings at night, all while managing the erratic behavior of the two remaining family members. After finishing the evening's offerings, Sun Peng's mother slipped out again without a word. Given how well her in-laws had treated her, Myling felt compelled to follow. Despite her fears, however, her mother-in-law seemed possessed, intent on heading up the mountain, and Myling was powerless to stop her as she was unexpectedly strong. Just then, a shadow darted from the forest, a fearsome tiger. Terrified, Myling felt her legs weaken and lost control, urinating herself. Strangely, the tiger posed no threat. It merely circled around the two of them before turning back into the woods. Inexplicably, Sun Peng's mother followed the creature into the darkness. Myling, paralyzed with fear, managed to crawl a few steps toward the village before losing consciousness. Had she not been discovered by villagers, she would have succumbed to the cold. When she regained consciousness, It was already midday the next day. Sun Peng appeared visibly shaken, and for a moment, Meiling thought she was dreaming. However, when she searched for her mother-in-law and found no trace, panic set in, prompting her to enlist neighbors and relatives to help search the mountains. Following the footprints, they discovered Sun Peng's mother's lifeless body, her torso hollowed out, with blood staining the ground. At this revelation, it became clear to Xu that they had encountered a vengeful spirit. It is said that those devoured by a tiger cannot reincarnate. Their souls remain trapped alongside the beast, waiting to lure another victim to fulfill their cycle. Observing Master Ma's reaction, it was evident he shared this sentiment. As Meiling continued her tragic tale, she lamented the recent deaths in her family, expressing her despair at the unbearable circumstances. Despite the grief, the deceased deserved a proper burial. Thus, they prepared for another funeral. Once again, Sun Peng offered no assistance, remaining wrapped in a blanket, lost in sorrow. After finally laying his mother to rest, Sun Peng fell ill, refusing food or drink, appearing almost comatose. With no alternative, Meiling took him to the hospital, where doctors found no physical ailments. They attributed his condition to the psychological toll of losing 2 family members in quick succession, prescribing calming medication. With no other options, Meiling brought him back home. On the 3rd day after returning, Sun Peng vanished. After searching the area multiple times, Meiling felt a sense of dread creeping in. She hastily summoned neighbors to assist in the search. Tragically, they discovered that Sun Peng had also been killed by the tiger, his intestines devoured. Within a span of 2 weeks, 3 members of the family had perished, and Meiling was left utterly shattered, relying on relatives to help arrange Sun Peng's funeral. As she recounted her heart-wrenching story, tears streamed down her face, her cries echoing her profound anguish. Meiyu offered comfort while Master Ma remained silent, puffing on his cigarette. The beast has shown no mercy to this family. Even their dog was taken by the tiger, Meiyu remarked. Master Ma inquired. It has been nearly a month since Sun Peng's death. Has the tiger taken anything else? Nothing else, Meiling replied. My sister's family does not raise chickens or ducks. Nor do they keep pigs or sheep. They all work outside, leaving no one to tend to them. Has the tiger harmed anyone else's livestock? He pressed. No, Meiling answered. It's strange, it only targeted my sister's family. Meiling continued. The beast often circles their yard. Had my parents not been here, I might have lost my life as well. Master Ma asked, why didn't you move away? I wanted to, but my parents wouldn't allow it. They insisted on staying here with me. If I left, Sun Peng's family assets would fall into the hands of his uncle, and I wouldn't know how to survive, she explained. Master Ma nodded in understanding. I interjected, Master. This must be the work of a vengeful spirit. That is difficult to ascertain, he replied. Why so? Generally, wild beasts avoid humans. In recent decades, I have not heard of any incidents involving tigers attacking people. Furthermore, there are plenty of animals in the mountains. Hunters frequently return with deer or other game. It's hard to believe a tiger would attack humans, Master Ma mused aloud. He then muttered to himself, there is no shortage of food. Why would the tiger resort to harming people? Meiling sobbed. Could it be that they attracted the tiger while hunting? No, Master Ma said. The great beasts typically steer clear of humans. Meiyu said, Master Ma, could you take a look at this? Why has 3 people died in a month? The family is shattered. Is it because of something sinister? Chapter 52. Collaborating with the tiger, Master Ma pondered for a moment and murmured, something is amiss. Something is indeed amiss. What is wrong? I inquired. Master Ma ignored my question and turned to Meiling, asking, has that beast come around recently? Every few days. It comes back, determined to kill me, she replied. Taking a deep breath, Master Ma asked, do you have any spare rooms? Let us stay here for the night. I felt a surge of frustration. After all, finding a tiger requires a skilled hunter like Wu Song. Without such a person, one would need to seek help from the police or hunters. What could we do? We lacked even a proper weapon to confront the tiger. At a time like this, we were being asked to take on such a daunting task, especially with the new year approaching and Master Ma having just wed. Was he planning to spend the new year outside? I discreetly shared my concerns with Master Ma, but he simply replied, we'll guard for one night and then leave. It won't interfere with returning home for the new year. My greatest fear was that we wouldn't make it through the night. Meiling arranged a room for us, which had originally belonged to her in-laws. Meiyu and her husband insisted on staying to keep us company. Soon after, Meiling's parents arrived. They appeared to be simple, honest farmers. The once quiet house now buzzed with activity, but their expressions revealed their disapproval of our presence. While Meiyu and Meiling prepared dinner, Daong went out with a donkey, seeking a friend who could accommodate it for the night, preferably someone with a stable. Master Ma, however, was rather unreliable. Even the donkey suffered under his watch. He suggested we take a stroll around the premises to assess the surroundings. Upon stepping outside, I expressed my discontent. Master, we ought to be mindful. Their parents clearly do not want us here. Why create unnecessary commotion? Master Ma glanced at the sky and then at me, saying, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. What pressure could you possibly have? I recall you seemed quite relaxed just a moment ago. Ah, the new year is just around the corner. I've been mentoring you for a year, yet your progress is painfully slow. After 3 years, will you be able to accompany me into the mountains to handle such matters? I thought to myself that Master Ma's arithmetic was quite impressive. We had only known each other for less than 100 days, yet he claimed it had been a year. Master, we've only known each other for 3 months. How can that be considered a year? During the new year, we account it as a year. If you can't grasp this, then you might as well wait for the land deity to take you. Master Ma chuckled softly and continued scanning the area. Master, could it be a ghost? Why? Do you think it's a ghost? Yes, those eaten by tigers can turn into ghosts. That reasoning holds, but I have some questions for you. Please, go ahead. Master Ma continued. How did old Sun die? Eaten by a tiger. And old Sun's wife? Also devoured by a tiger. And Sun Peng? Wasn't he too devoured by a tiger? No, Master. Are you only focused on the sister's features? Well, they are quite prominent, but that is not the point. I shot Master Ma an exasperated glance as he pressed on. I can't fathom a few things. First, why did the tiger descend to eat old Sun's wife, but spare Miling? Second, why did the tiger even come down? To eat people, of course. Kid. It's almost New Year's. The village is filled with firecrackers. Even a year beast would flee, let alone a tiger. What do you mean? Master Ma feigned mystery. I've caught a whiff of conspiracy. I thought to myself that this was absurd. Even the legendary hound of heaven Wu Ti claimed to smell a conspiracy. Kid. Let us stay up tonight and see if it truly is a tiger. What can we do if it is a tiger? Feed it to the tiger. Reflect on what Miling said and think it over. I scoffed internally, certain it was a ghost, eager to resolve the matter and return home for the new year. Once the issue was settled, Miling would surely be grateful, especially for someone so young, a widow not yet 20. My heart ached for her. I was 13. Miling was 19 and 6 years older than me. It was said that a woman 3 years older than a man could bring fortune. But could I truly hope for such fortune? As I contemplated Miling's tragic tale, it was both harrowing and reasonable, yet some details were inexplicable. How could Sun Peng and his son return from hunting without even a single hare? In my past, while living in the land temple, I could catch a hare every few days during winter. How could they have returned empty-handed? Were they specifically hunting tigers? This could explain why the tiger targeted only the Sun family. It was an act of revenge. I shared my thoughts with Master Ma. He nodded. Your analysis is sound. Yet you Haven-T arrived at the correct conclusion. Think it over. What have you deduced? Just tell me. Not a chance. First, you must think for yourself. Second, I cannot allow you to be biased. My thoughts are not infallible. I replayed Miling's account in my mind, particularly the puzzling question of why the tiger took old Sun's wife, but spared Miling. It was indeed peculiar. As I pondered, Daong returned, grinning. Master Ma. Don't worry about that beast. I have a cousin in this village who can take care of it. Master Ma nodded. Daong, what does your father-in-law do? He is a veterinarian. In the Northeast dialect, veterinarian refers to a vet clinic, a profession with great potential. I recalled that once. A veterinarian from the Northeast became a significant official, known as Zhang Zuolin. Master Ma then probed Daong about his father-in-law's village. When Daong mentioned the name, I was taken aback. That village was known for exploiting tourists with its folklore. The people there were fierce. If even the Jade Emperor visited, he would leave with a few slaps, and even the Supreme Lord Laozi would need to take their medicine. Daong mentioned that the village was filled with working animals, and his father-in-law was doing well as a vet. I couldn't understand why Master Ma was inquiring about the father-in-law. Did he intend to set me up with a widow? Agreed. Master Ma chuckled. It seems your father-in-law isn't very welcoming to us. Perhaps we should leave and not disrupt your new year. No, that is not the case. My father-in-law is quite nice, just a bit peculiar. Don't take it to heart. It's all for my sister-in-law, after all, to help in times of need during the new year. In the Northeast, saying during the new year can resolve 90% of conflicts. Master Ma borrowed Daong's phone to call old Sun, asking him to inform his wife that we wouldn't be returning home tonight. I wasn't sure if Master Ma was boasting or genuinely trying to regain face, saying he'd get me a phone after the new year. I took a random bite of food, and at the dining table, Daong attempted to lighten the mood, but his father-in-law kept suppressing it. Whenever laughter arose, the old man would clear his throat, making me want to give him an enema. Chapter 53. Hunting in the mountains. After a lukewarm dinner, Master Ma prepared some firecrackers and flashbangs, just in case the tiger came down. A few firecrackers might scare it away. I sensed that Master Ma was quite confident the tiger wouldn't descend. Otherwise, he would have prepared a hunting rifle. That night, Daong came to our room, saying he would stay with us, so we would have each other's backs in case of any emergencies. Master Ma anxiously closed the door and said, I have something to tell you that you may find hard to believe. Tonight, my friends and I will perform a little play for you. Whatever happens, you must make your own decisions. Daong chuckled foolishly. Master Ma, what are you talking about? Master Ma, with utmost seriousness, asked, how much money have you made working all these years? Daong felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. With my work in farming, I have about 50 or 60,000 at home. I have 1,000 in my current account. I am not asking to borrow money from you. Just trust me. I can nearly save your life. Daong was a bit bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind Master Ma's words. I too was baffled, as Master Ma's statement seemed entirely unrelated, akin to a donkey's lips and a horse's mouth, or a certain someone unable to part the jade from its leg. Master Ma asserted, I dare bet that creature will definitely come tonight. This sudden declaration left Daong at a loss, having just inquired about money only to switch to the topic of a tiger. I was at a loss for words as well. Later, after 9 o'clock, when everyone is asleep, we will get down to business. Master, what are we doing? Just follow my arrangements. We turned off the lights in our room early, and the three of us lay on the Kong, staring at each other. After lying there for over an hour, Master Ma beckoned us to get up. Master Ma truly possessed remarkable skill. Instead of enjoying the warm room, he insisted on going to the rooftop. However, I liked this idea. The house was quite tall, and a tiger should not be able to reach us. We quietly set up a ladder at the back of the house and transported corn stalks to build a makeshift shelter on the roof, adding lights that we did not turn on. The night was still and bitterly cold. The three of us sat on the roof, our jaws chattering from the chill. Daong, feeling uneasy, whispered, Master Ma, what if the tiger comes? My wife is still down there. Don't worry, it's fine. I thought to myself, of course it's fine. It's not your wife. The starry sky over the mountain village was magnificent, with the occasional firecracker adding to the festive atmosphere, filling the air with a strong sense of the new year, as a certain someone eagerly awaited their first New Year's Eve at home. Around 11 o'clock, the sounds of firecrackers ceased, and the entire village fell into silence and darkness. At that moment, my legs had gone numb, and I still could not understand what Master Ma was trying to accomplish. Master Ma quietly asked, Su, do you understand what is going on? I shook my head. He inquired again, what are we doing? Catching a ghost. Without hesitation, Master Ma scolded me. If it weren't for the approaching new year, I'd make you remember this for 2 days. Just then, a roar echoed from below, right beneath the window. Daong panicked and attempted to stand up to protect his wife. Master Ma pressed him down firmly, whispering, stay still, observe the situation. We slowly crawled to the edge of the roof and looked down, and I instantly felt a chill run down my spine. A magnificent striped tiger was prowling in the yard, exhaling white mist from its nostrils in a menacing manner. At that moment, I was frozen in fear. The tiger paced back and forth in the yard, occasionally letting out a soul-chilling roar. This seems a bit off. Master Ma gritted his teeth and commanded, turn on the light. Daong switched on the light, and the 200-watt bulb illuminated the yard brilliantly. The tiger paused for a moment, then stood up and took off running on its hind legs. It was a person disguised in a tiger's skin. Master Ma called out, and we quickly descended to the ground. In the yard lay a discarded tiger skin. I touched it and found it quite rough, resembling genuine tiger hide. To my astonishment, there was a pocket inside the skin containing a portable cassette player, which was repeatedly playing the sounds of a tiger's roar. Daong knocked on the door to inform about the situation outside. Upon entering, Mayu, her mother, and everyone else were present, except for Daong's father-in-law. Su finally understood the truth. Everyone turned their gaze towards Master Ma, who lit a cigarette and took several deep puffs. Mayu asked, Mom, where's my dad? Mayu's mother stammered, he must be in the outhouse. Daong seemed to grasp the situation. He pulled Mayu behind him and said earnestly, Mom, what does my dad mean by this? Is he trying to scare us? What are you talking about? Mayu immediately objected. At that moment, Mayu's father returned, glanced at us, and coldly remarked, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Daong asked, Dad, where have you been? In the outhouse. What's the matter? Master Ma sighed, Brother, is it worth it to harm 3 lives for a bit of money? Mayu's father snorted disdainfully and impatiently replied, don't waste my time with that nonsense. If you want to stay, stay. If not, get out. Daong unhesitatingly took out his phone and said, then let's call the authorities. At this moment, Mayu's mother burst into tears, kneeling before Daong, pleading fervently. Mayu, still confused, kept asking questions. Since it was a family matter, Master Ma and I hesitated to speak. Seeing our silence, De Jong angrily declared, "Dad, the tiger was you in disguise." "Huh, what nonsense is this?" Myling was equally astonished, unable to believe the truth, and pressed. "Dad, what is going on?" Meiyu's mother completely broke down, crying that Meiyu's father had grown envious seeing the villagers prospering and sought to make a quick fortune. Obsessed with thoughts of easy money, lacking other abilities, he set his sights on the wealthy family of Myling. Meiyu's mother sobbed, explaining that when Meiyu's father got angry, he simply abandoned all reason. Meiyu's father was indeed a cunning man. He coveted his youngest daughter's inheritance and thus concocted a sinister plan. Shortly after the snow fell, Meiyu's father approached Sun Peng, claiming he wanted to make a fox fur coat for Myling. Sun Peng, unsuspecting of any deceit, brought his father along, and the three of them went hunting in the mountains. They managed to catch a few foxes, which Meiyu's father took back. Sun Peng was quite pleased, thinking that his wife would wear the fox fur coat before the new year, a delightful surprise indeed. However, Meiyu's father had ulterior motives. He secretly went back to the mountains, sprinkling pig's blood in the usual hunting spots of the father and son. Chapter 54, The Truth Revealed. Indeed, the murder of Sun Peng's father was orchestrated by Meiyu's father. The pig's blood would not attract tigers, but would certainly draw in wolves. In winter, animals are scarce in the mountains, and large beasts are starving. Had it not been for the hibernating bears, even the scent of blood could have lured them. As expected, Meiyu's father's scheme succeeded. The bloody scent attracted a tiger that attacked Sun's father. Initially, Meiyu's father intended for both the tiger and the bear to eliminate Sun Peng and his father, but unexpectedly, Sun Peng only sustained minor injuries and managed to return home. This was also beneficial, as it would lead to an official investigation and provide testimony of the tiger attack, leaving the rest to unfold naturally. Meiyu's father, a veterinarian, concocted a drug with ephedrine and various other medicines that drove people to madness. He claimed he would give Sun Peng and his mother injections to boost their immunity and prevent colds. Sun Peng and his mother thought nothing of it, as they were relatives and would not harm themselves, so they accepted the injections. After the first shot, the two were practically on the brink of insanity. With Sun's father just dead, the combined shock and medication left them in a precarious state. Thus, the events of that night unfolded. Sun's mother went out, and Meiyu's father, clad in tiger skin, leapt out, terrifying his daughter and leading Sun's mother into the mountains to kill her. The method of murder was equally sinister, using a dog's skull to gradually carve out the belly, leaving bite marks that made it appear as if a tiger had attacked. Sun Peng met a similar fate, except that Meiyu's father secretly carried him into the mountains while Myling was distracted. After Meiyu's father finished his menacing tale, Meiyu, Myling, and I were left utterly dumbfounded. Unsure of what to say, Su thought that supernatural entities were the most terrifying, only to realize that human hearts could be far more sinister. Meiyu's father, determined and ruthless, declared, "De Jong, you're fortunate, otherwise you would be next." Brother Deong did not hesitate to call the police. It was just past 1 o'clock on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. The wail of sirens shattered the tranquility of the mountain village, and police lights flickered in the yard, accompanied by the sounds of weeping and shouting. Master Ma drove a donkey cart, taking me along the snowy road beneath the night sky. Perhaps from that day forward, I truly admired Master Ma in my heart. He was as formidable as the legendary Giguzi. He was extraordinary. Upon returning home with Master Ma, we moved quietly, yet still woke his wife. Perhaps it was due to Master Ma's absence that she slept lightly. She prepared a large pot of handmade noodles for us, and Master Ma, tempted by the aroma, asked her to reheat some leftover dishes from their wedding banquet, those that others had left uneaten. In our village, it was common for people to bring a plastic bag to take leftovers home after gatherings. However, most of the attendees at Master Ma's wedding were men, who seldom took leftovers, so the scraps were shared among the villagers, and the rest we were obliged to consume ourselves. After all, nothing should go to waste. We enjoyed those dishes, as the combination of flavors was delightful. Master Ma did not divulge the events of the night to his wife, likely wishing to spare her distress during the festive season. After dinner, Master Ma, as was customary, retired to the side room to sleep with me. I suggested it was unnecessary, as his wife had awaited him all night. I had hoped he might endure a little longer, at least to indicate he wished to share the bed with me. To my surprise, he merely grunted and left. Having spent over 3 months together, I still could not discern Master Ma's true nature. He had engaged in nearly every endeavor except for exorcising demons from the Bible. If one were to claim Master Ma was incapable, numerous village women would vehemently disagree, praising him daily. Yet, if one were to assert he was exceptionally gifted, I could not determine whether he was a Taoist or a spirit medium. a rather enigmatic individual. As I lay in bed, lost in thought, a sudden chill enveloped me. I sprang up to pull the lamp cord, revealing Xu Gou'er, clad in a fluffy outfit. The fox spirit donned in a fur coat. What brings you here? I felt a surge of excitement. With the new year approaching, I wanted to see you. Come, join me under the covers. Xu Gou'er shot me a glare but still settled on the bed, draping herself in a cotton quilt. It must be cold in the mountains. There are caves. It's manageable. We exchanged casual remarks. Our conversation neither heated nor cold. Words flowed when there was something to say. Otherwise, silence reigned. Xu Gou'er posed many questions, and I answered what I knew, fabricating responses for the rest. Gradually, the atmosphere warmed a bit. Xu Gou'er asked, with the new year upon us, what are your wishes? I pondered, and she immediately retorted, damn it, can't you think of anything else? I bristled, what else should I think about? Her eyes narrowed. I know exactly what's on your mind. Spare me your nonsense. Oh, Xu Gou'er sighed in exasperation, saying, if it weren't for that creature in the mountains, I wouldn't bother associating with you. It's detrimental to my practice. Then leave, I scoffed. Humph, within a radius of hundreds of miles. Master Ma is the only one with any skills. I can't fathom why he is interested in you. It's not like I enjoy your company. It's purely out of respect for him. Xu Gou'er was quite the character, berating me while sitting on my bed, which I found intolerable. I endured it because I was no match for her strength. Xu Gou'er possessed immense power, capable of pinning me down. After a brief exchange of challenges, I, unfortunately, was the one to concede. Xu Gou'er, like a scorned lover, unleashed her grievances upon me, criticizing my lack of knowledge and slow progress. I felt a wave of inferiority. I had completed the tasks assigned by Master Ma, yet there were matters I simply could not foresee. Take the situation with Mei Yu's family, for instance. I could never have predicted such an outcome. Of course, I was not one to think solely in simplistic terms. After a lengthy tirade, Xu Gou'er stormed off in a huff. It seemed that only someone like me could engage in a tussle with a fox spirit. Her words struck deep, but I remained unfazed, burying myself under the covers to sleep. If I had any sense of shame, I would not have survived this long. I would have perished of starvation at the Earth God's temple long ago. Nothing significant occurred on the 29th. Master Ma's wife boiled a large pot of water, and the two women bathed in the main room, while Master Ma and I did so in the side room. To put it plainly, after bathing, I felt 2 pounds lighter. The time had come for the new year I had eagerly anticipated. The villagers arose early, igniting firecrackers before dawn. The echoes of the mountainous terrain amplified the sounds of the more potent firecrackers, creating a lively atmosphere. Before I had even emerged from bed, Master Ma's wife brought me new clothes, entirely fresh from the inside out, along with a red envelope containing 200 yuan, a more festive sight than the money itself. During the new year, one must not consume leftovers. I had a simple breakfast, and soon the villagers began exchanging New Year greetings. Many individuals who had been cured by Master Ma brought gifts that day. He refused payment, accepting only mountain chickens, wild rabbits, and pig trotters. Guests arrived in waves, and Master Ma joyfully entertained them while his wife and Chua busied themselves in the kitchen. Chapter 55. A solitary vigil. Master Ma's wife encouraged me to go out and have fun, but I could not bear to waste the precious time of family reunion on this New Year's Day. I would simply tend to the fire. My greatest aspiration was to become a little whirlwind. The day was bustling, but the most memorable part was the large beef and celery dumplings, which oozed with juice upon biting. They were truly delicious. In the evening, a bonfire was lit at the village entrance, accompanied by the beating of drums and lively folk dances, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Master Ma took us to watch the performances. While I felt a twinge of discomfort, perhaps even fear, I was afraid of losing this sudden warmth. Master Ma and the others appeared thoroughly engrossed, while I retreated home alone, filled a plate with dumplings, and then began to burn paper in the yard. Aside from burning paper, I had no idea how to summon Xu Gou'er. As the yellow paper ignited, Xu Gou'er appeared, fuming. What do you want? Another fight? I stammered. The dumplings are delicious. I wanted you to try some. Xu Gou'er's eyebrows raised in surprise, and she nodded, albeit with a stoic expression. The fire in the side room blazed brightly as Xu Gou'er devoured the dumplings with gusto, her satisfaction evident as grease coated her mouth. I watched her, feeling an unparalleled tranquility. I wished that time could freeze at that moment, allowing me to savor this peaceful interlude. Perhaps due to my eclectic studies, the notion of time standing still conjured images from a Japanese film in my mind, but the thought flitted away as Xu Gou'er merely glanced at me without comment. Sometimes, I felt that our backgrounds bore similarities. Both of us, born as orphans, lacked love. Xu Gou'er, I will diligently learn from Master Ma, I declared earnestly. Hu Xiaozue continued eating without looking up, muttering, "Call me Fox Spirit." All right then, Xiaozue the Fox Spirit. Today being the new year, I hadn't intended to broach this topic. Yet the time remaining for both of us was limited. This rare moment of seriousness between Hu Xiaozue and me was genuine. On one hand, I sought to learn a skill, and on the other, I envied the respect Master Ma commanded from others. To put it succinctly, the former village chief of my old village was a little old man who never wore sleeves on his tattered coat. He merely draped it over his shoulders, with his hands perpetually clasped behind his back. I had always regarded the old village chief as a remarkable figure, yet even he stood at attention before Master Ma. Perhaps Hu Xiaozue discerned my thoughts. She cast me a knowing glance, her expression complex and filled with concern. In the future, don't burn paper for me. It feels like a grave visit. Light 3 incense sticks, and I will meet you in spirit. If I cannot manifest, I will still possess you. You want to possess me? Hu Xiaozue slapped me lightly, stating earnestly, I mean to inhabit your being, to possess you. You are merely a child, and I understand that these matters weigh heavily upon you. However, this is your fate, and to speak bluntly, it is your transgression. Your very existence signifies sin. I nodded without uttering a word. After Hu Xiaozue had her fill, she engaged me in conversation for quite some time before vanishing into the darkness. Just before Master Ma returned, I felt a pang of longing. On the first day of the new year, families pay visits. On the second day, they return to their parental homes. The master's wife intended to return to her family, insisting on bringing me along. I felt it inappropriate and resolutely refused to go. One can discern the nuances of familial ties. A family must have connections, either by blood or through intimate relations with the child's mother. Alas, I, Xu, possessed neither. Despite my reluctance, the master's wife insisted on taking me along. I fled, climbing the mountain to evade her. It was only after they had departed that I returned home, feeling dejected. It was not mere sentimentality. The lively scenes from the previous days had made me overlook my status as an outsider, greedily basking in the warmth of family while forgetting my own origins. After Master Ma's departure, visitors incessantly arrived to deliver goods, causing me embarrassment, which was mirrored in their awkwardness. I did not recognize them, and with Master Ma absent, how could they take their offerings? Consequently, I locked the half-height wooden gate to the courtyard, ensuring solitude. Though there were frequent knocks, those who found no one to answer eventually left. At noon, there was another vigorous knock, almost a pounding at the door. Upon opening it, I was met by a small car and a middle-aged woman anxiously calling for Master Ma. He is not here. Hurry, we need help. My son is possessed. I stepped outside to find a young man in his 20s in the back seat. His complexion pale and eyes half open, lost in a daze. Master is not here. You should take him to the hospital. Little master, please open the door and take a look. I cannot help, I replied. Could you let us in? The incense hall at Master Ma's can be powerful. Please. I beg you. In my heart, I thought, what incense hall? Master Ma doesn't even have a Christmas figure. As I unlocked the door, the woman immediately urged the driver to carry her son into the yard. I had no time to react before they brought him to a side room. The woman introduced herself as Lu and referred to the young man as her son, Zhao Chuanwen. Lu was visibly distressed, tears glistening in her eyes. I don't know what happened. Just after the new year, he couldn't get out of bed. Where's your master? He went to his father-in-law's. Call him. We'll go pick him up. My master has no phone, and I don't know which village they went to. What are we to do? Lu exclaimed, starting to weep. I glanced at Zhao Chuanwen on the bed, appearing as if he were intoxicated, a mere lump of flesh, unable to move on his own. We must take him to the hospital. This is futile. Our village's shaman said it's a phantom illness. Only Master Ma can handle it. Little master, please think of something. At that, the woman attempted to kneel, but I preempted her, kneeling first, leaving her momentarily stunned. I stood, patting my knees, and said earnestly, my abilities are limited. It would be best to take him to the hospital without delay. It must be a phantom illness. Please, just take a look. Reluctantly, I agreed. All right, I will try. With no skills to boast of, all I could do was observe. I entered Master Ma's room, igniting 3 sticks of incense. I needed to consult Hu Xiaozue. Just as I lit the incense, she pushed aside the curtain and entered. You see what's happening, right? Any thoughts? No thoughts at all, just confusion. I will assist you this once, but next time, you must figure it out on your own. Fine, let us handle this matter. I fear that boy might die on my bed. You have a sharp tongue. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Xiaozue blushed. I thought she should speak freely. What was there to be shy about? Do you not have any sense of Su's character? Understanding my thoughts, Hu Xiaozue explained. In their village, a widow lives there. And Zhao Chuanwen stayed with her last night. The spirit of her deceased husband has come back. Understood. How do we resolve this? I gazed helplessly at Xu Gou'er. She sighed heavily. If I tell you everything, you will only rely on me in the future and cease to think for yourself. Do consider how to handle this. It's all right, he won die. I felt a surge of frustration. Xu Gou'er raised an eyebrow at me, slowly retreating through the curtain. I knew she intended to leave and muttered to herself, what a troublesome situation. Suddenly, she burst back through the curtain, slapped me, and then smiled enigmatically before departing. Damn it, when I gain more skills, I must find a more reliable fox spirit. Chapter 56. The fourth master of the Sun family, Xu Gou'er, revealed the cause of the affliction but did not share the solution. Was this not mere folly? I sniffled and endeavored to recall the state of affairs when shamans performed their rites in our village. Upon returning to the small wooden house, Aunt Lu rushed to me, inquiring if I had any ideas. Seeing the hopeful look in her eyes, I reluctantly steeled myself. I sat beside Zhao Chuanwen and muttered, come on, let us have a word. Zhao showed no reaction, intensifying my anxiety. You're dead. What are you still doing here? Suddenly, Zhao sat upright, startling me, and he staggered back a few steps. What on earth is this? His eyes darted wildly. Feigning calmness, I picked up a cigarette from the table and said, come on, have a smoke. Zhao's manner of smoking was quite alarming. He didn't tell me to use his hands, merely clenching it between his lips, inhaling and exhaling in a continuous cycle until the cigarette was reduced to ash. Strangely, the ash remained intact and did not fall. What do you want? If it's money, I can provide. If it's food, I can offer that too. Zhao glared at me with a cunning expression. I deemed his ability to engage in conversation a promising sign, thinking to soothe him first, and if that failed, to intimidate him. Whether it was peachwood swords or powerful talismans, I had no knowledge of their use. But I could certainly boast. Since he was here, he must desire something, right? Zhao's voice was chilling, startling Lu. Clearly not the voice one would expect from a young man. I want nothing. I simply want him dead. Burn 10 pounds of paper money, and then I'll leave. When I spoke these words, Lu gasped in shock. Perhaps she had never witnessed a spirit making such demands. In the next moment, Lu joined in pleading, kneeling, oh, great spirit, what do you desire? We shall give you anything. Just spare the child. He cannot endure this. Zhao's expression turned smug, and I continued. It's merely a woman. I can burn 10 women, 10 pounds of paper money. Then you can return. No, I want him dead. I retorted angrily, fine. But you must remain here. Otherwise, when my master returns, I won't know where to find you. You think you can play games with me even as a ghost? Test me if you dare. Zhao's eyes darted about, and I seized the opportunity to negotiate. Let us go now. If you want money, I will provide. If you want women, I can arrange that. What else do you desire? I am somewhat lenient, but when my master returns, you will not be able to leave. I assure you, you will be obliterated. All right, let us go. Fulfill your promise. Inwardly, I rejoiced. Where do we go? The earthen platform. How do we leave? Through the national treasure. Damn it, a wild ghost is trying to play tricks on me. I took out 2 sheets of yellow paper, mimicking Master Ma's healing method, and circled them around Zhao's head, saying, come with me. I will send you away. Not caring whether the spirit had emerged, I stepped outside, stating we would leave through the earthen platform, which was merely the cooking stove. This was indeed strange. As I approached the stove and ignited the yellow paper, an odd pulling force drew the paper inside with a whoosh. It seemed I had successfully sent him away. Upon returning to the quaint cabin, Zhao Chuanwen appeared utterly bewildered. While Aunt Lu oscillated between laughter and tears, I interjected, advising that the gentlemen were vigilant. If possible, it would be prudent to abstain from attending. 10 pounds of yellow paper, 10 paper effigies. Burn them upon your return, I instructed. Zhao Chuanwen nodded vigorously in agreement. Aunt Lu tossed down 200 yuan, departing with a cheerful demeanor. After bidding farewell to Aunt Lu, I re-entered the room to find Xu Gou'er present. Generously, I produced 100 yuan and proclaimed, this task is ours. We shall split it evenly. Xu Gou'er chuckled derisively, retorting, you truly are timid. Why deliberate? Just be bold. Do you not believe that if your master were here, the spirit would simply depart without a word? I remained silent. Xu Gou'er, with a hint of disdain, remarked, you're the first of your kind I've encountered, merely a woman at heart. I too chuckled lightly, unhesitatingly retracting the 100 yuan I had extended. Xu Gou'er regarded me with evident disdain. I was indifferent. After all, the likes of Su always embraced shamelessness. I had already devised plans for the 200 yuan, 100 to purchase gifts for my master and his wife, and the other 100 to save towards a mobile phone. Xu Gou'er commented, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. You truly have kept a close watch. That is our craft, I replied. Indeed, a fortunate accident. I yearned to express to Xu Gou'er my desire to summon her esteemed elder. Conversing with her left my head spinning. She and I were polar opposites. She, a refined fox, and I, a rough man who preferred survival over comfort. Though Xu Gou'er held me in contempt, she was powerless to alter the situation and could only resort to veiled jabs. I remained unperturbed. I had scavenged through refuse for sustenance. So what did I have to fear from idle gossip? Truth be told, Su's sharp tongue was partly a gift of nature, but more so a reflection of Xu Gou'er and Master Ma's conversational style. As Xu Gou'er berated me, I chose to ignore her, and soon she lost interest and departed. Beasts are indeed beasts, and foxes are no exception. They swiftly forget kindness. Just 2 days after indulging in delicious beef dumplings, she wiped her mouth clean and feigned amnesia. I was unconcerned. Aside from Xu Gou'er, I had sister Chiyua. When have I ever lacked for female companionship? After Xu Gou'er's departure, I made my way to Sun Siggy's abode. What was my purpose? To procure liquor. At 3 yuan per pound for sorghum liquor, I decided to start with 20 pounds to gauge its quality. Sun Siggy, a man of integrity, filled my container generously, charging me 50 yuan for 3 large oil buckets, no less than 30 pounds. Well done, Sun Siggy, he inquired. What is the matter? Has someone come to visit your master? No, I merely attended to a matter and earned 200 yuan, I replied. Oh, I see you've done well. Why didn't your master come to see you? He has gone to his father-in-law's, I explained. Oh, what did you have for lunch? Dumplings made by my master's wife. I can heat them up, enough to last several days. Then stay here for a meal. I haven't eaten yet. Let us share a bite. A bite is certainly welcome. I enjoy that homemade liquor. Sun Siggy had a fine son who became the village chief. On the second day of the new year, he too had gone to his father-in-law's. 2 bachelors, one old and one young, simply sought a meal together. I tended the fire while Sun Siggy prepared the dishes. He had some skill, crafting a delightful dish of cabbage braised with pork belly. Once it boiled, he added a handful of vermicelli and a steaming basket of yellow, sticky rice dumplings, an undeniable culinary delight. Before we could indulge, Master Ma returned, having not found me at home, and came to seek me at Sun Siggy's. Chapter 57. The dream of my wife. Sun Siggy chuckled. This lad does well. Earning 200 yuan for a task, and now buying liquor. I inquired. You just left this morning. How come you're back so soon? Your master's wife was concerned about you, so she sent me back. What matter did you attend to? I recounted the day's events, and Master Ma nodded approvingly, showering me with praise. I felt a swell of pride. My master certainly had a way with words. Master Ma said, All right, let us head home. Sun Siggy interjected. Have a drink before you go, no need to rush. Master Ma sighed and promptly kicked off his shoes, settling onto the bed. I sensed he had no intention of leaving and was merely hoping to share in the meal. 1 dish, 3 bowls of liquor, and we began to drink. Master Ma, always jovial after a few sips, engaged in light-hearted conversation with old friends, reminiscing about youth, the strength of a certain donkey from our production team, and the delicacies we once enjoyed during the new year, the usual banter. In the midst of our chatter, Sun Siggy suddenly asked, Brother, can you tell me how much longer I have to live? Master Ma hesitated, then chuckled, What nonsense. I cannot foresee such things. Cut the frivolity. I need you to calculate. I'm 63. How much longer can I expect? I must prepare. I don't want my children to be left in disarray. Why bother with such calculations? Live each day as it comes, and relish it, Master Ma advised, taking another swig of liquor, his words slightly slurred. Sun Siggy gulped down his drink and exclaimed, Look into it for me. I feel my time may be short. Master Ma set down his chopsticks, his demeanor turning serious. I cannot predict, my friend. Have you encountered something troubling? Ah, she came to find me. I shall be reunited with her. After all these years. I have awaited this day. I was taken aback, my mind swirling with questions. Master Ma pressed, When did she come? Since the 28th of the 12th month. I have dreamed of her daily. She is coming to take me away. There is no need for concern. I will tidy up for you. Enjoy your meals and drinks. Fear not. You have much life left in you, and you will celebrate this young man's wedding. I fear nothing else. I would gladly go with her. Yet, I worry about departing suddenly. My children would be distraught, unprepared for the arrangements of death. Please tell me a date so I can prepare. With that, Sun Siggy rose and approached the pile of bedding at the foot of the bed, rummaging through a black plastic bag. In the next moment, he turned back with a smile, saying, Come, see how well our photo turned out. My heart sank. It was a black and white photograph, a posthumous portrait. In the image, Sun Siggy had remarkably removed his hat and shaven his beard, appearing exceedingly amiable, yet his eyes reflected a profound reluctance to part from this world. Master Ma questioned, Brother, what is this about? Sun Siggy gazed at his portrait with a grin, clearly pleased, commenting, "I should have tilted my head a bit. My forehead is quite reflective." Upon hearing this, I felt a pang of discomfort. Master Ma inquired earnestly, "Brother, have you encountered any significant events recently?" "Well, what is there to hide? At my age, I fear not death, but rather cremation. To die without leaving behind even a body. What sort of fate is that? On this festive occasion, let us refrain from discussing death. It's inauspicious. Tell me, what has transpired?" Sun Sigi sipped his liquor and took a bite of the sticky rice dumpling before responding slowly. "A few years back, I commissioned Sun Shiwang from the back village to make me a coffin. You know, when asking how long it would last, the carpenter said a few years. Sun Shiwang claimed 3 years, perhaps not reaching 4. What nonsense!" Sun Sigi scoffed. "Do not heed his words." Sun Sigi sighed in exasperation. That Sun Shiwang was quite skilled. Originally from the same village, we got along well until he learned carpentry from his father-in-law and moved away. His craftsmanship was commendable, but that too was nonsense. Now tell me, what is it that you've experienced? First, let us calculate. How much longer do I have? Master Ma sighed. Helpless, what is there to calculate? I have no coins to spare. I'm not boasting. If you were to die tomorrow, I could buy you several years of life tonight. What do you have to fear? I have coins, Sun Sigi insisted, urgency in his voice. Reluctantly, Master Ma prepared to cast the divination. Sun Sigi produced a small iron box of copper coins. Master Ma casually picked 3, weighing them in his hand before tossing them onto the table. An uncanny occurrence unfolded. 1 coin stood upright. Master Ma's expression darkened. He silently retrieved the coins and, after a moment as contemplation, scattered them. 1 coin spun around the table several times before once again standing upright. Master Ma grinned and said, "Youngster, go ahead and throw them once." I nodded and picked up the coins, shaking them in my hands for a while. I managed to stand 2 of them upright. The explanation for using 3 coins lies in the interpretation of their faces. One side represents Yang, while the other denotes Yin. If the coins are from the reign of Qianlong, the side inscribed with Qianlong signifies Yang. The possible outcomes of the 3 coins are limited to 4 variations: 3 Yang, 3 Yin, 1 Yang and 2 Yin, or 2 Yang and 1 Yin. While it is conceivable for 1 coin to stand upright occasionally, achieving this feat 3 times consecutively is far from a trivial matter. Moreover, why use coins made of copper? It is well known that among common metals, silver has the best conductivity, followed closely by copper. Scientifically, the human body contains bioelectricity, and copper's excellent conductivity allows for a rapid reaction to surrounding magnetic fields. The ability of the copper coins to stand upright indicates a disturbance in the magnetic field or the presence of malevolent spirits. Master Ma, having never encountered such a situation, appeared slightly flustered. Normally, 6 throws would be required, but he refrained from continuing. Instead, he asked what happened. On the 28th day, just before the new year, the number of people buying liquor was considerable. I closed the gates late that evening, around 8 o'clock, and as I donned my coat to close the courtyard gate, I caught a glimpse of a long-haired woman dressed in a vibrant red coat. I sensed it was her. What kind of red coat? It passed by too swiftly for me to see clearly. Her entire figure was shrouded in red, and I had the impression even her shoes were red. And then she vanished. Master Ma nodded thoughtfully. Sun Sigi continued, "That very night, I dreamt of marrying a bride. At our age, one wouldn't typically dream of such things. We've been drinking ourselves into stupors every night, and it's been years since I've had any dreams at all." What transpired during the wedding? Sun Sigi sighed deeply and lamented. The dream felt astonishingly real, yet I did not recognize the bride. She was certainly not the one I had seen. The guests at the wedding were unfamiliar faces, all with large eyes and expressions of bewilderment. Then, they dragged me into a traditional wedding ceremony, and just as we were about to enter the bridal chamber, my father appeared, instructing me to return home for the new year, while the bride said she would come to fetch me in 7 days. I calculated in my mind. Having dreamed on the 28th, 7 days later would be the 3rd day of the new year, which is tomorrow. Master Ma inquired, "What details do you recall from the wedding?" It was a typical wedding ceremony. I rode a large yellow horse. Yet this yellow horse resembled one that would transport the dead. Master Ma sighed heavily, remarking, "Dreams lack color. Colorful dreams often signify malevolent spirits." Chapter 58, Strange and Eerie Dreams. Sun Sigi also sighed heavily, and Master Ma urged him to recount the tale from the beginning. On the night of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Sun Sigi had seen a woman in red while closing the gate. And that night, he experienced the peculiar dream of marriage. In the dream, Master Ma was dressed in a gray silk gown, adorned with a round hat and holding a birdcage, resembling a noble from the Qing dynasty. Strangely, the bird in the cage was not a typical bird but a small owl, wearing a cheerful expression with squinty eyes. In the dream, Sun Siggy's house transformed into a large, square-tiled dwelling, with walls towering around 5 meters high and topped with a pointed roof. Sun Siggy was in the courtyard, tending to the bird and basking in the sun when suddenly, a cacophony erupted in the village as a procession of wedding guests made their way to his home. Oddly, this group arrived at Sun Siggy's doorstep without uttering a single word, and in a daze, he found himself in a bridal sedan. Inside the sedan sat a girl clad in red, her face concealed by a red veil, but Sun Siggy distinctly remembered her wearing a pair of white shoes. The sedan swayed for what felt like an eternity until it came to a halt, cloaked in darkness. Upon disembarking, a short man approached, singing, "The groom has arrived, children. Let the festivities commence." The courtyard erupted in a flurry of drums and gongs, creating a lively atmosphere. Sun Siggy observed the courtyard closely. It appeared to be atop a mountain, a vast platform with only this one household. Directly in front stood a grand tiled house, encircled by a circular fence, while darkness enveloped everything beyond the yard. Sun Siggy pondered, "Where is this? I have never been here before." The guests were all diminutive in stature, with the men not exceeding 1 meter and 50 centimeters, and the women even shorter. At that moment, a woman handed Sun Siggy a length of red satin. Compelled by an unknown force, he accepted it, realizing that the other end connected to the bride in the sedan. The bride, having disembarked, was notably shorter than Sun Siggy, and he felt his body move uncontrollably amidst the festive atmosphere, with drums and dances all around, yet no one spoke. The bride led Sun Siggy into the main room, where a round table was set with a man and a woman seated opposite each other. The man appeared to be over 100 years old, his face riddled with wrinkles and eyelids drooping, while the woman resembled the new bride, youthful and full of life. Sun Siggy, unable to control his actions, performed all the customary rites of a wedding without a single word spoken, and despite several attempts to engage with those beside him, he received no response. The bride ushered Sun Siggy into the bridal chamber, at which point someone in the courtyard called out his childhood nickname, Dog Shengzi. Sun Siggy turned to see his father, who had passed away over 30 years ago. Overjoyed, he rushed towards him, bewildered as he somehow produced a pack of Daqianmen cigarettes and lit one for his father. The bride's family pursued him without uttering a word, tugging him back. Sun Siggy's father knelt and bowed, yet the bride's family remained unresponsive, their expressions resolute. The group possessed remarkable strength, making it impossible for Sun Siggy to resist or evade them. After a considerable struggle, Sun Siggy's father proposed a compromise, suggesting that their son remain at home for the new year before returning to marry. Only then did the bride's family relent, and the bride spoke her first words. "My dear, I shall wait for you." In a daze, Sun Siggy followed his father down the mountain. The path wound and twisted, seemingly endless. Sun Siggy exchanged several words with his father, yet his father remained silent. Suddenly, the ground beneath them collapsed, prompting Sun Siggy to kick his legs and awaken. Upon hearing Sun Siggy's dream, Master Ma sighed repeatedly. Sun Siggy continued, "Upon waking, I didn't think much of it. I figured my father needed money. On the night of the 29th, I burned yellow paper for him and poured out a large jug of wine. That very night, I dreamed of that little bride again. She was sitting before a mirror, combing her hair and singing a tune, her voice chilling to the bone." "Did you see her face clearly?" Sun Siggy paused, then replied earnestly, "When you asked that, I recall, the little bride had her back to me, reflected in the mirror. I could see her hair and clothing distinctly, but her face remained obscured." Master Ma took a sip of wine and rasped, "Did you dream of her again?" "Indeed," Sun Siggy replied, "every night she comes, sitting before the mirror, combing her hair and singing little tunes, with an echo to her voice." After a moment, he added, "Tomorrow is the 3rd day of the new year. Should I abandon this? I'm here, what is there to fear? What malevolent spirit could approach me? I feel the Taoist is boasting. Back when I searched for spirits, I was bullied thoroughly." Master Ma, the elder, retorted, "Is it the child's mother seeking me out?" Sun Siggy replied, "It doesn't seem so. It's difficult to say. It's not that I speak harshly, but the incident back then was rather unsettling." Curiously, I inquired, "What incident?" Master Ma, invigorated, scolded, "Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt." Sun Siggy chuckled, "Why be angry, old friend? Let me share, you'll find it amusing." Master Ma interrupted, "Let bygones be bygones. What is the point in discussing the past?" A certain individual barely dared to breathe. "Old brother, I know the time is drawing near. If I don't express these things, I'll feel stifled." Sun Siggy took a hearty sip of wine and began recounting the past. In the 1960s, when Sun Siggy was in his 20s, in the prime of life, he excelled in farming, hunting, and logging. At that time, collective farming was the norm, and one earned work points by laboring for the community, regardless of the effort exerted. The output remains the same. Many individuals harbor ulterior motives, engaging in work with a sense of insincerity. Yet, Sun Sai, with his genuine disposition, labors with relentless determination from dawn till dusk, often accomplishing significantly more than his peers. In those simpler times, sincerity and hard work garnered admiration from the local young women, who appreciated such qualities. Under the scorching summer sun, a group of men, both young and old, would gather beneath the shade of trees to relax and engage in idle chatter. Meanwhile, Sun Sai, resembling a tireless donkey, toiled away with his hoe, his skin darkened by the sun and his muscles well-defined. Some young women would remark on his foolishness for laboring so hard for the collective, while others recognized him as a diligent farmer, a true asset to the fields. Among them was a girl named Xianglan, who, while not conventionally attractive, slightly plump, and always sporting 2 braided pigtails, possessed a straightforward and earnest character. Whenever Sun Sai toiled alone, Xianglan would quietly join him, maintaining a respectful distance. Over time, whispers began to circulate, suggesting an inappropriate relationship between the two. In that era, being gossiped about for such matters was considered shameful. And while Sun Sai felt a twinge of embarrassment, Xianglan remained unperturbed, occasionally standing beside him defiantly, chastising the gossipers. As their bond deepened, they would often work together, though neither dared to articulate their feelings. Sun Sai, focused on his labor, would hear Xianglan urge him to take breaks, to slow down. In truth, he too harbored feelings for her, experiencing a longing akin to the changing seasons whenever they were apart. During that time, he dreaded the arrival of night, as thoughts of Xianglan would keep him awake until dawn. Chapter 59. The past of Sun Sai understood the weight of his circumstances. His family was impoverished, his mother having passed away early, and his father plagued by illness. At the tender age of 8, he was tasked with tending to the landlord's cattle, a job he held for 2 years until the landlord's demise with the establishment of the new regime. With a frail father who could scarcely contribute to the family, they subsisted on meager rations, relying on the kindness of neighbors to survive. Sun Sai often lamented their dire poverty, feeling as if they were destitute even of the most basic comforts. Though he yearned to marry, his family's financial constraints rendered such aspirations futile, compelling him to suppress his desires. In contrast, Xianglan's family, led by her father, the local team leader, enjoyed a modestly better situation, possessing a small reserve of grain. However, her father was known for his irascible temperament, and no one dared to provoke him, particularly given his baldness and fierce disposition. As Sun Sai's emotions became increasingly stifled, Xianglan, displaying remarkable courage, consistently sought opportunities to meet him. On one occasion, during a village film screening, she intercepted him mid-journey, inviting him for a walk in the hills. Sun Sai, delighted by the prospect of spending time with her, readily accepted, for no film could compare to the joy of being with his beloved. As winter approached, the undeniable truth of Xianglan's pregnancy became apparent. Unable to conceal the situation any longer, Sun Sai confided in his father. Understanding the gravity of the matter, his father accompanied him to Xianglan's home to offer apologies and discuss the necessity of marriage. Strangely, Xianglan's father insisted on receiving a Shanghai watch as part of the arrangement. In the 1960s, during a time of rationing, acquiring such a luxury was nearly impossible for the rural populace, and the cost was exorbitant. Despite Sun Sai's relentless efforts, working dawn till dusk to save enough, he could not amass the required sum. Xianglan's father, unmoved by her tears, refused to relent. Sun Sai, driven by desperation, labored tirelessly, hoping to earn enough to support their child. However, when the baby was born, he still fell short. Xianglan's father forbade him from seeing the child, and one fateful day, inebriated, he unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse upon Xianglan, branding her a disgrace. Overwhelmed by her circumstances, Xianglan covertly brought the child to Sun Sai's home before donning a bright red wedding dress and taking her own life. When her family discovered her lifeless body, Sun Sai was devastated, yet he had to care for the child, relying on neighboring women for nourishment. As the child grew, life gradually improved. Yet the specter of public condemnation loomed over Sun Sai, leading to a campaign against him. As time passed, Sun Sai's mental state deteriorated, and his child became dependent on the village for care. Meanwhile, Xianglan's father faced his own downfall, having been exposed for past transgressions, ultimately succumbing to his vices. Eventually, as the child blossomed into a diligent student, Sun Sai, worn by his past, transitioned from labor-intensive work to tending sheep. Though life became more manageable, the community continued to support him and his family. As Sun Sai recounted his tale, Tears welled in his aged eyes, evoking a sense of sorrow in all who listened. Master Ma took a sip of his drink and remarked, "Brother, your story is captivating, but I have just calculated that your connection to Xianglan is tenuous at best." Sun Sai was taken aback, pondering the implications of his words. "Isn't she the mother of my child?" he questioned, only to be met with the revelation that Xianglan had already been reincarnated, and that someone was intentionally plotting against him. Sun Sai, disheartened, dismissed the notion, insisting he had witnessed her burial in her wedding dress, her spirit unmistakable. Master Ma, unfazed, instructed him to rest while he prepared a protective arrangement, assuring him of safety. As Sun Sai lay down, Master Ma circled him with 18 coins tied with red thread, claiming it would safeguard his spirit. The atmosphere grew tense as Sun Sai, moments before engaged in conversation, succumbed to slumber. Master Ma instructed him to fetch yellow paper to burn, explaining the necessity of honoring the spirits involved. The unfolding events hinted at deeper complexities, and as Master Ma contemplated the mystery behind the threats to Sun Sai, he resolved to investigate further, urging Sun Sai to whisper prayers for extended life as the flames danced brightly. I exclaimed in astonishment, "What about 7 days from now? If you cannot break the curse, what will become of old Master Sun? Should we prepare for his funeral, or do you not care?" As I spoke, the coins surrounding old Master Sun began to tremble, and Master Ma hurriedly said, "The spirit is coming. You must act quickly and burn the paper offerings." I sensed that Master Ma was confident. Otherwise, given his character, he would only offer terse responses when confronted with difficult matters. With 6 or 7 cigarettes clenched in his mouth, he lit them and placed them on the edge of the Kong, the smoke swirling as if someone were actually smoking. "Quickly, lad," he urged, upon entering the small shop. I couldn't help but feel envious as I gazed at the glass counter displaying sausages thicker than a rolling pin. These were the objects of my childhood dreams. Yet, this was not the time for such desires. I grabbed 2 stacks of yellow paper and dashed toward the door. Chapter 60. Immense pride after igniting the offerings. I began to prattle incessantly about how old Master Sun was a good man and that his life should not be extinguished. I employed every flattering term I could conjure, repeatedly invoking the notion of extending his 7 days of life. Once I finished burning the paper, I entered the room to find the coins no longer bouncing. Master Ma had begun to retrieve blankets. "Master, are we sleeping here tonight?" I inquired. "We will keep vigil over old Master Sunday." I pondered for a moment and replied, "I haven't eaten enough." "If you haven't eaten enough, the food is cold. Wait a moment, and I will heat it up for you." Having had a bit to drink, Master Ma did not grasp my meaning, so I whispered, "Isn't this a convenience store?" He glanced at me sideways and chuckled, "You rascal, eat whatever you like. Just remember what you consume, and I will settle the bill for old Master Sun tomorrow." All right. To be honest, with money in my pocket and wandering through the supermarket, I often found myself at a loss for what to buy. However, as a child, a small shop felt like paradise to me. Just as the ancient saying goes about government granaries being overrun by rats, I became like a great rat in the small shop, indulging in the delights within. Old Master Sun's shop stocked daily necessities, and the only snacks available were sausages and instant noodles, our absolute favorites. Crushing the instant noodles and sprinkling the seasoning, I would enjoy a bite of noodle followed by a bite of sausage. It was utterly divine. I suspect few could comprehend the yearning of a poor child for sausages. In our small town, where we had little exposure to the world, the first thing children would fight to eat during gatherings were the sliced sausages. A mouthful of noodles followed by a mouthful of sausage, and if I choked, I would wash it down with a ladle of wine, pure bliss. The next morning, old Master Sun awoke, and, upon seeing Master Ma and me still asleep, immediately got out of bed to stoke the Kong. To explain, it is quite cold in northeast rural areas, and when relatives stay overnight, the host must rise around 3 or 4 in the morning to rekindle the Kong. Otherwise, one would awaken to frost on the windows. Master Ma, resembling a guest, stretched his arm out from the blankets to smoke and remarked, "Brother, have you offended anyone lately?" After saying this, he quickly denied it, muttering to himself, "What could you have done to offend anyone? Check with your son, perhaps he has offended someone." Old Master Sun grumbled, "Damn it, we all live in the same village. Who could I have offended to warrant my demise? I suspect it is my child's mother coming for me. It isn't her. Brother, do not deceive me. If it were the child's mother, I would have gone with her long ago. I have been yearning for a reunion. That is not the case. You and your son should investigate if you have offended anyone. I will go up the mountain to find an amulet." "What sort of amulet?" "Do not worry about it. I will return before dark. What have you eaten? Tell old Master Sun so we can tally the expenses." I nodded and pulled out the wrappers from yesterday, revealing 1 bag of instant noodles and 2 sausages. Old Master Sun barely glanced at them and exclaimed angrily, During the new year, what nonsense is this? Eat. Eat as you please. Afterward, he went to the shop and filled a plastic bag with more food for me. Master Ma also got up to dress, stating, I will head up the mountain before dark. You should eat first. No need. The sooner I go, the sooner I return. Master Ma wandered around the village with the wine I had purchased, greeting everyone he encountered. Although no one inquired, he boasted that I had earned money and treated him to drinks. He was immensely proud. I felt embarrassed by his pretentiousness. Upon returning home, Master Ma located an old pickaxe. Master, what are we looking for to ward off evil? We need an old coffin board to craft an axe for old Master Sun to hang by the door as protection against malevolent spirits. Dig up a grave? I exclaimed in astonishment. Don't be ridiculous. If you dig up a grave and burn a paper house, what is so wrong with that? It is called relocation. A blessing from the heavens. I found some merit in Master Ma's reasoning. On our way up the mountain, he suggested we find a tomb of a warrior. I had often heard of warriors from historical dramas, tales of being exiled to Ninguda and forced into servitude. Curious about what constituted a warrior, I asked Master Ma. He explained that warriors were tribes conquered by the Manchus, neither soldiers nor slaves, but rather individuals who, after being subdued, donned armor to protect the borders of the Qing dynasty, occupying a status between soldiers and slaves. Master Ma's method of grave digging was unconventional. While others focused on feng shui, he studied history. In his words, a location with good feng shui may not contain graves, but a populated area will undoubtedly have many. I contemplated this and found myself inclined to disagree with Master Ma. He turned back to me with a smile, saying, let us discuss feng shui. The Daxing-Enling region has excellent feng shui and dragon veins. The dragon veins of the Qing dynasty originate in Huma County. You should dig there and see how many coffin boards you can find. Eager to flatter, I quickly gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, you are absolutely right, Master. After wandering around the mountain for a while, Master Ma finally obtained what he sought, a large coffin board. Unfortunately, while I was digging, I miscalculated my strength and accidentally made a hole in the skull of the deceased. Master Ma carried the coffin board down the mountain while I hoisted the old pickaxe, and we headed straight to the home of Sun Shiwang in the neighboring village. Yes, he was the one who would craft a coffin for old Master Sunday. Arriving at Sun Shiwang's home, we found him playing video games with his grandson. Upon seeing Master Ma, Sun Shiwang beamed, saying, ah, a rare visitor. Come in, come in. Master Ma accepted the cigarette offered by Sun Shiwang and replied, I have a coffin board to make an axe. Is that a bad omen? What omen? I make coffins. So what size do you need? Make it as large as possible. All right, come in for some tea while I fetch my tools. Master Ma did not enter the house. Sun Shiwang busied himself with work while Master Ma engaged in casual conversation, even inquiring about the coffin for old Master Sunday. Sun Shiwang, being straightforward, candidly replied, you know about this, Master Ma. I won't hide it from you. When I made the coffin, there was one board that was troublesome. The iron nails broke 4 times, and the 5th was bent. It has been 4 or 5 years now, and I suspect old Master Sun won't survive until spring. Master Ma nodded, indeed. I also believe old Master Sun faces a difficult challenge. Hence, we are crafting a protective axe from this coffin board to hang at his door. All right. My old brother is a good man. If he can be saved, we should do our best. Damn it. In this world, good people do not live long. While Master Ma and Sun Shiwang chatted amiably, I felt a sense of familiarity with Sun Shiwang. This man, in his 60s, had rough hands calloused from labor, and a ring of white beard gave him a sturdy appearance, embodying the essence of a farmer. With the two of them engaged in conversation, I found myself with nothing to do. I, too, possessed a creative spirit. Using the available tools, I found a piece of scrap wood and crafted a small ornament for Master Ma. After completing the axe, Sun Shiwang refused payment, but Master Ma insisted on giving him 20 yuan, saying, during the new year, one cannot work for free. Though Sun Shiwang was reluctant to accept the money, he eventually did so, and in return, he filled a bag with apples for me. When the clam and the snipe struggle, it is another that benefits. Chapter 61. The village chief's daughter-in-law. Upon arriving at Sun Sire's home, I discovered that his son had yet to return, and no inquiries had been made regarding the matter at hand. Master Ma hung his axe on the door frame, blade facing outward, declaring that it would ward off all malevolent spirits. He urged Sun Sire to quickly ascertain who the village chief had offended, otherwise, even he would be unable to break the evil spell. Sun Sire, weary of the situation, merely acknowledged the advice without much thought. He invited us to stay for dinner, but Master Ma declined, insisting he must return home to stoke the calm, lest the pickled cabbage barrels freeze and crack. Once home, I retrieved my wood carving for Master Ma to see. Instead of being impressed, he scolded me with a broom. I felt aggrieved. silently cursing Master Ma for his lack of appreciation for art. The wood carving depicted a harmonious union of a horse and a cow, with the horse rearing majestically above the robust cow, a perfect match of stallion and cow. We aptly named the piece On Horseback to Greatness. Master Ma, sharing the same surname, should have found it meaningful, yet he lacked the artistic sensibility to appreciate it. The following day, the teacher's wife returned, bringing an array of delectable treats. While Sister Chiu, you gifted me a toy gun capable of shooting plastic bullets. It was truly delightful. In those days, the gun had considerable power, capable of taking down a bird within 10 meters. As our family reveled in happiness, the village chief arrived. Having heard from Sun Sire about the ongoing troubles, he came to consult Master Ma. The village chief did not pose his question directly. Instead, he mentioned that his wife was busy cooking and invited Master Ma to have a drink. Master Ma, always eager for a drink, was keen to go. I was curious too, not for the alcohol, but to glimpse the village chief's wife. At that time, the village chief was the only prominent figure, and all village heads possessed a keen aesthetic sense. In the village where I was born, the chief, despite being in his 60s, had a rather attractive wife. However, upon arriving at Sun Sire's home, I was met with disappointment. The woman bustling by the stove was a plump and ordinary-looking peasant woman, clearly lacking sophistication. Upon noticing our arrival, she wiped her hands and greeted us with a smile. "Happy New Year, Master Ma." Master Ma returned the greeting, and then nudged me, saying, "You little rascal, wish Sister Lu a Happy New Year." I complied, though I felt disheartened. Once inside, the Kong table was adorned with 3 dishes: sauerkraut with ribs, a chicken and mushroom stew, and pork with vermicelli. Master Ma urged Sister Lu not to busy herself with cooking any further. Sun Sire asserted that the stews were ready, and the remaining dishes could be prepared quickly. The village chief interjected, stating that there was no special preparation for us, as everyone celebrated the new year. "Come, Master Ma, let's drink a bit first." Just as I intended to join them, Master Ma turned and instructed me to help Sister Lu stoke the fire. I complied, though I held no reluctance in my heart. I understood the customs. Children were not permitted at the table when guests visited. While assisting Sister Lu, I learned that she did not require my help, but I insisted, claiming I was adept at stoking fires. In Sun Sire's home, there was only one stove, as the other had been converted for distilling liquor, so the dishes had to be prepared one at a time. Sister Lu and I exchanged casual conversations, primarily her inquiries about my village and background. I could sense the empathy on Sister Lu's face as I recounted my past, not wishing to be idle. I also participated in other tasks while Sister Lu cooked. She playfully urged me to take my time and rest. "There is no need to rush," I replied. "I genuinely enjoy cooking. My dream is to become a master chef. Indeed, when you have a wife, you will be like your elder brother, and she will surely appreciate your culinary skills." We shared a laugh, despite my youth. As I prepared to clean a catfish, I recalled the village adage about catfish and eggplant, which humorously implied it could be quite filling. Sister Lu admonished me to leave it for her to handle later. Suddenly, I felt a jolt at her casual remark about taking it easy. It was a familiar phrase, reminiscent of what Xiang Lan often said to Sun Sire. My heart raced as I scrutinized Sister Lu, who casually wiped her brow with her sleeve. Though I had never met Xiang Lan, her description from Sun Sire made Sister Lu bear a striking resemblance to my imagined image of her. Sister Lu noticed my gaze and reassured me, "It's fine. You can leave that. I'll manage it." I resumed my tasks, attempting to appear nonchalant as I inquired, "How does Sun Sire treat you?" "Very well. Like a real father. Sometimes when your elder brother is away and I feel hungry at night, he warms up food for me." I smiled warmly, touched by her words. Master Ma had mentioned that Xiang Lan had long since reincarnated, and I believed that the person before me was indeed her rebirth. Sister Lu was a remarkable daughter-in-law, cooking without ever joining the table, occasionally entering to reheat dishes or bring a drink. As they conversed, I remained silent, simply enjoying the meal. As the alcohol flowed, the village chief finally engaged Master Ma in a serious discussion. He expressed, "Master Ma, you have seen me grow, and you know I have survived on the kindness of many families. I am indeed the village chief. But what power do I truly wield among the 100 or so families in 2 villages? Who could I possibly offend?" Master Ma inhaled sharply. "In your work, have you encountered any conflicts with the leaders of the team?" "Well, I am the village chief, and my wife is the head of the Women's Federation. We have no accountants, and with the village populated mostly by the elderly, there's little to manage. Who could I offend?" Chapter 62. Sun Old Gadao. The village chief's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling a deep sense of injustice. Sun Sire reassured him, "Fear not, for a virtuous man has nothing to fear from shadows. As long as you perform your duties earnestly, The villagers who nurtured you will not forget your roots. Having consumed some alcohol, Sun Sire's spirits lifted. Sister Lu entered, her expression playful yet mysterious. I was contemplating this matter too. Do you think it could be related to Sun Old Gou'er? He sought your assistance with his low-income support during the hot season, and you denied him. The village chief, emboldened by the drink, scoffed. That's impossible. I clearly explained to Sun Old Gou'er that we had only 3 quotas. One for severe illnesses, another for the elderly. And he has a son running a shop in the county, far more affluent than us. Sister Lu interjected, that's not right. After speaking with you, did his son not come to confront you? The village chief retorted defiantly, and what of it? Just because he has a profitable business doesn't he absolve him of his filial obligations. I even approached Sun Old Gou'er later, telling him that if his son was ungrateful, I would assist him in seeking justice. Sister Lu shot the village chief a sharp look, causing him to falter. He mumbled, well, that's how it is. If I had the means, I would ensure every villager received support. Master Ma is so impoverished he only has a water tank left. And even the rats have to scrounge for food during the festivals. Sun Sire swiftly reprimanded the village chief with a sharp slap, scolding, you little brat. After a few sips of cat's urine, you forget your manners. Pour a drink for Master Ma. The village chief, taken aback, immediately apologized, Master Ma. That was not my intention. Let me drink to make amends. Lu Jia also raised a glass of wine, and Master Ma chuckled, what are you doing? Are you trying to flatter me? Put it down, put it down. No need for nonsense. I've got a cabinet and a bicycle at home. Bought for about 300 yuan back in the ADS. He continued, wait a minute, I just remembered, isn't Sun Leaga's son in the funeral business? The village chief replied, yes, right at the county hospital, selling funeral garments, wreaths, and urns, it's quite lucrative. After saying this, the village chief had a sudden realization and exclaimed, if it's true, he is quite the charlatan. Upon hearing this, I felt something was amiss. Master Ma and I were also in the same line of work. Sun Siggy sputtered angrily. Damn it, stop eating and get lost. Don't come here. The village chief, looking aggrieved, rubbed his neck and asked, what's the matter, Dad? What are you doing? Lu Jia explained, Master Ma, don't take it to heart. He is just drunk and acts like this after a few drinks. The village chief, realizing this, sighed and knelt on the Kong. Master Ma laughed, saying, you little rascal, are you trying to provoke me? What's the matter? Did I cast a spell on your father? No, no. Oh dear, Uncle Ma. The village chief slapped himself hard, the sound echoing. Master Ma burst into laughter. You've always had a light complexion. I tease you once, and you take it seriously. Master Ma, my regard for you is slightly less than for my father. I mean no harm. All right then, let us not beat around the bush. You were the one who organized my wedding. Lu Jia interjected, get up, go stoke the fire. Don't drink too much. The village chief sighed and prepared to get up, while Master Ma said, what's the fuss? Just come along. I was hoping to share a drink with my nephew. Lu Jia's mention of Sun Leagada sparked a new idea in Master Ma. The village chief, truly inebriated, wanted Lu Jia to call Sun Leagada over for a drink. Lu Jia, genuinely annoyed, retorted, are you out of your mind? Who calls someone over in the middle of a meal? So bring up here. I'll cook a couple of dishes and invite him over in the evening. Oh, it's still my wife, who is sensible. Master Ma glanced at Sun Siggy, then at the village chief, and finally at Lu Jia, wearing a knowing smile. That smile convinced me that Lu Jia was indeed the reincarnation of Xianglan. Master Ma said, forget the fuss. I'll just take a look at Sun Leagada's place and see what is going on. After a hearty meal, Master Ma took me to Sun Leagada's home. As for Sun Leagada's circumstances, I felt as if I had traveled back in time to when I first met Master Ma. His home was quite similar. A dilapidated house with a muddy yard, where chickens and ducks roamed freely, squawking and splashing through the melting snow in the muddy water. Without even meeting anyone, I could already guess that Sun Leagada was a sloth. In a typical rural household, after a snowfall, the snow in the yard should be cleared, lest it turn to slush in the afternoon sun and freeze again in the evening, creating a risk of slipping. Stepping lightly into the yard, I encountered the infamous Sun Leagada. He was exactly as I imagined, unkempt, not quite disheveled, but certainly unkempt. The floor was littered with cigarette butts, and the table on the Kong was cluttered with unwashed dishes. Upon our entrance, Sun Leagada was half reclining at the head of the Kong listening to the radio. Oh, Master Ma is here. Come, come, join me on the Kong. Master Ma smiled, lifting the 5 pounds of liquor he had brought from Sun Siggy, and said, it's New Year S. Thought I'd bring you some wine. If you're coming, just come. No need for gifts, come on up. Sun Leagada quickly got up and tidied the Kong table. At that moment, I scrutinized Sun Leagada. He was of similar age to Master Ma, but lacked his vitality. As for his home, I A humble observer could only describe it as untidy. In truth, before the arrival of the matriarch, Master Ma's home was also shabby and had its own odor, yet it was clean. "It's New Year's, isn't your son coming home?" Master Ma inquired. "What is there to come home for? He hasn't even called," son Leagata replied, opening the phone compartment on his pants, revealing an old yellow screen mobile phone connected by a security cord. "Look at that. The only people who call me are those selling medicine. That kid. I've raised him for nothing, not a single call." Master Ma consoled him. "Perhaps he is visiting your father-in-law first. He should be back in a few days." "What is there to come back for? That ungrateful wretch wouldn't come even if I died." This left Master Ma at a loss for words. Master Ma nudged me, saying, "Wish your grandpa's son a Happy New Year." "Happy New Year, grandpa's son." "Ah, Happy New Year." Master Ma chuckled. "I have many new apprentices. And this one doesn't listen at all." At that moment, nothing could have been more effective than scolding me. Chapter 63. Paper figures and horses. Master Ma intended to convey that I was unruly, hoping to balance son Leagata's feelings. We chatted for quite a while before I understood that son Leagata and son Siggy were indeed related. Their grandfathers were brothers. Son Leagata continued to berate his son, and Master Ma found it difficult to broach the subject. As darkness approached, Master Ma said, "Hey, brother, why don't you call your son and ask him to come back quickly? I sense he is in a bit of trouble. It's best if he returns to break the cycle." "Oh, is it serious?" Upon saying this, son Leagata took out his phone to call his son, his thick fingers contrasting sharply with the small buttons. I felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite his harsh words, the old man still cared for his son. After 2 unanswered calls, the third was picked up, and son Leagata's son's first words nearly knocked me off my feet. "What do you want?" His tone was harsh and clearly angry, akin to a quarrel between 2 old men. Son Leagata cursed. "Well, Master Ma says you're in trouble. You need to come back quickly." A chill ran through me as son Leagata cursed. By the time he finished, his son had already hung up, and son Leagata spoke to the dial tone for quite a while. "Hello? Hello? That little brat, damn it." With no choice, son Leagata pocketed his phone, and Master Ma, feeling equally helpless, said, "How about this? Give me your son's number, and I'll call him myself." All right, thank you, Master Ma." Just before leaving, son Leagata insisted on giving us a large rooster, which Master Ma naturally declined. With the number in hand, Master Ma decided to return to son Siggy's house. On the way, he asked me, "Kid, do you think it's son Leagata?" I replied, "I don't think so. He doesn't seem clever enough. Not to mention casting spells. He struggles just to get out of bed." I don't think it's him either. Perhaps it's his son." "Master, what kind of spell did Siggy fall under?" Master Ma pondered for a moment and replied, "I suspect it involves crafting paper figures, perhaps a wedding procession made of paper, with your Siggy's hair placed in a paper-covered sedan chair." "Oh, is there a way to break it?" "Yes, to untie the bell. One must find the person who tied it. I do have a method to directly resolve it, but the one who cast the spell will certainly suffer backlash. It's a deadly curse. If I break it, son Leagata's son won't survive either. We all live in the same village. We can't be too ruthless." I replied with displeasure, "When he harmed Siggy, didn't he think about leaving a way out? Hey, if we were like him, wouldn't we also be malevolent? Why don't you consult the fox spirit? You can ask, I want tea. Why not? I had a fight with Xu Gou'er, and now neither of us is talking to the other." Master Ma looked shocked and asked, "What happened?" "Last time I went to consult her, she only told me half of everything." Master Ma deliberately slowed his pace, imparting numerous philosophical insights about relying on one's own understanding. His words were laden with wisdom, emphasizing the importance of personal insight. I felt overwhelmed. As a young child, what experience could I possibly have? Xu Gou'er was cornering me down a path of no return. At worst, she can bind all my orifices, possess my body to perform tricks for others, and we won't have to do anything. Plus, we can make money. How great is that? Besides, let Xu Gou'er do whatever she wants with my body. Ravage it as she pleases, we won't lose anything anyway. Just as I started thinking this, my head buzzed, and a wave of numbness, or rather, weakness washed over me. My temples throbbed with pain. Something's wrong. Xu Gou'er can sense my thoughts. I kept repeating apologies in my mind until I reached Uncle Sun's house. Only then did the headache subside. I wanted to secretly curse Xu Gou'er, but the pain instantly returned. At Uncle Sun's house, Master Ma told him about what had happened. The village chief said, "In this freezing weather, Uncle Ma made a wasted trip. I have that kid's phone number. I'll call. His name is Sun Tong. Right?" The phone rang for 2 seconds before being answered. "Hello, Sun Tong. This is your brother Liangzi. Did you come back for the New Year?" Sun Tong, as if prepared, paused for 2 seconds before tentatively asking, "Hey, Happy New Year. What's up? Something wrong? Are you in the county town?" I'm at the shop, operating normally. What's wrong? This made me convinced Sun Tong was up to something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just said operating normally. The village chief paused and said, well, it's the new year. Thinking we could get together. When are you coming back to the village? Well, my fourth uncle is doing well. He's doing well. Could you come back for a visit? I can't go back. I'm busy. I'll be spending the new year at the shop. Master Ma took the phone and said seriously, Sun Tong, this is old Ma. I don't want to push things too far. Could you come back for a visit? There was a moment of silence on the other end, about half a minute. Sun Tong said, what's wrong, Uncle Ma? I don't understand what you're saying. Master Ma snorted and said, fine, you don't need to understand. If I don't see you tonight, I'll let you taste my cooking and bring back all that junk. With that, Master Ma hung up the phone. The village chief was a little nervous and asked, Uncle Ma, what will happen to my father if Sun Tong doesn't come back? It's all right, I have other ideas. Fourth brother. Has Sun Tong been here recently? Fourth Master's son thought for a long time and hissed. He came once last autumn, about half a year ago. Master Ma nodded. At this moment, the village chief's phone rang. The name on the screen was Sun Tong. The village chief deliberately turned on speakerphone and said, hello, Sun Tong. Sun Tong's voice was panicked. He said, Brother Liangzi, I was wrong. I'm not human. Please help me keep Master Ma calm. I'm packing my things. I'll definitely be there in an hour. I'll count out a fourth uncle to apologize. Master Ma immediately picked up the phone and hung up. Less than an hour later, Sun Tong arrived in a four-wheeled truck, the back of which was covered with a large cotton quilt. Sun Tong got out of the truck without even turning off the engine, tumbling and crawling into the house. Upon seeing old Master's son, he immediately knelt down and began slapping himself repeatedly across the face. Sun Tong confessed that he had returned last autumn to apply for welfare for old Master's son, but had been rebuffed and held a grudge. When he came to old Master's son's house, Sun Tong hatched a wicked plan, secretly taking a few strands of hair from old Master's son's pillow. What happened next was exactly as Master Ma had expected. Paper figures, paper horses, and paper sedan chairs. Lifting the quilt from the truck revealed a horrifying sight. Paper swanas. Paper red candles, even a paper octagonal table. Master Ma gasped. This sorcery, though malevolent, had to be broken. Now that the cause was found, the solution was simple, just pour cow's blood on it. Normally, chicken blood would suffice, but Sun Tong's paper figures were too eerie. He'd even drawn eyes on them. And the female paper figures had eyelashes. Master Ma said cow's blood was safer. After all, chickens are poultry, while cows are large livestock. Sun Tong paid to buy an old cow from the slaughterhouse that very night. Master Ma had an even better idea. He used a syringe to draw blood and then injected it into the paper figures. As the paper figures burned, I vaguely saw them smiling. This cow was, in a way, Sun Tong's compensation to Grandpa Sun's family. Chapter 64. The I Ching and the 8 trigrams afterwards. Master Ma told me that Grandpa Sun's lifespan had been shortened by this ordeal. Now, his lifespan was tied to the cow. How long the cow lived would determine Grandpa Sun's lifespan, at least 10 or 8 years. I asked Master Ma why he didn't scare Sun Tong a little. Making him pay respects to Grandpa Sunday. Master Ma's answer surprised me. He said, don't advise others to be kind if you haven't experienced their suffering. When old man Sun was young, he drank a lot. His wife ran away, and then when he was drunk, he would beat Sun Tong to death. He reaped what he sowed in his youth. After dealing with old man Sun's matter, Master Ma had a few days of peace. Master Ma took us to the county town for a stroll. I also got to eat some truly delicious fried skewers. Sausages are delicious to begin with, but deep fried. Brushed with sauce, and sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, they were absolutely delicious. For me, the county town was full of novelties, 7 or 8-story buildings, bustling streets, and loudspeakers playing all sorts of upbeat music at the entrance of the pedestrian street. It was truly the end of the world in my mind. No, the end of the universe. Master Ma's wife also bought me new clothes and a phone for both me and Sister Chiyoya. Motorola V3, color screen flip phones. The latest model from 2004. If you ask how excited Xu was, let's put it this way. With a phone, Xu forgot his clothes had pockets. Even in the freezing cold, he didn't wear gloves, just clutching the phone. Wandering around town with the phone, he felt incredibly cool. After a whole day of shopping, Mr. Ma bought a TV, a VCD player, and a whole bunch of DVDs, a Rinzuan, a type of folk opera, Animal World, and Hokkien songs by Golden Leopard. The covers looked incredibly tempting. With his newfound wealth, Mr. Ma was quite the stuntman. He took taxis back to the village, and the taxis didn't use meters. 5 yuan per person, and he could cover over 30 li, about 15 kilometers. His wife suggested installing an antenna, just enough to get a few channels for news and weather forecasts. But Mr. Ma wouldn't have it. He insisted on a giant satellite dish. I genuinely love that thing. With the TV, Xu Gou'er and I watched it day and night. If Mr. Ma hadn't been chasing the kids away, I could have watched it nonstop. The festive and joyful atmosphere lasted until the evening of the 10th day of the first lunar month. It wasn't that anyone came to Master Ma for advice. Rather, Master Ma and his wife got into a fight. It was basically a one-sided affair, with Master Ma sitting on the edge of the calm, heated brick bed, hunched over, smoking. My sister Xu Gou'er and I went to mediate, but Master Ma's wife chased us out. She kept asking Master Ma if he felt ashamed. I glanced at the scene inside. There was a broken DVD on the floor, and I roughly understood what had happened. Master Ma, though old, was still young at heart and had gotten his hands on a few DVDs about the Japanese. Master Ma's wife was a traditional woman and couldn't accept seeing naked women singing loudly on television. In her mind, showing such things on TV was shameless. She kept berating Master Ma. Because Xu Gou'er and I were there, her insults weren't as explicit, but basically, she was saying Master Ma was shameless. My friend Su, being a sensible person, understood what was going on from just a few words. Master Ma wanted to back down, but his wife wouldn't back down, treating him like he'd committed a heinous crime. In the end, Master Ma was kicked out of the house by his wife. Master Ma came to my room, looking like he was about to cry. I, being a bystander, didn't mind the drama and just chuckled at him. Unexpectedly, Master Ma got even more aggressive, kicking me and yelling, "You little brat. I told you we were doing just fine, but you insisted on bringing me a woman." I cautiously pointed to the main room and said, "Dad, if you've got the guts, go talk to me in that room. Why are you taking your anger out on me, you piece of trash? You know, we used to be so happy, 3 full meals a day, 2 naps, a little wine, always cheerful. Yeah, right. Living with you. If I hadn't held my legs tight, I'd be peeing blood. We were so poor we couldn't even afford underwear." Master Ma said displeasedly, "Look at my life now. I have to wash my feet before bed, and all my clothes have to be folded and put away in the closet. Is this how a human being lives? Master, when you're in bed with your wife, do you complain too?" Master Ma kicked me again, tossed his clothes aside, and got into bed to sleep. I whispered, "Master, your wife can't stand porn, so please don't watch it. You're over 50. How many more days can you keep this up? What's porn?" I thought to myself, this old Taoist is so outdated. He only sees baby face, big breasts on the DVDs, and doesn't even know what porn is. This isn't something I made up. In 2002, Always Sora debuted, and her main selling point was baby face, big breasts. For the next few years, those words appeared on domestic DVDs. Master Ma asked me again. I thought for a moment and said, "Master, edamame and soybeans are the same species, right?" Having exposed the truth, Master Ma no longer held back. He said, "What's wrong with me watching a DVD? That woman's cursing never stops. Even the Jade Emperor has sex. Otherwise, where would the 7 fairies come from?" "Master, didn't you say you'd find me a junior sister?" Master Ma paused, then said seriously, "You little brat. Don't even think about Chiyo. It'll be a mess." "Huh. Sister Chiyo, you didn't change her surname. Our family's doing great. For people, for surnames, awesome. Get lost, go to sleep." "Wait. Master, when you took me in, you said you'd find me a child bride. You can't lie to Buddha. You're still young. Even if I gave you a woman, you wouldn't know how to use her. What's the rush? To cultivate a relationship. If you don't find me a junior sister, I'll have to cultivate a relationship with Sister Chiyo. Then we'll each be separate. You're my master and father-in-law, a double blessing." Master Ma cursed at me, saying, "So much. So much. We've been together for almost half a year, and I still can't figure out what you're." The reincarnation of Zhang Sanfeng. Perhaps what I said angered Master Ma. Or perhaps he thought my thoughts were unhealthy. That night, Master Ma used the sole of his shoe to explain the I Ching and the 8 trigrams to me until 3 a.m. I usually go to bed early, no later than 9 p.m., so I've developed a biological clock. How could I not be sleepy? Master Ma really went all out. One shoe sole slashed my neck, enough to knock my soul out of my body. To this day, the I Ching is the best book I've ever studied. All thanks to Master Ma's shoe sole. That day was also unlucky. I had just lain down, probably around 3 or 4 a.m., when someone started banging on the courtyard gate. I was furious and yelled at the window, "What kind of demon is banging on your father's cave?" Master Ma gave me another shoe sole, put on his clothes, and went straight out. As soon as Master Ma stepped outside, chaos erupted in the yard. It sounded like a lot of people were shouting, a chaotic commotion. It was cold, and I didn't want to go outside, so I climbed onto the windowsill to look out. A plastic sheet blocked the view, and I could only see many lights outside, and it looked like quite a few cars. My first thought was, oh no, Master Ma's been practicing superstition. His hideout's been raided. Immediately afterward, a group of people followed Master Ma into my house, the sudden chill almost knocking me over. Chapter 65. The women in fur coats. My house wasn't big, and with so many people suddenly flooding in, it felt very crowded. Master Ma called out, "Quick, quick. Put all the children on the Kong, heated brick bed, and go start a fire." I glanced at the group. There were about 10 adults and 6 children. The children were about my age, their bodies limp, seemingly asleep, eyes closed, unresponsive, letting the adults handle them. In an instant, 6 children were on the Kong, making 7 including me. What's Master Ma up to? Is he playing the 7 Calabash Brothers saving Grandpa game? And one of those 6 kids? I've seen him on TV before. His sister got married a couple of days ago, and he was on TV. That little brat was wearing shoes with lights on, looking pretty pretentious on TV, kind of asking for a beating. Let me explain. Back in the day, our county TV station allowed you to request programs and songs, and they could also broadcast wedding recordings. So many young couples would hire the TV station to record their weddings, and then have the recording played during song requests on the station that night. It was a way to show off, since both weddings and funerals could be on the county TV station. Seeing I didn't react, Master Ma yelled, "Hurry up, go start the fire, and wake your master's wife up." Okay. I immediately got up to gather firewood, and at that moment, my master's wife came out too. Master's wife is truly a good woman. She knows how to give Master Ma face. They even had a fight before bed, but now the two of them work together seamlessly. Master's wife brought quilts from the main room, and Master Ma covered the children with them. Even Sister Xu Gou'er got up to help me light the fire. After covering them with quilts, Master's wife opened the dish rack, took out a dozen or so bowls, and poured hot water for everyone. Master Ma asked what happened. The crowd immediately started chattering. Master Ma said impatiently, "Tell us one by one. It's urgent, hurry up." The crowd paused for a few seconds, looking at each other. An old man said, "I'll tell you, Master Ma. It's New Year's, and the children are all playing wildly." Around 8 o'clock in the evening, my little rascal came back. A woman in a fur coat, annoyed by the old man's dawdling, quickly explained the whole story, saying her child's name was Guatian. The woman in the mink coat, around 30 years old, with a certain air about her, let's call her Aunt Mink. Around 8 p.m., the adults playing cards finished their game, and the children who had been playing wildly went home. Guatian also went home. Everything seemed normal, and before 9 p.m., the whole family was asleep. Around 11 p.m., the child suddenly sat up. At this point, Master Ma asked how the child sat up, and if there had been any warning signs. Aunt Mink was very certain. There hadn't been any warning signs at all. She saw the child sit up with her own eyes. At the time, she was playing cards with her husband. Of course, playing cards is a term I added later. The woman's original words were that her husbands weren't sleeping and were just talking nonsense, but I think she meant playing cards. Perhaps she was too nervous, because the woman spoke without any pretense, making Xiao Yu and me a little embarrassed. After sitting up, Guatian first laughed loudly, then sat on the Kong, a heated brick bed, and began cursing. His curses were incredibly vulgar, followed by incoherent babbling that was completely unintelligible, or rather, nonsensical. Then, Guatian began wailing loudly. Aunt Diao, thinking the child's soul had left his body, called out to Guatian several times, but there was no response. Guatian continued to cry. Uncle Diao was also bewildered, wondering what was wrong, fearing he might have been possessed. After trying to soothe him for a while, without success, Uncle Diao went to find the village's shaman, Granny Wang. Unexpectedly, he encountered several people on the road, all heading towards Granny Wang's house. At 11 p.m. in the rural northeast, a time when even dogs don't bark, the village roads are usually deserted. Uncle Diao caught up with them, and after talking with the group, they discovered that all the children had the same symptoms. They were all sitting up in their sleep, talking incoherently, and then crying. As they spoke, the group arrived at Granny Wang's house. The lights were on at Granny Wang's house, which was a mess inside. Someone had already brought the children over. Granny Wang was in the middle of a spiritual consultation when she saw the group arrive. Using the spirit's words, she directed the group to Master Ma's house. Aunt Diao said that shortly after Uncle Diao left, Guatian stopped crying and lay down with his eyes closed. Aunt Diao thought this was a good thing. The child was sleepwalking, and this phase would pass. When Uncle Diao returned, he said several children were like this. Aunt Diao was worried and tried to wake Guatian, but he seemed unconscious and couldn't be roused. So, the group searched for someone and a vehicle and brought the children to Master Ma's house. After listening, Master Ma closed his eyes and began to calculate. Everyone in the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, Master Ma opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh no, there are malevolent spirits tormenting the children. Their souls are lost. What should we do?" I asked in a panic. "Master Ma, please think of a solution." "Oh dear, what are we to do?" The room was instantly in disarray. Master Ma sprang to his feet and poured a bowl of white liquor, downing 3 large gulps himself before spraying the liquor onto the children. Everyone watched him with rapt attention. Master Ma reassured us, "It's nothing serious. It's merely a disturbance. Nothing to worry about. Nevertheless, the tension on everyone's faces remained. Xu Gou'er, go to Li Jiaoduan and fetch third grandma, he instructed. But I don't know her. I replied. Take Sunsai with you, he said. I hurried out, reflecting on the fortune Sunsai had accumulated over lifetimes to have met Master Ma. Yet even a peaceful sleep eluded him. Perhaps it was due to some past misdeed that he now bore this fate. Breathing heavily, I arrived at Sunsai's home. I swallowed hard and gently knocked on the window. Who is it? Came Sunsai's calm voice. It's Xu Gou'er. Master Ma asked you to take me to Li Jiaoduan to find third grandma. No sooner had I spoken than the door opened. And Sunsai gestured for me to enter, saying, Come in, it's cold outside. Fourth master, a group of troubled children has come to Master Ma's house, I explained. All right, let me just put on some clothes, and we will head out, he replied. As we stepped outside, I noticed a vehicle parked at Sunsai's doorstep. We got in and set off towards Li Jiaoduan. On the way, I recounted the events to Sunsai, who nodded thoughtfully. However, once I finished, he began to shake his head, yet said nothing. Chapter 66. Two blossoms blooming while I sought third grandma. Master Ma was not idle either. Though he appeared to do little, he found a peachwood branch, sharpened one end, and wielded it like a talisman. The green smoke rising from the branch mysteriously gathered at the ceiling, forming what resembled a gigantic umbrella. Aside from that, Master Ma did little else but comfort the people in the room, engaging in casual conversation. Upon reaching Li Jiaoduan, the driver, guided by Sunsai, pulled up to third grandma's doorstep. Her home was modest, flanked by tall Beijing-style houses, while hers was merely an old-fashioned three-room dwelling, its roof a meter lower than the adjacent structures. After disembarking, Sunsai pulled me aside, his brow furrowed. I couldn't say this in the car, but something feels off. Why would Master Ma, who is capable of handling anything, need to summon third grandma? It dawned on me that there was indeed something peculiar. Master Ma was known for his diverse skills. I had never seen him seek outside help. Moreover, with his formidable abilities, I suspected that a mere flick of his wrist could resolve the issue. Was the situation truly dire? But that didn't seem likely. Li Jiaoduan was over 10 miles away from our village, and it would take at least half an hour to 40 minutes to traverse. Master Ma was only delaying matters. Seeing my bewilderment, Sunsai said nothing and quickly entered the courtyard. A dog tethered inside immediately bolted from its doghouse, barking furiously. The lights in the house flickered on, and the curtains parted, though plastic sheeting obscured our view. Sunsai approached the bedside and whispered, Third aunt, it's your fourth nephew from the Sun family. Instantly, a warm voice replied from within, Ah, my dear nephew has arrived. Come in. Third aunt, fourth nephew. I'm not quite sure how to navigate these familial titles. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a frail, white-haired elderly woman in her 70s, who gestured for us to enter. Sunsai, slightly embarrassed, said, Third aunt. I rushed over without bringing anything. What do you need to bring? Come in, come in. In rural areas, entering a home often meant stepping directly into the bedroom. On the bed sat a young girl, transitioning into womanhood, strikingly beautiful, though marred by a small black mole at the tip of her nose. She reclined partially, a blanket draped over her legs, wearing only a thermal shirt, revealing she lacked proper undergarments. It was not that I harbored inappropriate thoughts, but rather an acute sense of observation that allowed me to notice every detail. The girl exuded a unique aura, a feeling of being an ethereal being, or perhaps aloofness. Her expression conveyed a certain pride. Such a girl would not make for a suitable bride. She clearly possessed a sharp tongue. I also scrutinized third grandma closely. She was quite thin, her arms adorned with jingling silver bracelets, her frame little more than skin and bone. Her short hair barely reached her jawline. Lacking any trace of black, not even a hint of gray, her hair was entirely white, tinged with a hint of yellow. Third grandma's kind and gentle demeanor suggested she was the quintessential benevolent figure of the countryside, her ears adorned with old-fashioned gold earrings, and her eyes radiated a sense of comfort. After exchanging pleasantries, Sunsai broached the main subject. Third aunt, Master Ma has a group of troubled children. He can't handle them alone and seeks your assistance. Young Ma is quite capable. There is nothing he cannot manage. If I have a challenge, I would not trouble him, she replied, eyeing me with curiosity for a few moments before smiling. Ah, I see now, I understand. I shall go immediately. Kai-dai, gather the necessary items. We'll need incense and offerings, for Master Ma has nothing prepared. The young girl nodded and hurried into another room. Sunsai remarked, All right, third aunt, you change, and I'll wait outside. What for? It's quite cold. I'll just throw on my cotton coat and trousers. On the way back to the village, I intended to reiterate the events to ensure third grandma was well informed, but she assured me she was already aware. Thus, I began conversing with Kai Dai, revealing my own talents. Within 20 minutes, I had uncovered her background. Kai Dai's story was not much brighter than mine. During the time when families yearned for sons, her mother had her first child, Kai Dai. Unhappy with a daughter, she sought various remedies, consulting both traditional healers and shamans. Eventually, someone suggested an unfortunate ploy to rename Kai Dai to Zhao Di. After being called Zhao Di for several years, her mother finally had a son, bringing joy to the family, leaving Kai Dai feeling surplus. To say her family mistreated her would not be an exaggeration. They expressed disdain towards her in various forms. Eventually, they abandoned her in the county town, where she was eventually taken in by third grandma, who had a familial connection as her great-grandmother was third grandma's sister. Third grandma, having never married and without children, adopted Kai Dai for companionship. Upon arriving at Master Ma's house, third grandma had yet to exit the vehicle when Master Ma promptly came out to greet her, opening the door and offering his arm for support. "Little Ma, it has been 2 or 3 years since I last saw you. You've aged," she remarked. "Alas, one cannot escape the passage of time. You have your incense hall." "I wouldn't want to intrude," he replied. At that moment, Master Ma's wife appeared, supporting third grandma on either side. Master Ma introduced, "Third aunt, this is my wife." "Oh, you rascal, when did you get married?" "I knew you wouldn't attend any weddings, so I didn't inform you," he replied. "If you had someone convey the news, I would have been delighted for you." As they conversed, third grandma entered my small room, greeting everyone with a smile and a nod, her kind gaze falling upon the children on the bed. "It's nothing. There's nothing to worry about. They are all good children," she said, straightening her posture and sitting cross-legged on the bed. "Kai Dai, prepare the incense. I shall inquire with the elder about what transpired." In northeastern dialect, the act of lighting incense is referred to as planting incense. Kai Dai unfolded a red cloth bag, revealing an incense burner filled with ash, a stick of yellow incense, a box of matches, and 3 red candles. Kai Dai skillfully retrieved 3 incense sticks, ignited them, and gently shook them to extinguish the flames. Once the incense tip stabilized, she held it with both hands, first bowing to the 4 directions before placing it in the incense burner. After setting the incense, she bowed again towards the burner, then lifted it to Granny San's nose, allowing her to inhale its fragrant smoke, which rose gracefully into the air, much to her delight. Once Kai Dai set the burner on the Kong, Granny San began to speak, or rather, to sing. "Oh, the stone at the door, square and firm. Riding a great horse to offer incense, the horse tied to the phoenix tree, 2 horses tied in the back garden. I invite the old immortal, Yuo." Suddenly, as she continued her song, Granny Sin began to gag, followed by several swallows and then hiccups. Her expression shifted from kindness to one of pain. Yet her words persisted. "I run and run, jolt and jolt. I invite that old immortal, Yuo." Chapter 67. A narrow path for foes. This scene left everyone spellbound, none daring to utter a word, even their breaths held in check. Granny Sin sang a few more lines, her body trembling, her head swaying. Abruptly, she ceased to tremble. Her head lowered, as if her spirit had been drawn away. When she raised her head again, her demeanor transformed. She appeared regal, with a gaze that shifted from benevolence to a piercing brilliance imbued with wisdom. The change in her aura was palpable, sending a shiver down my spine. Granny Sin scanned the room, eyes closed, and began to speak in a voice altered to a peculiar pitch, reminiscent of a eunuch's tone. Though to describe it as such may seem derogatory, it indeed bore a striking resemblance. In this peculiar voice, she asked, "May I inquire if it is the 8 treasure Arhut or the flower-honored lady seeking guidance? What is it that you desire?" Kai Dai, lifting a wine bowl, replied, "O immortal, you have toiled hard. Allow me to present a bowl of fine red liquor to greet the wind and chase away the chill." Without opening her eyes, it seemed Granny Sin instinctively reached for the bowl, quaffing it in a single gulp. To boast, one might say that even Master Ma's bowls are larger. Yet this bowl of liquor, surely not less than 4 ounces, was consumed entirely by the 70-year-old Granny San. Such a quantity, if drunk by another elderly woman, would surely lead to a heart attack or at the very least, a stroke. Even a robust man would struggle to down such a volume without consequence. Yet Granny Sin suffered no ill effects, wiping her mouth and exclaiming, "Oh dear, with so many here, what is the matter you seek?" Just as Kai Dai began to respond, Granny Sin suddenly turned her head sharply, startling her. Granny Sin glared at me with an expression of fury, causing me to tense up. It was not merely the intensity of her gaze, but the recognition behind it. It was unmistakably Xu Gou'er. The look mirrored the disdain Xu Gou'er often directed toward me. What could this mean? How could she be here? Was it possible that the spirit residing within Granny San was Xu Gou'er? This notion was unsettling. According to Sun Si, Granny San held considerable esteem across the villages, with many traveling great distances to seek her counsel. If her guiding spirit were indeed Xu Gou'er, then her powers must be formidable. I had always believed that my partnership with Xu Gou'er was akin to a lame donkey paired with a broken mill. I was the latter. I needed to cultivate a better rapport with her. Given her notorious reputation for charging exorbitantly for her services, perhaps I could find a way to prosper as well. As I pondered this, Kai-Dai suddenly tapped me on the shoulder. At that moment, Granny San's gaze shifted again, transforming into a menacing glare. Everyone in the room fixated on me, as if I were the source of all trouble. I forced an awkward smile and hesitantly closed my mouth. After a brief moment, I whispered, "What instructions do you have for me, esteemed one?" Granny San sniffed, ignoring my query, instead surveying the crowd before closing her eyes once more, falling silent. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, including Kai-Dai, who appeared equally perplexed, likely having never witnessed Granny San in such a state. Only Master Ma maintained his composure, exuding tranquility. Suddenly, all the children erupted into tears. I discerned from their expressions that they had returned to normalcy. Although they cried, they were aware enough to seek out their parents. The room echoed with their sorrowful wails. And despite their age being comparable to mine, their cries were utterly disconcerting. Nevertheless, it seemed Xu Gou'er possessed some skill. As Granny San performed the incense ritual, Xu Gou'er's presence had expelled the malevolent spirits clinging to the children. "Su, go to the small grove on the back mountain and wait for me," Granny San commanded suddenly, startling me once more. Master Ma draped a cotton coat over my shoulders and advised, "Listen to the immortal's words. Do as she instructs. Go." Master Ma truly was a kind mentor, even sending me off with a pack of cigarettes. I had assumed Granny San would perform an elaborate ritual to exorcise the spirits, but it seemed a mere summoning of her spirit sufficed. As I stepped outside, I noticed lights flickering on in the neighboring houses. Aunt Sun Air, my right-hand neighbor, excitedly grasped my hand, exclaiming, "Oh, dear nephew, what has transpired?" Just now," I replied. Aunt Sun gasped, tears brimming in her eyes, and called to a nearby child, "Xiao Peng, hurry, notify the village head, tell them Master Ma is gone." I was taken aback. "No, he isn't. It's not Master Ma." Xiao Peng, quick on his feet, dashed away. Aunt Sun queried, "What happened? How could Master Ma be gone?" "Not Master Ma." Your master is gone?" My frustration mounted as I struggled to explain. "No one has died. Someone is seeking my master's counsel. 6 children are crying." Aunt Sun struck me playfully. "You silly child. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought someone had passed away. Auntie, please, go fetch Xiao Peng back." "All right, I will." But it was already too late. The village head and his wife were hastily approaching, both clad in military coats, with the head incessantly on his phone. At that moment, lights flickered on in every household. Master Ma, noticing the commotion outside, stepped out and was equally bewildered by the scene. "What is going on?" he asked. Aunt Sun's face was clouded with worry. Unsure how to explain, I interjected. "I told them you had died. They came to pay their respects." Master Ma chuckled heartily. Good disciple, you've set the stage well. Perhaps I should dramatically die tonight, and you can prepare the spirit banners. These are minor matters. I can handle the rituals. Just ensure the feast is well prepared. We must have pork knuckles." Master Ma playfully nudged me. "You rascal, stop your jesting and hurry up the mountain." In our rural customs, it is customary that during a wake, regardless of invitation, every household in the village sends someone to pay their respects and offer assistance. Upon reaching the back mountain, the wind howled, and at 3 or 4 in the morning, the atmosphere was thick with ominous energy, with malevolent spirits lurking. Alone on the mountain, I felt a creeping unease. I could not discern whether it was a figment of my imagination, but I felt as if a large monkey was leaping among the old poplar trees in the distance. I pondered what Granny San had summoned me for. Given her frail condition, if she were to fall, I would be left to prepare her spirit banners. While lost in thought, a figure emerged from behind a tree, and I was alarmed to find it was Xu Gou'er. What a twist of fate. Why was she here? Just moments ago, it had been Granny San's voice. Yet the one approaching was Xu Gou'er. Chapter 68. A confrontation on the mountain. As the distance between us closed, Xu Gou'er's form became clearer. She was clad in a grand white fox fur coat, her hair styled into 2 lofty buns reminiscent of Neza, adorned with red ribbons. And her feet donned bright red shoes, presenting a festive appearance. With her arms crossed within her sleeves, resting before her chest, her expression was one of bemusement, causing my heart to race. "Gou'er. Dear fox immortal, what brings you here to summon me?" How embarrassing. Why must you go through such trouble? Could you not simply come find me directly? Regardless, you are the one doing the work, accumulating merit, so it matters not whom you seek. Let the third lady gain some experience as well. How shameful. Didn't I tell you not to burn paper for me? Why are you lighting incense instead? No. It was Master Ma who directed me to seek the third lady. As a mere bystander, how could I possibly know so much? And yet, you dare to retort? I retorted, I speak the truth. Hu Xiaozue trembled, shedding her cloak, and with that posture, it seemed she intended to confront me. How could a man of stature like myself fear a mere woman? I summoned all my strength and unleashed a powerful palm strike to meet Hu Xiaozue. This strike drew upon my entire might, accumulated over 13 years, slicing through the cold air with a crisp snap. As if my aura was laid bare for all to see. Hu Xiaozue, light on her feet, found it difficult to evade my strike. With her left hand, she threw a punch, while her right hand executed a soft palm strike, transitioning from the overwhelming power of my palm to a swift, iron-fisted counter. After all, she was but a woman. How could she withstand the force of a robust young man? I continued to unleash strikes, each landing squarely upon Hu Xiaozue's face, shaking the very mountains and causing trees to topple, as if nature itself struggled against my fervor. Hu Xiaozue, struck repeatedly, retreated until her back met a tree. With nowhere left to escape, I bore a fierce expression as I advanced, causing her to kneel and plead, "Young hero Su, spare me." I was momentarily foolish. I laughed heartily, stepping on Hu Xiaozue's head, declaring, "From now on, this old forest shall bear the Su surname." The words above were merely my boastful fabrications. Upon noticing Hu Xiaozue discard her cloak, I instinctively sensed her ill intentions. Thus I fled. She pursued. I felt as though I could not escape. And had I not collided with a tree, I might have evaded her a while longer. Hu Xiaozue possessed tremendous strength. I suspected even a seasoned man would struggle against her. Her weight was considerable, and she was quite the mischievous woman. As she mounted me, one hand seized my fists while the other stuffed snow into every conceivable opening of my clothing, my belly, neck, and pockets. She left no hole unfilled. As a man, a true gentleman, how could I endure such humiliation? I bellowed, "Stop. Allow me to speak." Hu Xiaozue laughed. "What do you wish to say?" "Grandmother, I was wrong. I am your grandson." Hu Xiaozue chuckled, wasting no time as she flung snow into my face. "You little brat, if you dare retort again, I shall twist your head off." I gasped for breath, my body chilled to the core. Hu Xiaozue, seemingly not quite all there, one moment stuffing snow into my clothing, the next moment attempting to retrieve it. "Why aren't you wearing any underpants?" I retorted, "I never wore them as a child. They were too constricting." "You can dig it out yourself," she shot back. I, too, was incensed, rubbing my backside as I declared, "I won't play with you anymore. I'm going home. You shall not return. What else is there to do? Clean the snow off and follow me." Unable to fight back or outrun her, I found myself powerless against Hu Xiaozue. The mountain wind wailed as Hu Xiaozue, light-footed, led me for over half an hour before arriving at a hunter's cabin. Although referred to as a hunter's cabin, it was not built by hunters. It was established during the land reclamation policies of the 1960s, intended to house night watchmen to guard against the marauding wildcats and rabbits that threatened the crops. I gathered some dry firewood and kindled a fire inside the cabin. Hu Xiaozue, shivering and with a runny nose, extended her reddened hands toward the fire, appearing rather adorable. I offered her a cigarette, and Hu Xiaozue gazed at me in surprise. I chuckled. "I've seen immortal beings in the village, even they smoke. Do you not?" Hu Xiaozue said nothing, but curiously accepted the cigarette, examining it closely. "You may try it. Though it is not the finest, it packs a punch. I do not smoke myself." When in the presence of immortals, it was my master who indulged. Their drinking and smoking intended to foster a connection with us. A merging of energies, perhaps? I suggested. "Why did you call me up the mountain?" I inquired. "I thought it unwise to confront you at your home." I grinned. "Why would you want to confront me?" Hu Xiaozue shot me a glance, suggesting I ponder it myself. I inhaled deeply and chose to remain silent. "You have committed many wrongs, yet at your core, you are still good. I hope you can do something that aligns with your conscience." I questioned. "I find this somewhat unsettling. If your sole intent was to confront me, you could have done so behind the house. There was no need to bring me to the back mountain and into this cabin. I simply wished to converse." I remained skeptical. Hu Xiaozue shook her head, biting her lip, and said, "Among the 6 children, one shall die. I do not wish for you to witness this." "What? Why not save them?" I asked. "Karma is cyclical. Wise words cannot persuade those destined for demise. It is their fate." "Why is that? How did they become ensnared in such a predicament?" "They, in their folly, ventured to the graveyard and smoke the offerings meant for their ancestors during the new year. How could the ancestors not seek retribution? The tale struck me as eerie. I had already spoken to the third lady about the circumstances, promising the vengeful spirits that for the 6 children, a family would provide a pack of cigarettes as an offering. I questioned, but how can there still be a death? Surely, some will not fulfill their promise. Human hearts are inscrutable. This matter is not one I wish to disclose to you, but it is better you know early. Promises made to the divine must be honored. I nodded, and it seemed Xu Gou'er had transformed into a different person, or perhaps it was I who had changed. For I no longer held such disdain for her teachings. Many cannot see me, yet you can. Do you know why? Because we share a bond. Incorrect. It is because half of your being has already crossed into the realm of the dead. You possess but a fraction of human essence. Had Master Ma not guided you, you would have perished during the new year. Xu Gou'er's words grew increasingly mysterious, and I scoffed. How would I have died? Have you not heard? Chapter 69, A Dream's Guidance. Xu Gou'er stared at me for half a minute, ensuring my mind held no other thoughts before she slowly continued. The earth god temple you reside in collapsed on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. Ermihu did not emerge. What? I exclaimed, my face a mask of shock, a sense of dread washing over me. Had I remained in the temple, it would have been I who perished. Ermihu. Oh dear Ermihu. As the thought swirled, tears streamed down my face. Xu Gou'er consoled me. The death of Ermihu is a blessing. He has fulfilled his mission and will be reborn into a good family. Guardians of the village serve this purpose, to ward off evil spirits, welcome fortune, and protect the peace of the village. Few guardians live long. Once their mission is complete, they must depart. It is all part of fate. The loss of Ermihu filled me with sorrow. Xu Gou'er sighed. Truth be told, I envy you. To be born human is a gift. I am but a beast. I have spent my life accumulating merit, enduring countless tribulations, merely to attain a human form for a fleeting moment in this world. Isn't it better to be an immortal? I jested. Who does not yearn for the splendor of the human realm? I have dwelled in these mountains for 600 years, and I can recount every blade of grass at my doorstep. Xu Gou'er continued, we are not immortals. We are spirits of the mountains and earth. To walk among humans is but a step in our ascension before we can truly become deities. Then I wish you swift ascension to immortality. It is not so easily attained. I conversed with Xu Gou'er for quite some time, and for reasons unknown, my impression of her improved significantly. When I first encountered Xu Gou'er in the tavern, I was merely captivated by her beauty. Later, I detected a hint of disdain in her gaze toward me. Given my background, feelings of inferiority seeped into my bones. I distanced myself from those who looked down upon me. I sought to avoid Xu Gou'er, perhaps even to evade her entirely. Yet, our dialogue that night granted me a fresh perspective. She was merely a little spirit yearning to become human. Xu Gou'er, when she is not wearing a stern expression, possesses an endearing charm. Her every movement resembles that of an innocent young girl. When she accidentally burns her hand on a roasted sweet potato, she instinctively touches her ear, leaving it dusted with soot. Her authenticity shines through. She laughs when joyful and candidly expresses her displeasure. In that fleeting moment, I found myself understanding the allure of the charismatic King Zhou of Shang. Who could resist such a playful little fox? Xu Gou'er displays a certain clumsiness. Instead of placing the hot sweet potato down, she fumbles it between her hands, yet her antics are undeniably adorable. A thought crossed my mind. I might wish to marry her. At that moment, Xu Gou'er gazed at me intently, her cheeks flushing instantly. I felt a twinge of embarrassment, having forgotten her ability to see through my thoughts. With sincerity, she asked, are you serious? Without hesitation, I nodded. In a rather peculiar manner, Xu Gou'er remarked, I wish you would grow up quickly. Yet growing up comes with its own set of burdens. Aren't we quite content as we are now? Her expression shifted from joy to sorrow as she sniffled. On the night of the full moon in the first month, I must begin my retreat. How long will it take? A year, at the very least. What? How will I find you? Master Ma will have you accompany Granny-san. When I am gone, the Fox Fairy will send other spirits down. I will pursue my cultivation. And you must study diligently. Perhaps by this time next year, we will be perfectly in sync. I murmured, I didn't mean just to show you things. I meant, what if I miss you? My voice grew fainter. Xu Gou'er blinked her bright eyes at me, the firelight dancing within them, as if brimming with unspoken words yet revealing nothing. That night, I held Xu Gou'er in my embrace as we drifted into slumber. My heart remarkably tranquil, perhaps devoid of cluttered thoughts. She lay on my arm, her back to me, the scent of her hair enchanting. It seemed Xu Gou'er lacked a sense of security. She curled up as if trying to become a ball. Any slight sound, even the call of a nightingale, would make her shiver in her sleep. One arm served as her pillow while the other enveloped her, my palm gently resting on her abdomen. I knew she had succumbed to sleep. Whether my hand wandered up or down, it would encounter that long-desired sensation. Yet I refrained from acting upon it. Perhaps the thought never even crossed my mind. Perhaps it was that very night I resolved to protect Xu Gou'er, to become a dignified practitioner of the arts. As dawn broke, winter sunlight streamed through the wooden cabin's crevices, the piercing rays slicing through my sweet dreams like a sword. The light resembled a robust knife, dragging my frail body back to reality. The emptiness in my arms jolted me upright. Xu Gou'er was gone, leaving only the cloak draped over me. Frantic, I dashed outside, my bare feet sinking into the thick blanket of snow, shouting Xu Gou'er's name. The echoes reverberated off the barren mountains, filling the empty valleys. I cried out, my voice hoarse, calling for her with all my might, yet all I received in reply were echoes of my own despair. Tears streamed down my face. A child bereft of their cherished toy, Xu Gou'er had departed, taking my spirit with her. In a daze, I trudged down the mountain, entering the village without greeting anyone. I returned to Master Ma's home like a soulless automaton, the household having returned to its usual calm. Upon seeing me, Master Ma merely nodded and took my hand, leading me indoors. Noticing my silence, he recounted the events of the previous night. After I left, the children gradually ceased their crying. They too recounted the happenings of the day before. It was said that the previous morning, the group of children had ventured to the mountain behind their village to set rabbit traps. Passing by the cemetery, one sharp-eyed child noticed 2 packs of cigarettes laid before a family grave. The curious boys, intrigued by the cigarettes, opened them and shared a smoke. They spent the day on the mountain, enjoying themselves, taking turns smoking the 2 packs. That night, the children shared a collective dream. In the dream, they found themselves tied up, trapped in a cage taller than themselves, resembling a pig pen, surrounded by darkness. They could hear the sound of a smoking pipe, indicating they were not alone. They wished to speak, but their mouths felt sealed, unable to produce any sound, and they were left in distress. Eventually, they awoke in tears. I weakly murmured, Master, the fox fairy said one of them must die. Indeed, Granny San said that those who smoked must bring a pack of cigarettes to the grave, and then they need not worry about it. It doesn't even have to be good cigarettes. Just plain red plums will suffice. 2 yuan a pack. 17 yuan a carton. But how can that lead to death? That woman in the mink coat, her children all admitted to smoking. Yet she insists her child didn't smoke, claiming it's unnecessary. Her husband is too afraid of her. He has no match for her. We offered to help pay. That 1 do, buying 100 cartons 1 help. They must pay for it themselves. I paused, puzzled. The family in the mink coat should be quite wealthy. 18 yuan isn't much. Why don't they just take care of it? Who can say? Chapter 70. Seeking trouble. I hesitated for a while. Yet I asked the burning question, how much did they give Granny San? This makes me even angrier. Some offered 100, some 200, but Granny San refused. One family gave only 5 yuan, and the woman in the mink coat claimed she didn't have money and would pay next time. When someone wanted to borrow from her, she refused, likely just trying to avoid spending. Can you believe this nonsense? What good is a diviner? Master Ma implied that Granny San was left in a difficult position. She had relayed the stakes to Aunt Diao multiple times, yet Aunt Diao remained obstinate, refusing to spend money on cigarettes. Granny San felt the weight of it. She had provided guidance and explained what to do, and yet the family didn't follow through. If something were to happen later, they would blame Granny San for her ineptitude. I felt Xu Gou'er was right. Good advice often fails to reach those who are stubborn. If they wish to fool the spirits, they must bear the consequences. Master Ma then inquired about my activities on the mountain. I immediately knelt and bowed my head, saying, Master, please teach me well. I want to learn diligently. I wish to marry Xu Gou'er. As soon as I uttered that last sentence, Master Ma's jovial demeanor darkened. I can teach you, but regarding Xu Gou'er, that is a matter for another time. She is of the fairy realm and should not be trifled with. Truly, I genuinely wish to marry her. Master Ma nodded, yet shook his head, cautiously stating, there is much to consider. I would like to discuss something with you. Allow me to stay with Granny San for a while. Master Ma regarded me with suspicion. How do you know? Xu Gou'er told me. This time. Did you two not quarrel? We did, but we reconciled afterward. Well, can you stay with Granny San for a while? A short time is fine. 3 to 5 days is manageable, but longer isn't possible. I still wish to remain with you. Of course, you must follow me. You know I am a Taoist. I have some knowledge of this practice, but I am not an expert. You need to learn from Granny San. Perhaps you can find a way in. I nodded. With Xu Gou'er by my side, I was willing to learn anything she taught. I relayed to Master Ma the matter of the 2 confused spirits. And he replied that each person has their own destiny, and whether it is fortune or misfortune is predetermined. Living does not always equate to good, and death does not always signify bad. I struggled to grasp Master Ma's perspective on good and bad. I only understood that a good death is not preferable to a miserable life. 3 days later, news of Aunt Diao's household spread throughout the village. Her son had gone out skating and fell into an ice hole. By the time people discovered him, the child had already frozen solid. I could not discern whether this was mere coincidence or a vengeful spirit's retribution. It felt eerie. I also heard that when Granny Sin learned of this news, she slapped herself 4 or 5 times. Master Ma urged me to visit Grandma Sin early, but I stubbornly refused, wishing to simply let the Lantern Festival pass. During this time, I burned incense and paper offerings nightly, yet received no response from Hu Xiaozue. Hu Xiaozue had vanished completely. On the morning of the 16th day of the first lunar month, Master Ma's wife prepared an elaborate feast, laden with meat, encouraging me to indulge, telling me that I could return any time I craved good food. Master Ma also prepared gifts for Grandma San, 2 pig knuckles, a rack of ribs, 2 lamb legs, and 10 jean of wine. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Just when I believed I could endure until the 16th, an incident occurred at Grandma San's home. Aunt Diao placed the child's body in a coffin, laid it across Grandma San's yard, and gathered a circle of people to mourn. Upon hearing the news, Master Ma immediately sought a vehicle and took me to Grandma San's house. At that moment, the scene was chaotic. A dozen people donned mourning attire, while others burned paper and drew circles at the entrance. Many gathered around to spectate. Aunt Diao, displaying her cunning, had somehow gathered a group of burly men adorned with large gold chains, their faces menacing, in a village of simple farmers. Aunt Diao hesitated for a moment, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes as she replied, "It is this old woman who cursed my son to death. I demand her life, and this rogue Taoist is her accomplice. Everyone, look." Master Ma fell silent, turned, and entered the house. A short while later, he emerged wielding an axe. Aunt Diao recoiled in fear, and the group of strong men stepped forward, bracing themselves for confrontation. Master Ma threw the axe at Aunt Diao's feet, his voice thunderous, "Go on, kill Grandma San. If you don't, I will hold you in contempt." Aunt Diao was at a loss, her eyes darting before she slumped to the ground, wailing about her son's tragic fate. The burly men, displeased, pressed against Master Ma, who bellowed, "Get lost." For reasons unknown, despite his slender frame, Master Ma exuded an aura of authority. His command sent a shudder through the men, causing a few to retreat. Though they did not leave, Master Ma commanded, "Su, go inside and check on Grandma San." "Master, I will accompany you." I gritted my teeth and followed him inside. Grandma San sat quietly against the wall, her back turned, silent, her expression hidden from view. Kai Dai stood nearby, weeping, and upon seeing me, she reproached, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't come looking for Grandma in the middle of the night, none of this would have happened. We did nothing wrong. Charging only 5 coins for helping others. What sin have we committed? Just leave." Grandma San's voice rang out sharply, "Enough? Kai Dai, cease your words." She then turned, her face still gentle, stating, "This has nothing to do with you. It is my own tribulation." It's all right. At a loss for words, I knelt before Grandma San, bowing to apologize. "Kai Dai, help him up." "No, I don't need her help." After bowing 3 times, I turned and exited. Aunt Diao continued to act brazenly, dragging Master Ma to address the onlookers. At that moment, Aunt Diao's husband arrived, but he was timid and did not dare speak. Aunt Diao clutched Master Ma, while her husband grasped her, Master Ma's expression darkening. Aunt Diao scolded, "Everyone, look closely at this Master Ma. This rogue Taoist who cursed my son to death. Pay attention, he is a villain seeking wealth at the cost of life. My son died unjustly, he was only 12, slain by this wicked Taoist. Villagers, you must seek justice for me." Chapter 71. Evil begets evil. The more Aunt Diao spoke, the more absurd her claims became. Master Ma remained silent, which filled me with indignation, and I shouted, "To hell with you. What wealth do you think you have from me?" Aunt Diao seized the opportunity, shifting her narrative. "Yes, it is because I did not give Master Ma money that this heartless man cursed my son." The burly men echoed her outrage, as if the deceased child were their own. Master Ma, with a faint smile, declared, "Indeed, I can curse and kill. I have memorized all your faces. Continue your ruckus, and tomorrow, you shall meet your doom." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the burly men shifted to one of discomfort. The threat of disaster loomed over them, and fear set in. Seeing that Master Ma had intimidated the men, Aunt Diao quickly backtracked, "Don't believe him. He has nothing. I found her contradictory statements laughable. Master Ma paused and stated, "Stop the nonsense. Others may be unaware of your deeds, but I am not." Aunt Jiao retorted, "Don't talk rubbish. My son is dead. And you must provide an explanation. 100,000 coins, not a penny less." Master Ma laughed, an exaggerated laugh that echoed, then stepped forward, addressing the villagers. "This woman has spent years working outside. Do you know what she really does?" This statement piqued the villagers' curiosity. Aunt Jiao, who had intended to seize Master Ma, was momentarily stunned. Master Ma looked back, smiling. "You still have time to back out." Aunt Jiao hesitated for 2 seconds before unleashing a torrent of curses at him. Master Ma's expression turned icy as he drowned out her voice, shouting, "This woman is a courtesan who works at the bathhouses in the city. You speak nonsense." As Aunt Jiao lunged to strike Master Ma, he deftly sidestepped, causing her to fall awkwardly. No longer caring for her dignity, Aunt Jiao began to roll on the ground in a tantrum. Aunt Jiao's husband finally spoke up, questioning, "Master Ma, that is too much. My wife sells clothes in the city." Master Ma did not respond, instead pulling out several copper coins that danced obediently in his hands. He looked at the burly men and warned, "Speak the truth, or calamity will befall you." The men exchanged glances, feeling the weight of Master Ma's presence. After a few seconds, one of them blurted out, "What the master says is true. She is a courtesan at the Donghai Longgong in the city. Yes, number 19. She is number 19. To their astonishment, the group of burly men turned against Aunt Jiao. She became frantic, grasping her husband. "Don't believe them. They are lying. I sell clothes in the city." One burly man added, "Bro, you've been wearing that green hat for years. Doesn't your wife have 3 moles on her left buttock?" Aunt Jiao's husband turned crimson with fury. Meanwhile, the burly men offered cigarettes to Master Ma, saying, "Master, it is evident you possess genuine abilities. We merely came to observe. Please forgive us. Don't hold it against us." Master Ma refused their cigarettes, his voice rising in anger. "People are watching. Hurry and leave." The burly men stared wide-eyed at Master Ma for several seconds. He remained unflinching, his gaze steady upon them. Without hesitation, they slinked away. Aunt Jiao continued to whine to her husband, crying and protesting, insisting they were lying, lamenting her son's untimely death. For a man to discover such a scandal about his wife was an immense humiliation, especially knowing she was involved in such a profession. Aunt Jiao's husband's breathing grew rapid. Suddenly, he kicked Aunt Jiao in the stomach. She fell, but quickly scrambled back up, clinging to his leg and pleading for him to believe her, swearing she sold clothes in the city. Faced with undeniable evidence, Aunt Jiao's husband found it hard to disbelieve. He began to beat her mercilessly, slapping her repeatedly, with no one intervening. He truly beat her in a frenzy, ultimately dragging her by her hair across the ground, as if intending to stuff her into their son's coffin. Had the village chief not arrived, Aunt Jiao might have faced dire consequences. The uncle of Jiayan berated his family to tidy up the courtyard, then entered the house to bow and apologize to third grandma. Jiayan was directly summoned by the village secretary and taken away by ambulance, evidently having suffered serious injuries. A large patch of scalp was missing, and several teeth had been lost. As the farce concluded, I felt a twinge of discomfort in my heart, although it was clear that Jiayan was the wrongdoer. Witnessing her being brutally beaten left me with an unsettling sense that her punishment was too harsh. Master Ma perceived my internal conflict and remarked, "Encouraging the wicked to embrace virtue never proves as effective as combating evil with greater evil. To confront malevolence, one must be even more malevolent." Due to the unreasonable commotion caused by Jiayan's family, third grandma's household was thrown into chaos, and I felt embarrassed to remain there. Master Ma understood the situation. It was impossible for him to keep me in third grandma's home. He purchased ingredients to prepare a delightful meal for her as a gesture of apology. Third grandma repeatedly insisted that this was her fate and had nothing to do with Master Ma, urging him not to take it to heart. It seemed that Master Ma was also troubled, as the unfolding events deviated from his expectations, leaving a mark of guilt upon his countenance. Kai Dai attributed all the troubles to me, believing it was my late-night visit to third grandma that had brought this calamity. Consequently, during meal preparations, she constantly targeted me, casting sidelong glances for no apparent reason. As for me, I was naturally unbothered by her disdain. Furthermore, I had become intoxicated by Hu Xiaozui's charm. The opinions of other women bore no weight on me. Not only did I harbor no special feelings for her, but even for my housemate Xiaoyu. My affections had diminished. During dinner, third grandma continued to comfort me, sharing numerous tales about the path of the Ma Xian, urging me to decide for myself whether to embark on this journey. She did not blame me, assuring that if I wished to pursue the path of the Ma, she would teach me diligently and if I proved clever enough, the family's supernatural lineage could be passed down to me. I suspected that Master Ma had brought me to third grandma precisely for this ancestral connection. However, he overlooked someone. Kai Dai, perhaps due to his long absence from third grandma's home, he was unaware of her presence. Kai Dai had spent years conversing with third grandma, and if I were to intrude, she would undoubtedly object. To elaborate, the term conversing could also refer to second gods, originating from shamanistic culture. It likely represents a profession that emerged during the Qing dynasty, blending the roles of Ma Xian and shamans. Chapter 72, Great Gods and Second Gods. The shamanic celestial beings are called great gods, while those who communicate with them are referred to as second gods. The Ma Xian also created a role for communication, which involves relaying messages from clients to the great gods, acting as intermediaries. In essence, this can be seen as a form of translation, converting human language into the celestial dialect and vice versa. Some terms differ between the celestial realm and the human world. For instance, a cigarette is called a grass roll, and a smoking pipe is termed orchid grass tube. To put it plainly, this is the jargon within the Ma Xian community, which could either stem from celestial nomenclature or a set of arcane phrases developed collaboratively by the earthly shamans and Ma Xian. I dare to speculate that it is likely a mysterious language crafted by the celestial beings and their earthly counterparts, designed to obfuscate and enhance the allure of their craft. If the world were devoid of suffering, no one would believe in the Buddha, and if there were no believers, the Buddhist community would cease to thrive. Similarly, celestial beings need to accumulate merit, while the earthly shamans require financial sustenance. Thus, some matters cannot be articulated too plainly. A degree of mystique is essential to maintain their marketability, but moderation is crucial, lest calamity ensues. Historically, there have been 4 significant eradications of Buddhism, by Emperor Taiwu of Northern Wei, Emperor Wu of Northern Zhou, Emperor Wuzong of Tang, and Emperor Shizong of later Zhou, primarily driven by the competition for population and wealth between the Buddhist community and the imperial court. Many years later, I engaged in a discussion regarding the eradication of Buddhism with an elderly monk. He countered my stance by questioning whether such actions were indeed wrong. To be honest, his inquiry struck a chord within me. He argued that if all people were devout Buddhists, revering the Buddha daily in hopes of attracting good fortune, it would inevitably lead to chaos and suffering. However, I digress. Let us return to the Ma Xian. Third Grandma stated that establishing a Ma Xian hall is no simple feat, requiring the passage of 3 trials: the trial of perseverance, the trial of emotions, and the trial of wealth. The trials can further be divided into genuine and false trials. It is quite complex, so I shall refrain from elaborating. The trial of perseverance is straightforward. It involves the celestial beings testing and refining the enthusiasm of the earthly shamans, akin to a process of merging 2 magnetic fields. During this trial, the shaman may exhibit eccentric behavior or suffer from ailments, but none emerge unscathed. The trials of emotions and wealth are also understandable, revolving around the 5 afflictions and 3 deficiencies. What are the 5 afflictions? They refer to widowhood, loneliness, isolation, solitude, and disability. The 3 deficiencies pertain to fortune, status, and longevity, essentially wealth, power, and life. In other words, those who embark on the Ma Xian path are unlikely to lead prosperous lives. Third Grandma explained that the 5 afflictions are not solely due to the path of the Ma, but rather reflect the hardships faced by those who are widowed, lonely, or disabled. The celestial beings, in their quest to accumulate merit, are more inclined to assist such individuals, as they attract celestial favor. Consequently, while the 5 afflictions are somewhat related to celestial beings, they are not entirely so. However, the 3 deficiencies are undoubtedly linked to celestial beings. When celestial beings possess a shaman, it will affect their longevity, and wealth is easily understood. Celestial beings earn merit through their guidance, while earthly shamans merely seek a modest living from their services. If they charge excessively, the celestial beings will punish them. As for power, I shall not elaborate, as it bears no relevance to the common folk. Returning to the topic, a portion of the 5 afflictions is indeed a celestial punishment. It is said that 3 parts are observation, while 7 parts are enlightenment. The more seasoned the Ma Xian, the greater their experience. In this murky world, filled with temptations and distractions, can the meager earnings of a Ma Xian truly satiate the insatiable desires within? Thus, many Ma Xian cease to summon celestial beings, relying solely on their experience to provide guidance, employing techniques of suggestion and psychology to charge exorbitant fees, rapidly accumulating wealth. Such individuals cannot escape the celestial punishment. Hence, one of the 5 afflictions arises. Therefore, Successfully navigating the three trials does not necessarily lead to becoming a virtuous individual. It may well result in the emergence of a malevolent character. Those deemed virtuous come into being through fortune, while those regarded as malicious arise through calamity. Some perceive the trials as a stroke of luck, thus becoming ma xian. Others view them as a misfortune, becoming evildoers. Of course, I refer to authentic ma xian, not those who merely dabble in superficial practices. They possess no genuine celestial connection, thus providing services indiscriminately, which proves to be the most lucrative venture without fear of repercussions. Returning to a matter of personal concern regarding wealth, I inquired with third grandma about financial prospects. She mentioned that some people believe their fortunes are lacking, suspecting financial losses, and wish for her to break the curse or provide insight. However, third grandma felt powerless, stating that ma xian cannot discern such matters. The abilities of a ma xian are limited to dealing with celestial beings, banishing malevolent spirits, and the like. If ma xian could truly predict financial fortunes, they would already be wealthy and would not be residing in a secluded valley earning trifles. In other words, if a ma xian comprehended financial fortune and grasped the celestial order, then why would they continue as ma xian? They could simply send the celestial beings away and pursue more profitable endeavors, as that would yield far greater returns than offering guidance. Thus, seeking wealth through ma xian is fundamentally futile. Master Ma also affirmed that financial fortune is of little use in seeking assistance. It is inherently predetermined. The fortunes of those born into merchant families differ vastly from those born into farming households. If fortune tellers on the streets could truly perceive financial destinies, they would not be peddling their services, but would have already amassed wealth. Third grandma added that while the Book of Changes does contain methods to enhance one's financial prospects, it only amplifies one's innate fortune. Utilizing these methods to seek wealth is akin to introducing herbs into traditional Chinese medicine. It merely stimulates one's existing fortune. Upon hearing this, a chill washed over me. If financial gain is unattainable, then what purpose does my pursuit of the ma xian serve? To generate love? Others may, but Xu cannot. Xu is inherently an ordinary person who understands the significance of wealth, at the very least, to avoid hunger. The third grandmother possesses a discerning eye. She perceives my desires and states that throughout one's life, one must endure various tribulations. A person may be impoverished, but as long as they remain free from illness and disaster, successfully navigating life is a blessing bestowed by ancestors and guardian spirits. After the meal, Master Ma attempted to clear the dishes, but was halted by the third grandmother. With warmth in her voice, she beckoned, "Come, little Ma. I have something to discuss with you." Master Ma nodded, instructing me to tidy up. The third grandmother led Master Ma to a neighboring room. Sensing they were bound to converse about me, I hastily began to clean up. Yet, Kai-Dai insisted on nitpicking, claiming my dishes were not sufficiently clean and that my arrangement of the food was incorrect. It was their domain, so I refrained from objecting, complying with her every demand. After toiling with me for a while, Kai-Dai, finding my submissiveness unamusing, shoved me aside and re-washed the dishes I had cleaned. Seizing the opportunity, I slipped outside, hiding beneath the eaves to eavesdrop on the conversation in the adjacent room. In truth, I could hear better from the kitchen, but Kai-Dai would undoubtedly mimic what she heard, alerting the third grandmother, which would be most undesirable. Strangely, the room was engulfed in silence. I could hear the sound of Master Ma smoking, yet no words were exchanged. After what felt like an eternity, Master Ma sighed. "Third aunt, do you think I have erred?" "There is no error. This child is quite good, albeit beset by calamities." "Fear not. I shall assist you," she replied. "I truly should not have guided him onto this path. Alas, little Ma, you are overly concerned. He possesses this affinity, and you cannot obstruct it. Teach him whatever he wishes to learn." The fox spirit concurs. I felt a pang of anxiety. While the child was intelligent, he was only versed in dubious practices, straying from the righteous path, lacking great ambitions. Is there any diviner who desires to marry a fox spirit? The third grandmother's tone grew stern as she admonished, "Nonsense. If you were to starve daily, would you not yearn for the comfort of a wife and children? What more could you desire? To live a peaceful life suffices. This child is destined for great wealth, but will leave no riches behind. Such is his fate. You must let nature take its course." Third aunt, you know why I came here with my master all those years ago. I cannot predict how many years I have left to live. Do not speak such foolishness during the new year, and do not impose your dreams upon the child. He is merely a child. Master Ma sighed. I believe this child has potential. He can recognize over 100 characters in a day and master thousands of common ones in a month. He possesses a keen intellect, but lacks direction. I sensed the weight of Master Ma's expectations, while the third grandmother, resembling a loving grandmother, continued to console him. They deliberated on my future, contemplating whether I should become a Taoist or a diviner. Yet, they remained unaware that Xu's aspirations lay elsewhere. I merely yearned for wealth to live a life of luxury in the city with Xu Gou'er. What are you doing? I abruptly turned, startled to find Kai Dai had appeared behind me. Nothing, just out for a walk. Grandma, he was eavesdropping on your conversation, Kai Dai declared loudly, causing an immediate cessation of dialogue within the room. A triumphant smile graced her lips, akin to a victor. I glared at her with rage. Master Ma and the third grandmother emerged, the former wearing an awkward smile, remarking, "Third aunt, I told you this child is quite clever. What normal child would think to eavesdrop?" My face flushed crimson. The third grandmother smiled kindly, inquiring, "Xu, do you wish to learn to become a diviner or a Taoist? You need not answer now. Come back in a few days with your decision." I nodded in agreement. Master Ma suggested we head back, and the third grandmother did not insist otherwise. We had arrived at her home in a sedan earlier that day, and she offered to find us a vehicle. But Master Ma declined, stating he wished to walk and converse with me. Under the moonlight, we traversed the mountain path, Master Ma leading in silence, instilling a strong sense of pressure within me. "Master, I should not have eavesdropped." "Eavesdrop if you must. It's not a significant matter. I have never aimed to teach you morality. One must explore the unconventional. I do not wish to become a diviner." "Is it because of Kai Dai?" I responded with a muted affirmation. Master Ma turned back with a smile. "Is it due to Kai Dai, or because becoming a diviner does not yield wealth?" "Perhaps both. Taoists do not accumulate riches either. We merely assist others in averting calamities, an unprofitable endeavor. I simply wish to stay with you and your wife. I want to earn a great deal of money to honor you both. What I speak is truth, having lacked a family since childhood. I deeply cherish the feeling of home." Master Ma appeared somewhat moved by my words, sighing. "What I mean is, you should at least familiarize yourself with it. Regardless of whether you succeed, acquiring some basic skills can help you earn a living in the future." I nodded in agreement. Throughout the years, Master had not accumulated wealth. He had amassed virtue. He never boasted, yet many aided him in building a house and marrying. Did others receive such treatment? Virtue is a form of wealth. Unsure of how to respond, I shifted the topic. "Master, why did you come to Northeast China?" Master Ma paused momentarily, then casually remarked, "I was fond of Northeast women." "That cannot be right. As a Southerner, you could have gone anywhere. Why choose the greater Xin'an range? Cities like Shenyang or Harbin are far superior. Why come to a village?" "Because your master admires village women, clad in red cotton jackets and thick pants, beautiful yet spirited." I scoffed. "You're deceiving me. Your youthful love was from Beijing, and your father-in-law disapproved of you. Besides, the master's wife is not particularly spirited. She can scold you mercilessly over a mere DVD. How could you possibly enjoy that? Little rascal." Thus, a journey that typically spans 3 hours was traversed in just over an hour and a half by Xu. Had Master Ma hastened a bit, we might have arrived 10 minutes earlier. Upon returning home, my wife wore an unpleasant expression, reprimanding Master Ma for his words, implying he should not have referred to Aunt Diao as a lady of the night, suggesting he should temper his words in the future. Master Ma paid it no mind, refraining from argument. He retrieved 2 bowls, lifting the pot lid to serve 2 bowls of pickled vegetable soup, adding a few grains of seasoning. I had only consumed half of my soup when the phone rang. I was both startled and delighted. I had purchased the phone nearly half a month ago, and it was the first time I received a call from an unfamiliar number. Master Ma appeared somewhat anxious, urging, "Answer it." Back in our youth, we answered calls boldly, directly asking, "Hello, who is this?" A middle-aged male voice responded, "Is this Master Ma's residence?" "Indeed, what can I assist you with?" The line crackled with noise before being replaced by a familiar voice, Kai Dai, angrily stating, "Grandma wants you to come back. Stay here for a few days and bring your luggage." The third grandmother interjected, "No need to bring luggage. We have everything at home." "Grandma, why should he use our blankets?" "You little girl." I stood there, bewildered, as the situation unfolded. Having just returned from the third grandmother's house, I was being summoned back again. What for? Master Ma, not daring to delay, donned a coat and stepped outside to find a vehicle. My wife began packing my belongings, even going to Grandpa's son's house to buy 2 boxes of instant noodles and a bag of canned goods and sausages. I harbored resistance to returning to the third grandmother's home, not due to her, but because of Kai Dai, whose presence I found somewhat unappealing. I found it cumbersome to coexist with her, fearing I would either be marginalized or receive disdainful looks. In truth, I had no grounds to resent Kai Dai, for it was her home, and our backgrounds were similarly tragic. I understood her sensitivity born from abandonment. Before long, the vehicle arranged by Master Ma arrived, driven by the village head. His expression bore the anticipation akin to that of a guardian sending a university student off to the city. I yearned to remain, yet lacked a substantial reason to do so. Master Ma and his wife harbored aspirations for my improvement, and to reject their goodwill would be nothing short of pretentious. Of course, my ability to board the vehicle hinged upon Master Ma's two sturdy pockets, which jingled with a delightful sound. Chapter 74. At Third Aunt's house as we set off, Master Ma advised me, when we reach Third Aunt's home, speak little and work diligently. Absorb whatever knowledge she imparts without retort. I pondered, when might I return? My uncertainty loomed large, and I remained oblivious to Third Aunt's intentions for my visit. Listen closely. The sooner you learn, the sooner you may return. At that moment, I fervently wished that Third Aunt were a martial arts master, capable of imparting her lifelong prowess to me in an instant. Master Ma continued, heed my words. There are many eccentric individuals. Third Aunt has her own ways. Whatever she says or does is for your benefit. You, too, are quite peculiar. I thought. I merely wish to learn from you. Silly child. He replied, I possess no extraordinary abilities. I am but an ordinary man. What makes me remarkable? Your prostate is enlarged, and your urine flows unevenly, I retorted. The village head chuckled heartily. This child has quite the tongue. According to age, you ought to address me as uncle. As a man of experience, I have witnessed much. Heed your master and learn the craft well. When you mature, I shall grant you a plot of land to build a home. After all, that constitutes a family. Before I could respond, Master Ma interjected, displeased. I say, young son, how do you reckon your lineage? Teacher, student, father and son, many are akin to my offspring. Your father and I belong to the same generation. If you call him uncle, what does that make your father? Are you two to become sworn brothers? I was taken aback by Master Ma's sharp tongue, realizing it rivaled my own. The village head quickly recognized his misstep and attempted to amend his words, broaching the subject of prostate issues again. After all, as an official, he perceived matters with clarity, lamenting how today's television advertisements corrupt the youth. Master Ma recalled my jest about his urinary troubles and promptly slapped me, then rummaged through his pocket, producing 500 yuan, instructing me to be perceptive. Third Aunt is in need of rice, oil, and salt. Make sure to procure these items. In that moment, Master Ma ascended to a godlike status in my eyes. Anyone who dared to speak ill of him would face my wrath. Upon arrival, Third Aunt did not greet us, but sent out Saidi to welcome us. In front of Master Ma, Saidi wore a beaming smile, exuding warmth. However, once he departed, her demeanor grew cold, as if poised to freeze. With a curt tone, she declared, Grandmother said she doesn't wish to see anyone today. You'll stay in the West Room. Keep your hands clean. Should you dare to steal, you shall face dire consequences. I chuckled inwardly. Xu, was no longer the same as before. With provisions in hand and 5 crisp bills in my pocket, I felt like royalty. Before entering the house, Saidi gestured for silence. The East Room, where Third Aunt resided, was dimly lit, casting a faint yellow glow, reminiscent of a flashlight. The entrance to the West Room was draped with a heavy curtain, thick enough to resemble a quilt. As Saidi lifted the curtain, an uneasy sensation washed over me. The West Room served as Third Aunt's incense hall, a place typically shielded from outsiders, especially since I bore a hint of spiritual connection, an intrusion, as it were. As the curtain parted, a complex aroma wafted forth. Was it the scent of blood, musk, or something reminiscent of a home with a bettered patient? Yet, Third Aunt appeared quite tidy. How could such a smell emanate from her abode? Come in, Saidi urged, her eyes wide with intensity. As the stark white light filled the room, I discerned its condition. A jumble of bags and miscellaneous items cluttered the space. To my left was a heated Kong, and to my right, the incense hall. Third Aunt's incense hall was peculiar, not resembling a traditional cabinet-like altar, but rather a horizontal log spanning the northern wall, adorned with 6 incense burners. The 3 burners on the left offered an aged red cloth, 3 feet square, upon which faint outlines of a half-sitting fox were discernible. The 3 burners on the right were even stranger, displaying a full array of shamanic attire. Hats, masks, garments, belts, skirts, and boots. The wind we brought into the room stirred the discs on the garments, creating an eerie metallic sound. Most unsettling was the mask. Crafted from layers of coarse fabric, resembling the ancient technique of layering glue-dried cloth. The palm-sized mask featured eyes that occupied a third of its surface, with 2 sharp wild boar tusks jutting from the corners of its mouth. Confronted with this scene, I swallowed hard, feeling a tingling sensation creep along my scalp and down my back. Before I could fully process my surroundings, Saidi silently exited, her heavy footsteps betraying her discontent. The Kong was already made up with bedding, and upon touching it, I found it pleasantly warm. At this moment, I remained clueless as to why Third Aunt had summoned me. The adjacent room was eerily silent. The oppressive atmosphere, compounded by Tsaidi's demeanor, prompted me to resolve to sleep without further ado. As I retrieved my phone and launched a game, the temperature in the room abruptly dropped, as if a window had swung open. Rising to investigate, I smiled. Xu Gou'er had arrived. "What brings you here?" I inquired, her sweet smile reaching deep into my heart. "Aren't you supposed to be cultivating?" She replied, still beaming. "I thought I wouldn't see you for a while. Things are progressing well. Your spirit is much cleaner than before." She noted. I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Living with Master Ma had indeed cleared my mind of any base thoughts. "Are you cold? Come, join me on the Kong." Just as I spoke, the curtain was flung open, and Tsaidi stormed in, her face a mask of fury. She quickly scanned the room, demanding, "Who are you speaking with?" I glanced at Tsaidi and then at Xu Gou'er, convinced that Tsaidi could not perceive her presence. "I'm asking you, who are you talking to?" "Just talking to myself," I replied. "Liar. There is someone outside, isn't there?" I looked to Xu Gou'er, who appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Tsaidi tiptoed to peer outside. The window was covered with plastic. If one could see through it, that would indeed be supernatural. Frustrated by her fruitless inquiry, Tsaidi maintained her haughty demeanor, threatening, "If you dare to misbehave or steal, just wait and see how grandmother disciplines you." It dawned on me then that, after Tsaidi had exited, she had remained at the door, eavesdropping on my every move. This woman was indeed shrewd. Chapter 75. Disdained. Tsaidi continued her relentless pursuit, brimming with arrogance. "Did you hear that? No stealing." "Understood. Now please go to sleep," I replied. As she turned, her gaze fell upon my phone, her eyes lighting up with interest. Aware of her curiosity, I chuckled. "I won't be using my phone tonight. You can borrow it if you'd like." "Who would want your stuff?" She scoffed. "There's a game on there. I can't get past a level. Perhaps you could assist me?" I handed my phone to her, and her touch was unexpectedly gentle. Tsaidi hesitated, torn between her desire to use the phone and her pride. "Please, Tsaidi, help me out." With a light huff, she accepted my offer. Her years of navigating the complexities of life having bestowed upon me an understanding of the importance of appeasing her, given my current precarious situation. "Is it only I who can see you?" Xu Gou'er nodded slightly and whispered, "Lower your voice. We are fated to meet." Just as the words hung in the air, Xu Gou'er abruptly gestured for silence. In the next moment, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from the east room, followed by the clattering of porcelain bowls in the kitchen. Soon after, Kai Dai entered silently, dropping off the dishes and a thermos, along with traditional steamed rice cakes and sugar. In the rural Northeast during that era, soaking the rice cakes in hot water and sprinkling a spoonful of sugar was undoubtedly a gourmet midnight snack. Xu Gou'er chuckled, with Sister Chiuyue and Sister Kai Dai around. "You have your hands full. Come, let us eat together. It's delicious." "I'm not hungry. You go ahead," I replied. I soaked 2 pieces of steamed rice cake, feeling quite pleased, realizing that Kai Dai was not impervious to good food. "Why did Grandma Sen call for me?" I inquired. "We're leaving tomorrow for a trip out of town." "Oh, where to?" "You will find out in due time." "Can you foresee the future?" Xu Gou'er shot me a glare. "Foresee the future? How could that be? The person sent to pick you up has already left and will arrive tomorrow." "I thought you could tell the future." "We should partner up for the lottery. We'd surely strike it rich." A cloud of gloom instantly shadowed Xu Gou'er's face. Realizing I might have misspoken, I hurriedly added, "I was just joking. Wealth is but an external matter." My confidence waned as a chilling silence enveloped us. After a moment that felt like an eternity, Xu Gou'er spoke earnestly. "Do you know that Ermehud has passed away?" "Yes. We were quite close when I was in the village. It's a pity. Have you never considered for whom he died?" A thunderclap of realization struck my mind, leaving me breathless. Could it be that Ermehud died for me? No, that can't be true. I often wandered aimlessly in the village when the temple collapsed. I likely wasn't inside. Xu Gou'er regarded me with a resigned look and sighed. "Minnie, Master Ma has intervened to extend your life. Don't let him down." Her words weighed heavily upon me, making me feel unworthy. Xu Gou'er was correct. It wasn't merely a matter of my presence in the temple during the collapse, but rather that Ermehud had no chance to enter the temple while I was in the village. Indeed, Ermehud had died in my stead. "Tomorrow you will leave. Grandma Sen will take you to see the world. You know her health, so take the opportunity to learn as much as you can. Don't be careless." I nodded in agreement. "In my absence, you must heed Master Ma's counsel. All our hopes rest upon you, as this is your destiny." "How long will you be gone?" "If all goes well, you will see me again around this time next year." "Is there anything else you wish to convey?" "When you accompany Grandma San, be attentive." I had expected to have much to say to Xu Gou'er upon meeting her, to engage in a long conversation. Yet at that moment, I found myself preferring silence. Until now, I had never considered that Mahud's death could be linked to me. I had never thought in that direction until Xu Gou'er brought it to light, filling me with guilt. That night, I lost track of when Xu Gou'er departed. When I regained consciousness, dawn had broken. I rose from the warm bed, likely heated by Grandma San, who must have stoked the fire in the night. After neatly folding the blankets, Grandma San entered, her expression warm. Did you sleep well last night? Were you cold? Quite well, Grandma. What prompted your sudden call for me? Just after you left yesterday, a distant relative sent word through someone, saying he had matters to discuss and wanted me to visit him in Harbin. I thought it would be good for you to see. Harbin? That's the provincial capital. I've only been as far as the county town, and never to the urban area of Mo. The idea of going to Harbin filled me with both surprise and joy, given my character. If I were to go to Harbin, I could boast about it for half a year, ensuring that everyone in the 10-mile radius would hear of it. We will take you to Harbin for a glimpse. Our little valley cannot contain you forever. It's better to see the world early. What is the matter over there? I heard it involves some strange occurrences at a construction site. I'm not sure of the details, only that someone has died. Was it an accidental death? Grandma San shook her head, smiling softly. Come, let us head to the east room. It's time for breakfast. We had rice porridge, soy sauce mixed with eggs, cucumber pickles, and a steaming block of tofu. I felt that the tofu was specially prepared for me. Grandma San was skilled yet chose not to exploit her talents for profit, living a humble life instead, which revealed her principled nature. I had heard of many who sought Grandma San's counsel, including affluent city dwellers who came specifically to consult her. She offered her services free of charge. Yet even then, she would not accept excessive payments. A modest token of gratitude, such as cigarettes or a bottle of wine, would suffice. After breakfast, Grandma San began to pack her belongings, a pouch of ritual tools, a bag of steamed buns, and a full jug of well water filled from a soy sauce jar, showcasing her meticulous preparations. Do not laugh at the idea of carrying water in a soy sauce jar. In my understanding, anyone who paid for water was foolish. The other party had said they would arrive by noon, but we waited until 3 or 4 in the afternoon with no sign of a vehicle. A hint of worry crossed Grandma San's face. We waited until nightfall, only to receive word from the village that the vehicle meant to pick us up had been in an accident. Fortunately, the occupants were unharmed but required a few days in the hospital. The other party was very courteous, assuring Grandma San not to worry and that they would dispatch another vehicle overnight, allowing us an extra day. Grandma San calculated something and sighed heavily, stating that some malevolent force was obstructing our journey. Even if another vehicle were sent, it would encounter misfortune. We would take the train instead, and they could meet us at the Harbin train station. The other party was quite apologetic, repeatedly expressing their regret, yet Grandma San's arrangements were grounded in reason, leaving them with little room for rebuttal. I felt a surge of excitement, as I had never traveled by train before and saw this as a perfect opportunity to experience it. Chapter 76. To Harbin, I am not exaggerating when I say I was the first among my peers from the 10-mile radius to visit the provincial capital. The village vehicle took us to the outskirts of the county town, and we had to take a minibus for the remaining distance. It wasn't that the villagers were unwilling to take us into the city. Rather, they feared being caught. Most drivers in the village lacked licenses, having only driven during the busy farming season or operated unlicensed taxis in their spare time. Approaching the city for the first time nearly brought me to tears. After a day and night on the green train, I realized I had been premature in my emotional response. The grandeur of the Harbin train station was akin to a palace in my eyes. It was truly magnificent. The boss who invited us, surnamed Zhou, had arrived early to await our arrival. After several phone calls, we finally spotted him amidst the throngs of people. Zhou was in his 40s, bald with a round face, wearing a gold chain thicker than a rural dog collar, a fur coat draped over his shoulders, checkered trousers, and colorful canvas shoes, with a black leather bag tucked under his arm. To me, Zhou's appearance resembled that of an underworld figure. Ah, my dear aunt, I've missed you dearly. Grandma San smiled, narrowing her eyes. Zhou casually took our luggage from our hands, saying, Come, it's crowded, follow me. At that time, I had no concept of cars, but I felt Zhou must be wealthy because of the size and comfort of the vehicle, far superior to those in our village. It's been 7 or 8 years since we last met, hasn't he? About that, the last time I was ill, you bought me medicine in the city. That was the least I could do. Treat me like a son and feel free to use me. Throughout the journey, Zhou and Grandma San exchanged pleasantries, reminiscing about their time in the village and discussing familiar faces from the past, such as what Xu Gou'er from the Wang family was doing now or the marriage of the son from the Zhang family. Kai Dai and I could hardly interject. Grandma Sen inquired several times about the happenings at the construction site, but Boss Zhou consistently evaded her questions, suggesting they should first enjoy a meal and then take a couple of days to relax. He took us to a grand restaurant with 3 levels, where the waitstaff donned fur coats, a testament to its opulence. The seafood spread left Sue speechless. He had never encountered such delicacies as mantis shrimp and sea crabs, let alone tasted them. He was utterly clueless about how to peel them, resorting to gnawing on the shells as if they were sweet stalks, chewing until the flavor dissipated before spitting them out. During the meal, Boss Zhou engaged in light conversation with Grandma San, avoiding any mention of the construction site. As a wealthy and influential individual, she felt it inappropriate to press him for details. After a satisfying meal, Boss Zhou arranged for us to stay at a luxurious hotel, even providing 20,000 yuan, claiming that traveling by train was exhausting and suggesting we take a day to rest and order anything we needed. The hotel was indeed splendid, with an en-suite bathroom featuring a toilet I had never seen before, leaving me feeling uncomfortable and hesitant to use it for fear of getting lost. The following day, Boss Zhou had someone take us on a tour of Harbin. Our guide, who introduced herself as Secretary Sun, appeared to be in her mid-20s, tall and stylish, though her overpowering perfume was somewhat off-putting. She drove us around, showcasing the towering buildings and their golden splendor, and Sue felt as though Harbin was the edge of the universe. On Central Street, we encountered numerous beautiful women from Russia, with fair skin and long legs, truly captivating. Perhaps it was at that moment that an insidious seed of desire took root in Sue's heart. Regrettably, he could only observe. As I vividly recall my own attire, a red sweater beneath a cotton-padded coat, blue flannel pants, and yellow suede shoes, which felt embarrassingly out of place as I walked down the street. Grandma San preferred tranquility, and with Secretary Sun's condescending demeanor, she soon lost interest in the festivities. Once the main attraction decided to leave, we had to return to the hotel. Upon hearing we were heading back, Secretary Sun's expression shifted to one of relief, her previous impatience replaced by a sense of liberation. In the car, she asked, "What relation are you to Boss Zhou?" Driving recklessly, Grandma San, feeling car sick, squinted and remained silent, while I had no desire to engage with Sun, who had been consistently unfriendly. "Are you here to borrow money or seek employment?" she continued. Met with silence, Sun went further, making a mocking comparison of us to a poor relative seeking handouts. Her words made it clear that she was indeed a secretary, one who was accustomed to dealing with such situations. "If you don't want to stay here, I won't be back tomorrow," she declared. I retorted angrily. "Grandma San is your boss's elder relative. He invited us here." Her dismissive reply, "What did he invite you for? To serve as a doorman?" flushed my face with embarrassment, as I felt my lack of sophistication and perspective under scrutiny. There are many relatives of Boss Zhou. Every year, a few show up, and some even bow at the company entrance, truly shameless. I repeated, "We were invited by Boss Zhou," as my final act of defiance. At that moment, Kai Dai gazed out the window, tears streaming silently down her cheeks, and I felt the urge to cry as well. My already fragile pride was being trampled. I surmised that Grandma Sen was contemplating the situation too. Was Secretary Sun's behavior orchestrated by Boss Zhou, or was it her true nature? The car swerved erratically until we reached the hotel. Before we exited, Secretary Sun couldn't resist a final jab, saying, "Enjoy your stay, but don't step outside. You'll never afford such a luxurious hotel again." Grandma Sen descended from the car without a word, her expression still kind as she watched Sun drive away. "Let us go, where to?" I asked. "Back to the village, to avoid being looked down upon," she replied. "Why would anyone look down on us? If you work hard, you can stay in the city and see how wonderful and prosperous it is." I gritted my teeth. "The city is not good at all. I want to go home." Grandma Sen gently stroked my head, and then Kai Dai softly saying, "Times have changed, and so have perspectives. You've never been to school. You should learn a skill to make a living in the city. Kai Dai, as a girl, will find a good marriage. Sue, as a young man, must earn a lot of money, and earn it the right way." At that moment, I had no interest in making money. I merely wished to reenact a scene with Secretary Sunday. "When can we go home?" I asked. "Once our business is done. We are poor. But one can be poor in material wealth, yet rich in vision and understanding. Observe, listen, and broaden your horizons." Grandma San then muttered to herself, Yet another girl bewitched by the 3 corpse gods. She is indeed unfortunate." The 3 corpse gods? During my time in the countryside, I had often heard tales of them. Master Ma had described the 3 corpse gods as Taoist beliefs. In Taoism, they are seen as 3 parasitic spirits residing in the upper, middle, and lower dantians of a person, influencing their thoughts. One encourages vanity, another indulgence, and the last, lustful desires, leading individuals to engage in immoral acts. However, Grandma Sen offered a new interpretation, asserting that the three corpse gods were not merely parasites, but rather a malevolent spirit, neither god nor ghost. These spirits hover over individuals, enticing them to indulge in depravity during their weakest moments, and they thrive on gossip, reporting only the bad deeds to the Jade Emperor during designated times. Everyone has three corpse gods within them. In ancient times, people would vigil through the night on specific days to prevent them from ascending to the heavens to speak ill of others. This tradition has faded, and the three corpse gods continue to awaken the evil within, wreaking havoc on the world. Grandma Sen claimed that Secretary Sun had succumbed to their influence, and her current glamour would only be fleeting, with the latter part of her life spent in turmoil. Although her words were veiled, I understood their significance and gained a new perspective on Secretary Sun's character. As it was my first experience staying in a hotel, I had no idea how to find our room, let alone use the elevator. It was only with the assistance of a staff member that we managed to return to our accommodations. I cultivated a desire for revenge, unable to retaliate against Secretary Sun. I resolved to take it out on Boss Zhou by indulging in his wealth. I ordered an extravagant array of food, disregarding the specifics and opting for the more expensive items. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Excited, I opened it, only to find Secretary Sun standing there, tears glistening on her lashes and one side of her face swollen, revealing the marks of 2 fingers. "What do you want?" I asked, ignoring me. She walked straight into the room and, with a thud, knelt before Grandma San, sobbing without uttering a word, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Grandma, did she summon some trouble?" I wondered aloud. Just then, Boss Zhou entered, carrying a fruit basket. Like Secretary Sun, he dropped to his knees before Grandma San, offering his apologies. Grandma San said nothing, kindly helping them both to their feet. Boss Zhou, clearly agitated, struck Secretary Sun across the face, causing her to cry out. "What are you doing, Xiaosheng?" Grandma San yelled. Boss Zhou, smiling nervously, replied, "Auntie, this girl just doesn't know how to behave. She deserves it." "Nonsense, dear girl. Did he hurt you? How are you?" Secretary Sun continued to weep, showing no intention of leaving, which was contrary to the usual portrayals in dramas where women would storm off without hesitation. Boss Zhou exchanged a few pleasantries with Granny San and then awkwardly remarked, "Aunt, I really have matters to attend to, inspecting the construction site. Please wait a moment. I shall arrange for someone else to accompany you for a delightful outing." "No need. No need. You attend to your affairs. I have never stayed in such a splendid home. Where would I wish to go? I find it all too chaotic. You should hurry along to your business." "Ah, Aunt, please don't take it to heart. Just go." Boss Zhou chuckled twice, but his expression quickly darkened as he sternly commanded, "Why are you still here? Leave at once." "Wait, let this young lady stay. We have matters to discuss." "Aunt, I can find someone else to keep you company. Please." "You should go." Boss Zhou acquiesced, pulling Sister Sun aside for a conversation, before bidding farewell to Granny San. When Sister Sun returned, she seemed transformed, forcing a smile that was brimming with eagerness and flattery. Granny San inquired, "Child, do you believe in spirits?" "Indeed, being from Northeast China, we all do." "Has anyone ever consulted a medium for you?" "Yes, quite often. I know an old monk who is quite remarkable." Granny San nodded thoughtfully, as if speaking to herself. "Ah, so that's the case. Grandmother, I sincerely apologize. I did not realize your status, and thought you were like those relatives." "Not at all, not at all. But let us set that aside for now. You frequently consult others. Has anyone helped you?" "Everything has been taken care of, offerings made, paper money burned, and all the deities have been appeased." "Something feels amiss. You still carry something with you." Sister Sun's complexion shifted, and she anxiously asked, "What could that be?" "The three corpse gods. You're under their influence." I responded without hesitation, having long wished to confront this woman, and finally seizing the opportunity, just as I reveled in my triumph. Granny Sin shook her head and said, "No, it is not that. You harbor resentment, and it does not seem to have been directed at you intentionally. Rather, it appears to have clung to you from some place. What should I do? Grandmother, please think of a solution. Where do you usually go?" Sister Sun's eyes darted around, seemingly in recollection. Granny San, with a gentle demeanor, urged, "Child, you must speak the truth. Only then can I assist you." "I don't go anywhere, just to work. Then home to my parents. There's south no other place." "Who else is at home?" "Just my parents. No one else. My brother studies in another province and only comes back during the summer and winter breaks." Granny San appeared hesitant, and after a moment, Sister Sun swiftly grabbed a handful of red bills from her bag. "Grandmother, please help me." Granny San feigned anger and said, "What is this?" "It's not about money. I cannot ascertain what weighs upon you. It is neither spirit nor demon, nor a woodland sprite, but rather a heavy and fierce malevolence that I have never encountered before. What? Sister Sun's tears flowed as she implored Granny San to break the curse. Granny San sighed repeatedly, stating that while she could perceive something was wrong, she could not determine what it was or where it had originated, making the situation difficult to resolve. Sister Sun, frightened, recounted her story in detail. From her schooling to her job, even mentioning her nights spent with the old monk. Sister Sun came from a modest background. Having dropped out of school early and worked as a waitress by the age of 15 or 16, eventually meeting Boss Joe, leading to an ambiguous relationship. Listening to her tale, I found it rather amusing. I had thought that such affairs with monks were merely the stuff of films from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Yet here was reality. However, Granny Sin seemed unfazed by this part of the narrative and continued her inquiries, ultimately dissatisfied with Sister Sun's responses. In the end, Granny Sin declared her intention to visit Sister Sun's home, suggesting that the root of the problem might lie with her parents. Upon hearing this, Sister Sun's expression shifted dramatically, from one of tearful distress to utter bewilderment. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly said, "Please, do not mention this to my parents." Granny San, understanding that Sister Sun wished to keep her relationship hidden, replied calmly, "The world is harsh. We do what we must to survive. I shall only address the malevolence surrounding you. If I can assist, I will, so that this visit has not been in vain." Chapter 78. The spirited youth. Sister Sun nodded gratefully, leading us to her parents' home. Sister Sun's parents resided in a rural area north of Harbin. Not far from the city, but not too close either. In earlier years, her father had worked on construction sites in the city, but in recent years, his health had deteriorated, prompting him to stay home. Her mother had previously sold fruits and vegetables, but oddly enough, since her husband's illness, her health had also begun to decline. Though not bedridden, her mother suffered frequent headaches that prevented her from getting out of bed for several days each month. When the couple first fell ill, Sister Sun had taken them to various hospitals in Harbin, but no one could diagnose the cause. In addition to hospital visits, Sister Sun had consulted numerous mediums, perhaps 8 out of 10, each offering different interpretations and suggestions, which she dutifully followed, yet her parents' conditions remained unchanged. Remarkably, this malaise had begun only in the past 3 years. Prior to that, her father had been robust, working as hard as any young man at the construction site. As we drove further away, the towering buildings receded, giving way to the occasional village with smoke rising from chimneys and vast stretches of barren land. After an hour's drive, we arrived at a small village near a national road. At the village entrance stood a small shop, where an old pool table rested outside, with several young men playing while others gathered around to watch. Upon noticing our arrival, the billiard players paused, and suddenly one of them darted in front of the car. Sister Sun slammed on the brakes, but maintained her composure. She attempted to steer around the group, but one of the young men blocked her path, moving with the car, while others began to rap on the windows. Sister Sun bit her lip, resolutely ignoring the ruckus outside. The young men laughed and made lewd remarks, asking about her job in the city and when she would bring her benefactor to show them. One of them even picked up a brick, feigning an intention to smash the car. Someone wanted to play the hero, but was deterred by the sheer number present and the reckless nature of rural thugs in northeast China, where even the vocational school in our county saw casualties each year. As their taunts grew more vulgar, I, too, felt the surge of youthful bravado and flung open the car door to confront them. "Well, look who's back with her son," one of the young men sneered, blowing smoke in my face. I was furious but remained composed. The odds were not in my favor, and I knew better than to engage in a brawl. Instead, I forced a peculiar smile. The young man displayed a lack of decorum, hurling insults. Insults? I thought, this was my Achilles heel? No, let them hurl their insults. I could not fight them. I merely maintained my strange smile and remarked, "I must return home before dark." "Huh, you think you're so tough? Come at us if you dare," one of the young men retorted, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a mass of cigarette burns along his forearms. I quickly realized these were rowdy youths. One even shoved me in the chest. Granny Sin also stepped out of the car. Upon noticing her, the group of young men subdued their demeanor slightly. Seizing the moment, I declared, "I am of the Huang family. You are obstructing the path of Huang Xian. I must return home before dark." The expression of several young men shifted noticeably, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Some truths are best left unspoken. You may continue your games. With that, I exaggeratedly bowed to the surroundings. Imitating the gestures of the village elders who invoked the spirits, my expression animated. In northeast China, even skeptics dared not provoke the spirits. At that moment, A stout woman emerged from the convenience store, her plump head adorned with a ring of dark curls, reminiscent of a teddy bear's fluffy fur. She scolded a group of young men with bleached hair, declaring, "If you wish to play, then play. If not, be gone." The young men paused for a brief moment, then retreated to their game of billiards. The stout woman began to crack sunflower seeds and chuckled, saying, "Young man, there's an aura about you. Without the protection of the celestial beings, do you dare to seek medical advice? Is it true or false?" She rolled her eyes in mockery. "Why not give it a try? I'd rather not. What kind of aura are you speaking of? Do enlighten me." I turned to glance at Grandmother San, whose enigmatic expression was a blend of amusement and inscrutability. She offered no words of guidance, leaving me uncertain about what to say. In my indecision, I often resorted to idle chatter, and as I bowed my head, the stout woman leaned in closer, her ears perked. "The celestial beings do not permit me to speak, but if you are curious, I can send them to visit you in your dreams." The stout woman shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "I wouldn't dare to jest. I shan't inquire further. Now, where is that girl from the Sun family? Come down." Before descending from the vehicle, Sister Sun sighed, and then mustered a faint smile, greeting, "Aunt San. Aunt San, a relative?" The stout woman cast a sideways glance at Sister Sun, disdainfully cracking seeds as she remarked, "You've finally returned. You have no idea how much trouble your father has caused in the village. During the festive season, we can hardly get a good night's sleep. I heard you're making quite a bit in the city. Why not bring your parents over? It would justify all the years they've raised you." Sister Sun nodded meekly, visibly embarrassed. "You've earned a fair amount, haven't you? Just bring them over." "All right, in due time, Aunt San. I'll head home now." As Sister Sun reached for the car door, the stout woman grasped her arm, saying, "Since we're family, I'll speak plainly. I fear for your father. Brace yourself. He was out running wild at midnight last night, howling like a wolf, frightening the timid villagers to tears." I found the stout woman insufferable. Her exaggerated winking while speaking grated on my nerves. Yet Sister Sun merely acquiesced, remaining calm even when others cursed her father. "Let us go, get in the car. It'll be dark soon," Grandmother San suddenly interjected. The stout woman's eyes darted around, assessing Grandmother San. With just a glance from her, the stout woman's bravado vanished, replaced by a forced smile as she urged Sister Sun to hurry home. Sister Sun did not return home immediately. Instead, she parked the car aside and leaned against the steering wheel, crying for quite some time before regaining her composure. I was at a loss regarding how to face Sister Sunday. In the morning, she had been domineering, seemingly intent on belittling us. By noon, she had endured a beating from Boss Sun, submissive and fragile. In the afternoon, upon returning to the village, she faced humiliation, evoking a twinge of pity. Once Sister Sun calmed down, she wiped her tears, touched up her makeup, and smiled at her reflection, striving to appear at ease. I felt a pang of sympathy for her. The vehicle continued onward, turning into a small courtyard. It was an open space without walls, featuring low tile-roofed houses, wandering chickens and ducks, and a chain-tethered dog barking incessantly. I could never have imagined that Sister Sun's home would resemble this. It was no exaggeration to say that this house could be deemed impoverished in our village. Chapter 79. A series of illnesses. As soon as we disembarked, Sister Sun's father emerged, leaning on a large wooden stick, his chest pressing against it. Yet upon seeing his daughter return, he beamed with joy. "Father, I'm back. This is the doctor our boss arranged for us. Come in, come in." The moment I stepped inside, a chill enveloped me, sending shivers down my spine and raising goosebumps on my arms. Sister Sun's home was frigid, colder than the outside air. I struggled to describe this cold. It was not the chill of the weather but rather an oppressive, damp cold, as though sunlight had not graced the room in ages. Sister Sun's mother sat on the bed, wearing a cotton hat and wrapped in a thick quilt, propped up against the headboard. Sister Sun's father lifted the stove hook, removed the lid, and added a handful of coal. Strangely, although the fire blazed brightly, the room remained cold, with frost hanging in the corner of the northern wall. "It's the wind," Sister Sun's father explained apologetically. "The smoke carries away the warmth." Sister Sun's mother greeted us warmly, struggling to rise and retrieve a bag of fruit candies from the windowsill. I felt a chill in my heart, not solely due to the bare state of Sister Sun's home, but because of her parents' ailments. As the old saying goes, men fear swollen legs, and women fear swollen heads. I am not entirely sure of the reasons, but the elders say that when an old man's legs swell and an old woman's head swells, it signals the end is near. Another saying goes, 3 swellings, 3 disappearances, prepare the shovel, implying that if the head or legs swell repeatedly, it is time to make preparations for the final rites. Observing Sister Sun's parents, the stout woman had not spoken in vain. It seemed they had little time left. If they could endure until summer, perhaps they might celebrate the new year, but it was unlikely they would see the following spring. Sister Sun's father politely offered us cigarettes. But none of us accepted. I could smoke, but I dared not. Grandmother San fell silent upon entering, responding only occasionally to Sister Sun's parents' kind remarks, as if she struggled to catch her breath. After some idle chatter about our origins, family members, and landholdings, I steered the conversation towards Sister Sun's parents' illnesses. Their account aligned closely with what Sister Sun had previously shared. They had once been robust, working tirelessly throughout the year without even a cold. However, 3 years prior, Sister Sun's father began to experience somnambulism. It was during a particularly frigid winter, while working on a road construction site, that he and a group of workers shared a large sleeping area. Typically, he would retire early, tidying up after work before falling asleep, while others drank or played cards. One night, around 8 or 9 o'clock, while sound asleep, Sister Sun's father suddenly sat up. His co-workers, assuming he needed to use the restroom, paid him no mind. Yet he did not head towards the door. Instead, he began to pace around the room. Soon, his co-workers noticed something was amiss. He was walking as if in a dream, his eyes half closed and devoid of expression. One astute co-worker declared that he was sleepwalking, recalling that elders warn against waking a sleepwalker abruptly, lest they become disoriented. Some attempted to guide him back to the wooden bed, but Sister Sun's father possessed great strength and refused to return to sleep. A diligent worker, he was always amiable, never quarreling over who worked more, which earned him many friends. After walking in circles for a while, he suddenly grabbed his cotton coat, draped it over himself, and headed outside. Leading the way, Sister Sun's father ventured forth, followed by his bewildered co-workers, who shivered in the dark while he remained oblivious to the cold. Just as they were deliberating what to do, he lay down on a patch of grass and began to snore. His co-workers rejoiced and quickly arranged for a tricycle to take him back to the worksite. The next day, when his co-workers recounted the event to him, Sister Sun's father thought they were merely teasing him. It was only after several co-workers described the incident that he realized he had been sleepwalking. Although he found it strange, he did not dwell on it. However, a few nights later, he experienced another episode of somnambulism. Over the next 2 weeks, he would sleepwalk every few days. Eventually, the foreman learned of this and, fearing he might fall into a well while sleepwalking, used it as an excuse to send him to the hospital and subsequently dismissed him from his job. Sister Sun's father sought work at several other sites, but with fewer construction projects in winter and an abundance of laborers, he could not find employment and was left with no choice but to return home. After returning home, Sun's father grew increasingly fatigued, and his episodes of sleepwalking became more frequent. Sometimes he would run around the village at night, his cries echoing like those of a wolf. At first, the villagers assisted Sun's mother in bringing him back, but as these occurrences became more commonplace, they started to ignore the cries that emerged from his sleepwalking. Eventually, Sun's condition worsened to the point where Sun's mother could no longer manage alone, and in desperation, she confided in Sun's sister about his ailment. Sun's sister took their father to a major hospital in Harbin, consulting both neurology and psychiatry departments. Despite being prescribed a multitude of medications, none proved effective. Sun's father continued to sleepwalk, albeit less frequently. Shortly thereafter, Sun's mother fell ill as well, her head swollen like a pig's. Sun's sister took her to the hospital, where blood and urine tests were conducted, and a thorough examination revealed no identifiable illness. The doctor could only prescribe anti-inflammatory medication and nerve-affecting drugs, advising them to observe her condition at home. Sun's sister speculated that her parents were suffering from a condition that was not physical but rather ethereal. Thus, she sought the help of fortune tellers and monks, burning paper offerings and creating talismans, even burying coins in their home. Yet, her parents' conditions only worsened. And after repeated trips to the hospital with no solutions, they found themselves in their current predicament. Upon hearing Sun's father recount his experiences, the third aunt shuddered. Sun's sister quietly asked, "Grandmother, have you discerned anything?" "Nothing to worry about. Nothing at all," the elder replied. "Let me tidy up, and then we shall inspect the yard." As soon as they stepped outside, the third aunt's expression shifted to one of concern. She grasped Sun's sister's hand and said, "This is not a matter of spirits or celestial beings. Your home is overwhelmed by malevolent energy. I cannot discern its source." "What? Grandmother, didn't you say you would handle it?" Sun's sister protested. It's not easy to soothe an elderly heart," the third aunt replied. "Grandmother, revered one, I kneel before you and bow." The third aunt gasped, her complexion darkening ominously. Sun's sister, alarmed by her grandmother's pallor, felt a tremor in her hands, her voice quavering. It was a sensation akin to a patient presenting their test results to a physician, where the doctor's demeanor could profoundly affect the patient's emotional state. At that moment, I too felt perplexed. The third ant was reputed to possess true abilities. Normally, once invoked, a celestial being would provide guidance, revealing the roots of both major and minor issues. Yet, this time, the third ant showed no inclination to summon any deities. Sun's sister, with tears welling in her eyes, pleaded, "Grandmother, I implore you, please save my parents. I can help, but this is not a matter of spirits. We must first identify the root cause of their affliction." The third ant replied, "Then please, Divine One, calculate what I must do, and I shall comply without hesitation." Sun's sister, in her desperation, spoke fervently, even recounting how a monk had slept beside her to dispel the negative energy. The third ant merely shook her head in response. "Should we prepare incense?" asked one of the bystanders, inquiring whether the third ant intended to seek the assistance of celestial beings. However, the third ant continued to shake her head, softly stating, "The malevolent energy in your home is overwhelming. It suffocates me. Allow me a moment to breathe. I shall certainly assist you." "Yes, yes," Sun's sister replied eagerly. They stood in the yard for over 10 minutes before the third ant gestured to return indoors. I observed her closely. Upon entering, she began to breathe through her mouth, as if burdened by an immense weight. Once seated, she inquired about the birth dates of Sun's parents, but they could only provide their birth years and days. Upon hearing their ages, I felt a jolt. Though appearing in their 60s, they were, in fact, just over 40. After some discussion, the third ant suddenly turned to me and asked, "Minnie, do you have any thoughts?" "Me?" I stammered, feeling out of my depth. If the third ant could not discern the problem, what could I possibly contribute? Perhaps I could learn from the monks and help Sun's sister dispel the malevolent energy? The third ant fixed her gaze upon me, waiting for my response, and I feigned difficulty, shaking my head. "Take your time," she reassured. Sun's father, curious, asked, "Divine One, what illness do I truly suffer from?" If it were a physical ailment, the hospital would have diagnosed it. If it is ethereal, we have consulted many practitioners without improvement. The third ant blinked rapidly and trembled slightly before asking, "Before you fell ill, did you happen to pick up anything unusual?" Sun's father pondered, muttering, "Pick something up? I don't recall anything. Did you buy any clothing of unknown origin before your illness?" After a moment's thought, he shook his head. The third ant sighed deeply and instructed, "Daughter, fetch me a bowl and fill it with water, and then bring me a sewing needle." Sun's sister quickly complied. "There is something still in your home that you cannot recall. I shall help you find it." Moments later, Sun's sister returned with a bowl of water and a needle from the sewing kit. The third ant placed the bowl on the Kong, pricked her finger with the needle, and squeezed a few drops of blood into the bowl. What does this mean? Blood for divination? I had never witnessed such a method before. In the next moment, she tossed the needle into the water, and an uncanny scene unfolded. The needle floated upon the surface. "Do not speak or move. Do not fear what you see," she instructed. With that, the third ant lifted the bowl above her head, then lowered it to her chest, gently blowing into the bowl. The water and needle remained unchanged. Then, she began to walk around the room with the bowl, stopping suddenly by the cabinet. After half a minute, she softly called, "Minnie, come take a look." As I approached, I felt bewildered. The needle in the bowl was rhythmically swaying, albeit slightly. "The malevolent object is inside the cabinet. Daughter, remove everything from within so I may see." Sun's sister hurried to the cabinet, clearing the surface of jars and bottles before opening the doors. She began to extract items, stacking neatly folded clothes onto the Kong. Meanwhile, the needle continued to tremble in the bowl. Next came bundles wrapped not in cloth bags, but in worn-out blankets. As Sun's sister rummaged, she expressed her frustration tinged with sorrow, saying, "These old clothes are useless. We should just throw them away. Why keep things that are no longer of value? New garments lie buried at the bottom of the chest, never worn." Sun's father chimed in, "Throw them away? They're not worn out yet. Stop buying us clothes we can't wear. Why are there shoes in the cabinet? They should be cleaned and stored elsewhere." Just then, as Sun's sister extracted a bundle containing shoes, the third ant interjected, "The malevolent object is in that bundle." Startled, Sun's sister instinctively dropped it, causing it to thud on the ground. "Minnie, open the bundle." I felt a surge of fear. If it contained something sinister, I hoped it would not attach itself to me. "Hurry, open it." As I approached the third ant, I noticed that the needle in the water had shifted again, standing upright like a fishing bobber, its tip pointing directly at the fallen bundle. With only my thumbs and forefingers, I attempted to untie the bundle, but it was tightly secured. Observing my hesitation, Sun's sister swiftly bent down to assist, her perfume nearly overwhelming. Inside the bundle were 3 pairs of shoes, all in Sun's father's size. 2 pairs of rubber shoes, and 1 pair of black mesh sneakers, all remarkably clean. The third and inquired, "Where did these sneakers come from?" Father's son let out a sigh, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. I bought these shoes before I fell ill. There was a stall by the construction site selling secondhand shoes, and I thought this pair looked as good as new. When I asked the price, it was only 10 yuan. They fit perfectly, so I decided to buy them." A heavy sigh escaped third grandmother, who then silently walked towards the door. She first poured out the water from the bowl, and then smashed it to smithereens with a loud crack. Inside the room, sister's son was also infuriated, shouting, "Dad, tell me, how many pairs of shoes have I bought you? How many new pairs do you have? Why did you buy these old shoes? You're going to drive me to my grave." "What old shoes? They're new. The specialty store sold them at a discount because they had defects, but they're still wearable." At that moment, third grandmother entered, her gaze fixed on the sneakers on the floor, filled with hostility. Everyone in the room stared at her, and I too could not decipher her intentions. No one dared to utter a word. Third grandmother picked up the shoes and scrutinized them closely. Her expression strange, neither pain nor joy, but her brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, she smiled, a proud grin that sent chills down my spine. Come, take a look." I approached her, and she handed me the shoes. I hesitated for a few seconds before accepting them, feeling guilty inside. I examined the shoes from all angles. Aside from somewhere, there was nothing unusual. I knew third grandmother wouldn't have me examine the shoes without reason, so I widened my eyes and inspected them closely, determined to show some effort regardless of whether I could identify anything wrong. "Did you notice? The glue has come apart." To my surprise, third grandmother nodded approvingly and said, "Indeed, you have a bit of insight. Pull the sole off." Flattered yet nervous, I realized that I had indeed spotted the separation. I tugged at the sole, but it was glued on firmly and wouldn't come off. At that moment, I noticed something unusual. The shoes seemed to have been previously repaired, and the glue on the sole was uneven. Sister's son fetched a fruit knife, and together we tore at the shoe. After ripping a section open, we revealed a layer of plastic film beneath, rectangular in shape, with a piece of yellow talisman paper inside. Sister's son stared at me in astonishment, equally bewildered by the unexpected discovery. Third grandmother chuckled, saying, "This talisman is the source of the malevolence. We have finally found it." Father's son was skeptical, leaning on his cane to take a look, and upon seeing the yellow paper wrapped in plastic, he muttered to himself, "How could this be? Old shoes can be purchased, but avoid those of dubious origin. Buying shoes means acquiring malevolence. If you buy someone else's curse, how can you escape illness?" Sister's son snapped back to reality and stammered, "Is there a way to break this curse?" "There is a way, but the illness has been festering for quite some time. The malevolent energy has infiltrated the marrow. It will take a while to recover." "That is wonderful. No matter how long it takes, as long as it can be cured." Sister's son and I opened the other shoe, discovering the same plastic film and yellow talisman inside. The yellow paper, exposed to the air, was deemed too dangerous for anyone to touch, and it was third grandmother who carefully extracted it. The yellow paper was adorned with strange dark brown symbols, with the center depicting a small ghost carrying a burden. As third grandmother sighed and shook her head, murmuring to herself, "What a pity. Even now, people resort to such dark arts." "Grandma, what does this talisman mean?" I inquired. "It's a curse passed down by carpenters, a borrowing of life." Sister's son gasped, asking urgently, "Are our parents' lifespans being borrowed? They're only in their 40s, still young. If they can hang on for a year or so, they'll be fine." I wanted to ask third grandmother about the talisman further, but she insisted on treating father's son and mother's son first, so I refrained from pressing for more information. Third grandmother instructed sister's son to prepare a brush and yellow paper. She then unfastened her clothing and retrieved a small cloth bag, about the size of a tobacco pouch, filled with incense ash. Mixing the ash with water to create an ink, she began to write and draw on the yellow paper using the brush. At times she wrote words, at others, she sketched symbols. Before I could discern what she was drawing, the ink on the yellow paper had dried. Third grandmother appeared strained while drawing, her movements reminiscent of someone recovering from a stroke, her hand and mind misaligned. While her right hand wrote, her neck strained leftward, as if something were trying to escape from within her. After completing 3 sheets, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. A peculiar sight, given that the temperature in sister son's home was so mild that one could hardly feel the heat, even in a cotton coat. 3 talismans were created, to be used in 3 separate doses. Sister son asked, "How should they be used?" Third grandmother gasped for breath several times before responding, "Wait, let me catch my breath first." Sister son quickly handed her a tissue to wipe her sweat. After a brief pause, third grandmother explained, "Prepare half a bowl of sorghum wine the night before, Sprinkle 10 glutinous rice grains in the bowl and leave it on this cabinet overnight. The next morning, when the rooster crows, set the talisman paper alight over the wine bowl, ensuring the ashes fall into the bowl. Drink the wine in one go and place the remaining rice grains in your mouth to dissolve. She continued, your father can drink the talisman wine. Once he recovers, your mother will also get better. Sister Sun immediately knelt and bowed her head in gratitude to third grandmother. Third grandmother smiled. This is only the first step. The illness has lingered for too long. We'll need to do more. Whatever you command. Prepare 10 pounds of assorted grains and stuff them into the mattress. The two elders should sleep on this mattress. It will help elevate their yang energy, aiding in their recovery. They might still experience sleepwalking, but it will gradually improve. To dispel the poison, there must be a process. Third grandmother provided numerous instructions. To be honest, this was my first time witnessing a shaman treating illness in such a manner, without burning incense or invoking spirits, directly using talismans instead. Father and mother son produced a small stack of money, likely over 1,000 yuan, but third grandmother declined, stating, I haven tea invoked any spirits. There is no need for thanks. Sister Sun then briefed her parents on a few matters before driving us back to the city. In the car, third grandmother advised Sister Sun not to return home for the time being, allowing the elderly couple to stay alone, assuring her that they would be fine. Seizing the opportunity, I inquired about the talisman, fueled by curiosity. Grandma, you mentioned the talisman was made by a carpenter. What does that entail? Oh, that's something you need not learn. It's not the same as the practices of shamans. Very few people in the world can utilize it. I'm curious, how can a carpenter, who typically works with wood, also create talismans? I feigned ignorance, hoping third grandmother would elaborate. With a kind smile, she explained, there are indeed dark arts among carpenters. But those who perform this task are not actual carpenters. They merely learned this dark art. Can such a simple pair of shoes harbor such malevolence? I questioned. The shoes themselves are quite ordinary, but someone employed them for a different purpose, and therein lies the problem. Third grandmother recounted how, when elderly family members are nearing death, their children might dress them in burial garments beforehand. Typically, the elderly would pass away in those clothes. However, there are instances where the individual survives after donning the garments. And if that happens, the clothes must be removed. Those garments, aside from being worn by the intended person, bring misfortune to anyone else who wears them, allowing malevolence to invade their body, often leading to dire consequences. The malevolence affecting father and mother son could be seen as a trap set by a higher power. Perhaps someone else's elderly relative was nearing death, and their children dressed them in the garments, only to remove them later for the purpose of invoking a talisman and subsequently selling the clothing, shoes, and other items. The healthier the buyer, the longer the elderly individual lives, which can be interpreted as borrowing lifespan through shoes. I had witnessed similar occurrences in the countryside, where children awaited their elderly parents to pass while dressed in funeral attire, only for the parents to hang on for days or even years. Upon returning to downtown Harbin, Sister Sun suggested treating us to a meal, but third grandmother, feeling a bit weary, opted to go directly to the hotel. Sister Sun said nothing further, dropping us off at the hotel before leaving. I perceive that Sister Sun exhibits a certain ingratitude. We toiled late into the night for her matters, only for her to speed away without so much as a word of thanks. At the very least, she could have uttered a few pleasantries. Before long, a sudden knock echoed at the door. To my astonishment, Sister Sun returned, bearing a bounty of exquisite dishes. As I beheld the table laden with food, I felt an overwhelming urge to give myself a resounding slap. Sister Sun is undoubtedly a good person, a truly remarkable individual. During dinner, Sister Sun was exceedingly polite and somewhat embarrassed, repeatedly apologizing for the earlier incident. She explained that distant relatives often approached General Zhou for financial assistance, and Zhou had tasked her with deflecting their requests, fearing that this time they might be pushed away. As our conversation flowed, third aunt abruptly shifted the topic, saying, "My dear, you are no longer a child. It is time to start planning for your future." I sensed that third aunt was alluding to Sister Sun being supported by Boss Zhou. Sister Sun paused momentarily, her expression troubled as she replied, "I too wish to change jobs, perhaps to work as a waitress, earning 700 or 800 a month. My parents are unwell, and my younger brother is studying. I have no other choice." "I understand your struggles," I reassured her, "but that is not my intent. What I mean is to devise a plan for yourself. Do not constantly seek divine intervention or rely on others to alter your fate. It is futile. Rely on yourself instead." "Grandma, I understand," Sister Sun said. "What has transpired at Boss Zhou's construction site, that you summoned me here yet forbade me from seeing?" Sister Sun appeared increasingly uncomfortable, her gaze vacant, as if grappling with a momentous decision. If it is inconvenient to speak of it, then do not. Sister Sun hesitated further, her voice lowering as she confided, Grandma, it is not that I am unwilling to share, but rather that I am unsure how to articulate it. 2 workers have perished within a week, one after the other. Boss Zhou has been preoccupied with addressing this matter. What were the circumstances of their deaths? I inquired. One was an excavator operator who, while working, suddenly went mad and crushed a man with the machine, reducing him to a pulp. The police were called, and they apprehended the excavator driver. Did they have a feud? Just as I posed the question, there was another knock at the door, causing me to startle. Upon opening it, I was met by Boss Zhou. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, his expression shifted from one of profound distress to a cheerful demeanor. He bypassed me and addressed Third Aunt, saying, Auntie, it's time to eat. I was thinking of taking you out. Third Aunt maintained her warm smile, inviting Boss Zhou to join us for dinner. He tore off a piece of plastic from a takeout container to use as a plate and began to eat. Xiaoxingzi, what has transpired at the construction site? Boss Zhou asked, momentarily taken aback. He set down his utensils, looking troubled. 2 fatalities in quick succession have led to various inspections. I have been busy trying to manage it. Andy, can you help me discern if I have offended anyone? What sort of construction site is this? Third Aunt pressed. Boss Zhou began to recount the events from the previous summer. It started when a materials supplier, with whom he had long collaborated, approached him about a bridge construction site nearing completion. The original crew had moved on to other projects, leaving behind minor tasks that needed to be addressed. Desperate for work, Boss Zhou eagerly accepted the opportunity. Upon visiting the site, he found the main structure complete, with only some finishing touches required, such as wiring and pouring the bases for streetlights. Despite the seemingly trivial nature of the tasks, he calculated that over 6 months, he could still earn a substantial profit of 100,000. Thus, he secured the contract through his connections. However, on the very first day at the site, while he was enjoying tea in his office, an owl collided with the glass, shattering it and causing blood to trickle down the pane. Boss Zhou, a believer in omens, found this incident ominous and sought the guidance of a fortune teller, performing various rituals to ward off bad luck. Interestingly, prior to accepting this job, he had inquired about the original crew's safety record, learning that no accidents had occurred, no fatalities or even injuries. The owl incident weighed heavily on his mind, prompting him to instruct the workers to exercise utmost caution. As the project progressed smoothly, his initial trepidation began to dissipate. By the end of the lunar year, the site was nearing completion, with only some debris left to clear. Boss Zhou finally relaxed, anticipating the final settlement and departure from the site. One afternoon, a worker entered his office with an air of secrecy, claiming to have unearthed a stone statue while digging a garbage pit, suggesting it might be an antique. Boss Zhou immediately rushed to the excavation site, where he beheld a dark stone figure half buried, its visage grotesque, resembling a deity from a temple. In previous years, many construction sites had yielded antiques, and he recalled a friend who had unearthed a porcelain jar worth over $1 million. Although wary, he could not resist the allure of potential wealth and instructed his crew to reinter the statue, planning to excavate it under the cover of night. In the stillness of the night, Boss Zhou gathered a few trusted associates and an excavator driver at the site. As the excavator cleared the surrounding earth, the others began to dig with shovels. The statue was relatively small, about 1 meter in length, and soon they had it free. The workers bound it with rope, preparing to hoist it with the excavator. While it should have been an effortless task, the excavator belched black smoke and struggled to lift the statue. The driver, puzzled, dismounted to inspect the situation, confirming that nothing was tethering the statue. After a second attempt, they managed to hoist it. But just as it was about to land on the pickup truck, a loud crack sounded, and the statue broke in half. It shattered upon impact with the truck, scattering into numerous pieces. With the statue destroyed and the truck damaged, Boss Zhou was distraught, feeling the weight of the night's labor wasted. In a fit of frustration, he instructed the excavator driver to continue digging, hoping to find something of value. They unearthed a coffin board after a few shovelfuls of dirt. At this point, Boss Zhou disregarded any superstitions, solely intent on recouping his losses, and commanded the workers to open the coffin. The coffin appeared ancient, yet the wood remained surprisingly intact. Not a hint of decay. Its corners were secured with iron chains and heavy weights. The workers hesitated to pry it open, so Boss Zhou ordered the excavator to do the job. The machine's bucket ground against the coffin lid, creating clouds of white smoke until it shattered. As the onlookers peered into the coffin, a chill ran down their spines. It contained no remains, only a vibrant red wedding gown, as vivid as if stained with blood. Startlingly bright, Realizing he had stumbled into a grave misfortune, Boss Zhou hastily reburied both the coffin and the statue, bowing in prayer toward the coffin's direction. That night, Boss Zhou dreamt of marrying a bride clad in the striking red gown as they prepared to wed. However, when he attempted to lift her veil, he found his hands unresponsive, as if the veil were resisting him. In a state of panic, Boss Zhou awoke, initially dismissing it as a mere dream influenced by his recent discoveries. Yet, in the following days, the dreams persisted, repeating the scenario of his wedding and his inability to lift the veil. After several occurrences, he grew increasingly unsettled and sought the counsel of a fortune teller, a trusted acquaintance he had known for over a decade. Upon hearing about his predicament, the expert hastily waved his hand, declaring his lack of ability to assist and urging Mr. Zhou to seek someone more capable. He even began to usher Mr. Zhou out. Mr. Zhou realized he was in quite a predicament, yet he thought that since the construction site was near completion, he would first see it through to the end before looking for a more adept individual. A week prior, while the excavator operator was working on digging a grave, surrounded by onlookers, an inexplicable incident occurred. Suddenly, the operator knocked down a passerby with the excavator. After this, as if possessed, he continued to strike the fallen individual with the bucket, burying the head in the ground. In his frenzy, no one dared to intervene. Some even resorted to throwing stones at the excavator in an attempt to stop him, but to no avail. The operator remained fixated, his eyes wide, teeth clenched, controlling the excavator with malevolence. Someone called the police, and within moments they arrived, gesticulating and shouting, but the operator showed no response. Left with no choice, the officers discharged their firearms. Upon hearing the gunfire, the excavator operator seemed to awaken from a trance, exiting the machine, his legs unsteady, losing control of his bodily functions. The police rushed toward him, but he offered no resistance, trembling to the point of losing his human form. After a humiliating accident, he was unable to directly enter the police vehicle. Instead, the officers took him to the dormitory for cleaning and a change of clothes before taking him into custody. At this point, Mr. Zhou let out a deep sigh and remarked, "Aunt, do you think he was possessed? Is there more to this?" Sighing again, he suddenly slapped himself several times, exclaiming, "I should not have been greedy. I should not have been greedy." Aunt Sin replied coldly, "Xiao Xingzi, continue." "Aunt, the night I called you, on my drive home, an owl collided with my windshield. What should I do?" Mr. Zhou lamented. "Can I still dream of marrying a wife? I have been dreaming about it frequently, but if it weren't for the issues here, I would have returned to find you long ago. Has the strength of lifting the bridal veil increased recently?" Mr. Zhou was taken aback, quickly responding, "Aunt, how do you know this?" With a swift motion, Aunt Sin slapped him again, her voice rising in anger. "Xiao Xingzi, if it weren't for the protection from the celestial beings, you would have already met a dire fate. Why didn't you tell me about such a significant matter sooner?" "Aunt, Mr. Zhou stammered. "If you lift the veil and see that face, you might not awaken again." "What should I do, Aunt? I am here, what is there to fear? Continue telling your story." Her words provided a powerful sense of security. Not only Mr. Zhou, but I too felt a surge of resolve. Mr. Zhou took a few breaths and continued. After the police took the operator away, they arrested Mr. Zhou as well, bringing him to the station for questioning. After confirming he was not involved, they released him. The passerby had been reduced to a mere pulp by the excavator operator, leaving Mr. Zhou terrified. Upon returning home, he fell ill, requiring treatment for several days. Just as he began to recover, a worker called to inform him that another death had occurred on the site. Xiao Feng, who had been digging graves that day, had died. To recount the day the statue was unearthed after it shattered, Xiao Feng was cleaning the debris in the back of a pickup truck. Initially hoping for a share of the profits, he grew increasingly frustrated as the pieces disintegrated. In a fit of anger, he cursed at the statue and, after finishing, urinated on its shattered visage. A few days later, his co-workers noticed something was amiss. Xiao Feng, still in his 30s, had always enjoyed drinking and boasting with his colleagues. However, after the incident with the statue, he became increasingly withdrawn, refusing invitations to drink or socialize. Gradually, he exhibited increasingly odd behavior. There was a dog on the site that he had previously liked to pet, but recently, he began urinating in its food bowl. Despite attempts to reason with him, his colleagues were intimidated by his fierce gaze. His mental state deteriorated. He would wake in the middle of the night to drink, consuming large quantities of liquor without eating, then return to sleep. His co-workers speculated that he must be troubled by something, and in their concern, they organized a gathering with food and drinks to cheer him up. Yet no matter how they tried to engage him, Xiao Feng remained silent. Some speculated that he had a complicated relationship with a female acquaintance from his hometown working in Harbin, while his wife and children lived elsewhere. It was rumored that this acquaintance wanted him to buy her a gold necklace, but with his monthly wages going home, he had little money left. His co-workers believed he was hoping to unearth treasures to improve his fortune, but when nothing came of it, they felt disheartened and attempted to encourage him. However, Xiaofeng ignored their attempts and abruptly returned to the dormitory. His co-workers concluded that he was troubled by romantic entanglements, a situation one must navigate on their own. 2 days after the drinking gathering, worker Lao Wang went out to relieve himself and discovered a naked body lying in the courtyard, devoid of even undergarments. Realizing it was Xiaofeng, he rushed over to help him up, but upon lifting his chest, the body remained stiff, as if performing push-ups. Panicked, Lao Wang called for help. The others turned Xiaofeng over, only to find a dog-esque food bowl covering his face, frozen to it by ice. Mr. Zhou, upon hearing the news, immediately left the four-drip and rushed back to the site, where police and forensic experts had already arrived. An autopsy later confirmed that Xiaofeng had accidentally fallen into the water-filled dog bowl while intoxicated and drowned. Yet, the workers knew that the liquid in the bowl was likely his own urine. Had it been water, it would have frozen solid, and he would not have drowned. Listening to Mr. Zhou's account, I found it somewhat absurd. Analyzing it through Master Ma's perspective, it seemed likely that Xiaofeng had been victimized. Chapter 84. Excavating treasures. In my understanding, the notion of drowning in one's own urine was something that only existed in the village, often mentioned in jest during disputes among the less astute. Mr. Zhou looked at Aunt San with a face full of sincerity, while she sighed softly and shook her head. Aunt, I am now afraid to sleep, terrified of lifting the red veil in my dreams. Aunt San, gritting her teeth, remained silent. Mr. Zhou continued. I don't know what is happening. Everything was fine for others, but ever since I took on this job, incidents have arisen. Xiaoxingzi, you are being foolish. When things go too smoothly, it's a warning sign, she replied. What do you mean, Aunt? Isn't it good for things to go smoothly? Mr. Zhou inquired. With earth-moving work, it's impossible for nothing to go wrong. Disturbing the Earth's energy will inevitably lead to complications. Mr. Zhou looked perplexed, as did I, unable to grasp Aunt San's meaning. Xiaoxingzi, do you know why the original crew refused to continue? They had made their profits and didn't want to deal with the smaller tasks, she explained. I'm not familiar with your line of work, but I believe in completing a job thoroughly so that the client will return for future projects. Mr. Zhou paused, realizing the implications. Could it be that crew didn't want to take on work from this company? He pondered. That doesn't make sense. Typically, construction companies stick with one client. This company is state-owned, and I had to leverage considerable connections to take on this job. Aunt Sin shook her head, her expression one of resignation. Xiaoxingzi, you still don't understand. It's a harsh truth, but in large construction sites, if a few people don't die, the work cannot proceed. If everything starts too smoothly, it's guaranteed that lives will be sacrificed later. Without human life to appease the earth, the work cannot continue. What? Mr. Zhou exclaimed in shock. Additionally, you mentioned the weight hanging from the coffin. What exactly is that weight? It is an ancient talisman against evil. A seemingly insignificant object that can bear immense weight. One must ponder, what kind of malevolent individual could be buried with such a weight? Boss Zhou turned his gaze to the ground, beads of sweat trickling down his chin, and though it may be an exaggeration to say he appeared dazed, he indeed seemed utterly lost. Third Aunt, exasperated, removed her slippers and gave Boss Zhou a few firm taps, admonishing him. Xiaoxingzi, how old are you? How many years have you worked on construction sites? How can you still be unaware of such matters? Faced with Third Aunt's reprimands, Boss Zhou showed no inclination to evade. He resembled a remorseful child, muttering, Aunt, I was mistaken. Others unearthed porcelain and profited over $1 million, while I was blinded by greed. My ire is not directed at your excavations. People can make mistakes, but when they do, they must take responsibility. Why did you not inform me sooner? Boss Zhou lowered his head. At that moment, Third Aunt exuded authority, and it was evident that Boss Zhou held her in genuine respect. This was not merely familial ties. Not to mention, if a father lacks capability, a son may not necessarily honor him. The fact that Third Aunt could compel a man like Boss Zhou, who adorned himself in mink and gold chains, to admit fault was indeed impressive. At that time, I was unaware of the term mastering others. But I aspired to be like Third Aunt, someone formidable enough to scold the wealthy and wield a slipper with authority. After a moment of silence, Third Aunt spoke slowly. You have quite a few troubles, indeed. The weight upon the coffin signifies great misfortune, and the red wedding gown within the coffin is not to be taken lightly. Aunt, what shall we do? A man over 40, and yet you still weep like a child. Show some fortitude. I am here, what is there to fear? Third Aunt's confidence was palpable, her words resonating with strength, far surpassing that of Master Ma. If Master Ma were to come to Harbin, he would first have to experience the insights of Sister Sun and the monk before resorting to smoking and drinking to devise schemes. In truth, Master Ma possesses considerable skill, yet he and Third Ant belong to different schools of thought. My understanding is that Third Ant is an authentic practitioner of the supernatural, whereas Master Ma is versed in both the practices of the supernatural and Taoism, albeit with less expertise. Third Ant, after offering some words of comfort to Boss Zhou, broached the topic of the red wedding gown buried with the deceased. In ancient times, when wealthy men passed away, it was not uncommon for families to pay to have a young girl forcibly entombed within the coffin. Even today, there are instances of body snatching for ghost marriages. Whether it is a living person entering a coffin or a corpse being stolen, the bones are of utmost importance. Ant, I examined closely, and there is only the red wedding gown within the coffin, no bones. The gown appears as new. It is impossible for the bones to have completely decayed. Listen to me. There is significance to burying with a wedding gown. Ah, forget it. Take me to the site where the coffin is buried. What? It has already been buried. Dig it up. Boss Zhou hesitated, saying, Ant, so much has transpired, and at this late hour, no amount of money would persuade a worker to excavate. Then we shall dig it ourselves. Boss Zhou pondered for a moment and replied, Ant, you wait here. I will go dig, and once it is unearthed, I will come back for you. Let us go together. By the time we exited, it was already past 10 at night. Although Harbin was not as frigid as my hometown, the wind was sharp, cutting against the skin like a blade. The car traveled for over half an hour, winding through the streets until we reached the construction site Boss Zhou had mentioned. Rather than a construction site, it resembled a graveyard. Aside from a high bridge, there were no villages in sight, nor any glimmers of light. Boss Zhou's site was enveloped in darkness, likely abandoned by all workers. A perimeter of blue thin metal sheets encircled the area. Perhaps due to age or improper installation, many had already been blown away. The wind howled louder here, causing the sheets to rattle, at times resembling the chants of demons, and at others, the mournful weeping of a forlorn bride. I would not have come to this place even in daylight. Boss Zhou first led us to his office, a movable prefab unit, spacious yet cold, even colder than the exterior. With electric heaters and small warming devices ignited, we still exhaled clouds of breath while speaking indoors. There is little here, just a road flanked by villages. During the day, people pass through, but at night, not a soul is present. Third Ant offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. You rest here. I shall proceed to dig. Xiao Sun, come with me to bolster my courage. I contemplated for a moment and replied, I will accompany you. What can a child do? I chuckled inwardly. Aside from childbirth, I could accomplish any task. This was a narrow road, with only 7 or 8 meters of width inside the fence, most of which was occupied by bridge piers. Boss Zhou wielded his tools while Sister Sun held a flashlight, and Third Ant led us closely behind. After walking several hundred meters within the enclosure, Boss Zhou led us out, and we traversed another few hundred meters until we reached the site of the buried coffin. If the construction site resembled a graveyard, this locale was akin to a chaotic burial ground, more remote and disordered, with hay drifting high enough to reach a person's height. Chapter 85. The weight upon the coffin. Boss Zhou mentioned that there was a path nearby, yet I saw none. According to his own account, he did not wish to transport the debris from the construction site too far, as it would incur costs. Thus, he opted to bury it in a nearby vacant lot. Boss Zhou expressed some regret, stating that had he not chosen a roadside location, no one would have passed by to witness the commotion, and the incident involving the excavator would not have occurred. Third Ant merely remarked, fortune and misfortune are self-invoked. Boss Zhou said nothing further, donning gloves to prepare for work. I wished to assist, but Boss Zhou remarked that I was too young and lacked strength. I felt indignant. I detest being underestimated. Thus, I seized a shovel and tirelessly dug, outperforming Boss Zhou in labor. In hindsight, I was still young, inexperienced, and in that phase of life where one seeks to prove themselves, failing to recognize that this was Boss Zhou's attempt to provoke me. I worked up a sweat, feeling proud and awaiting praise. As we cleared away the surface debris and concrete fragments, we unearthed a layer of soil that was clearly new, differing in color from the surrounding earth. After digging a few more shovels down, the shovel met the sensation of stone. With a vigorous thrust, a round stone orb emerged, and upon flipping it over, I was nearly overcome with fear. The stone orb was the back of a stone statue's head, still attached to a fragment of the forehead. With its once expressive eyes painted black and angled upwards, the corners etched into the temples. Though it was merely a broken stone visage, through its eyes, I perceived an unmistakable rage, as if it could see through the entirety of my sins. Just as fear gripped me, Boss Zhou suddenly called out for Third Ant. Startling me into a gasp, Third Ant approached, cast a glance, and immediately knelt down to prostrate herself. She uttered not a word, and we were at a loss for how to respond, merely mimicking her actions. At that moment, Third Ant seemed to sense a sudden chill, her entire body trembling. Teeth chattering, and combined with the eerie winds, I felt as though countless malevolent spirits were swirling around us. Third Ant performed a solemn 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. To my knowledge, she would not offer such a weighty salute even when paying respects to the deities in her home. An unsettling premonition began to course through me, an increasing sense of dread. After completing her bowing, Third Ant turned without a backward glance and walked into the darkness. We promptly followed. Boss Zhou inquired, "Ant, where are you going?" Third Ant remained silent. He pressed her with further questions, yet she continued to offer no reply. Ultimately, unable to find another solution, Kai Dai supported Third Ant as she led the way, while we followed behind, illuminating the path. Third Ant returned to the construction site, bypassing the office entirely and heading straight for the vehicle. At that moment, she appeared as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body trembling uncontrollably. Boss Zhou, perplexed, boarded the vehicle alongside them. Granny San delivered a resounding slap, her voice laced with fury. "Little Shengzi, why must you provoke such things?" Seeing Granny San shed tears, Boss Zhou grew anxious, his expression a dismal mix of sorrow and seriousness. "Let us go back." At that moment, I too was bewildered by Granny San's intentions. She had initiated the grave digging, yet insisted on returning. Throughout the journey, she had remained silent, only to erupt upon entering the vehicle, leaving us utterly confounded. Upon returning to the hotel, Granny San dashed into the bathroom, retching violently. I knew she wasn't prone to motion sickness. Her distress surely stemmed from some unseen force assailing her. While she heaved in the bathroom, Kai Dai offered her water, and we stood helplessly by, merely spectators of her ordeal. After nearly half an hour, she finally regained her composure, the clock now past 2 in the morning. Sitting on the bed, she took a few deep breaths and murmured, "Despite my meticulous calculations, I never anticipated that it would be this." Curious, I eagerly inquired, "What is it?" Granny San cast a glance my way and replied softly, "Generally, there are 2 reasons for burying someone in a red wedding gown. One is revenge, such as when a heartless man abandons his wife and children. The original wife would don a new wedding dress for 7 consecutive nights, allowing it to absorb the essence of life before burying it in a mass grave, hoping that a wandering spirit would accept her grievances and seek vengeance on her behalf." After finishing her explanation, Granny San fixed her gaze on me, and realizing it was not directly related to the current situation, but rather a lesson for me, I nodded earnestly. "The other possibility is a curse. Burying a wedding dress in someone's ancestral grave can lead to extinction within 3 generations. I nodded again, acutely aware that Boss Zhou's predicament bore no relation to revenge or curses, for the coffin was weighed down by a heavy stone. With a heavy sigh, Granny San remarked, "These are the 2 common reasons, but the wedding gown we encountered, burdened by a stone, signifies a grave misfortune. I initially thought it was some girl as betrothed who had found new love or suffered some injustice, transforming into a vengeful spirit trapped within the coffin, with the stone serving to confine it." Granny San's musings instilled a sense of dread within me. Her implications suggested that the reality was even more perilous than I had imagined, tightening my chest with unease. Boss Zhou, visibly shaken, urged, "Auntie San, please tell us what is happening. Don't frighten me. I'm not scaring you. I'm imparting wisdom to the children for their future encounters," she replied. And both Kai Dai and I nodded in agreement. Granny San continued in a hushed tone, "That stone is no ordinary object. It is the Vajra of enlightenment, specifically designed to suppress malevolent spirits. The wedding gown within the coffin is not meant for a human, but for a demon." "A demon? What kind of demon?" "A fox demon, lurking in desolate mountains." Hearing the term sent shivers down my spine. Granny San explained that some foxes, having strayed from their path of cultivation, gradually transformed into demons, taking on the guise of beautiful women to ensnare human souls. The wedding gown in question was no ordinary burial attire. It was a carefully crafted array meant to subdue a fox spirit. It seemed a young master had fallen under the enchantment of a fox demon, prompting his family to seek the aid of a master to create this array, subsequently using the stone to seal the coffin. Boss Zhou was horrified, dropping to his knees, pleading for Granny San to guide him. Chapter 86. Right and Wrong. Granny San sighed. The Vajra of enlightenment is neither Buddhist nor Taoist, but a form of ancient sorcery devised by practitioners. When wielded effectively, it can suppress mountain spirits. However, it can also be harmful. Both the excavator and Xiao Feng fell victim to its backlash. Andy-san, please spare me the details and tell me how to resolve this. Boss Zhou's voice rose, clearly agitated by her words. If I were in Boss Zhou's shoes, I too would feel disheartened, especially with the specter of Yama himself looming over him. Granny Sin glanced at Boss Zhou, then at me, and gently stated, Little Xingzi, don't resent me for my lengthy explanations. I must elucidate the cause and effect, clarifying the stakes before you decide whether to break this barrier. I was left perplexed. Granny Sin had been summoned by Boss Zhou to resolve his issues, yet she was now questioning whether to dismantle the problem. It left Boss Zhou momentarily speechless. Little Xingzi, those two deceased individuals fell victim to the Vajra, whereas you were dealing with a fox demon. Is that even more serious? The fox demon, while not celestial, possesses earthbound spirit attributes. Should the fox demon wish to repay you, there are two paths. 1. I assist you in breaking the curse, allowing you to proceed without further incident. 2. You continue as you are, accompanied by the fox demon. At this point, I too was bewildered, and Boss Zhou stammered. What is the difference between the two methods? If you send the fox demon away, you will remain yourself, living your normal life. If you keep the fox demon, it will bestow you with wealth, but at a cost. What cost? Your health will gradually deteriorate, plagued by ailments. Though it may not drastically shorten your lifespan, you will live in a state of perpetual illness. I must make this clear, so you fully understand the implications before choosing. It was a dilemma fraught with difficulty. A choice between wealth and health. The impoverished often enjoy good health, while many wealthy individuals are riddled with ailments. For instance, beggars rarely suffer from baldness, while office workers frequently battle hair loss. An elderly man in the countryside can gather firewood at 80, whereas an octogenarian entrepreneur may be tethered to medical equipment. Fate is predetermined. Most individuals can only claim one of either fortune or health. Boss Zhou hesitated, his eyes gleaming as he weighed the pros and cons. Little Xingzi, I cannot decide for you. If I help you break the curse and your fortune falters, you will blame me. If I do not assist and you fall ill, you will still curse me. Suddenly, Boss Zhou's voice changed, tinged with fear and uncertainty. Auntie-san, allow me a moment to think. There's no rush. I'm not pressing you for a decision. Boss Zhou slightly nodded, pursing his lips in contemplation before asking, Auntie-san, if I break the curse of the fox demon, what will my fortune be like? Alas, fate is beyond my comprehension. I can only say that keeping the fox demon will amplify your luck and wealth. Don't rush. Go home and ponder this matter. And if I choose not to break it, the fox demon will enter your dreams. Once you lift the covers, that bond will be formed. Your previous inability to do so was due to the protection of the celestial. Today's cause will yield tomorrow's effect. Everything lies in your hands. Boss Zhou sighed deeply. Annie-san, I will think it over. Very well. Return and contemplate it carefully. As Boss Zhou led Sister Sun toward the door, she was about to open it when he suddenly turned around and declared, I've made my decision. I won't break it. Granny Sin gasped sharply, her face reflecting sorrow as she softly replied, Very well. Alas, fate. Little Xingzi, having someone with a tattoo of the open-eyed Guangong by your side would be beneficial. Whether you can find such a person depends on your fortune. Open-eyed Guangong. In the vast sea of humanity, how many could bear the weight of Guan Yu's tattoo? In our county, 2 young men, seeking to impress, had tattoos of Guangong on their backs. It was said they wanted the open-eyed version, but after visiting several tattoo parlors, none dared to comply. Eventually, they resorted to causing a scene until a reluctant artist inked them with the closed-eyed version. Remarkably, within a month, both young men perished. One drowned while swimming, the other met a tragic end in a motorcycle accident after attending a funeral, with nothing but a thin strip of flesh connecting his head and neck. In the past, those who portrayed Guan Yu on stage would often keep their eyes closed backstage, for to open them was to invite death. To bear the tattoo of Guan Yu signifies a life as unyielding as stone. Only those whose lineage is steeped in resilience can endure the burden of an open-eyed Guan Yu tattoo. Tattoos are not merely embellishments. They encapsulate profound meanings. For instance, a tiger tattoo should never descend from the mountain. A dragon tattoo must not surpass the shoulder. Guan Yin remains blind to save no one. And an open-eyed Guan Yu is destined to kill. Observing the gaze of Boss Zhou, it was evident he remained oblivious to the significance of the open-eyed Guan Yu. His thoughts were preoccupied with when the fortune brought by the fox spirit would arrive. Third auntie, dawn is nearing, we should return. I shall also depart tomorrow. Let us linger a couple more days. I shall show you around. No more fun, I must go back. We cannot draw closer. The harm inflicted between the fox spirit and me is detrimental to us both. Do not accompany me. We shall part ways in the morning. With utmost respect. Boss Zhou bowed thrice before turning away, and I distinctly noticed the corners of his mouth lift in a smile. As dawn approached, third auntie called us to sleep. In a haze, I caught sight of her quietly sobbing by the window. It was Boss Zhou's choice, and third auntie was powerless to alter its course. Around 2018, I had heard news of Boss Zhou. He had become affluent, with assets amounting to several tens of millions, if not a billion. Yet, his health was severely compromised. Prior to the Olympics, he fell victim to uremia, relying on dialysis to survive, while hypertension and diabetes plagued him as well. Villagers whispered that Boss Zhou, not yet 60, had already chosen a burial plot in the village, his frame emaciated to that of a mere wisp, particularly his sharp features and elongated eyes, reminiscent of a fox. In my youth during the early 2000s, I could not fully grasp Boss Zhou's choices, but I understood he was akin to Hu Xiaozui, driven by the allure of beauty. To this day, I remain uncertain how to choose between the poverty of health and the affluence of illness. The hungry choose steamed buns, the thirsty first seek water. Such choices possess no right or wrong. What I comprehend is that selecting what is most advantageous and living in the present is the wisest course. For instance, at this moment, I find joy in long legs clad in black stockings and ample bosoms, for such sights bring me pleasure. Alas, this merely reflects the base thoughts of a certain individual. Oh, how grand!